Knights of the Old Republic. Knight of Alderaan. The Sith Empire has been weakened by the capture of their Dark Lord, Raen. Though their momentum wanes, Darth Malak, Raen's protege and former apprentice, takes command of the Sith Empire in his stead. Under his leadership, the Sith resume their assault on the Galactic Republic with newfound brutality. In spite of mounting casualties and lack of resources across the galaxy, Republic High Command has sent a team of Republic soldiers to the Mid-Rim to investigate rumors of a Mandalorian outpost surviving the war that Raen had ended. The Republic made contact, but none of its soldiers realize that the Mandalorians on Wayland's forested surface are pawns of a far more sinister and mysterious foe. Raen Benax, Force-sensitive and former Sith learner, has surrendered to the will of the Jedi Order. In an effort to send him down a road of redemption, the Jedi send him to Polis with Jedi Knight Gale Remus. A specter from Raen's past already haunts the icy surface, hoping to draw him into a feud going back decades. Yet even Raen knows that his destiny is tied with Alderaan, and he must return to his home to avenge himself against the Empire had served, with or without his newfound allies. Chapter 1. Warning. Fires on decks 4, 5, and 8. Caution is advised. Joshua Wares awoke to the blare of the alarm. The young man had been asleep in his cot, wearing nothing but a white shirt and shorts. The brown eyes under his tousled amber hair stared at the ceiling, but he saw nothing beyond the coordinated flashing of the ship's alarm system flickering between varying shades of red and yellow. He glanced around the room and noticed that the barracks were empty, even the adjacent rooms were vacant. The lone soldier didn't know whether they had all heard the alarms and left him to fend for himself, or whether there was something far more sinister going on. He figured he would get the answers he needed after leaving the barracks. He slipped out of his cot, but a roar was heard in the distance, and the explosion that followed rocked the ship and sent Joshua falling backwards into his bed. Wincing from the pain as his right leg slammed into the metal frame of his cot, Joshua struggled to pull himself back on his feet. Using the otherwise empty table by his bedside as a crutch, the soldier forced himself to stand. He remained motionless for a moment, allowing the burning sensation in his legs to expire. He grumbled to himself, displeased with his idiocy and carelessness. He had tried to discipline himself in the past months, making the transition from civilian to soldier, but it had been difficult. It had taken several battles and far too many drills. Now, he had assured himself that he was a true soldier, a tool of the Republic and their military hierarchy. He could return to his homeworld a hero, and his deeds would inspire others to serve as he did. Joshua carefully made his way to his bed's footlocker. Opening it and withdrawing its contents, Joshua pulled a thick brown coat over his lightly toned and farmer's tanned skin before putting on a pair of black trousers. Once he was dutifully clothed, for wandering the ship's interior, anyway, Joshua procured a small blaster from the bottom of his footlocker. He checked the sidearm's power cell. It would only last about 5 shots, but it was created for use in emergency situations like these, so it didn't matter. Once he had slipped on standard regulation boots and placed a comlink in his jacket pocket, Joshua made his way toward the door to leave the barracks. As he reached for the door panel, he remembered what he heard about the fires. Considering the fact he was on deck 4, Joshua figured it would be foolish of him to get caught in a raging inferno should he open the door haphazardly. The soldier warily placed the back of his hand against the metal door. The frame was hot to the touch, and he recoiled immediately. Returning to the door panel again, Joshua placed his back against the wall near the door and hit the open button. The door slid open with a hushed groan, allowing thick black smoke and tiny tongues of flame to flow inside the barracks. As the pillars of smoke raced inside, Joshua hit a blue button on the same panel, causing the emergency fire suppression system to activate. The non-lethal, colorless gas doused the flames, all the while being assisted by the room's filtration system. The flames died down slowly, but it was not long before they were purged from the room. Once he was sure he would be safe, Joshua left the barracks. Standing in the halls of the Republic cruiser, Joshua found himself face-to-face with a Republic Marine, wearing a red suit of armor and equipped with standard firefighting tools. The Marines were a new branch of the Republic Navy, created some 15 years ago to deal with the threat of pirates and smugglers raiding Republic vessels. They were rarely deployed groundside, even though they were technically specialized and elite infantry. Joshua was relieved that the fires were dealt with and approached the Marine. "Hey, what the hell's going on here?" The Marine glanced at Joshua, clearly a bit surprised at the question. The Marine removed the helmet and revealed herself to be a woman. Joshua jumped at the revelation, slightly unnerved in the presence of a woman soldier, and more so at the fact she was a Zeltran. Their pink skin and gentle appearance made them alluring to many hapless males, Joshua included. She had a smooth, soft face with a slight smile that caused Joshua's face to redden. "You've been sleeping, sir?" she asked playfully. Joshua's cheeks flushed again, barely uttering a quick no before adding, "The alarms caught me by surprise." She chuckled quietly. Of course. Well, I'll have you know that we're under attack. A few Mandalorian guns are giving us a beating. Shouldn't be too bad, though. A few fires here and there. Our own gunmen have the situation under control. Are there any more fires on this deck? Joshua asked plainly. There shouldn't be. I've been through the entire deck at this point, and I've put out every fire I've seen. She paused for a moment, glancing at Joshua a bit closer than before. Something wrong. Joshua spoke up, stepping back as she approached and blushing again. Aren't you infantry? Yeah. Corporal Joshua Wares, 10th Battalion, Aleph Company. She placed her hand on Joshua's shoulder. The young soldier jumped, and almost as though she had sensed his nervousness, the Zeltron smiled kindly in an attempt to put him at ease. Major Altesius requested that all infantrymen meet him in the hangars for pre-battle updates. Joshua nodded. So they were already engaged. That explained the absence of every other soldier on this level. He was surprised he had not heard the announcement that they dropped out of hyperspace, but it was not unusual. The others must have left him to sleep or had been in such a hurry they did not take notice of him. Typical. Thank you, miss. The soldier seemed bemused at the thought. Try Lance Corporal. Lance Corporal Shiira numbers. My apologies, Joshua stammered. I'll make my way down to the hangars now. Farewell. Hold on there, Army, Shiira said, barring Joshua's way to the hangars. Just because our gunmen are doing their job doesn't mean that the ship isn't dangerous. I don't want a soldier like you wandering around all alone. I'll escort you. That's protocol, Corporal, Shiira stated rather firmly. Follow me. The primary hangars were only a deck below them, so the pair didn't have to walk far. The nearest elevator was less than 20 meters from their position, and Joshua counted it as a blessing. That's the good thing about hammerheads, Joshua mused. Elevators everywhere. He felt uncomfortable around his newfound bodyguard, but she seemed to be enjoying herself. She had put the helmet back on her head, but it did little to ease Joshua's nervousness. Until very recently, Joshua had been a stubborn misogynist, but the death of several soldiers that had warmed his heart caused him to denounce his old beliefs. Even so, it was difficult readjusting to the presence of women, particularly in the military, where they tended to be stronger and far more independent. There was almost no one in this section of the ship. Everyone else had made their way to the bridge or found themselves called to the hangars. The trip from the barracks to the elevator was a silent one, and neither soldier said anything to the other. After they reached and stepped into the elevator, Joshua and Shiira positioned themselves at opposite ends of the elevator car, only occasionally glancing at the other. So what brings you here, Corporal? Shiira asked, her voice slightly muffled by the helmet she wore. I'm fighting Mandalorians. No, silly. She chuckled at the thought. I meant what battles have you fought in? Oh, well, I fought at Mechas 3 and Sluice Van before being shipped here. Sluice Van? Hell, not too many of our guys survived that one. Nope. Did you know Colonel Ito? Joshua placed his arms across his chest. Of course he knew of Colonel Ito, his first field commander, and one of the most brilliant tacticians Joshua had ever known. Dushin Ito led the Republic to victory on countless worlds before disappearing after the battle at Sluice Van. It had been a disaster, a loss of hundreds of soldiers and countless war materiel for the Republic, and Joshua didn't blame him for vanishing. He would have run too, if his reputation had been destroyed by a single battle. Even so, Ito's flight had led to Joshua's forcible reassignment. He wasn't pleased, but he would do as he was told. Yeah, I knew him. Quite a guy, wasn't he? Shiira asked, her voice fluttering at the thought. If you say so. The elevator stopped once it reached the hangars, and Joshua moved for the door. Thanks for the escort. I can't vanish from here. Shiira nodded. Of course, Corporal. Take care. Walking out of the elevator into the brightly lit and massive chamber, Joshua left Shiira behind and headed into the hangars. Passing by several starfighters and droid dockworkers, Joshua spied a large circle of Republic soldiers in the distance and headed toward them. As he got closer, Joshua saw Major Altesius standing in the midst of the soldiers, giving a pre-battle speech. The young soldier knew his commanding officer rather well, and he also knew that he was a monster of a man. His tiny dark eyes and imposing height were enough to scare off allies and enemies alike, and standing at nearly 2 meters, Major Altesius was truly a startling giant. His gruff facial features drew attention away from his receding orange-brown hairline and slightly deformed nose, which seemed as though someone, who was probably dead now, had given it a swift punch. His bulky hands and muscular arms were flying around as he spoke, adding gusto and vivacity to his speech. These Mandalorian hut-dwelling primates have shown the extent of their technological prowess this time, men. Rocket launchers attached to orbital buoys. What a feat. That must have taken them centuries to invent, much less get into space. In case anyone here doubted their intelligence, they have also managed to disable the Reconciliation's pinpoint defense lasers. Now their puny fighters can't strike at us, and we can't intercept their rockets, Major Altesius boomed. Joshua arrived as Major Altesius paused for a brief moment. He made his way into the crowd, reaching Sergeant Torito, the leader of his squad. Joshua's sergeant was keenly interested in what the major had to say, as though what he was saying had any tactical merit. Joshua had been serving with Torito since SWTOR, and he hadn't changed at all. Torito's gray eyes and equally gray hair, a peculiar trait since he was only in his mid-30s, reflected the soldier's solemn and withdrawn demeanor, personality traits that escaped most of the other Republic soldiers. He looked a bit older than he actually was, and his face was lightly scarred. He joined the military about the same time as Joshua and hadn't seen too many battles. He hardly spoke to anyone unless he was first spoken to, and Joshua admired his respectable habit, even though it annoyed him at times. He tapped Torito on the shoulder. "What's he talking about?" Joshua asked. "Listen," Torito replied in a hushed tone. Joshua figured it would just be easier to listen to Major Altesius. "You'll take these dropships and use their pinpoint lasers to blast any of their Stone Age rockets and starfighters into intergalactic dust. We can't land any mechanized infantry or bombard the planet until their massive anti-air guns on the surface are disabled. Someone's gotta destroy them, and since the Navy's chickened out, like usual, it's up to us Army boys." Altesius continued in the distance. "Who?" a soldier called out amidst the crowd. Several other soldiers followed his verbal cue with enthusiastic replies. "That's the proper response," Altesius barked. "You will be taking rocket packs and performing high-altitude jumps from 20,000 meters, well out of range of their primitive anti-air guns. Once you've got your boots on the ground, your squad leaders will lead you to separate guns until they've all been disabled. And then we'll bomb their entire fortress just like we did the rest of their Force-forsaken empire." The soldiers cheered, hollered, and whooped before being dismissed. As the soldiers spread about amongst themselves to gather supplies, Joshua remained behind. To the Republic at large, the Mandalorian War ended with the destruction of the Mandalorian force over the world of Malachor. However, to the military and his brass, a war was still going on, and they sent thousands to fight against frontier strongholds left behind after the dissolution of the Mandalorian clans. They were dangerous, for sure, but no longer an actual threat. Without a true leader and forced to scavenge and pillage for supplies, the remaining Mandalorian forces were picked off one by one, slowly yielding to the Republic's superior military might. Here, on Wayland, was one of their independent strongholds. Joshua had read the reports. This forest world had once been a Republic medical outpost, but communications were cut before the end of the war. Republic intelligence discovered that Mandalorians had captured the world, converting it into a base that survived the conquests of the Republic hero-turned warlord, Revan. The Republic had not even known about them until they started raiding passing merchant ships and military convoys for arms and ammunition. It was a foolish plan. Now the Republic had a reason to destroy their base without question. Joshua's journey was almost at an end, and he knew it. This was why he became a soldier, after all. At first, it was for revenge. He wanted to fight against the Mandalorian soldiers that had killed his brother. Then, it was for honor. He wanted to make a name for himself in the frontier, in the army, where no one knew him. He could return with fame and glory, medals and power. Once the Mandalorians were dead, his goals would be complete. "Are you just going to stand there, or are you going to get ready to drop, Corporal?" Major Altesius asked gruffly. Pulled from his introspection, Joshua jumped and saluted. "No, sir. I mean, yes, sir. I'm going to prepare myself, sir." Major Altesius sighed. "At ease, Corporal Joshua. Will you just get ready? You're always daydreaming. Sometimes I worry about you." "Of course, sir. I'll stop, sir. Just go." Joshua saluted again and followed the other soldiers to the service lockers at the far corner of the hangars. He met with Torito, the only member of his squad at the lockers, before trading his jacket for standard red and yellow Republic military combat armor. He had almost finished placing the armor over his black combat mesh when several other soldiers joined the pair. Joshua ignored them for the moment, taking the time to discard his emergency blaster for a vibroblade and standard army rifle. He made sure that his suit shield unit was working before picking up his sniper rifle. Running his hand across the rifle's barrel, Joshua removed the dust that had collected on the weapon. This was his weapon of choice. He had received the weapon from a Mon Calamari soldier named Jacques before they had parted ways after the SWTOR campaign. Joshua smiled as he remembered the jovial, if long-winded, soldier, but the smile faded when he realized he had never learned of Jacques' fate. The Mon Calamari had become a pilot after they parted ways, but Joshua didn't even know if he was still alive. If they ever met again, they would have to exchange stories. Jacques loved stories, both telling and hearing them, and Joshua was eager to hear of his exploits. Sighing, he threw the weapon over his shoulder. Once Joshua had finished his preparations, the remainder of Torito's squad met at the locker. Joshua and Torito were the only humans in their squad. The rest of their allies were aliens. After the Mandalorian War, the Republic Army had an influx of non-human recruits. The Senate was wary of them at first, but Republic's high command never complained about new soldiers. Joshua had no problem with aliens, as long as they spoke basic. It would be far too difficult communicating during a firefight if they didn't. Rocket packs. A young Rodian soldier in their squad moaned. Weren't those ancient things retired after the Exar-Kun War? No, they were retired later. Another soldier, this one a Keldor, spoke up. It wasn't until an entire squad was killed during an aerial combat drill over Trellis that the Republic Army decided to formally retire them. An entire squad. How? The same Rodian asked. Blaster fire and rocket fuel don't mix too well, Joshua pointed out. Okay, cut the chatter, Torito commanded. Grab a rocket pack, strap on your pressure gear, and follow me to the dropship. Now that the soldiers were silent, it didn't take them long to prepare. Joshua was ready, so he lingered around the lockers until the entire squad was finished. Torito led his squad from one end of the hangar to the other, bypassing starfighters and other soldiers during their trek. The squad piled themselves into a small dropship, a tried-and-true Nepal-class troop transport. Joshua had joked long ago that these ships were basically space-worthy crates due to their simplistic, boxy shape on the outside and their cramped passenger section on the inside. Once the squad had seated themselves, they took notice of the gas canisters next to them. What's this for? One of the Twi'lek soldiers joked. Does Major Altesius want our voices to get nice and squeaky when we fight the Mandalorians? A few other squad members chuckled, but Torito's glare silenced them. First of all, that's not helium. That's pure oxygen. Unless you want to experience a bout of decompression sickness, you don't, and lethargy after a drop, I'd recommend using it until we're deployed, he explained. The oxygen mask was already over his mouth, so his voice was a bit more hoarse than usual. The Twi'lek said nothing. A few of the soldiers snickered at the ignorance of their Twi'lek companion, but most of them ignored the ordeal entirely. Torito headed into the cockpit to monitor their departure from the reconciliation. After he had gone, Joshua placed the oxygen mask across his own face and inhaled. He couldn't describe how it felt, but it was different than inhaling regular air. Perhaps it was fresher. He continued to filter the oxygen in his body, attempting to calm his rapidly beating heart and irregular breathing. The Twi'lek was still joking around with the Rodian sitting next to him, talking in a high-pitched voice as though he was breathing helium. Joshua shook his head. Idiots, he thought. They don't know what they're getting into. He knew that humor was a way many soldiers coped with anxiety, but it was also very distracting. Having to watch newcomers make fools of themselves was hardly helping Joshua prepare for the coming fight. He braced himself as the dropship eased itself out of the Hammerhead's hangar and slid into the expanse of space. The ship rocked slightly as they left the hangars behind, and some of the soldiers even cheered when they realized the mission was beginning. Joshua was still trembling violently, and he couldn't ease his breathing. Their Hammerhead was practically orbiting Wayland, so it would not take long to reach a position where they could drop. However, the Mandalorian guns were still in orbit, and they were no doubt firing on Republic ships. Joshua had no idea what was going on beyond the passenger section of their dropship, but the fact they could be shot down helplessly at any moment unnerved him further. The engines roared around him, and the distinct lack of viewports caused Joshua to feel far more cramped than he actually was. Since his hearing was distorted and the engines drowned out most of the sound, he was entirely dependent on his sight. Glancing at his squad mates, he was glad that most of them were minding their own business, except for that annoying Twi'lek. One of his allies, a Weequay, was performing some sort of religious meditation in his seat. Joshua frowned. He never believed in any sort of spiritual presence, even the Jedi's force, and considered supernatural events to be mind games and illusions created through manipulation. Even though his brother, once a Jedi Knight, displayed some degree of force sensitivity, Joshua had convinced himself that it was all a ruse to force him into the Jedi Order. After all, why would the Jedi determine Ibraze had the Force, but Joshua did not? It did not make sense. It was all just a hoax. Therefore, he found himself perturbed as individuals dedicated their entire lives to some puerile religion. A blaster, credits, and a bit of fame. That was all Joshua had, and that was all he would ever need. The engines seemed to die down for a brief moment as the dropship's comm activated. "We are approaching our drop point," Torito announced over the speaker. "We'll arrive in 5 minutes, and the ventral doors will open in another 2. Brace yourselves." Joshua's mind raced as the final countdown began. He had never jumped from a ship before. What was it like? Soaring through the clouds toward the ground below hardly seemed safe, and it certainly wouldn't be easy. What if his parachute didn't work? What if his rockets failed? If his suit was punctured, would he have difficulty breathing? The questions raced through his mind as they approached their drop point. His fingers tapped his seat viciously, and he was shaking slightly. "Calm down, Corporal," the Verpine soldier to Joshua's right spoke up. "You're going to bust a blood vessel. Be still. We are just beginning." I know, Joshua panted. He was sweating, and his hands gripped the seat. He gave the Verpine a false smile in an attempt to mollify the Verpine and himself. It didn't work. Torito emerged from the cockpit. He used his suits calmly to inform them that they had less than 2 minutes until their mission began. The squad took his hint, rising from their seats and discarding their oxygen canisters for the standard pressure masks on their suits. Joshua tightened the fastener on his shoulder to keep his sniper rifle in place, just in case. Torito and several other soldiers did the same, but with their combat rifles instead. "Are you guys ready?" Torito asked. Each soldier gave a thumbs up or nod of approval. Even Joshua managed to force himself to nod. "Very well. Major Altesius wants calm silence, and so do I. Let's keep this clean. Minimal losses coupled with heavy enemy casualties." "Understood." They didn't respond. The ventral doors wheezed as they opened, interrupting any previous thoughts. The landscape below was a luscious patchwork of green, blue, and brown, with an occasional brushstroke of white clouds. From their height, no one could make out landmarks, but that would be remedied as they descended. Torito smiled and gave his men a salute as he jumped out of the ventral doors. The soldiers followed their commander 2 by 2, each of them descending free fall. Joshua was in the second-to-last group, and he hesitated as his feet walked his body toward the ship's opening. He could have turned back now, but it wouldn't help him. He needed to do this. For Ibrace. For his honor. He scarcely knew what he was doing when he jumped out of the dropship with the Verpine at his side. Madness, he thought, tears welling up inside his helmet. Absolute madness. Within minutes, the entire battalion of Republic soldiers was plummeting headlong toward the forested surface of Wayland. Joshua had trouble seeing anything at all, his helmet's defroster malfunctioned, and his breath condensed against the transparent steel visor, hindering his sight. Although he tried his best to stop it, his visor effectively fogged itself up. At the speed he was falling, Joshua's entire body cried out in pain. Fiery tendrils raced through his limbs while his chest was whipped by the currents of the wind. Spinning this way and that, at the mercy of the sky, Joshua continued his uncontrolled descent. His wrists and ankles suffered the most, feeling the brunt of the wind's coldness, but his neck fared no better. His stomach churned up and bounced back and forth, and he felt his heart beat madly inside his chest. He wanted to vomit so badly, but he knew he couldn't. From the very corner of his visor, which hadn't fogged up yet, Joshua saw Torito activate his rockets, easing his fall until he was falling at a negligible speed. Since he couldn't see much else and couldn't gauge where the ground was, he took a chance and mimicked Torito. Struggling to move his arm from his side to his waist, the young soldier barely managed to hit the button on his belt that controlled his rockets. The hapless soldier's rockets activated immediately, pushing him horizontally for a brief moment before the individual rockets realigned to point downward. His stomach was relieved as his uncontrolled acceleration toward the ground became a gentle hover instead, and his helmet's defogger started working at last. Joshua spied the skies around him, watching the thousands of Republic soldiers descend with him, rocket packs burning fuel and some parachutes activated. Several thousand meters below him, Joshua saw the multitude of trees in perfect clarity and in their full splendor. The sea of trees would cushion their fall, but only if they descended slowly. A rapid fall would definitely kill them. Almost on cue, a small explosion rocked Joshua back and forth as he tried to stabilize his descent. Glancing around, he noticed that several Republic soldiers had been shot out of the sky, their bodies falling helplessly toward the forest floor. The anti-air guns. Joshua thought. Impossible. Joshua was sure there was no way the guns could hit such small targets at their height. But it was true. The Mandalorian guns, all 4 of them, were firing at the Republic soldiers. It was easy pickings for them. The soldiers were defenseless as they tried to reach the forest floor, and they certainly couldn't fight back. Their shots were wild and imprecise, but they managed to get lucky and kill a few soldiers with their massive guns. Joshua panicked as the guns began to fire more rapidly, and he switched off his rocket pack, free-falling yet again. He hoped to avoid the guns altogether by reaching the ground quicker than they could aim at him. The drop was quick, and his vision blurred as his defogger failed again. His suit's altimeter detected the rapidly approaching ground, and it activated his emergency parachute, but it was a close call. Once he was close enough, he positioned himself so that the impact with the ground would not have been fatal, although it would probably not be a perfect landing either. The cracking of tree branches and sloshing of mud told the disoriented and sickened soldier that he had hit the ground. Chapter 2. With his visor and gas mask on, Joshua's sight was restored to him. Joshua was surprised that he hadn't broken anything. Taking a breath of the wild forest air, he glanced about in confusion. Where exactly was he? There were nothing but trees that extended far into the sky as far as the eye could see. The underbrush was thick, and the trees' canopies were thicker. Sunlight barely pierced this area of the forested growth, but faint rays of sunlight helped Joshua see beyond his current position. They had established calm silence. No one would come looking for him. In fact, he would be expected to find them. On his lonesome, Joshua had no chance of survival. He had to find his allies. Discarding his rocket pack and making sure his sniper rifle was still on his shoulder, Joshua wiped the mud from his legs and cautiously headed deeper into the forest. Joshua carefully headed from tree trunk to tree trunk, using the natural growth as cover. He tried his best to travel silently, but the crackling of leaves under his boots proved to hinder his plans. Joshua held his breath and shifted his body weight onto the balls of his feet in an effort to silence himself. Some bird caught in the distance, and his sudden call caused Joshua to whip out his blaster pistol. He was sweating now, and he could almost hear his pulse. He pivoted back and forth, aiming his weapon at a non-existent enemy. When Joshua finally realized that it was only a bird, he continued his trek. His nerves remained on edge as he crept along. He tried to absorb as much about his surroundings as he could, but it all looked the same to him. It was only after he was about 20 meters from his crash site that he realized there were other footsteps besides his own, somewhere in the distance. Throwing himself to the ground, Joshua edged forward, crawling into a small clearing about 6 meters away. He was greeted by 2 warriors, armed head to toe in blue-hued heavy body armor. They were carrying large weapons at their sides, and both of them wore helmets, complete with triangular visors, over their heads. These designs were familiar to older Republic soldiers, particularly those who had fought against these very same Mandalorians in the war that ended about a decade earlier. Joshua had read about the Mandalorians and their armor in his brother's letters and, more recently, mission briefings, but he had never seen them himself. The utilitarian design and stocky appearance was about as he imagined it. Joshua recalled stories that spoke of the Jedi's brave deeds during the war, and how the Republic would have been doomed if the Jedi had not intervened, led by their vaunted general, Raen, on the Republic's behalf. Ibraze had been there as well, at Revan's side, early in the war. The stories were obviously exaggerated, but it made no difference. There were no Jedi here now. It was warrior against warrior in the wilderness of Wayland. No lightsabers, no force, no mystical powers, only brute strength and keenness of mind. Joshua cautiously rose to his feet, still concealed by the low-lying shrubs and dead foliage. He could have taken the shot from here with his sniper rifle, but his rifle had comparatively fewer shots in it than his pistol, and the foliage made him second-guess his chances of scoring a clean hit. Further, he had no idea if they had allies or where they were, and he did not want to draw unnecessary attention to himself. Opting to move in instead, he prepared his blaster pistol, making sure its safety settings were off, and it was ready to fire. Holding his blaster in one hand, he withdrew his viper blade from his sheath with his free hand. It generally took several Republic soldiers to take down a Mandalorian. If luck is on my side, this will be easy, he convinced himself. The Republic soldier moved quickly. Rising to his full height and revealing his presence to the Mandalorian soldiers, he took aim and threw his knife at the Mandalorian closer to him. The weapon's vibrating blade flew straight for his target, piercing the warrior's breastplate and causing bright red blood to gush forth from his torn heart. As he keeled over, his partner was hit with a single blaster shot to the helmet, shattering the comparatively small visor and burning through the flesh behind it. Joshua had been lucky the second Mandalorian had not activated his shielding. Both of the Mandalorians fell to the ground, dead, before Joshua stepped into the clearing. Joshua stooped over, picking up his viper blade and cleaning the blood that stained it. Mandalorian scouts always come in threes, he muttered the old adage to himself. Even while he removed the last traces of blood from the blade and put it back in his sheath, his eyes darted back and forth, watching the trees. He was sure they were hiding someone from him, if only he could see through their branches and confirm his fears. A bush to the north rustled slightly, and the soldier pointed his blaster pistol toward it. The blaster faced the brush until, to Joshua's slight relief, a dead Mandalorian warrior fell out from the bush with the charred residue of a blaster shot on his back. Still wary of whatever was out of sight, Joshua called out to whoever was hiding in the brush. To his surprise, the same Verpine soldier who had talked with him on the dropship stepped out from behind the trees. He was holding 2 guns underneath his lanky green arms, and he was wiping his hands free from the sap of the tree he was hiding behind. Most of his body was concealed by Republic armor, but his insectoid appearance was still apparent. "You summoned me, sir?" the Verpine asked, in slightly slurred and distorted basic. "Did you kill that Mandalorian ape?" Joshua replied with another question. The Verpine nodded. "I was sent to search for you after our descent. Sergeant Torito figured you couldn't have strayed far, so he sent me by myself." Joshua nodded and put away his blaster. "Thank you. Just as you say. It was my job, after all. Care to lead me back to our squad?" "Of course. Come along, Corporal." The Verpine motioned for his companion to follow him through the trees. Joshua trailed Humberine 8 through the forest, staying about 2 meters behind him at all times. His blaster pistol was still resting in his hands, and he was eager to use it again. However, their silent trip proved to be rather peaceful, and they did not encounter any enemies on their way from the clearing to the location of Torito's Humberine squad, about 1 kilometer away on a small hilltop overlooking the forest. "You're back. Good," Torito noted as Joshua and the Verpine soldier approached. "Yeah. Thanks for sending someone to look for me, Torito," Joshua answered. "Anytime, 5. So what's the plan?" Torito pointed toward a colossal tower in the distance. The building stood over the surrounding forest like a great tree, dwarfing the forest by its monstrous size. At its peak rested an anti-air turret with 4 guns. Eyeing it for some time, Joshua figured that the weapon itself had enough power to take down an approaching frigate, while several of them could probably destroy a cruiser. "We're going to have to destroy that," Torito finally said, still pointing at their target. "With what?" "Our fists." A Twi'lek, the same Joker from earlier, asked. Torito glowered at him. "No 9. We'll be using an Abal 240. That's armor-breaching ordnance launcher," Joshua pointed out. Coupled with a few grenade launchers from a safe distance, Torito concluded quickly. 3, if you would." Humberine 3, the Weequay who had been meditating before the battle had started, nodded obediently. He and another soldier took off the black cases they had been carrying and placed them on the ground. Opening them, the other soldier left the Weequay to assemble the elongated weapon with startling speed. Comprised of several black firing tubes, triggers for adjusting the firing angle and rate of the missiles, and a targeting computer for ease of use, the Abal 240 ended up quite large and particularly heavy. Once it had been constructed on its side, Torito ordered the wisecracking Twi'lek to assist the Weequay in getting the 76-kilogram weapon upright and onto its tripod mount. "All right," Torito spoke up again. 3, arm the weapon. Then step away from the thing. Don't want anyone caught in the blast or anything." Joshua stepped backwards several paces, finding himself side by side with the Verpine soldier who had found him earlier. The other soldiers followed suit and fell away from the weapon, leaving the Weequay and Twi'lek by their lonesome to fire and support the weapon, respectively. Joshua noted that 4 seemed to know what he was doing, and in a matter of seconds the Abal 240 automatically adjusted its angle of fire according to the Weequay's measurements. The process took longer than expected due to the fact that the 2 gun handlers couldn't keep the weapon still at first. However, they eventually stabilized the tripod, and a rather loud click informed all of them that the firing sequence was ready. The Weequay smiled toothily and pressed a small button on the weapon's firing computer. Firing sequence initiated. Launching payload in 20, 19, 18. "Sir," a Rodian soldier called to Dorito from the other side of the hill. "We have movement. It's about 25 meters to the southeast." "One of ours?" Torito asked. A massive artillery shell flew from the forest floor, moving far quicker than any of the Republic soldiers could react. Only the Rodian soldier had seen the shot coming toward them, but he couldn't stress the danger's arrival before it had already come. The artillery fire collided with the center of the hilltop. The Weequay heavy weapons operator, the Twi'lek, and their missile launcher did not survive the attack. The 2 operators' gory remains splattered across the hillside while the missile launcher itself malfunctioned and exploded mid-flight, sending its mechanical pieces into the wind. The subsequent artillery shots were aimed at the same location as the first, so they did not manage to hit any of the other Republic soldiers. However, the explosions themselves were powerful enough to throw them across the hill and into the forest below. By the time the attack ended, the Humberine squad was scattered. Joshua awoke to find his ears ringing violently. He was lying face down in the dirt, and he could barely muster the strength to stand. Glancing around, he discovered he had been returned to the forest. Using his chest and arms, Joshua dragged his body to the nearest tree and used it as a crutch to get to his feet. He was relieved when he realized that nothing was broken. He was duly comforted when he noticed his sniper rifle was still on his back. He had lost his blaster pistol, but it was a small price to pay for keeping his life and his weapon of choice. Pulling the rifle from the holster on his back, Joshua checked the magazine. It was still full, and replaced the targeting sights before returning his attention to his surroundings. Although there was nothing but trees as far as he could see, he did hear a deep rumbling sound in the distance that lightly shook the ground. Joshua assumed that the rumbling noise was the Mandalorian artillery that fired at his squad. He didn't have any heavy weapons to speak of, but he decided to help out as much as he could. Joshua crept from his position and followed the rumbling sound until he was less than 40 meters from the enemy's position. Ducking behind a fallen log, he examined the Mandalorian's position and defenses. The artillery was rather unimpressive. It was a box-shaped tank about as tall as 3 Mandalorian soldiers, and its treads allowed it to slowly plod its way through the forest. In its initial state, Joshua assumed the artillery had no anti-personnel defenses to speak of. It was equipped with a single cannon that was positioned upward, and couldn't hit nearby infantry as a result, and was probably meant as a defensive vehicle. However, this one had been retrofitted with turrets on the port and starboard sides of its hull to protect it from enemy infantry. Furthermore, it had about 12 Mandalorian soldiers escorting the vehicle, just in case the turrets were overwhelmed. From his advantageous position somewhat behind the vehicle, Joshua could see the turrets and their operators clearly. They were hardly defended, and a single pane of clary crystalline separated the Mandalorian gunners from enemy blaster fire. Confident that his sniper rifle could pierce the transparent shielding, Joshua peered through the scope of his sniper rifle and carefully adjusted the weapon until his crosshairs were perfectly aligned with the first Mandalorian gunner's head. The sniper could almost see his opponent's eyes through his translucent visor due to the power of the rifle scope. Holding his breath to steady the weapon, Joshua counted down in his head. 3, 2, 1. The slug from his sniper rifle shattered the clary crystalline defense and burrowed through the Mandalorian's skull. A bit of pink mist stained the hole behind his target. The gunner slouched over as his body failed him. First one down. But Joshua wasn't done. Moving his sniper rifle to the second gunner, Joshua, still holding his breath, kept the weapon steady as he hit the other red operator. This Mandalorian was a bit taller than the first one, and Joshua's slug hit his jaw instead of his forehead. Regardless, the impact and subsequent shattering of the Mandalorian's jawbone was enough to kill this gunner as well. More bloody mist followed. 2 down. The Mandalorian escorts were not oblivious to Joshua's attacks. They all turned to their superior, a Mandalorian wearing red armor, and asked for instructions and new orders. Joshua figured that leaving their leader alive would lead to more complications later, so he calmly adjusted his sights, allowed himself to breathe again, and then turned his attention to the red-armored Mandalorian. Color-coded for my convenience, Joshua whispered to himself. He pulled the trigger on his weapon. The sniper's slug shattered the back of the Mandalorian captain's helmet, and he collapsed to the ground almost instantly. The Mandalorians, although not used to having their leader die before their eyes, were disciplined warriors who could fight without depending on their leader. At that point, Torito and the other Republic soldiers stormed out of the brush opposite of Joshua's position, opening fire on their Mandalorian opponents. From his scope, he could tell that the Mandalorians were quite shocked at the Republic soldiers' sudden appearance. Blast of fire raged around the artillery piece, which could do little to support its escort without troop operators. Joshua provided some aid to his allies, using a few more sniper rifle shots to kill 3 Mandalorians in the distance. It wasn't long before Torito and his men had killed the entire escort. Joshua revealed himself to Torito, carefully, so he wasn't shot, after the fighting had ceased. The sergeant ordered his soldiers to examine the tank and see if it was salvageable, despite the fact none of their group was familiar with Mandalorian technology. Unfortunately, the Mandalorian pilot had destroyed the controls with frag grenades to keep the weapon out of Republic hands before dying. Once their sergeant had counted the survivors and checked their corners, he led them back up the hill where they had gathered prior to the artillery attack. Torito scooped up the remains of the Abal 240, now little more than smoldering wreckage and broken metal. Cursing quietly to himself, Torito hit the ground several times with his armored fists. Joshua sat down on the hilltop, holstered his sniper rifle, and peered into the distance, examining their target. Sir, the surviving Rodian soldier asked Torito, are we going to destroy the Mandalorian tower? How? Torito muttered, hitting the ground again. We don't have the means. Can't we go by foot? By foot? It's nearly 8 kilometers away. Torito growled. Then what do we do, Sergeant? A Chagrian soldier, Humbering too, spoke up. I don't know. Humbering squad lingered there in silence for some time. No one said anything, and no one bothered Sergeant Torito. Joshua remained seated, still looking at the Mandalorian AA tower in the distance. The Chagrian soldier motioned for the others to inspect their equipment and supplies. Joshua ignored him, though. He didn't need to inspect anything, he needed a plan. How could they possibly take out their objective? There was quite a distance between them and their target, but Joshua figured that if they started a steady march now, they could reach the tower before nightfall. It would be rough, but at least the tower would eventually fall. His introspection was suddenly interrupted by Dorito's comlink. The slight buzzing of the transmitter was enough for Joshua to tilt his head and focus on his sergeant. Major Altesius, is that you? Joshua heard Torito say. Damn right, Sergeant, Altesius replied, his booming voice loud enough for the others to hear. Do you want to hear the good news first, or the bad news? Bad news, sir, Torito moaned. I might as well hear the rest of it. Well, you and your soldiers won't be raising your kill count anytime soon. The Navy's finally decided to step in and clean up their act. Torito's eyes glistened. He was speechless at first, but eventually gathered his wits. Sir, the anti-air guns are still up. They won't pose a problem to us. Don't you worry, Torito. I reminded the Navy of their sense of honor, and they decided they'd be glad to take some losses. It's the least they could do. Yes, sir. Oh, and Sergeant. Sir, might want to launch your flares. We don't want to accidentally bombard your position during the ensuing madness. And with that, the transmission ended. Torito jumped to his feet and began to give orders. The other soldiers grabbed their flares and launched them into the air, blanketing the sky above the hill in a red-hued smoke. The canopy of colored smoke would be enough to tell the Republic Navy not to bombard the area. Joshua remained seated while the other soldiers frantically used the last of their flares. He didn't have any, so there was nothing he could do but sit back and watch the events unfold. He did not quite understand why the Navy did not aid them in the first place, but it was a moot point now. Although Joshua didn't know it, Republic soldiers had managed to destroy 2 of the anti-air towers. Major Altesius and the naval commanders figured the remaining 2 guns were hardly a threat to their force, and descended upon the planet. The starfighters arrived first, and Jocelyn's eyes could barely follow the devilishly fast Oryx strike fighters. There were dozens of starfighters racing side by side, and their movements were fluid enough to be called an art form. Although a few of the Republic fighters were destroyed by the massive anti-air guns, the surviving Oryx, retrofitted for bombing runs, dropped more than enough bombs to cause the surviving towers to tumble to the forest floor. The soldiers cheered as the Oryx finished their run. Peering into the sky, Jocelyn knew that it wasn't over yet. He tilted his neck back and watched the 300-meter reconciliation enter the planet's atmosphere with a vengeance. It was so large that its approach was heralded by the flight of birds and darkness overtaking the planet's surface. Blotting out the sun with its size, the Hammerhead-class cruiser positioned itself over the planet's forested surface. Seconds later, the bombardment began. The Hammerhead had 6 turbolasers that were not destroyed by the orbital rockets. Their green fire would make the Mandalorians regret not taking them out. Black earth and burning foliage were thrown into the air as the turbolaser fire descended upon Wayland's forest. Jocelyn and his allies were defended from the fire on their hill, and were safe to watch the ensuing destruction. Oryx fighters returned to view as the turbolasers fired on, and they joined the attack, using their bombs and lasers to wreak havoc on the planet's surface. The frailty of Wayland's forest was evident, and Jocelyn marveled as the fires erupted around him. The inferno enveloped the lone green hill where he and his allies stood. The pervading blaze would kill all the Mandalorian warriors who still hid in the cover of the trees, using the environment to their advantage. Plumes of smoke rose far higher than any Mandalorian anti-air gun dared reach. Blackened soot and thick tongues of flame raced around the Republic soldiers, traveling on the corrupted air. The attack lasted for some time before the bombardment suddenly ceased. The wasteland before them reveled in death and destruction unseen in the natural world. Great fissures, shattered stones and trees, and vast expanses of inflamed earth littered the landscape around them. Nothing stood after the Republic Navy's merciless attack. It was done. The Mandalorian Wars end today, Joshua, Torito said, placing his hand on his old comrade's shoulder. And we were here to witness it. Joshua nodded, but he found himself at a loss of words. Was this beauty? Was this horror? Such wanton destruction, and yet so marvelous a result. Joshua could not condemn the Republic's actions, for there was a certain beauty to be found in the scarred and dying land that surrounded them. Besides, had the Mandalorians not done similar things to their worlds over the course of their pillaging and conquest? The young soldier convinced himself that this was true judgment. This was the final act of suffering in the long history of a brutal war. He said nothing as he continued nodding, watching the Republic ships travel onward, searching for things to destroy. Mandalore, the Republic has scorched Wayland's surface. We have survived their bombardment, but none of our outposts are reporting in. It is safe to assume they were destroyed. The Mandalorian commander, wearing the golden armor of a field marshal from the Mandalorian War, was prostrate, bowing before Mandalore. The last of his soldiers, about 90 in number, were with him, and all of them waited for instructions from their glorious leader. Sitting on his throne, Mandalore towered above them all. Wearing a black cloak and green-hued Mandalorian heavy armor, the leader of the Mandalorians wore a unique mask to represent his authority over them. The mask had an opaque, elliptical visor that encompassed Mandalore's entire head, and it had 2 tusk-like ornaments extending from the base of the mask. "Why do you disturb me with this report, Adib's Corps?" Mandalore asked his commander, his voice booming underneath the helmet. "Is there something you need from me?" Adibs hesitated. I asked Mandalore what he would have me do, should the Republic soldiers arrive. "The great Sith'Ori has spoken," Mandalore began. "He commands us to end the Republic's war machine here. He has put all of his faith in us. We are the last of the Mandalorians, the last sons of Mandalore the Indomitable. For his honor and our own, we go forth unto battle this day." "For honor and death," a Mandalorian soldier shouted. "Death?" Mandalore asked. "No specter from beyond has power over me, nor any of you, my sons. No longer shall our people welcome death for glory's sake. Rather, we shall fight to preserve our culture and heritage as warriors of Mandalore. Our existence depends on it." A Mandalorian captain snorted, but Adib silenced him. "Mandalores will be done," he said before departing. Once the Mandalorians had departed from Mandalore's chamber, the same disrespectful Mandalorian captain spoke up. "Who are these Sith'Ori that our leader submits himself to? I will serve none but Mandalore." Some of the Mandalorian soldiers nodded and expressed their discontent through a fit of grumbling and murmuring. Adib silenced them, cursing in the Mandoa tongue. He could not believe his ears. What disrespect! What insolence! How dare any disagree with Mandalore, their most glorious leader? "You forget your place, all of you," Adebis retorted. "Mandalore speaks for his sons, and we should follow him without the pitiful disobedience that I hear from all of you." The Mandalorian captain spat. "You do not speak for Mandalore, son of the East, so do not act like you do." Or do you forgot who has served the Mandalorian clans the longest of all of us? He shouted, translating Adib's name into Basic to insult the commander. The other Mandalorians knew that the Mandalorian captain had served under Mandalore the Ultimate in the final days of the Exar Kun War. He believed that he would have been the most logical choice to become Field Marshal and commander of the Mandalorian army. However, Mandalore denied him this privilege and gave it to Adib's. Although most of the Mandalorians did not care and trusted Mandalore's judgment, Adib's and this Mandalorian captain frequently found themselves at odds. And you would do well not to forget who holds the higher rank, Adib's countered. A higher rank is useless if it was obtained through groveling and cowardice. Adib's drew his vibrasword. You go too far, Hessen. Submit yourself to my authority, or I will send you to our ancestors, I swear it. The other Mandalorians began chanting, eager for a fight between the two Mandalorian warriors. However, just as Hessen prepared to withdraw his weapon, he suddenly changed his mind and shook his head. You still do not understand, Adib's. You are young and inexperienced, and you do not know the Mandalorians like I do. And that is why you do not have my respect. He turned his back to Adib's, and, as the crowd became wild and rowdy, the commander responded to this sign of disrespect by charging toward Hessen and thrusting his weapon into the captain's shoulder. The older Mandalorian cried out in pain, clearly shocked that Adib's actually attacked him. Although Hessen managed to pull Adib's weapon from his shoulder, he was injured, and his supporters had to separate the two Mandalorian warriors. You will regret that, Adib's, of Clan Core. I swear it. I regret nothing. Now return to your chamber and recover. We will need you to defend Mandalore, Adib's ordered. As the Mandalorians dispersed across the citadel, Mandalore had left his throne room and retired to his private sanctum, which doubled as a communications chamber. Removing his helmet and casting it aside, Mandalore threw his dark cloak over his head and approached the holographic communicator that rested in the center of the chamber. Upon his approach, the device activated automatically, revealing the holographic figure of a hooded man of an unknown species, sitting upon a throne that dwarfed Mandalore's own. My lord and my master. Mandalore fell to the floor, his voice humble and fleeting in the sight of this figure. We found it. Excellent, the holographic visage replied. His voice was cold, commanding, and filled with unnatural power. I trust you will be delivering the holocron to me as soon as you are able. Yes, great Emperor, Mandalore said with a hushed voice. But there are Republic soldiers here, and I do not have the men to deal with them. What of it? Your humble servant requests some of your Sith soldiers to drive back the Republic forces. The Sith Emperor whispered something in a language foreign to Mandalore. Suddenly, the leader of the Mandalorians found himself gripping his throat, his air passageways being restricted by the Sith Emperor's unfathomable power. You are pretentious to make demands of me. Obey me, and your people will survive the coming storm. Do not, and you will die. There is no other option for you. Mandalore nodded submissively, waving his hands for clemency. The Sith Emperor, pleased with Mandalore's sudden change of heart, released the supernatural grip he had on the warrior's throat. I trust you have nothing else to report. No, Mandalore said, still gasping slightly. Good. Do not fail me, Mandalore. The signal cut off as quickly as it had been activated, and Mandalore was left alone in his sanctum yet again. He had made a fool's bargain, and now he would have to see it through. Chapter 3. The Mandalorian base survived our bombardment major. It possesses a very durable deflector shield that is powered by a generator within their compound. However, bursts of ion can penetrate the shielding and allow soldiers to enter. Our Hammerhead's ion guns were disabled during the initial attack, so it's up to the army to finish what we started. I'm confident that we're not asking too much of you. Of course not, Commandant, Major Altesius replied, speaking to the naval officer on the other side of the transmission. We'll get inside and sweep up whatever remains of those Mandalorian brutes. Of course, the Commandant replied. Good luck. We'll be sending a contingent of Marines to provide you with additional support, just in case. We know you were hit pretty hard. Major Altesius switched off the comlink. Bah. They think we need the Marines to aid us. We're the Republic Army, the strong arm of its military. We could defeat an entire battalion of Mandalorians with a datapad and an arc wrench. Isn't that right, man? No one replied. There was no one left to reply. Of the many soldiers sent to disable the anti-air guns, less than 300 survived. Joshua, Torito, and 4 other members of their squad were among the survivors. The Major organized a rapid pickup of the survivors, and they were being ferried from the battlefield toward the Mandalorian Citadel, their headquarters on Wayland, and the remaining Neebhawks. They were alive, but they were exhausted. Only Major Altesius, bold and fiery as he was eager to continue the fighting. Everyone else was thoroughly done with Wayland and its environmental quirks. When the Commandant said the army had been hit hard, he was making a dramatic understatement. The Republic Army was pounded. An entire battalion had been reduced to a third of its former size. Most of their medics and heavy weapon specialists had died. 2 officers were dead. And of those who were still alive, many of them were shell-shocked, and quite a few others were experiencing side effects from prolonged exposure to the ash and smoke sent into the air by the Republic's bombardment. Joshua was one of the lucky ones. He was fine, bar the fact that he had nearly been killed several times since the mission began. He sat in the back of their ship, cleaning up the grime and dust that had gathered on his sniper rifle. He was barely paying attention to the Major now. He knew their mission. In any other circumstance, they would all be dead right now, or at least, they would all be dead after their next attack. The remainder of the Republic soldiers could not fight back against a Mandalorian force. Luckily for them, initial reports of the Mandalorian base seemed to suggest that their numbers were not very large. Coupled with the Republic Marines, who numbered about 80, and supported by some combat droids, the Mandalorians didn't stand much of a chance. Of course, Joshua wasn't stupid. There would be casualties. Some of the survivors, even those who were not experiencing symptoms of anxiety or fear, were battered and hesitant to fight. One misplaced order, one accidentally pulled trigger, or one moment of doubt would send them over the edge. Besides Dorito, the 4 surviving members of his squad, Achagrian, Rodian, Keldor, and Verpine, were inexperienced and the former 2 were injured. Without proper medical assistance, they wouldn't survive. Droids have been mobilized. We'll let them do some damage before deploying infantrymen, the pilot of their Neebhawk spoke up. Hopefully they don't do too much damage, Major Altesius retorted. Us army boys still need to kill a few more Mandalorians before the day is done. Joshua scoffed. He respected his commanding officer, but he viewed him as a nuisance who had more muscle than a raging Wookiee. The young soldier saw no purpose to battle beyond earning glory and fame. Fighting for fun. What a ridiculous notion. Actively seeking combat would never be his idea of a good time. The Neebhawk performed several flybys of the Mandalorian citadel. From the rearmost window, Joshua could see the compound some 200 meters below. It looked like an old medical facility, and he thought he could scarcely see the red and gold paint that had been worn down by blaster fire and natural elements. It was definitely large enough to accommodate an army of several hundred, with multiple floors and a spacious exterior. There were no external defenses to speak of, although the entire compound was shielded by a yellow-green barrier that prevented the Republic Navy from bombarding the base, like most of the forest around it, into charred bricks and molten metal. "You ready, Joshua?" Dorito asked. Joshua nodded, but didn't reply. His eyes were focused on the view beyond his window. "Where's your blaster?" Dorito spoke again. Joshua's eyes drifted to the sergeant. "Lost it. I think it was destroyed back on the hill. Do you want one?" "No. I'll be fine with my sniper rifle." Dorito grimaced. "At least take a vibro sword, Joshua. You need something to fight with at close range." "Fine," Joshua sighed. He half-heartedly accepted the weapon Dorito offered him, placing it in an extra holster on his belt. "Thanks, Dorito." The sergeant nodded and grinned. When he had turned away, the sniper threw his rifle across his shoulder and grabbed a blaster pistol from the footlocker by his feet. Just in case. The pilot announced that they were heading toward the surface, and the ship would be groundside in less than 5 minutes. Joshua stood up and followed his allies to the starboard doors. Major Altesius was waiting for his soldiers, ready to disembark as soon as they arrived. He was carrying a massive gun, at least 4 times larger than Joshua's rifle, in his left arm. The weapon was probably big enough to be the primary gun on a starfighter, and Joshua was alarmed and awed by the Major's superhuman strength. The Neebhawk touched down on the surface without interference. The doors opened in a single motion, letting the light of Wayland's sun and the ash that littered the air to pour into the ship. Major Altesius bellowed at his soldiers, but Joshua couldn't hear anything he said. Blood rushed to his ears and adrenaline fueled his body, nearly giving him wings. He felt light and agile, even though he was wearing heavy armor and carrying his equipment. Leaping out of the Neebhawk with the rest of his allies, Joshua sprinted through the empty field that was between him and their ultimate destination. Blaster fire started to ricochet off his suit shielding once he had run about 15 meters. From the north and south of their position, Mandalorian gunners fired upon the Republic soldiers. Most of his allies didn't care and continued to charge headlong through the sea of blaster fire. However, Joshua felt the need to conserve his shields, despite his adrenaline-empowered brain telling him not to. Diving to the ground, Joshua fell into the drying brush that rested on the charred earth. Blaster fire flew over his head, and Joshua could feel his heart pulsating inside his chest. The sniper paused for a moment to calm his breathing. While Republic soldiers raced toward the Mandalorian compound, he tried to relax and control his adrenaline rush. The laborious process paid off somewhat, and he managed to steel his nerves. Pulling his sniper rifle off his back, he peered through the scope of his weapon and found a Mandalorian gunner situated near some dead trees in the distance. He smiled and pulled the trigger, not bothering to maintain his aim. The shot was dead on, but the Mandalorian suddenly ducked behind the nearby tree, and it missed entirely. Cursing to himself, Joshua threw his sniper rifle on his back and followed the last of the Republic soldiers toward the Mandalorian citadel. There would be time for heroics later. The Republic soldiers are closing in, Commander. 25 meters now, but they're quick, a Mandalorian scout spoke up. How many of them? Commander Adib's corps asked. I'd say around 500. They outnumber us by. I do not care, the commander growled. Squads 2 and 6, watch the left flank, 3 and 5, the right. Everyone else, we're watching the center. Don't let them reach the throne room. The Mandalorians positioned themselves in the grand foyer of Mandalorian Citadel. The vast room had been empty to prevent the Republic soldiers from using cover, and the only hiding places that remained were the vast pillars that ran along the left and right walls, supporting the building. They had their backs to the staircase, massive enough that 6 soldiers could ascend or descend it side by side, and their guns were pointed at the door. It would not be long before the Republic soldiers broke open the electronic security device and entered the foyer. And when they did, there would be nearly 100 Mandalorian guns waiting for them. His plan was flawless. The Republic would fall this day. Sergeant Torito, your men are going in on the left. Captain Vatral, I'll be joining you and your men on the right. Marines, head down the middle, Major Altezia shouted. It's time to kill off these savages. Reaching the compound bleeding and exhausted, Joshua was glad to be alive. He had narrowly avoided death at the hands of a few Mandalorian skirmishers, saved by the quick thinking of a few Republic Marines. His pistol rested at his side, his rifle on his shoulder, and his vibrosword was in his hand. He stood at Torito's side, silently watching their surroundings as Major Altezia spoke. They were in the shadow of the compound now, standing at the front door of their enemy's stronghold. However, Major Altezia held them back, prolonging their attack until all of his instructions had been given. Presuming that he did not just like to hear himself talk, Joshua figured that their leader was not as brash as he first appeared. A Republic hacker successfully overrode the controls for the compound's main door as the Major finished his speech. The rusted durasteel door slowly and grudgingly opened at his command. Blaster shots spewed out from the newfound opening, like fire from a creature's mouth. The hacker was killed as he attempted to cross the deadly storm and reach his allies. Major Altezia, as if on cue, ordered his men to charge inside the compound. Joshua convinced himself that either he or the Major was insane. He was still trying to determine which as the first Republic soldiers charged headlong into the compound. The blazing torrent of blaster fire proved too much, even as swarms of soldiers tried to get inside. He thought that seeing soldiers fall in droves would unnerve him, but he was no coward. Joshua was determined to see his actions through to the end. Humberine too, the Chagrian who assisted Torito, was eager to fight as well. He led the charge for Torito's unit, and he was the first to be shot down. Joshua followed Torito inside, staying as close to the ground as he possibly could. Luckily for the remainder of Humberine's squad, and the rest of the units on the left side, the Marines entered next, absorbing some of the fire as Joshua and the others ducked behind pillars. After taking heavy casualties, Republic soldiers began fighting their way inside. Once they were behind cover, the survivors began exchanging sporadic rounds of blaster fire with their foes. The Marines slowly advanced, foregoing their personal safety and cover for the sake of the mission. The Mandalorians were vastly outnumbered now, and they did not have enough gunmen to take down the advancing Marines. Even the army forces, initially unable to even enter the compound, began a slow and wary advance from pillar to reach the Mandalorians' position. Joshua replaced his sniper rifle's clip while he was behind cover. Once he was done, he pulled out his blaster pistol and fired several bursts at a small group of Mandalorians across the hall. There weren't too many of them left, and those that did remain were starting to scatter around. The few that remained by their gold-armored leader could have easily flew up the stairs behind them should the Republic's advance prove too much. Joshua knew they wouldn't. None of the stories recorded a real Mandalorian retreat. They wouldn't flee now. The lack of furniture or ornaments in the foyer prevented Mandalorians from hiding or otherwise avoiding Republic blaster fire, but it also exposed the Marines to their opponent's yellow-orange blaster fire. It also hindered the advance of the Republic infantry, who were not going to throw themselves into enemy fire like their comrades. Joshua tried his best to advance, but the Mandalorians' consistent fire hindered his progress. During this firefight, another Mandalorian slowly descended from the stairs, carrying a massive double vibrosword in his hand. Joshua figured he was their leader by the unique mask he wore. Surely, the Republic soldier who killed the Mandalorian leader would get the most fame, and that was his goal. Smiling, Joshua realized his next actions would make him a hero. He would be known as the soldier who truly ended the Mandalorian threat. Positioning himself behind the nearest pillar, Joshua slowed his breathing and carefully aimed at the leader of the Mandalorians with his sniper rifle. The reticle aligned itself perfectly with Mandalore's head. Smiling, Joshua squeezed the trigger. To his abject horror, the metal slug from his rifle dissipated against the Mandalore's helmet, and his target didn't even flinch. Mandalore emerged, unfazed and unscathed, from Joshua's attack. He had underestimated Mandalore shielding, and the leader of the Mandalorians was not pleased by the attack. By the time Mandalore advanced, the fight was turning against the Mandalorians. The Marines managed to reach their opponent's position at the staircase, and the Mandalorian commander found his lines broken repeatedly. Outnumbered and outmatched against Republic Marines trained explicitly for combat in close quarters, the Mandalorians were at the brink of being driven back. The Mandalorians' formerly synchronized blaster fire also stopped. Republic soldiers who had been pinned down mere moments ago were now rushing toward their foes. Although Mandalore's presence, with his mighty sword, attempted to turn the tide, there were far too many Republic soldiers. While Mandalore was distracted, Jocelyn made up his mind to kill him. No target ever survived a headshot from his rifle. It was insulting, and it wounded his pride. Ignoring the orders of Major Altesius, Jocelyn dropped his sniper rifle and pulled out his vibrasword. Even if he had to strangle the Mandalorian leader with his bare hands, he would see to it that it was his hands that killed Mandalore. He wanted fame, and that desire demanded it of him. Jocelyn approached the leader of the Mandalorians, while narrowly dodging the Marines and warriors who were now engaged in melee combat. However, as he got within striking distance of Mandalore, the warrior fled up the stairs, separating himself from his Mandalorian allies and the battle. Jocelyn pursued Mandalore, following him up the stairs to the third floor of the hospital. He could hear the battle raging below, but there were no soldiers up here to interrupt them. Mandalore was waiting for Jocelyn, his double vibrasword in hand. "Do you think you can defeat me by yourself? You Republics are so stupid." Jocelyn didn't grace him with a reply. Mandalorians were beasts. This one was no different. Instead, he prepared his vibrasword's power cell and rushed at Mandalore. His foe placed his weapon between his chest and Jocelyn's blade, parrying the attack with ease. Metal vibrated against metal as sparks flew across the floor. Jocelyn continued his offensive with a dizzying array of wide cuts and low slashes, but Mandalore proved efficient with his weapon of choice. Despite easily blocking Jocelyn's attacks, the leader of the Mandalorians made no attempt to strike back. It was as though he was content with defending himself. Mandalore left no angle exposed and showed no weakness in his form. It was like fighting against a wall. Jocelyn continued his attack nonetheless, tiring as he continued his flurry of swings. Despite not landing any blows, Jocelyn was forcing Mandalore to give ground. In fact, the Republic soldiers' constant assailment of Mandalore's defenses had forced his opponent to reposition himself several times. Jocelyn felt his strength weakening, but Mandalore had nowhere to flee. Trapped between Jocelyn and an old balustrade, the leader of the Mandalorians remained in place and continued his defense. Jocelyn knew the old saying about trapped creatures, but he ignored any internal warnings. He would have victory. With a single overhead swing, Jocelyn hit the weapon so hard that Mandalore lost his grip, sending the double vibrasword flying from his hand. Now defenseless, Mandalore saw no other option than to attack Jocelyn with his fists. Dodging an incoming swing, Mandalore pivoted to the left and struck Jocelyn in the chest, sending the soldier sprawling to the floor. Jocelyn's opponent rushed for his sword, but Jocelyn was quicker. Jumping to his feet, he tackled Mandalore. The two of them fumbled backward into the balustrade, giving way under their weight. They fell to the second floor together, but Jocelyn initially landed on top of Mandalore, cushioning his fall before he hit the ground on his own. After a few moments, Jocelyn recovered his footing. Reaching for his blaster pistol, he turned to face Mandalore. To his surprise, the Mandalorian leader had not recovered. He could hardly believe it. He had defeated Mandalore. He would be famous. It was only after pushing these thoughts aside that Jocelyn realized that the mask Mandalore wore had fallen off during their descent and that Mandalore was, in fact, actually a woman. Jocelyn was stunned. He had not expected the leader of the Mandalorian clans to be a woman. Mandalore was on her back, lying prone on the metal floor. She knew she had been defeated. Blood was seeping from where a rusted iron fragment from the balustrade had pierced her lower back, staining her black cloak and green armor a dark red. She could not move, and she struggled in vain to reach the hilt of her vibrasword. Her raven-colored hair was matted against her face by her sweat, and her cheeks and lips were paling. Even in her weakened and defeated state, malice was evident in her yellow eyes, evidently warped long ago from their natural color by some unknown force. The occasional shudder or spasm from her body told Jocelyn that she was using her every bit of her will just to remain conscious. "Stay away from Mandalore," a voice called out from behind Jocelyn. The Mandalorian commander approached the pair, limping toward Jocelyn. His golden armor had been damaged beyond repair, and his helmet was broken in several places, revealing torn flesh near the cheekbone and rivulets of blood around his face. He was missing an arm, and he could hardly keep his balance. Before Jocelyn could strike at his opponent, a Mandalorian wearing red armor emerged from the shadows and shot the Mandalorian commander in the back. The already weakened commander tumbled to the ground, but he was caught at the last moment by his assailant. The Mandalorian captain removed the golden helmet from the wounded Mandalorian's face, enabling the two to see each other before the commander died. Closing the dead man's eyes, the red-armored captain respectfully bid his erstwhile commander farewell before turning his attention toward Jocelyn. When Joshua pointed his blaster at the Mandalorian, he dropped the heavy pistol he carried and put his hands behind his head. You have bested the false Mandalore. For that, you have my thanks. By killing that imposter, you will have saved my people, the Mandalorian captain said. I don't understand, Joshua replied. It was never his intent to save the Mandalorians. You don't have to. But before you destroy this place, search the locked crate that lies in the throne room. I have a feeling that you and your allies will be intrigued by. The Mandalorian captain was cut off by 6 blaster shots. Glancing down, the Mandalorian captain saw his destroyed torso and realized that he would die momentarily. Accepting his fate, the Mandalorian faced Joshua again and pointed toward the throne room. He hit the ground face first, just as dead as the Mandalorian commander he had killed. Major Altesius and several dozen Republic Marines walked toward Joshua and Mandalore, combat rifles in hand. Good work, Joshua, Major Altesius boomed. It seems that this is the she-demon that's been leading the Mandalorians. Go ahead and put her down. Put her down, Joshua repeated, not sure he heard the Major correctly. Is that protocol, Major? Of course it's protocol. We're not Jedi, we can kill our prisoners. And even if we couldn't, she's not a prisoner until she's been apprehended by the military. I don't think she's quite apprehended yet. Go ahead and finish her off. Major. Go ahead, Mandalore spoke up for the first time, her voice cracking and weak. Take my life. My brothers and I will never perish. Centuries after the Republic falls, we shall remain. Not if I have anything to say about it. Major Altesius hollered. Joshua, kill her. Now. Joshua faced Mandalore, but he couldn't bring himself to look into her eyes. They frightened him like nothing he had ever known before. Her resolve seemed to bubble up from inside her and emote itself as she stared at him. She was hardly even sentient, it seemed, but rather more of an animal struggling to survive. She wanted to keep fighting, keep living, but Joshua was assured that she could not. He dropped his vibra sword and pointed his blaster pistol at Mandalore, but he did not pull the trigger. Not yet. Major Altesius told him that she was still an enemy combatant, so killing her was perfectly legal. But something inside Joshua told him that Major Altesius was wrong. She was not a combatant, but a civilian. If he killed a civilian, he would not be a soldier. Murder. But Major Altesius told him that Mandalore was still a combatant. He convinced himself that, as a soldier, he would listen to his commanding officer. He had reformed himself. He was no longer a civilian. He was a warrior. If he killed Mandalore, he would earn fame, wealth, and power. Isn't that what he wanted? Of course. To return home a new man. A man with no regrets and everything going for him. He tried to squeeze the trigger, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He wouldn't. Thoughts of Ibraze flooded into his mind. The Republic had given Ibraze a simple command. He was to lead a charge against the Mandalorians. But he couldn't do it. He failed. He had never shown signs of confusion or illness before. Joshua had convinced himself that it was neither the Republic's nor Ibraze's fault. The doctors had told Joshua and his family that the bizarre madness that claimed Ibraze in his last moments was not genetic, and there was no way Ibraze could have known when he joined the Mandalorian War. Madman. He put the blaster down, pointing it to the floor. He breathed a sigh of relief. Joshua would not go down the path his brother took. No amount of fortune and glory was worth the guilt he would feel later. Mandalore, vicious leader of his enemies, was an unarmed and crippled opponent, a civilian. He would not shoot a civilian. It just was not worth it. He wouldn't. What's wrong, Corporal Wares? Major Altesius asked sternly. Are you going to defy my orders? Yes, what's wrong? Mandalore cooed. Lost your nerve. You coward. Why don't you step back and let your masters pull your chain while they do the job? You do. A blaster shot cut her off. A light spray of blood shot out from the new hole in the center of her face. Her body slumped, lifeless, as Joshua's blaster did its job. He had done it. He killed her. Joshua was shaken now, shocked that his fingers had pulled the trigger. His pride wouldn't allow him to be insulted. He was biting his lips, and drops of blood trickled down his chin. He lowered his weapon until it was positioned at his waist, and then fell forward, positioned on his knees. It was done. He should have felt proud. Why wasn't he proud? He would now be known as Joshua Wares, Slayer of Mandalore. He could have been on par with Raen in the Chronicles of the Mandalorian War. It was not pride, nor glory, nor fame that he felt in his accomplishment. It was fear. He was scared. He couldn't control himself. Whispering unintelligibly, Joshua rocked back and forth, trying to clear the doubt from his mind. Surely this situation didn't require so much trauma. Good work, Joshua. We'll make a man out of you yet, Altesius said. He turned to the Marines around him. The generator's down, so let's gather up our dead comrades and let's get the hell out of here. Someone searched the throne room quickly. The Mandalorians were probably hiding some sort of weapon back there. The soldiers scattered, and everyone prepared to leave. No one said anything to Joshua. He was alone now. They had told him that it wasn't genetic. They told him that he wasn't in any danger. Just because Ibraze had gone over the edge didn't mean he had to. But that's not what the fear said. Major Altesius was wrong. He wasn't becoming a man. Monster. Chapter 4. The lights were disabled. Although they would have liked to say the darkness made them depend less on their eyes and more on the Force, that wasn't entirely true. The real reason for the darkness was due to the fact the lighting was permanently disabled in this section of the ship. The lights hadn't worked for as long as the pair had been in it, admittedly not long. The Nautolan warrior moved first. His green hands withdrew the metal cylinder resting on his sash and held it near his chest. Extended his reach, the Nautolan flicked a small trigger on the cylinder, revealing the viridian blade of his lightsaber in its radiant splendor. The blade's subtle glow revealed the Nautolan's bulbous eyes, head tresses, dangling like thick locks of hair from his scalp, and illuminated the robes he was wearing. However, the light was hardly enough to pierce the thick darkness around him. His lidless eyes provided acute low-light vision, but it didn't help him enough. His eyes scanned the otherwise featureless blackness before him. The tips of his fingers danced on the hilt of his weapon, lightly rapping against its metal surface. He wasn't nervous. He had fought foes far stronger than his current opponent. However, the rush of battle always rattled his emotions. He trained himself to quickly subdue his violent, base emotions and steady the adrenaline rush that threatened to race through his veins. It was almost instantaneous, but it could be quicker. It could always be quicker. His opponent finally revealed himself as an azure lightsaber blade sprung to life in the opposite corner of the room. The distance prevented the Nautolan from seeing any of his opponent's features, but it didn't matter. As long as they could sense each other, they could fight. The other combatant moved first. At one moment, he was standing where he had begun, and then he was gone. Like a flash, he appeared at the Nautolan's right side, lightsaber in hand and ready to attack. The dim blue light of his foe's weapon revealed his human features, although only vaguely. The human's blue eyes revealed a ferocious and wild nature, fueled by passion and instinct, while his subtle smile betrayed the fact he was enjoying himself. The human's otherwise harsh features did not go unnoticed by the Nautolan, but their duel distracted him from the human's face and made him focus on their lightsabers. The human combatant's attacks were disconnected but powerful, and the Nautolan entertained the thought that his foe actually wanted to kill him. That is, if he could land a blow. The Nautolan's swift parries and wide defensive arcs kept the human's azure blade away from his body at all times. The human barely managed to penetrate this defense and struck at the Nautolan's arm, but it only scathed the hems of the Nautolan's blue and loose-fitting robes, causing the warrior no harm. The Nautolan had only barely avoided his foe's latest attack. He deduced that his opponent's strike succeeded out of luck, not skill. How could it have been? The Nautolan, a trained and able warrior, had been properly schooled in the ways of the lightsaber for his entire life. He assumed his opponent could not say the same. Besides, he convinced himself that this was a training exercise. His goal was to gauge his opponent's success and properly discern his level of skill. He would have to go easy on his foe, if only a little. When the human's attacks started to become separated by long pauses, the Nautolan figured his opponent was tiring. This weakness was common amongst beginners, and it inspired the Nautolan to go on the offensive. Switching his stance so his lightsaber was away from his chest and pointed at the human, the Nautolan warrior advanced. He struck high at first, but diverted his attack to the human's poorly defended lower body. The Nautolan's blows were fluid and synchronized, but he was still holding back. Strike after strike landed on the human's blue defense, and the Nautolan's foe struggled to repel the continuous stream of attacks. "You're doing quite well," the Nautolan said at last. His voice rang with a hint of joviality, and he now had his own smirk on his face. He could not hide the fact that he was pleased with the direction this duel was heading. "But you still need to practice. You're tiring far too quickly, Raen." Raen's blue eyes remained determined as ever, still focused on the viridian lightsaber he was parrying. "Don't underestimate me, Gale." "I am not underestimating you. It's a fair assessment based on what I'm seeing." "Then you will have to see more clearly," Raen noted. Gale swung his viridian blade toward Raen's shoulder, but the human combatant deflected the blow with ease. Their two weapons met, as they had been, colliding in midair. This type of blade lock was not uncommon, and Gale was certain he could break Raen's defense and end the duel. To his surprise, Raen struggled against Gale, using his own brute strength to repel Gale and his weapon. With his momentum halted, Gale found himself on the defensive yet again as Raen attacked the Nautolan's suddenly exposed torso. Gale's whirling viridian shield blocked Raen's first wave of attacks, but the human was getting close to forcing Gale to succumb to his attacks. The Nautolan stepped backwards, narrowly avoiding a strike to the chest, and used his extra distance to leap over Raen. It would be risky, but he estimated that the ceiling was just high enough to give him the space he needed. Calling on the mystical energy known as the Force, Gale bounded just over Raen's head and landed several meters away from his opponent. He knew that he only had seconds to recover before Raen was upon him again. He placed his weapon between himself and Raen's rapidly approaching figure before Raen's azure blade clashed with his own. With the wall behind him and Raen standing before him, Gale's options were limited. The Nautolan mused over the rapid change of pace in the duel. He had not expected Raen's sudden increase in power and stamina. He had been training Raen for only a few days, but there was already improvement. The human's former training as a Sith acolyte gave him an edge over most Force-sensitive learners. However, it also hindered him. Gale knew all about the Sith and their dedication to the dark side of the Force. They were fueled by base emotions, rage, lust, hate, and pride. These feelings gave them some power, like Raen's sudden vigor now, and temporary dominance, but they would never truly succeed. For Raen to overpower Gale, he would have to let go of his Sith teachings and replace them with the power of the light side of the Force. As a Jedi Knight, Gale Remus's skill was greater than that of his pupils. Neither of them would admit it. Gale was too humble, and Raen was too proud. But Gale knew it, and he knew that Raen did as well. Gale did not need to convince himself that he would ultimately win this duel. Gale deflected Raen's next attacks, sending them back with relative ease. Although Raen's attacks had been conjoined and harmonious for a brief time, he was beginning to tire and relapse into his standard disconnected swings. As the human attempted to recover his offensive, Gale struck at Raen's weapon arm, burning the human's wrist with his lightsaber. Under normal circumstances, Raen's wrist would have been severed cleanly, but the Nautolan had adjusted the strength of his lightsaber to accommodate their training exercise. Nevertheless, the strength of the blow was enough to send Raen's blade into the air. Raen was disarmed, and Gale had won. His pupil had other ideas. Without a lightsaber, Raen dodged Gale's second strike and positioned himself on Gale's right. He planned on striking at Gale's throat and then capturing his Viridian lightsaber for himself. However, Gale avoided Raen's first attack and kicked Raen in the torso to foil any further attempts to disarm him. Once Raen realized he had failed, he placed his hands behind his bowed head. The action must have been particularly shameful for the young human, because Gale sensed anger stemming from Raen. The Nautolan frowned, switched off his lightsaber, and helped Raen to his feet. "You did well, Raen," Gale said. "Not well enough," Raen grumbled. His eyes were still downcast, and his hands were stuffed into his trouser pockets. "Well, this is Captain Venley, to our guests," a female voice announced over the ship's comm systems. "We're approaching Polis. We could use you on the bridge." "I suppose we should join Miss Venley on deck," Raen murmured. Captain Venley, Gale chided his pupil. He knew Raen was just trying to stop him from talking about his pupil's defeat, but Gale found this issue more pressing. "Please try to respect her. She was generous enough to delay our payment until we reach Polis. Don't infuriate her more than you already have." "I haven't done anything to her." "You picked a fight with her in the bar on Dantooine," Gale said. "She started it." Gale sighed. "Raen, you sound like a child. I don't care who started what. I just want you to show her a bit of respect, at least until we disembark." "As you wish." Raen recovered his lightsaber from the ground before joining Gale outside the training room. Their eyes had to adjust to the hallway's pale lighting as it reflected off the red floorboards of the Hound Sapphire. Aside from its technical problems, Gale was fond of the quaint vessel. The Hound Sapphire was a Lethis-class armed freighter owned and captained by Raen Venley, a human smuggler of some renown in the Outer Rim territories. Gale was worried about working with smugglers. Smugglers were criminals, after all, and they stood in contrast with everything the Jedi Order fought to protect. His doubts were assuaged when he met Ralana's engineer and weapons specialist, Delvin Cortez. His friendly demeanor and practical attitude led Gale to doubt what he had assumed as a Jedi learner. Perhaps not all criminals were evil. Gale sensed that Ralana and her crew were not bad people, in spite of their actions. Regardless of his thoughts, the smugglers had been kind, if wary, of their two Force-sensitive guests, and Gale felt it proper to reciprocate their hospitality. Ralana Venley slouched in her captain's chair. Her mind was racked with pain, and an intense migraine was pounding at the inside of her skull. Her blue eyes were dazed by the dim lights of the Hound Sapphire's bridge, and she squinted as though there was a harsh spotlight shining upon her face. The vicious pain in her forehead and face was accompanied by a low ringing in her ears. No matter what she did, she felt absolutely miserable. Nothing could cure her. Gritting her teeth in agony, the captain used a single hand to batter her long, silky black hair from her face. As much as she hoped otherwise, her hair would not shield her from the lights and sounds, it would only get in the way. Besides, the droplets of sweat that fell from her dark locks would run down her bronze-colored face, causing additional discomfort. Her eyes struggled against her, trying to force themselves closed. Ralana was so very tired. Calf and stems had kept her functional, but only barely. Now, in union with the onset of migraines and other pain, her self-induced sleep deprivation was unleashing its full wrath upon her. She wasn't torturing herself. It wasn't her fault. It was the fault of those damnable Jedi. Ralana rubbed her forehead with the tips of her fingers. The Jedi were a strange group. Her profession dictated that she be distrustful of all law enforcement officers. The Jedi were even more mysterious than most peacekeepers, and thus more suspicious. She had a hard enough time trying to justify her time in the Republic Navy with her smuggling ventures. Now she had to convince herself and her crew that they could escort Jedi across the galaxy without worrying about reprisal. She wouldn't believe it. The Jedi had been respectable, or at least, the Nautolan was enough for both of them, and polite. However, she couldn't guarantee their goodwill. She feared the Jedi would try to apprehend them once they had reached their destination. It was an irrational fear based on the previous actions of her Force-sensitive guests, but she could not overcome it. If anything happened to her crew, she would not be able to forgive herself. So the captain continued to forego sleep. Mando approached Rallana while her eyes were heavy. The Devaronian was far more optimistic and free-spirited than Rallana, and she enjoyed teasing the rest of the crew with her impish antics. Rallana's relationship with Manda had been strained due to Rallana's recent decisions, particularly inviting the Jedi to travel with them. Nevertheless, Rallana knew that she was loyal. Manda had the strangest appearance of Rallana's crew. Her magenta hair covered her entire body aside from her face and the digits on her arms and legs. Her large canine teeth and long, pierced ears were rather noticeable traits of her species, but they did not compete with the bizarre color of her dyed hair. Rallana once asked Manda to return her hair to its natural color, but the Devaronian would hear nothing of it. The captain eventually discovered that she dyed her hair to distance herself mentally from her time as a slave on an air shadow when she had last kept her natural hair color. "Captain," Manda began, her voice lively and light, "are you okay? You don't look well." "I'm fine," Rallana replied. The ringing in her ears returned in earnest, and the captain winced at the returning pain. "I'm just ready for the Jedi to leave." "Make that two of us." 3. John, the ship's artificial intelligence, noted. "The Jedi are most peculiar as far as sentient beings go, and their enigmatic nature confounds my internal sensors. I will be most pleased when they depart, and I'm sure Rallana will be as well. Her sleep patterns will finally revert to normal, and her youthful and serene figure will return as well." Sleep patterns. Fetcher, the Shistovanan pilot and engineer, spoke up. He was a giant compared to the rest of the crew. His gait and terrifying lupin appearance were enough to frighten Rallana's enemies. Unlike Manda, his fur retained its natural ebony color. "Captain, have you not been sleeping well?" "Why would you ask that?" "Of course I have." Rallana barked. The migraines were still racking her head with pain, and she could hardly keep herself in her seat. "I've just been restless, that's all." "Is she lying, John?" Fetcher asked. "Affirmative, Federalius," John replied, using Fetcher's real name. "Since the arrival of the Jedi, Captain Vinley has received less than half of the suggested hours of sleep per rest cycle." "How much?" Manda asked. "More than enough." "I'm fine," Rallana snapped. "How much, John?" Fetcher repeated. "About 8.5 hours total." "What?" Fetcher asked. His gruff voice was not angered, but shocked. Rallana knew that he pitied her, even though he could not express his sympathies verbally. He had never been good at getting his emotions across. "Captain." Manda reached out her hand and placed it on Rallana's shoulder. "With all due respect." Between the pain in her sinuses and forehead, and the lights and sounds around her, Rallana could hardly maintain consciousness. The voices of her comrades were not helping. Slapping Manda's hand away, Rallana refused to be comforted. "I said I'm fine. Return to your posts. That's an order." Fetcher glanced at Manda. They couldn't do anything else, so the Shistovanan returned to the Hound Sapphire's primary controls while Manda made her way back to the Navi computer and communications terminal at her desk. Rallana watched as her crew returned to their posts. They didn't understand. They could not understand. Leaders like herself had to endure hardships and take risks to protect their allies. And they had to endure them alone. Rallana had long since convinced herself of this, and it had served her well so far. She had lost very few under her command. Focusing on any particular subject was difficult. The pain in her head caused her thoughts to bounce around in her head, and she could hardly concentrate. Nonetheless, her mind's eye carried her back to a single individual, Lucius Vel. As she struggled to recover her bearings, Delvin Cortez entered the bridge. Their weapons specialist and assistant engineer, the dark-skinned human male, was an invaluable part of Rallana's crew. Like most of her crew, he had no semblance of upper-class society. His black, greasy hair was tousled, heading in every direction as it scattered atop his head. He wore an orange-brown flight suit that was horribly dirty and stained with oil, grime, and residue from the ship's engines, and his face was equally dirted. However, his expression was somber and lightly chiseled by battles prior to joining Rallana's crew, and it drew attention away from the mess he found himself in. "Captain, the Jedi are coming now," Delvin said. His voice had a deep and resonant tone, almost like Fetcher's, without the gruffness. Rallana sighed. "I understand. Keep your cool, everyone. Just let them be. This is almost over." Sure enough, Gale and Raen joined the crew on the bridge after Delvin had settled in. The Nautilin's robes were a dark blue color, while Raen's were red. However, both of them wore a flowing brown cloak over their loose-fitting robes. By their appearance, Rallana could have mistaken them for travelers, beggars, even, that presented no harm to her or her crew. However, it was a dangerous idea to entertain. Their lightsabers were hidden, but Rallana knew that they had them on their persons. They always did. Whenever she had tried to confiscate them during their meditation, she had been foiled. Gale bowed when he saw Rallana on her chair. "Captain Vinley, how is your ship? And how close are we to Polis?" Rallana waved her hand slightly, motioning for Gale to stand. "My ship is fine, thank you. But I don't have time for your small talk, Jedi. The Hound Sapphire is 15 minutes away from Polis, and we've already arranged a landing zone." "Excellent. You don't mind if we wait on deck, do you?" Gale asked. "Of course we mind," Manda muttered. "You're pretentious, you're rude, you're creepy, and..." Rallana glared at her. She didn't need Manda upsetting the Jedi and causing trouble. Her navigator held her tongue, and Rallana continued. "You can wait here, Jedi. We'll be coming out of hyperspace momentarily." Polis could have been mistaken for an uninhabited ball of ice and rock from its skies. Mounds of snow and ice draped over the planet's surface, hiding any soil and vegetation under meters of frosty white sheets. Life was scarce on the planet's surface, and vegetation trembled in the face of the vicious blizzards and stinging hail that served as a constant reminder of Polis's natural power. The locals, too, struggled to inhabit the planet. In spite of hardships, the Pingani who lived on Polis managed to create a primitive society. They were incapable of spaceflight, and they were not represented in the galactic community, but most of them did not care. They were too focused on surviving the harsh environment and making a living for themselves and their families. The Pingani managed to create small villages centered around hot springs and geysers near the planet's many mountains. Using technology obtained from off-world traders and merchants, the Pingani exploited these hydrothermal vents and used them to create heat and energy for their people. The Hound Sapphire was lucky enough to arrive on Polis during a period of calm weather. Fetcher guided the ship through the skies of Polis into a spaceport situated in a village near the planet's single frozen ocean. Although Fetcher and the rest of the crew tried to convince Rallana to stay on the Hound Sapphire and rest until she felt better, the captain would have none of it. She would accompany her crew onto the planet until the Jedi paid her the money they owed her for escorting them to Polis. Once it was agreed that the crew would join the two Jedi, the entire company disembarked from the ship and set foot on Polis itself. Raen was not impressed by the hangar Rallana's crew had chosen to dock their ship. Scanning the building, he had deduced it had been hastily and cheaply built, probably by forwarders, to accommodate merchants or smuggling vessels that arrived on Polis. The Pingani never removed the steel frame that held up the Duracrete walls, but Raen did not know whether they had simply forgotten or if they had been purposely left standing. When his eyes drifted from the hangar's interior to his companions, he noticed that Gale and the rest of the crew were already on their way out of the hangar. Gale called out to Raen, hoping that he would keep up with them. The Nautilan didn't have to worry. Raen wasn't about to run off. They needed each other for the time being. Since Raen's unofficial induction into the Jedi Order, Gale had become his pseudo-master. Raen sensed the Jedi Knight's displeasure in the responsibility, but Raen did not particularly care. The two of them would have to work together if they wanted to complete this mission and part ways. Raen had agreed to complete a single mission with Gale, and then head with him to Coruscant to stand trial for his actions against the Jedi Order. His crime? He had killed the Jedi Master Torchel, an Ithorian sage, during a struggle at his father's manor on Alderaan. It was a one-sided battle, because Raen had caught the Jedi Master by surprise and overpowered him in the middle of the night. Nevertheless, he had killed him. At the time, Raen savored his victory. It was sweet, and he felt invincible. How many other Sith learners could have claimed to have slain a Jedi Master? That had been well over a year ago. Now, after traveling the galaxy and meeting some of the members of the Jedi Order, his opinions were muddled. He had done his duty, and how had the Sith repaid him? They tried to kill him as well. Raen convinced himself they were jealous of his skill, and the dark side had bolstered their arrogance and turned it into fear. Fear of what Raen was, and what he could become. Why had he wanted to kill the Ithorian? Was it out of hate, or was he simply obeying the commands of the Sith? He was not sure. Whatever the reason, Raen was now forced to pay penance to the Jedi Order. His judgment would come, but not yet. He would not go to Coruscant until he took his revenge on Deadlay and all the other Sith on Alderaan, those cowards. They had used him as their tool, exploited his awesome powers for their own gain. He had been their loyal hound, but no more. He would show them what they feared. He would break down everything they had built. If only he could return to Alderaan. Gale and Rallana called out to Raen, deriding him and demanding that he keep up with their company. The young Force-sensitive begrudgingly followed them out of the docks, which did not have a dockmaster or any sort of personnel, and entered the streets outside the hangar. The village was made up of about 40 huts, each made with Duracrete and stone. The streets themselves were wide and almost entirely covered with snow. However, there were some areas where snow had been shoveled into mounds away from the streets to make it easier to travel. It was not snowing, and the weather itself was mild for this planet, but the harsh temperature kept most Piangani indoors. Therefore, the streets were mostly empty, and the village seemed dead to the forwarder visitors. Raen sneezed violently as a cold wind blew in to greet the forwarders. None of the crew was dressed for Polis's weather, and only Fetcher and Manda, with their fur coats, were remotely comfortable. The rest of them, including the Jedi, were starting to shiver and lose body heat in the cold. Whose idea was it to leave the ship without coats? Raen asked. He was bitter and uncomfortable, and he tried to make it as clear as possible by his tone. Certainly not ours, Fetcher countered. You Jedi were so eager to leave the ship that we practically rushed out, and now look. We couldn't even grab any gear. Raen, please, Gale muttered. Drop the issue. Your captain is sick. Who cares about getting off your ship? Don't you even care about her well-being? Raen shot back, ignoring Gale's advice. He didn't care about Raen, but he knew that he could exploit her crew's affection for the captain. I'm not sick. Raen snapped. Fetcher hunched over, positioning himself closer to the snow like a great beast about to pounce on his prey. The SWTOR revealed his teeth to Raen. Fetcher's hostile movements were not lost upon the young Alderaanian, and he reached for his lightsaber. Truthfully, he would not have minded getting a chance to cut Fetcher apart. He was too bold for his own good. You dare insult my loyalty, boy? Fetcher asked. He wouldn't attack until he was sure Raen was goading him on. No, I don't doubt your loyalty, dog, Raen spat. I doubt that you think things through well enough to keep your leader safe. Raen, Gale shouted. Back down. We could just return to the ship, Fetcher, Delvin noted. The captain would benefit from the rest, and the Jedi could complete their business while we wait back at the Hound Sapphire. No. We stay with the Jedi until we get paid. Raen shouted to make herself heard over another gust of wind. Even if we have to follow them to the farthest reaches of this frozen hellhole, we are going to get paid. One of the few Piangani natives still outside took notice of the spectacle. Standing about half as tall as Raen, he was unnaturally short, and he trudged through the snow with a thick cane to relieve the pain on his hunchback. He wore a black parka with a white scarf, concealing most of his face. He had some trouble traveling through the snow, but he managed to make his way toward the arguing group. The Piangani, who had gone unnoticed by the forwarders, tapped his cane on the ice between himself and Raen. The rest of the crew and the Jedi quickly diverted their attention from their own issues to the old man before them. Excuse me, forwarders. Are you in need of assistance? No, Raen said bitterly. We're just fine. Thank you. Are you sure? The Piangani replied. Your group isn't dressed for the cold weather, and you could get deathly ill very quickly. I may not be an augur, but I know how to interpret the weather. It's going to get very cold, very soon. Gale looked at his companions and stepped forward. My associates may be unwilling to accept your help, but I am. If the weather will begin to worsen as you say, I'll take whatever aid you can give. Very good, the old Piangani said. I will take you to my hut. Follow me, it's not very far. The aged native's eyes glistened as he motioned for the company to follow him. Raen glanced at Fetcher, and their eyes met. They gave each other a warning glare before returning their attention to the Piangani. Raen thought Fetcher should consider himself lucky. He would keep his life. Under any other circumstances, the SWTOR would be dead. Gale's amicable nature and eagerness to accept charity had kept him from having to kill Fetcher today. However, the Nautolan was too trusting. This was a bad idea. Gale, Raen whispered. Are you sure this is wise? He could be leading us into a trap. He doesn't even know us. No one would be willing to help out a group of strangers. He's offered to help us, Gale replied. I sense no deception or ill will from him. Besides, some people are naturally charitable. No one is this kind. He must want something in return. You're too cynical. And you're too trusting, Raen noted. If you would like to remain out here, Gale began, smiling slightly, feel free. But I'll gladly spend some time indoors, away from the elements. Raen bitterly acquiesced to Gale's point. Raen did not believe Gale was so naive as to believe this Piangani was harmless, or at least lacked an agenda. However, he knew he could defend himself in the event of a trap, and decided against taking action. As Gale followed the old native, Raen was close behind them. The smugglers were as hesitant as Raen, and they remained where they were for some time. Raen eventually let out an audible sigh and signaled for her crew to follow the old Piangani and the two Jedi. The group followed the slow-moving native through the village, traversing the wider streets and avoiding the snowy banks. The old Piangani clearly knew where he was going, but some of the smugglers were having difficulty navigating the snow banks. After they had passed most of the other houses in the village, the old Piangani and his guests reached a small hut in the farthest corner of the village. The abode was made out of some type of clay, and there was no metal or dirkry to be seen. It was hardly large enough to serve as a stable, and Raen was worried that it wouldn't even fit all of their company. Regardless, the old Piegany told them to head inside and make themselves at home while he went to gather some herbs and spices. Raen heard Fetcher mumble something about seeing hut slaves with better homes as they entered the old natives' dwelling. To their surprise, the inside of the hut was quite warm. The clay on the outside concealed the metal interior, and the main room contained a large fire burning inside a primitive furnace. The fire was fueled by a massive stock of tinder and dry foliage. Where the dead vegetation had come from, none of the guests was quite sure. The rest of the main room was quite bare, including the walls. However, several chairs were positioned in the opposite corner of the room, almost as if the old Piegany had been expecting guests. A human male was tending to the fire while the company entered the old Piegany's home. He was about Raen's age, but he was considerably more muscular. His build was evident due to the fact that he only wore fur trousers and no shirt. Scars were etched into his light skin, and various designs and markings covered his body in the form of tattoos and paint. His raven black hair was long in the front, descending in front of his face and concealing most of it, while remaining fairly short in the back. When he saw the afforders enter, he grabbed the spear that was resting on the floor nearby and pointed the weapon at Rallana. The captain was hardly expecting the young man to point the weapon at her, and she reached for her own blaster as quickly as she could. Raen swore quietly. He knew that this was a trap. His lightsaber was in his hand as the young man stepped back to throw his weapon. As the smugglers and Jedi moved to defend Rallana, they realized the firekeeper was unable to throw his spear. In fact, he couldn't move at all. Confused, Raen watched as the spear was wrestled out of the young man's grip and he was thrown to the ground by an invisible force. The firekeeper cried out in an unknown language, and he began to thrash about wildly. The spear was floating on its own now, dancing in the air and suspended by some unseen power. Raen had his lightsaber withdrawn and activated now, and he shouted for the specter to reveal itself. It did so. The being slowly faded into view, his appearance taking shape as his invisibility was cast aside. The phantom revealed itself to the crew and the Jedi, and to the young man it had pinned down. The figure's emaciated appearance and pale skin startled the old Piegany, who had only just arrived. He cried out in terror, worried that an evil spirit had entered his house. Raen would have decried his idiocy in any other instance. However, Cern Delarain certainly did have the visage of a ghost. Cern's long blonde hair was tattered and descended from his scalp, racing toward his shoulders and down his back. The tips had even begun to collect frost. He held the young human spear in one of his skeletal hands and a curved, serrated knife in the other. From his position behind his captive, Cern was safe from any attacks from the young man and kept the spear out of his reach. Raen noticed Rallana's surprise when Cern revealed himself. As far as he knew, Rallana kept the ghastly figure locked away in some storage chamber in the House Sapphire, and with good reason. Despite his deathly appearance, he also had a dry, lifeless attitude that Raen could not stand. He had all the qualities of a killer, and Raen could not understand why Rallana would include him in a crew comprised of motley, but not murderous, criminals. He had only seen Cern twice, once before the House Sapphire had left Dantooine, and immediately after their departure. Ever since, Raen had not encountered Cern. The captain was not Force-sensitive, so she did not know that a powerful and uncomfortable aura emanated from her caged crewmate, but Raen could sense it. Even with his weak empathetic and Force-sensing capabilities, he knew that something was wrong with Cern Delarain. Please, don't hurt the boy. He didn't mean any harm. I did not tell him beforehand that he should have expected visitors, the old Piegany begged. The boy stopped struggling as the old man chided him in their native tongue, but Rallana's ghastly crewmate did not release his grip on his captive. Cern, Rallana said, sternly. Release the kid? Now. Without a word, Cern released the young man and dropped the spear. Raen thought the old Piegany's friend would lash out at Cern, but he didn't. The old man approached the young man and continued to speak to him in their native tongue. Cern left them alone and headed into the crew's midst. How did you get off the ship, Cern? Rallana whispered hoarsely. Pick the locks on my binders, Cern murmured. Don't do that again. From now on, you remain with the ship unless I tell you otherwise. Are we clear? Rallana ordered. We'll see. Cern. He sighed mournfully. Yes, darling. The old Piegany coughed, getting the attention of the Jedi and the smugglers. Again, I apologize profusely for the actions of my protege. Please make yourselves at home. My belongings are yours. If you're tired, feel free to pull up a seat. We won't be staying long, Gale noted. We're actually on a mission, and we will be heading out once the weather improves. A mission? The old Piegany muttered. What sort of mission would you be undertaking here on Polis? Gale hesitated. Raen could tell that he was unsure if he should share their task with his visitor, even though Gale had not doubted the old man's kindness before. Raen mentally screamed at the Nautolan. If he divulged anything about their mission, it could be compromised. Do you know of the Sith? Gale asked. Raen sighed. The elderly native's eyes twinkled again. I do. What of them? They have a base of operations somewhere on Polis. We were sent to investigate their headquarters and report back to our superiors. Are you Jedi Knights? Gale was taken aback by the question. The smugglers, who had spread about the main room in an attempt to remain warm, all turned to the old Pingani. Even Raen twitched slightly. He was a Sith spy. Raen knew it. It would explain why he was so willing to take them in upon their arrival. Raen reached for his lightsaber again, and he noticed that the old Pingani's associate instinctively took notice of Raen's action and reached for his spear. Yes, Gale said. We are Jedi Knights. The Pingani smiled. Excellent. I, Thor UX, have had the pleasure of aiding 2 Jedi Knights in a single season. The goddesses smile upon our household, Yuxin. The elderly Pingani glanced at the young man, who had relaxed himself and no longer reached for his weapon. Excuse me? Gale asked, confused. Did you say you've helped another Jedi recently? Yes, by the goddesses is true, Thor answered. Another Jedi came to my hut, and he told me many things. He told me that, as village elder, it would be my responsibility to aid him in the fight against the Sith forces that now inhabit Polis. He told me that he had a dream, and other Jedi would soon arrive. He performed wondrous deeds throughout the village, and he healed my protege of a disease that had crippled him since the last hunt. Who was this Jedi? Raen asked. He called himself Celsus Jan. Chapter 5. Raen was jarred by Thor's words. Celsus Jan was here. Impossible. The Jedi Master had been on Terrace, and he and Ron fought against bounty hunters sent by Raen's former Sith Masters. Their meeting had not been friendly, but the 2 Force sensitives had learned to help each other. Without Celsus's help, Raen probably would not have escaped Terrace. They parted ways, but Raen assumed that the Jedi Master returned to Coruscant after tending to some sort of personal matter. Raen assumed all Jedi needed permission from the Jedi High Council to attend to missions. What was he doing on Polis? You said Master Jan was here? Gale asked, still a bit surprised. He is here, Sir Jedi, the old Pingani replied. Where is he now? Thor pointed to the east. He crossed the vast ocean and arrived at the Akala's military facility 2 days ago. He has not contacted us since. We need to go there, Raen told Gale. He could be fighting Sith, and he could need our help. I don't think someone as powerful as Master Jan would need our help, Raen. But we could help him all the same, Gale answered. No way. Rallena spoke up. We've done enough for you Jedi. You've led us from one end of the galaxy to another. And for what? Picking up another Jedi. Where are our credits? Gale winced. Captain Venley. Don't Captain Venley me, Jedi. Rallena snapped. She stood up, with some help from Fetcher, and marched toward the 2 Force sensitives. I'm done. I tried my best to accommodate for your wishes, but no more. I will not allow you to force us to carry along another Jedi without payment. Captain Venley, Gale continued, we are not forcing you to do anything. You may? We're not leaving until we get our credits, Jedi. Very well, Gale said. Raen knew the Nautilin was seething, but he did his best to conceal it from the smuggler. I'll admit it, I don't have the payment I promised you. I don't think I'll be able to pay you in the near future either. So you can either leave us to our own business, smuggler, or you can follow us until we're done here. Fetcher growled softly as Rallena reached for her weapon. As smugglers, her crew often associated with lowlifes and other criminals. However, they were almost never denied their payment. In fact, only Jedi had denied them payment in recent memory. And when they didn't get paid, they got even. Rallena's crew was a ragtag bunch, but they were able to fight. However, the captain knew that she couldn't force her companions to fight against Jedi. Their powers made them far too strong for any of her crew, even Fetcher's physical strength and Cern's unnatural skill at killing. What could she do? The Jedi refused to pay, and she couldn't take them down. They could abandon the Jedi to their fate, but Rallena knew that meant their entire trip was for nothing. If they remained with them, there would be far too much tension for Rallena to handle. They were smugglers, not a charity. They didn't work for free. Fine, Rallena spat, moving her hand away from her blaster's holster. That's an easy choice. We're leaving. You can find your own way off the planet. Rallena moved to the door, and Manda followed her with a large grin on her face. No doubt she was happy to be rid of the Jedi. However, Delvin intercepted the captain on her way to the door. He stood between Rallena and the exit, much to her surprise. Hold on, Captain. Are you sure that this is wise? He said. Rallena raised a curious eyebrow and frowned. What are you talking about, Delvin? I'm talking about leaving the Jedi here on Polis, Delvin continued, his voice now a hushed whisper. We brought the Jedi here on our ship, and we allowed them to have unmonitored access to it. They know our names, our ship's identification, and what we are capable of. If we abandon the Jedi now, and they survive, the Order won't be too pleased with our actions. I don't see what you're getting at, the captain admitted. Captain, we should try to appease the Jedi, if for a little longer, so they permanently look over our less-than-legal deeds, he explained. You want us to remain with them, for free, despite the fact we don't know where they're going and what danger they're heading into. Yes? Just so they don't turn us in later. Yes, Delvin repeated. It would be useful to have Jedi allies in the future. Rallena was silent for a moment, but she finally shook her head. I hate it that your foresight makes more sense to me than my desire for credits. Fine. We'll stay. Gale nodded. Glad to hear it, Captain Vinley. If you plan on following Celsus Jan, Sir Jedi, you will need transportation, Thor said. We have local beasts that can carry you there. Don't worry, Fetcher interrupted. If we're going to be traveling with the Jedi, then we can take the House Sapphire to this military facility. I'll need the coordinates, though. Very well, Thor replied. I can do that for you. However, I would ask that you take Yuxin and some of our warriors with you. I would not know what to do if your company and Celsus fell in battle because you were outnumbered. We'll do that. Their ship has more than enough room for a few more, Gale spoke up, ignoring any glances Rallena shot at him. I'll get you the coordinates then, Sir Jedi. Wait a moment, let me make sure I give you the right ones. This is the place. I can see the military base in the distance, Fetcher announced. Directing the Hound Sapphire through a light snowstorm was slightly more dangerous than in clear weather, but the two Jedi had convinced the smugglers that they needed to reach Celsus as soon as possible. They could have defenses, Gale noted. Fly us in slowly, and drop us off about 2 kilometers from the base. Drop you off? You think we're wearing these snowsuits for show? Rallena asked bitterly. No, we're following you for the time being. Raen scoffed. They wanted to leave us to die on this frozen wasteland, and now they won't leave us alone. I heard that, Jedi, the captain replied. Keep your stupid comments to yourself. Let's go. The rest of the crew, and that old native's friends are already waiting for us to land. Fetcher slowly surrendered control of the ship to John, and the ship's artificial intelligence directed the ship into a safe landing zone while Fetcher followed Rallena and the Jedi. The Hound Sapphire landed on a small plateau of snow and rock. Although it did not appear capable of sustaining the ship's weight, a quick geological scan confirmed the plateau's hidden strength. The entire company, Jedi, smugglers, and local warriors disembarked from the Hound Sapphire, leaving John to monitor and protect the ship. The group stood at the edge of the plateau, using their vantage point to view the military base in the distance. Raen could hardly see the entire base due to the snowstorm that was blowing in, but he could tell the base itself was hardly that large. The small central hub was surrounded by 3 spiked bulbous structures, and it seemed that the Sith had done their construction in haste. Gale shivered. I'm going to be glad when we're off this ball of ice, Raen. It's far too cold for my liking. We should try to find Celsus soon, then, Raen noted. Fetcher walked by the 2 Jedi, withdrawing a pair of binoculars. You Jedi complain quite a bit. Be grateful you're not fighting in the snow. That would be difficult. It'd probably get my blood flowing, Gale countered. Fetcher was still looking through his binoculars. He ignored Gale's remark and shifted his lupin eyes back and forth. We were lucky that we avoided a close-range drop. They have several anti-air turrets positioned around the base. None of them are too large, and they probably aren't too accurate, but they would have damaged our vessel. Any defenses for taking down infantry? Turrets or gun placements, perhaps? Rallena inquired. I don't think so, Captain. They seem primarily concerned with defending themselves from atmospheric attacks. Let's go, then, Rallena ordered. No point in waiting up here until we freeze. Let's raid this place and be done with it. The company began to make their way down the plateau. Difficulty arose when the light snowfall evolved into a vicious blizzard. Raen cursed their luck as the snow lashed at their clothes and into their exposed faces. The snow-covered sides of the plateau proved difficult to descend, but they surrendered speed for caution to ensure that everyone reached the ground safely. 10 minutes after they had left the ship, they had hardly traveled half a kilometer, and most of Raen's allies were already tired, bitter, and uncomfortably cold. Their vision was hindered by the ice and snow, and they found themselves engulfed in a vast sea of white emptiness. The company pressed onward in spite of their fatigue. Raen was almost at the head of the party, although Fetcher and Gale were leading the group. As they progressed, they found themselves within the sights of a single, ivory-armored soldier. Exhausted as they were, the 2 Jedi hadn't sensed him, and he was almost invisible in the snowstorm, visible only by the silhouette of his personal energy shield, which glowed with a subtle green aura, gave away his position. The company recognized the Sith trooper immediately. He shifted his view toward the company, and he must have noticed their approach. The soldier moved his comlink toward his oblong visor, hoping to radio for assistance. Realizing that they had been spotted, one of Yuxin's men threw his spear at the soldier. The soldier's shielding and armor were curiously ineffective against the primitive projectile, and he flew backwards as the weapon became lodged in his chest. Bright crimson blood stained the soldier's armor and the snow around his body, and the company was relieved to discover that the attack had been fatal. His body was almost enveloped by snow by the time the company reached his corpse. His comlink was still active, and his superiors at the base were still attempting to get a response from the dead soldier. Delvin destroyed the comlink with 2 shots from his heavy rifle. They're going to figure out he's dead, but they won't be able to pinpoint our position if we keep moving. Then what are we standing around for? Rallana asked. Let's go. A rumbling sound in the distance prevented them from going very far. The crew activated their shields and prepared their weapons. From inside the snowstorm, a large 8-wheeled armored vehicle emerged, getting closer to their position. Its chassis was covered in snow, but the massive plow placed in the front of the vehicle allowed it to navigate the blizzard with relative ease. It came to a stop about 8 meters from the company and revealed its port side to them. The large port side doors opened with a groan, and several squads of Sith soldiers disembarked in an orderly fashion. As before, the native warriors wasted no time attacking these new enemies. Flying spearheads pierced their targets, and several Sith soldiers died before the shooting even began. The Sith captain, wearing red armor that unnecessarily stood out in the snow, ordered for the Sith soldiers to advance and open fire. Raen activated his lightsaber as the first blaster shots flew by his head. The blue blade activated with a dull noise, and he battered away a few shots headed toward him. Another quick swing sent a stray shot back toward the soldier who fired it. It was difficult to maneuver in the inclement weather and thick snow, so Raen remained in his position and deflected blaster shots that threatened him. Gale was at his side, and he focused less on defending himself and more on ensuring the safety of Rallana, her crew, and the natives. Their allies were having difficulty fighting the Sith. 3 natives had fallen, and another was wounded. The other warriors had retreated behind mounds of snow, but they could not fight back without their spears. Rallana's crew was faring little better. Rallana, Manda, and Fetcher traded blaster shots with the Sith soldiers, using Gale for defense. Delvin provided them with some degree of cover fire with his heavy repeater, although he was under fire as well. Cern had faded out of sight, and he was using his invisibility to approach the soldiers and kill them at close range. Blaster fire continued to fly between the Sith soldiers and the company of Offworlders and natives in spite of the mounting casualties on both sides. Of the 9 or so natives they had taken with them, there were only 4 left. The Sith soldiers were losing men quickly due to the presence of the Jedi, and they had less than half of their total soldiers remaining. The Sith captain commanded that his soldiers arm themselves with grenade launchers and slug throwers to secure the battle for the Sith. The Jedi could not deflect grenades or slugs with their lightsabers, and the Sith knew it. As the Sith temporarily retreated back into their vehicle to switch their weapons, their vehicle began to shake violently. To the surprise of all the combatants, the transport floated into the air, turning on its side as it found itself suspended above the ground. The soldiers spilled out of the vehicle, falling into the snow below. Once the transport had been emptied, it also fell. As it hit the snow, it crushed most of the soldiers and threw others across the snowy battlefield. Rallana's crew moved in, taking advantage of the strange situation and killing the remaining soldiers. Good work, Rallana said to Gale. She approached the Jedi with a slight smirk on her face, and Raen figured it was the happiest he had seen her since they landed. I seem to have underestimated what you Jedi are capable of in a pinch. That wasn't us, Gale replied, still scanning the area around them. Rallana paused for a moment, but she did not realize the implications of Gale's statement until a figure emerged from behind the Sith transport. He was clothed in the snow garbs of the native Paingani, and had one of their spears resting across his back. His face was covered, so it was nearly impossible for them to see what he looked like, but his identity was obvious due to the violet lightsaber in his hands. Master Jan. Gale called out to the new individual. He kept his own lightsaber in his hands, just in case. The individual stepped closer to the company, who had regrouped by now, and his weapon was still active. Once he was within striking distance of Gale and his companions, he spoke. My name is Celsus Jan. Who are you? Gale breathed a sigh of relief. My name is Gale Remus, a Jedi Knight. This is Raen Benax, and these are our companions. We were looking for you, Master Jan. Celsus murmured something to himself before tilting his head toward Ron. Did you say? Hello, Celsus, Raen said with a smirk. It's been some time. You're right. It's been far too long. I'm damn glad to see you, Raen. I was planning on assaulting the Sith base by myself. Don't, Gale interrupted. We're here now. Let us help you, and we'll all return to Coruscant. Celsus hesitated for a moment, but replied with a terse of course. He shook his head. It will be a hard fight, but we'll triumph. 3 Jedi cannot fail. Hold on, Rallana said. They came up here to meet with you, and you don't even give them a moment to catch their breath. And who are you to start barking orders, especially to us? We don't even know who you are. Celsus's gaze drifted toward the captain. Who's this? He asked coldly. Rallana Venley, smuggler, Raen noted. She brought us here. I see, Celsus responded. He crossed his arms, considering his next words carefully. Miss Venley, this matter is of no concern to you. If you are not comfortable taking orders from someone else, you may kindly return to your ship. This is Jedi business. Gale perked up. Master Jan, I'd advise against. You mind your tongue, Jedi. We'll stay here as long as we see fit, Rallena shot back. We've been dragged across this miserable ice pit by you Jedi, and I'm just about tired of following orders. We're going to stay here as long as I damn well say we're staying, and I'm not leaving until I get my payment. So if you want our help, you will work with us. You will not be commanding us, Jedi. Raen frowned. She had quite a mouth for a petty thief. If she wasn't careful, Raen would gladly silence her. Celsus had been startled by the young woman's sudden fervor, and he crossed his arms again. This time, he was bemused by the smuggler's response. Raen was very eager to convince Celsus to leave them here and abandon them to their fate, but he knew Gale wouldn't agree. Therefore, he said nothing. Celsus shrugged. Very well, Miss Venley. Do as you see fit. If you or your company endures any casualties when we enter the base, I will not be responsible. How are we going to reach the base? Gale asked. Celsus pointed toward the Sith transport behind them. You think I left it intact for it to become part of Polis's landscape? Most of your group can remain in the back of the transport while we drive it into the Sith base. Gale nodded. Does that sound fair, Captain Venley? The captain begrudgingly nodded. Very well, Celsus said. Raen, Gale, join me in the cockpit. We'll open the rear door so the rest of you can get in. The three Jedi headed into the cockpit of the transport, which was actually fairly large and could have fit up to 6 individuals comfortably. Celsus took the driver's seat while Raen and Gale took seats near the back. As promised, Celsus opened the back doors and waited for Rallena's crew and their native allies to enter the vehicle before closing the doors. The keycard to power the vehicle was still inside, and Celsus activated the transport with relative ease. The engine took a moment to start, but once it did, Celsus began the trek to the Sith base using the dashboard's radar guidance system. While they were still driving, Gale turned to Raen. What do you think? About what? The younger Force-sensitive asked. Master Jan. What about him? He isn't how I pictured him, Gale admitted, before lowering his voice to a whisper. Was he always like this? Not exactly, Raen explained. But he was never particularly emotional and friendly either. It just doesn't make sense to me. What? The Nautilan's eyes drifted off. He seemed lost in thought, or at least, caught up in a memory. He clasped his hands together and rested his head on his fists. Master Jan is famous in the Jedi Order. He's a legend, an icon. His skill with a lightsaber is legendary, and he is learned in the Force like the Knights of Legend. Raen considered Gale's words for a moment. When he had met Celsus on Terrace, he hardly seemed special. Raen almost bested the Jedi Master in lightsaber combat, and he did not remember Celsus possessing any unnatural talent in the Force. In fact, when Celsus had been brought to heal the brother of Celius, one of Raen's friends on Terrace, he failed to cure him. He didn't seem that special to me, Raen said, sighing. Just another Jedi. Just another Jedi. No, Raen. He's one of the greatest Jedi of our generation. He molded an army of settlers and mercenaries into a force strong enough to repel Mandalorians from Mechas 3. He trained Syme, one of my friends in the Order, and Syme's skills surpass my own because of it. His lightsaber skills are on par with all our Jedi counselors. No, he's not just another Jedi. You describe him like he's some sort of hero. Maybe he is, Raen, Gale mused. Maybe he is. While they were still talking, Celsus pulled up to the Sith base's garage and activated the vehicle's radio. This is Captain In, Celsus said, reading the name off of the deceased Sith captain's ID. We took out the intruders near Checkpoint 7. Roger that, Captain, the Sith operator on the other end of the transmission replied. How's your unit? Well, there was a single Jedi, and he caused us trouble. Took down 6 guys. He couldn't stop our grenade launchers, and his allies were terminated after he died. Celsus replied. Very well. Opening the garage door. Stay put until the doors are fully open. Of course, Celsus said. Ian out. Chapter 6. The garage was rather small by military standards, and it could hardly accommodate more than 3 Sith armored transports at a time. The dim lights of the garage had tattered paint on the walls, broken durasteel, and other vehicle parts in the corners of the room. The temperature was warmer on the outside, but not by much. The fact that the garage was more or less directly connected to the outside of the base and lacked any proper insulation made it less bearable than it could have been. Celsus left the vehicle first, and the 2 Jedi were quick to follow him out. Their allies waiting in the back joined them soon thereafter. The only other being in the garage was a young Twi'lek mechanic. His blue-hued skin was stained with sweat, and his uniform, which was once clean and well-kept, was covered with soot and grime. He was too busy fixing one of the other transport's fuel lines to notice the arrival of the intruders. Celsus removed his lightsaber from his belt and activated it quickly. The Twi'lek heard the lightsaber activate, but only cast a passing glance at the Jedi Master and his allies. By the time Celsus was using the force to pull him out from the underbelly of the broken transport, it was too late. The Twi'lek was dragged across the cold floor panels and positioned before Celsus and the group. Celsus stomped on the Twi'lek's chest, much to the alarm of Gale and Ralana's crew. The mechanic cried out in pain and coughed violently. The Twi'lek whimpered for clemency, but his cries fell upon deaf ears. The Jedi Master ignored his pleas and moved his boot onto the Twi'lek's throat. "Do you have a passcode for that terminal over there?" Celsus growled, noting the console at the far corner of the room. The Twi'lek nodded. He probably couldn't speak due to the boot on his neck. Celsus smiled slightly. "Good. Where is it?" The young mechanic motioned toward his left pocket. "Grab the card, Raen," Celsus ordered. Raen stepped toward the pair and knelt down as he approached the mechanic. Celsus's violent demeanor surprised him, but he figured that the Jedi Master had been under a good deal of stress since they had departed. Besides, Raen had no objections. He would have handled the situation exactly like Celsus. He ignored the young Twi'lek's plight and grabbed the passcode from his pocket. "Is there a password for the computer?" the Jedi Master asked once he had the passcode in his hands. "No," the young Twi'lek spoke for the first time. His voice was weak and cracking, and his breathing was labored. "Very well," Celsus said. The Jedi Master removed his boot from the mechanic's throat. The Twi'lek, genuinely surprised by Celsus's action, gasped and wheezed as air filled his lungs. He was far too terrified to stand up, so he remained on the ground, still crying and thanking Celsus for his mercy. Raen spat at the sight. This groveling, sniveling idiot would not survive long. Besides, weakness deserved some form of punishment. Apparently, Celsus agreed. His weapon slowly tilted downward until it faced the mechanic. Raen noticed Gale had sensed Celsus's plan, and the Nautolan sprung forward, grasping at the Jedi Master's arm. Celsus shrugged off Gale with ease, and, while the Twi'lek was still praising the Jedi Master's kindness, he drove his weapon into his target's chest. He convulsed for hardly a second, and then he died. "Why in the name of the Force did you do that?" Gale cried out. He was defenseless. A prisoner. Celsus deactivated his lightsaber and returned it to his belt before facing Gale. "He could have posed a threat to our mission," Celsus retorted. "If we had let him go, we'd be forced to leave someone behind to watch over him." "How could he have been a threat? We scared him senseless. He was dumbstruck after your show of violence, and even then, we could have let him leave the base and die of the cold." "Gale, I think my method was far more compassionate." "Compassionate?" Gale spoke slowly, allowing the word to roll off his tongue in distaste. "You just killed him, Master Jan. There was no harm in letting him live. You question my actions. It would be fitting of you to remember the difference between Jedi Knight and Jedi Master, and remember who is who," Celsus ordered. "All right. Enough. He's dead," Ralana interrupted. "It's over. Let's move on, shall we?" "My thoughts exactly," Celsus said. Gale said nothing. Raen shook his head, disappointed. He did not know much about the Jedi, but he found Celsus's methods far more effective. Why did Gale have to argue with the Jedi Master? Surely, with his senior rank, he knew better than the Nautolan. Raen assured himself that Gale was just bitter that he was not able to do things his way. Considering the matter dealt with, Celsus traveled to the terminal in the distance, and the others followed him. After activating the console and searching through its contents, Celsus used the passcode to obtain otherwise off-limits data. His eyes scanned the screen for some time before he returned his attention to his allies. "I have formulated a plan, but I'll need all of you to help me," Celsus admitted. "We're ready to help you," Celsus Raen replied. "I suppose we have no choice in the matter," Ralana moaned. "Very well. Here's my plan. We're going to blow up this base with some carefully placed demolitions," Celsus announced. "I didn't bring any, but the reactor in any of these vehicles should serve as a fine substitute. It needs to be placed in the base's command center, at the very heart of the base. Otherwise, the explosion won't be effective." "The base must have a reactor that we can overload," Cortez said. "They do, but the Sith do a good job of protecting them with a specialized lock that only Sith Masters can access. It is doable, but it would take too long," Celsus replied. "So you just plan on ripping out one of the reactors? Do you intend to kill us all?" Fetcher asked. "A team of Republic soldiers and I did something just like this back on Tanab. If I could do it then, while under fire from a platoon of Sith troopers, mind you, I have no doubt we can do it here," Celsus explained. "Let me guess. Hordes of Sith are separating us from the command center?" Manda asked bitterly. "No, but there is a blast door protecting the command center. The only way to open it is to go down a secondary hallway and enter the security room. In an effort to keep the route to the command center clear of hostiles, we'll send someone down a maintenance shaft to poison the barracks with a few gas grenades." "CERN can do that," Ralana said. "Very good," Celsus replied. "I was planning on the smugglers and the natives heading down the halls to the control room with the makeshift bomb in tow. Meanwhile, Gale, Raen, and I will disable the blast doors. I think we can handle that, Captain, Cortez said. Rallana thought over the plan again, before responding, very well. Just do your part, Jedi. I don't want to end up dead before we get to the goal. Let's get started. Then, Celsus mused. They don't know we're here, so we have an advantage. Rallana, her crew, and the remaining natives left the garage through the primary doors and entered the hallway that led to the command center. Delvin went in first, prepared to defeat enemies with his heavy repeater. Rallana, Manda, and Fetcher followed him while the natives brought up the rear. There were crates and barrels situated along the walls of the hallway that could be used as cover during a firefight. When they first entered the hall, there were several guards patrolling the passageway and others defending certain rooms. With the help of the natives and Delvin's firepower, they easily dispatched these enemies. However, the amount of guards dwindled as they continued their long trek down the hallway. Soon enough, the crew and their allies were alone, with blasters at the ready. This is eerie, Manda muttered. Where did everybody go? There's a good chance that we killed most of them when they traveled outside to kill us, Delvin answered. I doubt it, Fetcher said. A base this size would have more than 2 squads defending it. Maybe they were killed by CERN, Rallana mused aloud. Or perhaps the Jedi distracted them. Who knows? Just be glad we aren't being shot at. The 3 Jedi traveled down the secondary hallway by their lonesome. Unlike Rallana and her allies, the 3 Force users were not forced to fight any guards. Their side of the base was empty. Even so, Raen kept his lightsaber in hand. His eyes peered ahead, beyond Celsus, far enough to see any enemies that may have approached them. He was not worried about anyone sneaking up behind them. The Force would protect him from those foes. Celsus had forsaken his snow gear, and Raen recognized the changes that had overcome the Jedi Master were not solely emotional. His hair had faded and become a gray color, and scars on his neck and jaw that Raen had not noticed before were quite prominent, almost bulging out like fiery veins. The muscles in his arm had atrophied, and he looked weaker and sicker than he had on Terrace. His hooked nose and thin face made him appear almost sinister. Despite his apparent physical weakness, Celsus had determination in his eyes, and Raen saw power in him. He had seen that sort of strength in one other individual, and that was his brother, Gion. As they walked, Gale was suddenly overcome by an unknown force. He quaked at the knees, and eventually fell to the floor, unable to endure the pain. Gasping aloud and groaning in between breaths, he seemed weak and disoriented. Raen stopped his advance and returned to Gale's side, offering to help him to his feet. Celsus, on the other hand, kept walking, and only when Raen headed back did he bother to turn his attention to Gale. What's wrong, Gale? Celsus asked. We need to keep moving. Something, I'm not sure. I felt a slight disturbance in the Force, and then I was overcome by this powerful energy. It was like I was hit by a wave. There is an evil presence here. I know it. I can't feel it, Gale said. He stopped to catch his breath as he spoke, and his labored breathing became a hacking cough. I don't feel it, Raen said. Are you sure, Gale? No, I'm sure. Raen, do you think I would just fall over to delay our progress? I don't feel anything either, Gale. Don't worry about it. You are just fatigued, I'm sure, Celsus guessed. Gale hesitated for a moment. He bit his tongue, forcing himself to hold back his retort to Celsus's observation. Yes, perhaps I am. Let's keep moving, Master Jan. I'm sorry I slowed us down. No, it's good you stopped us. I believe this is the engineering room, right here. Celsus opened a door on the left end, after making sure the room was safe, beckoned the other 2 Jedi inside. Immense gears were situated around the room, turning massive conduits and apparatuses that powered the base. Wires and cables snaked around them, carrying electricity wherever they went. The lighting was dimmed, probably because very few individuals spent time in this room, and the Sith wanted to conserve energy for elsewhere in the base. There was a single terminal in the room, and Celsus was drawn towards it. What can we do in this room? Raen asked. Very little, I'm afraid, Celsus said, disappointed. Most of the controls are in the security room. However, I did manage to activate the alarms on the far side of the base. Code 2. Any guards left around the base will be sent to deal with the intruders. Rallana and her crew are on the other side of the base, Gale shouted, suddenly recovering his strength. They are, Celsus began, and they will encounter more resistance than before. However, they can handle it. That one individual, the Spectre, probably poisoned the barracks by now, and most of their soldiers will be too weak to fight. It should not hinder their progress. What if you're wrong? Gale snapped. What if they aren't ready? What if the Sith troopers overwhelm them? I am never wrong, Gale. I am a Jedi Master. No, that's not right. A Jedi knows that he is ignorant, but seeks to remedy his ignorance through a healthy pursuit of knowledge, Gale countered. You dare preach the Jedi code to me, Gale Remus. Celsus bellowed. Veins bulged in his forehead, and his eyes glowered ferociously at the Nautolan. I have served the Jedi for decades longer than you. The Jedi Order has confided in me to solve its most difficult issues. My wisdom has erased any trace of ignorance. You, as a Jedi Knight, would do well to keep silent. Gale. The Nautilan's head dropped slowly. He said nothing, but Raen could tell that he desperately wanted to continue. Why did Gale embarrass himself like this? Raen didn't understand. Celsus's seniority and heightened wisdom due to his years of experience were enough to make him more knowledgeable than Gale, and yet he continued to start these foolish arguments. Gale, Raen whispered. Just let it be. If you don't like Celsus's course of action, ignore it. For now, we're almost done. Now can we continue? If we don't open those blast doors, then we're not going to be able to do your allies any good anyway. Celsus was clearly impatient, but he tried his best to hide it. Fine. Let's go, Gale replied bitterly. The three Jedi continued and reached the security room without any encounters with the base's guards. 2 Sith soldiers defended the door between them and the room itself, but they had not seen the Jedi approach. Celsus called upon the Force, bending it to his will and causing its power to seep into his targets. One of the guards lost his perception of reality, and his mind was numbed. He killed his own companion with his blaster before Celsus moved in and bisected him at the torso. The Jedi Master turned his attention to the door's wall panel, which was locked by a basic alphanumeric code. Celsus again reached out into the Force, using it to see in place of his normal vision, and he managed to identify the keys pressed by the last user. The code is 1A3TD3Y, muttered Celsus, after trying several combinations. Not too complicated. We're in. The security room was circular, unlike most of the other rooms. In the center of the room rested several large computer monitors, all watching certain areas of the base via security holocoms. There were 3 engineers operating the only terminals connected to these monitors, and 2 guards stood on the opposite side of the room, guarding the entrance to the conjoined room. Celsus commanded the Force to compress a guard's blaster rifle, causing the weapon's power pod to explode. The small explosion was strong enough to kill the owner of the blaster and severely burn the other guard. The engineers reached for their own blasters, but they were too late. Celsus threw his lightsaber at one of them, and his head was cleanly separated from his body. Gale and Raen moved in, throwing their own lightsabers and severing the weapon arms of their respective targets. Good work, Celsus muttered. He killed the other 2 technicians, ignoring Gale's cues to spare them, and headed for a computer terminal. But we're not done yet. Celsus's efforts to slice one of the consoles proved fruitless, and he feverishly scrambled toward the nearest engineer's corpse. While he dug through the remains for a passcode or some clue to unlock the console, Gale and Raen locked the door behind them and kept watch. Gale positioned himself near a wall, musing over their course of actions. Raen was closer to Celsus, and he was enthralled by the computer monitors. While glancing over them, he saw Rallena and her companions in one of the holocam recordings. They were retreating from several dozen Sith soldiers, with the last of the natives in tow. Although he couldn't be sure, he assumed they were heading back to the garage. Celsus, Raen called out. The smugglers are returning to the garage. The Sith are pursuing them, but I think they'll survive until they reach the garage. What? Celsus shouted. They're ruining my plan. Those cowards. Celsus, you're the one who sent those additional troops toward their location? Gale replied furiously. You can't blame them for not having enough manpower to deal with all those soldiers. Are you blaming me for their failure? Gale Remus. Celsus bellowed. You planned on leading them to their deaths. I didn't plan on having them die. I wanted them to succeed. I can't be blamed for their failure. Rain's eyes scanned the other monitors. He found a map on one of the farthest screens, and he saw a room that looked rather strange. Instead of remaining on the ground or second floor like the others, it was only accessible from underground. An elevator between that room and the others was located in the room adjacent to theirs. Celsus. Gale. The next room is connected to some sort of subterranean room. What do you think it is? Celsus shifted his attention to Raen. The next room is the science facility. So, whatever it is, it must be related to the scientific experiments that go on here. Since we can no longer destroy this facility, we should at least destroy any experiments they're working on here. No, we should leave, Gale said. Remember that energy I felt earlier? I'm feeling it again, and it's stronger now. I think we're getting closer to its source. You're wrong. As usual, Gale, Celsus pointed out dryly. It's not getting closer to us. We're getting closer to it. What are you saying? Gale asked. I'm saying there's a dark Jedi here. A powerful one. He's waiting for us in that chamber. We have to stop him, Celsus demanded. How do you know? I can't sense him too. What about Miss Venley and the others? We can't just leave them to fight off those Sith troopers. Gale noted. They'll have to make do on their own, Celsus answered. That dark Jedi must be killed. If we let him go now, then everything I did here was for nothing. He must die. Gale rested his head on his fist again. Lead the way, Master Jan. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Blaster fire flew past Ralana's head as she sprinted the last 100 meters toward the garage. She reached the garage first, diving out of the line of fire and hiding behind a nearby crate. Manda and Fetcher followed her, and then Delvin and the last of the natives. Once they were inside, Fetcher destroyed both door panels, causing the door to activate its emergency locks. Hoping the sealed door would hinder their Sith assailants, the crew and the last few natives took a moment of respite amongst the vehicles in the garage. Ralana cursed their ill luck. It was not their fault they had retreated. They had been well on their way toward the control room, and they killed the few guards that remained in the halls. Suddenly, dozens of guards poured in from the barracks. They outnumbered Ralana and her allies 3-1, and they did not have enough heavy armaments to defeat them. What else could Ralana have done? She failed the Jedi, but she didn't care. The lives of her crew were more important to her. Delvin and Fetcher were working with the natives to block the door with crates and random mechanical parts, while Manda tried to use the security console in the corner to unlock the garage doors that led outside. Ralana paced back and forth, weapon in hand. They could not hold off the Sith, that much was clear. The transports offered little offensive capabilities to aid them, and the garage was hardly a fortress. She doubted the Jedi would return to help them. Why would they? They were pretentious and looked after their own. They had their own mission, after all. No, if they wanted to get out of this alive, they would have to do it on their own. We need to get out of here, Ralana finally announced. The Sith will break through the door soon, and we can't fight them here. Where do we start? Manda asked. Hold on, Ralana replied. She activated her comlink and shouted, John, John, are you there? The House Sapphire's AI received the message, but his voice was weak and garbled. I have your location on, Captain Venley, and I hear, however, you are, and the storm is interfering with my sensors. What is it you require? I need you to get our ship to the Sith base. We need an emergency pickup, Ralana shouted back into the comlink. Try. I'll be there as, do stay warm. John's voice was overcome by static, and the transmission was cut off early. Ralana turned her attention to the door defenses. It was a paltry barricade, to be sure, but it would hold the Sith back for a few more minutes. How long until they break through the door? They're at the door. I hear them, Fetcher said. I suspect, with their supply of grenades, they'll be inside in 10 minutes or so. Perhaps sooner if they have fusion cutters. That's not enough time. John will never make it. Manda moaned. Are the main doors opening? Ralana asked. It would be difficult for them to leave the garage if the doors wouldn't open. No. I can't see the option to open them, but I need clearance, and the Jedi have the passcode. Nothing's working out, Captain, Manda complained. Captain, what about the anti-air guns? They're going to destroy the House Sapphire on approach, Delvin realized. How can they be disabled? Ralana asked. This console says any console in the security room can disable them, Manda replied. Damn, Ralana muttered. She had tried to contact the Jedi when they had first been overcome by the Sith soldiers. They had received no response. Either the Jedi had given up on them, or they were dead. Regardless, they could not help them anymore. She activated her comlink again. CERN, where are you? Just left the maintenance corridor. Approaching your location now. Don't, Ralana countered. There are 4 squads of Sith troopers cutting us off from the rest of the base. They'll gun you down before you try anything. Instead, go to the security room, where the Jedi were, and shut off the anti-air guns. Open the primary garage doors if you get the chance. Sounds like a suicide mission, my dear. Just do it. Of course. CERN paused. There was a brief moment of silence, and then he spoke again. Will you wait for me, Ralana? His tone, normally aloof and bitter, changed as he asked his question. Ralana paused. She didn't know how to respond. He had been so sardonic and so macabre that the slightest hint of emotion in his voice caught her off guard. What? Will you wait for me? The answer was no. It had always been no. He would not be able to reach their location before the Sith attacked the garage. They could not wait for him. He was the sacrifice she needed to save her crew. But isn't he a part of your crew? She asked herself. No, he wasn't. Not really. He was different. He had killed one of her crew members, and only then had she imprisoned him on her ship. Captain. CERN sounded concerned, and it was certainly the first time he had addressed her as his captain with a sincere tone. She had helped him, even though he was her enemy. He had done so much harm to her and her crew, but she had forgiven him. She had seen beyond that, even when her crew did not. She felt compassion for him, broken as he was, and she didn't know why. Was it something he had said? Was it something he had done? Ralana attempted to integrate him into her crew, but she failed. He was a mystery to her. The captain convinced herself that he was just a traveler, a pet, perhaps, that had accompanied them. He was not part of her crew. But he had saved her. Several times, in fact. And now he was risking his life, without question, for her. Her stomach churned at the thought of leaving him behind. She did not want to, but she had no choice. Rallana had to save the rest of her crew. Of course, CERN, Rallana whispered. She had to force herself to lie to him. We'll be here. There was silence, and then CERN coughed slightly. Thank you. CERN out. Rallana felt a pang in her chest. I'm sorry, CERN, she repeated over and over again in her head. She hoped he would understand, even though she knew he wouldn't, or couldn't. They're breaking through the door, Captain, Delvin shouted. Did the Jedi leave the keycard to the vehicle and the ignition? Rallana asked. Manda moved away from her position by the console and glanced inside the transport's viewport. Yes, they did, Captain. We're getting out of here in that. Rallana noted. Let's go, everyone. We'll meet up with John once we're outside. What about the garage doors, Captain? Asked Manda. Ignore them. We'll smash through them if we have to. Rallana ordered. One of the natives tapped Rallana on the shoulder. Let us have your guns. We hold off the incoming soldiers while you escape. Rallana was slightly taken aback. Are you sure? Thor would expect you to return, and we can take you. No, the native interrupted. No return. Thor want honorable pack sons. Honor and death for others. We are ready. Rallana shook her head. I can't ask you to do that for us. Not ask. We want. The captain stared into the young Paingani's eyes. There was such tenacity, such a desire to succeed in those eyes. It pained her to look at the brave warrior, and she quickly diverted her gaze. She handed him her blaster rifle with a false smile on her face. I won't refuse you, man. It's only got half a cell left. Maybe less. Good luck. The force be with you, the native said, his basic particularly cleaner now than before. Rallana bit her lip and headed for the armored transport. The rest of her crew was already inside the cockpit, and they had given their weapons to the last 3 natives. The doors between them and the Sith were being beaten down, and the smugglers did not have any time to waste. If they wanted to outrun their Sith pursuers, they would leave now. Rallana bitterly sat down next to Manda in the cockpit. She placed her hands over her face and sighed softly. CERN was gone, and the natives would join him. Why did she care? She was a smuggler. She only looked after herself and her crew. They traveled this way and that, without a care in the galaxy. Perhaps it was the Paingani warrior's bravery in face of death. It scared her, but it also impressed in her an admiration for their loyalty and benevolence. Whatever it was, she should not have cared that a few random natives from Polis stayed behind to defend them. But she did. Are we ready to leave, Captain? Fetcher asked, gripping the steering wheel. Yes, Rallana said, choking slightly between tears. Hit it. Then let's go, Fetcher shouted. The accelerator roared, and the vehicle returned to life. They would be gone soon enough. And so would their allies. Chapter 7. The Jedi took an elevator they found in the science laboratory to the hidden chamber beneath the base. Once they left the elevator, the Jedi found themselves in complete darkness. Raen did not know how to alter his perception with the Force, so he stumbled around in the darkness for a brief moment until Celsus grasped his shoulder. The Jedi Master could see clearly, and he stopped Raen from wandering too far from their group. They remained in the dark for a few moments, and then the chamber's floor panel lighting activated. Blue light sprung from the metal floor beneath them, slowly illuminating the vast chamber of secrets to its Jedi visitors. The chamber was massive, and hauntingly empty gray blocks extended as far as Raen could see, lining the walls on their left and right until they disappeared into the darkened end of the chamber. What were they? Raen's eyes followed these slabs until they were drawn to the center of the room where a large pyramid-shaped device sat. It was taller than the Jedi, and various runes and formulas had been scrawled across its surface. What is this place? Gale wondered aloud. I don't know, Celsus admitted. Keep your guard up. The pyramid-shaped device in the center of the room opened without warning, revealing its core, a large spinning apparatus, to the Jedi. The hidden device glowed brightly, and an amorphous shape began to form above it. The 3 Jedi watched as the holographic image of an elderly human male took shape before them. The figure had a flat face and a sharp, distorted nose with horrific burns on it. The man's eyes were small and weakened by age, and he was hunched over. He wore a lab coat with several utensils in it, but most of them would have been dirty and useless. Dr. Bancho, Dr. Salas, who's there? Identify yourselves, the hologram demanded. Raen was surprised. The figure could speak, and it recognized that there were sentient beings present. It must have been a recording, or perhaps the old man watched them from another part of the base. The young Force-sensitive was hesitant to reveal their position to the figure, but Celsus didn't care. He introduced himself, and then demanded to know who, or what, they were speaking to. The figure in the hologram lost his irises, and streams of data raced across the whites of his eyes. Interesting. Master Celsus Jan, Jedi Order, born in the Mid-Rim prior to the Mandalorian War. No siblings, parents deceased, and the Republic archives have you listed as MIA, The hologram's voice faded into a monotonous, dry tone that was almost droid-like. Alert. Jedi identified as enemy combatant. Prepare an emergency protocol. How did you know all that? Celsus asked plainly. The projection's eyes and voice returned to normal. My core is connected to the Sith mainframe here. It updates me periodically. However, I can process new information when I am presented with data not present in my current memory. What are you? Gale asked. This system is similar to the holocrons used by the Jedi and the Sith. I am not real. I am merely a computer program that has received nuances and information present in the Doctor at the time of my creation. However, I am programmed to behave critically and rationalize information before I respond to specific queries. So you're an AI based off someone's memories, Celsus presumed. You are correct. Gale crossed his arms. Who is the Doctor? I am modeled after Dr. Raen Benax of the Imperial Board of Military Research and Scientific Advancement, Neurological Branch, the AI replied. Raen Benax, Gale murmured. Raen, isn't that the name of that ghastly man on Ralen's crew? Rain's eyes widened at the realization. Do you know the status of Dr. Benax? He asked. Dr. Benax is deceased, the AI noted. He was reported dead several years ago, during a medical accident on board, critical error. Data restricted. What do you mean, data restricted? Celsus asked. I am not permitted to answer particular questions, especially those that relate to the Sith Empire's top secret programs and activities, unless proper clearance has been given. Raen frowned. The fact that they have the same name must be a coincidence. There must be hundreds of individuals named CERN in the galaxy. You're right. However, we should consult the Jedi archives once we reach Coruscant, just in case, Gale answered. Celsus turned his attention to the room's peculiar decorations, while his companions talked amongst themselves. AI, what's going on here? What are these slabs for? This room is the Polis Sepulchre. Before you are nearly 2,000 sentient beings, all Sith soldiers, frozen in carbonite. They were placed here at the behest of Dr. Salas, who was himself placed in cryogenic suspension sometime thereafter. The soldiers are to be shipped to critical error. Data restricted, per the orders of Darth Malak, Lord of the Sith. Where are these soldiers headed, AI? Celsus asked, hoping it would answer despite the fact it shielded his data from him at first. That's enough, AI 2001. Disengage conversation and activate self-destruct sequence. A voice spoke up in the darkness. Code 200-104-772. Zesh pattern. Command issued. Polis Sepulchre's core will reach critical state in 10 minutes. Warning. All sentient beings are advised to evacuate the base immediately. Zesh pattern achieved. Override protocol disabled. Shutting down to prevent further damage. The AI disappeared in an instant and the pyramid returned to its former state. Well, Raen Benax. We meet at last, a second, unknown voice called out. This one was different than the first, and it sounded distorted and mechanical, as if the individual was using a breathing apparatus. Who's there? Show yourself, Gale demanded. 8 figures stepped out of the darkness. Each of them wore the armor of a Mandalorian warrior. To the surprise of the Jedi, they were not armed with blasters, but with vibro swords. A 9th figure revealed himself after the others were in view. Unlike the others, he carried a double vibro sword in his hands, while his armor was red and significantly bulkier around his limbs and on his chest. The red-armored leader spoke, and the Jedi recognized him as the second voice. You don't know me, Raen, but I know you. My name is Commander Lubane, and we've been hired to kill you. You led us on quite a chase, and you did well to take out my lieutenant, Geese, back on Terrace. But your journey ends right here. Celsus scoffed. Mandalorians, don't toy with me. I know he is here. Just surrender and leave, so I may deal with your master. I don't know what you're talking about, Jedi, Lubane replied. We're here for Raen, and if you get in our way, we'll kill you too. Celsus sighed. Reaching out his hand, he called upon the power of the Force. As his fingers outstretched, he grasped at the throat of one of Lubane's soldiers with his mind. While the hapless soldier flailed about and clawed at his own neck to free himself, the Jedi Master reached out, grabbing several carbonite slabs with his mind, and threw them at his targets. Most of Lubane's soldiers avoided the missiles, but 2 were crushed before they could escape. Celsus's first target died as his trachea collapsed, and Lubane's men regrouped around their leader. What in the name of Mando? Lubane muttered. That is the Force, Celsus growled. Retreat, and let me deal with Darth Bandon, or I will personally kill all of you Mandalorian brutes. Darth Bandon. Gale mused. Celsus, what are you talking about? Before the Jedi Master could answer, Gale was struck by a stream of lightning that emerged from the darkness at the end of the chamber. The force of the attack threw him backwards, but the electrical current flowing through him caused far more pain. He had fallen to the floor, weakened, before Raen was lifted off his feet and launched toward the wall behind them. His side struck the elevator door, and he almost fainted when his body hit the floor with a thud. And suddenly, Celsus was alone. But it didn't matter. His target had come, at last. Liu Bang's leader emerged from the shadows. He was bald, his eyes glowed a sickening yellow, and his flesh was pale. There was no doubt that this man was a Sith. He covered most of his body with dark robes and fibrous upper bodysuit, and it was evident that he had incredible physical strength from the prominence of his muscles. He held a lightsaber with a large hilt, the trademark feature of a double-sided lightsaber that was ready for battle. Darth Bandon, apprentice to Darth Malak and heir to the title of Dark Lord of the Sith. They had met once before, on Korriban, when Celsus and a squad of Jedi infiltrated the Sith world. Their disguises did not fool Darth Bandon, and he dueled them in the Valley of the Dark Lords, the vast wasteland where the Sith Lords of old were buried. Under any other circumstances, they would have defeated him. But they could not work together, and the dark side was stronger in that barren valley. Celsus had been the sole survivor. He fled to Terrace, where he avoided Sith pursuers and discarded his Jedi apparel. He took up a job as a security agent to hide himself, and he remained there for years. It was not until he met Raen that he decided to avenge his fallen comrades. He had destroyed dozens of Sith bases, led the Sith from system to system hunting for him, and forced Darth Malak to dispatch his finest apprentice to stop him. It didn't matter how many of his allies he lost now. He was moments from perfecting his revenge. Darth Bandon. I thought I'd have to raise Korriban itself for you to fight me, Celsus taunted his opponent, bolstering his own confidence in the process. The Sith Lord wasted no time, activated both sides of his lightsaber, revealing two crimson blades. You underestimated me the last time we met, and you still do. You fought in the presence of the dead Sith last time. Now, we fight on neutral ground. Your words are as hollow as your existence. I will end you. Celsus shouted boldly. Leaping through the air, he ignored the Mandalorians who circled him and landed within striking distance of his Sith opponent. His violet lightsaber hissed as it sprung to life and threatened to rip apart Darth Bandon's throat. However, the Sith Lord recognized Celsus's maneuver and calmly placed one of his blades in between Celsus's weapon and his target. Once he had repelled the Jedi Master's blade, the Sith Lord twirled his double-bladed weapon over his head and swung one of his blades at Celsus's left side, and then, when the strike was blocked, he attacked the Jedi's right side with his other blade. However, Celsus knew how to fight Darth Bandon's double-bladed weapon, and he countered both strikes. The Mandalorians, noticing Celsus was distracted, moved in to attack his exposed flank. The Sith Lord watched their approach, and a single disapproving glare from him caused the Mandalorians to hesitate and rethink their strategy. Let the two Force Masters kill each other, Liu Bang ordered. We're here for Raen. Let's kill his friend and then return him to Alderaan. The Mandalorians retraced their steps and then turned their attention toward the two incapacitated Jedi. Raen noticed the Mandalorian's approach, and he did his best to stand. His body failed him, and he remained on the ground, barely conscious. He grasped at the nearby wall with his hands, looking to prop himself up, but he couldn't reach out that far. He swore profusely. This won't be the end of me. It won't. His mind started to blur as the Force and his survival instincts fueled his adrenaline and empowered his muscles. The pain in his back and legs began to subside, and it was replaced by the all-encompassing power of the Force. In seconds, he was standing again. He screamed at the top of his lungs, and he eyed his targets. 4 Mandalorians, including Liu Bang, were heading toward him, and 2 were approaching Gale, who was still on the ground. Rage was fueling his body, and he lost any hesitation or doubts he had about subduing his Mandalorian opponents. They were no longer enemies, but prey. They were animals to the slaughter. The first Mandalorian reached Raen before the others could provide support, and he eagerly swung his sword at Raen. The Force user had increased his reaction time through the Force, and he dodged the attack with ease. The Mandalorian warrior was thrown off balance as his weapon missed his target, and Raen plunged his lightsaber into the warrior's chest. The blue blade shattered his foe's armor and ripped through his chest. He perished within seconds. Removing his blade, Raen allowed his first victim's corpse to fall to the ground as he turned his attention to the remaining Mandalorians. While Raen engaged his targets in combat, Gale was still on the ground, aching and unable to stand. He was not skilled at healing, and he could not bolster his body's strength with the dark side, like Raen could. He remained on the ground, limp as a fish out of water, as his body recovered from Darth Bandon's electrical assault. The 2 Mandalorians were nearly on top of him before he reacted. The first Mandalorian reached Gale, as he was turning on his back, and the warrior raised his weapon to strike down the wounded Jedi. However, before his weapon could descend, a knife slit the Mandalorian's throat. Gale gasped as the Mandalorian's body fell to the floor, and Cern revealed himself to the Jedi. How did you get down here, Cern? Gale moaned. The assassin shrugged. I took the elevator. Need a hand? Yeah, I would appreciate it. Cern outstretched his arm and allowed Gale to grasp his hand. He pulled the noddle into his feet and made sure the Jedi was stable before letting him go. The second Mandalorian reached their position as Gale was recovering his footing, and Cern had to engage the warrior in close combat. His knife did not have enough range to defend against the Mandalorian sword, and he had trouble dodging his foe's wide swings. Nevertheless, he proved able to protect himself until Gale's strength was restored, and the Nautolan sliced off the Mandalorian's primary hand and left leg. Once the Mandalorian went into shock from his wounds, Gale turned to Cern. "Why are you here and not with Rallana and her crew?" "They left me here," Cern said, with a bit of disappointment in his voice. His eyes drifted away from Gale and stared into the distance. "And I sensed that you and Ron were in danger, so I traveled down here." "Raen." Gale realized aloud that his pupil was still in danger. Turning, he noticed that Ron was dueling 3 Mandalorian soldiers by his lonesome and not doing well. Lubain was among them, and Raen could hardly defend himself against the Mandalorian captain's double-bladed sword. "There are 3 of them," Gale noted. "One for each of us," Cern mused. "Exactly." Gale threw his Viridian lightsaber toward one of the Mandalorian combatants while Cern cloaked himself and faded from sight. Gale's weapon cut apart his target's torso, splitting him in 2. Raen, startled by the death of one of his opponents, hardly deflected Lubain's latest attack in time. Cern leapt behind the other Mandalorian and, using his invisibility to approach his opponent, grasped at his throat. Once the Mandalorian was unable to fight Raen, Cern drove his knife into the warrior's skull. Lubain, finding himself alone, stopped attacking and backed away from Ron. "Now, hold on, Raen. I know when I've been bested. Let's not be rash." His voice seemed less assured and more hesitant than before. "Rash?" Raen spat. He approached Lubain, lightsaber still in hand. "I'm not rash. A rash man would attack my friends and me on terrace. A rash man would kill my uncle and his family. A rash man would try to ambush me in the Sith base and force me to return to Alderaan. I am not rash." "Please, Raen. It was nothing personal. It was just a job," Lubain shouted. Raen was deaf to Lubain's pleas. He smiled a wicked smile as he raised his lightsaber to attack the Mandalorian leader. No. Raen, I was forced to hunt you down. Deadlay commanded me to. He said he would kill my men if I didn't. Let me live, please. You never see me again." Lubain begged, falling to his knees and releasing his weapon from his hands. "Raen," Gale shouted, arriving at Raen's side with Cern in tow. "Listen to him. You cannot kill him. Don't give in to your anger." Raen stopped suddenly, centimeters away from Lubain. The Mandalorian deserved to die. He had threatened Ron, his friends, and he would have killed him had Lubain's and Raen's positions been switched. His anger kept whispering in his ear. "Kill him?" He lowered his lightsaber. Not to attack, but to put it away. Raen deactivated the weapon and extended a hand to Lubain. "I will not give in to my anger. Let's go." Lubain seemed as though he was about to grasp at his weapon, but decided against it. Reciprocating Raen's mercy, he grabbed the Jedi's wrist and allowed himself to be brought to his feet. "Thank you, Raen. Bless you." "Not yet. My job's not done," Raen muttered. Still grasping Lubain's wrist, he pulled the mercenary closer and placed the handle of his deactivated lightsaber in between the Mandalorian and him. As the Mandalorian flew toward Raen, the young Force-sensitive's lightsaber burst forth, piercing the Mandalorian's chest and sprouting out his back. "I had to satisfy my rage." "Join your comrades now," Raen said, smiling with glee as the leader's eyes widened in shock. Raen deactivated his lightsaber, and Lubain's body staggered backwards. The warrior still had enough life in him to mutter curses at Raen in his native tongue, but Raen did not hear them. Lubain's body hit the floor before Raen could turn around. Turning to his companion, Raen found himself facing Gale's fist, and a swift punch from the Nautolan Jedi sent him backwards. The strike was strong enough to startle Ron, but it didn't cause any bleeding. "What was that for, Gale?" Raen growled. "For not only disobeying my instructions, but misconstruing my words," Gale retorted. "I dare you to hit me again," Raen snapped. "It'll be the last thing you'll ever do." "Are you threatening me, Raen?" "If I am." "As deep as this conversation is," Cern interrupted, "Celsus is still fighting that Sith. Should we aid him?" Gale and Raen stared vibridigers at each other before directing their attention toward Cern. He was right. Celsus and Darth Bandon had been fighting the entire time, neither one of them gaining the upper hand on the other. Gale sensed that Celsus was tiring, and Raen could tell that the Sith Lord remained strong by fueling himself with the dark side of the Force. The Sith Lord's lightsaber proved difficult for Celsus to deflect, but he had survived this long. The 2 Jedi and their enigmatic companion raced to the Jedi Master's side. Darth Bandon, noticing their advance, used a quick Force push to throw Celsus away from him and redirected his attention toward his new enemies. Performing another simple Force push, Darth Bandon sent Cern flying away from him. Gale reached Darth Bandon first, and he leapt behind the Sith Lord and struck at his back. However, his opponent was ready, and his second blade easily parried Gale's strike. When Raen arrived, he split his focus and started a two-way countering motion that refused to surrender to the offensive of the Jedi pair. Celsus had recovered his bearings by now, and he returned to the fray. Raen, tired as he was distracted by the Jedi Master's arrival, and Darth Bandon used the opening in his foe's defense to kick Raen in the chest. With the wind knocked out of him, Raen fell on his back and his lightsaber flew out of his hands. Celsus took his place in the duel, and Darth Bandon found himself equally matched yet again. Raen tried to recover his footing, but Cern stopped him. Hold on, Raen. This entire building is going to explode in less than 5 minutes. We need to get out of here. We need to help Celsus, Raen snapped back. We can't help him if we're dead. Cern shouted. Listen, there's a tram that leads away from this research facility. It's located about 200 meters that way, he said, pointing east. Let's go. Raen ignored Cern's warning. Running toward Darth Bandon, Raen struck at the Sith Lord's legs. He dodged the attack by performing a quick jump and then deflected the blows of Raen's companions. Darth Bandon leapt away, using the Force to propel him away from the Jedi. Spinning his weapon, he goaded the Jedi into attacking him. Celsus stopped Gale from moving into attack. Hold on, the Jedi Master ordered. This is my fight. You two are done here. I don't want you to interfere. Gale frowned. Master Jan, this isn't just your fight. This is my fight, and my fight alone. I've been waiting to kill this man for years, and now he is here. You two will just be in the way. Celsus, Gale said, you can't be blinded by your desire for vengeance. We lost our chance to destroy this base, on our terms, and now you're going to abandon us. I need to do this. My comrades will not rest if I don't slay Darth Bandon. Celsus shouted. No. You're treading too close to the dark side. If you continue down this path, you'll die. Gale shot back. No more words. Go. Celsus barked. Raen had already headed off to follow Cern. Gale sighed and nodded. He had made his point. Celsus would fight alone. Contrary to what the Nautilus thought, his words stung the Jedi Master. Celsus moved forward to attack Darth Bandon, but before he did, he turned to face Gale, one last time. Gale, Celsus said. Yes. Tell Sam that it was an honor serving as his Jedi Master. I know he'll become a far greater Jedi than I ever was. Gale would have thought that Celsus was just being polite if he had said that to him before this mission. Now, though, Gale knew the truth. Sam would be a better Jedi than Celsus, because Celsus was no longer a Jedi. If he had ever been a Jedi, then that had been a long time ago. Gale nodded silently as he struggled to turn away from him. Nevertheless, Gale would be sure that his legacy was untarnished by his actions on Polis. He would make sure Celsus remained a hero. He bid farewell to Celsus one last time before following Raen and Cern to the exit. And so, Celsus remained. He was the last one standing yet again. His arms were exhausted, and he was barely able to deflect Darth Bandon's attacks. His rage goaded him on at first, pushing him onward and closer to his ultimate revenge. Weariness had overcome him, and his plans, all his machinations, seemed so shallow. Sweat raced down his brow and into his eyes, forcing him to blink. He gave his opponent unnecessary opportunities to strike at him, and it turned the battle against him. His muscles were weak after dabbling in the dark side. Now what was it worth since the anger, the hate, and the vengeance were gone? Nothing. Darth Bandon noticed his weakness. The Sith Lord's attacks became more ferocious and less predictable. The Jedi Master could no longer bend the Force to his will, as he had been doing, because the dark side had abandoned him. He was so weak now that he could not even heal himself. His mind began to wander in the midst of the battle, back to his allies that had died on Korriban. They had not wanted this. They did not want to become the idols that drove his quest for retribution. Two realizations hit him at once. He didn't need revenge on Darth Bandon to remedy his failure. He had sacrificed his companions on Korriban on his quest for power, and he was willing to sacrifice his companions on Polis for a chance at revenge. He had learned nothing, and that was why he could not defeat Darth Bandon. While he was lost in thought, his opponent had severed his entire weapon arm. The Jedi Master was drawn back to reality by the pain, and it dawned upon him that he was nearly defenseless. Withdrawing the spear on his back, Celsus used his offhand to deflect Darth Bandon's next few blows, but he knew it was futile. The spear shaft was only able to block lightsaber blows as long as Celsus could maintain a defensive aura around it. His body was shaking, and his remaining arm twitched violently, crying out in pain. The spear shattered into tiny wooden fragments, and Celsus fell to his knees in agony. This is the end. I failed. I did not avenge you. Tyner, Rorken, Verlily, I'm sorry. And so you fail, Darth Bandon said, in a hushed voice. A single swing, and the job was done. He cleaved through his foe's flesh, and his first mission was over. He had killed the last of the Jedi who had attacked Korriban several years ago. Darth Malak would be pleased, but not satisfied. He still had one more mission to do yet. Revan shall meet the same fate. Raen, Gale, and Cern took the tram from the Sith base. Their vehicle was surprisingly fast, and it had raced through the subterranean tunnels and reached its destination before the base itself exploded. Disembarking at a transit hub, the two Jedi and their companion left the safety of the underground and returned to the harsh, freezing environment of Polis's surface. "So, I suppose we're going to Coruscant now?" Raen asked. "You mean you're still coming with me?" Gale answered with a question of his own. "I thought you were done with me." "No, I still have to face my trial for the death of Torchel. That's all." "Well then, we should head to Ambria first. I have some business to attend to there before we travel to Coruscant," Gale explained. "Is CERN coming with us?" Raen asked, turning to the assassin at their side. "If he would like." CERN stood there silent for a brief moment. He placed his hand at his chin, as though he were thinking deeply on the subject. "No, I do not deserve to follow you, Jedi. I will find my own way off Polis." Gale clasped the Enigma's shoulder. "You saved my life today. If you ever need anything, the Jedi Order will welcome you." CERN smiled coyly. "I don't think so. Thanks anyway." He turned invisible and left their sight. Footprints alluded to his destination, but the Jedi would not pursue them, and the light snowfall would soon erase all trace of them. Once he had departed, Gale motioned for Raen to follow him. Making sure he still had his lightsaber with him, Raen followed the Jedi Knight to the nearest village. As they left, Raen turned toward the transit hub, looking in the direction of the Sith base. He didn't know if Celsus survived. He couldn't sense him, and probably would never find out. He hoped that Celsus found closure and peace before he finished his duel with the Sith Lord he struggled with. Bidding one last farewell to the Jedi who had aided him a year before, Raen picked up the pace and followed Gale through the snow. Chapter 8. Here come hostiles. The lifeless voice of an automated loudspeaker repeated itself several times. He had heard it the first time. It wouldn't be long now. Raen Benax stood alone, surveying the room around him. His blue eyes glittered as the pale light beat down upon him from above, creating a ferocious shadow behind him. The flowing charcoal-colored robes he wore underneath a beige vest appeared darker than normal in this place. A personalized lightsaber decorated with runes rested on his sash, but he wouldn't need it. Not yet. He kept his hands behind his back, waiting patiently his enemies to appear. The serenity before combat always defined the rest of the battle for Raen. He didn't know why, but the prospect of violence did not incite the dark side within him. It should have. As a Sith marauder, the dark side flowed through him the most during battle. But there was no thrill, no adrenaline rush. He was the strongest lightsaber duelist he knew, and he had long since learned how to subdue the Force more aptly than his companions. Nothing could catch him off guard, and he could face any opponent in combat. These fights were created to keep him sharp, but he figured he didn't need them. As the computer's voice had predicted, the first wave of enemies appeared. 12 machines, carrying blaster rifles and armed with personal energy shields, emerged from adjacent rooms. These Sentinel War droids were designed as dispensable combatants, and they were useless unless they fought together in a large group. They communicated with each other in buzzes and blips, as though they could strategize and prepare themselves. However, no amount of droids could stop a master of the Force. They could come in dozens at once, and they would still fall. Raen let them attack first. No point in lashing out at the machines and finishing this exercise before it could begin. Several droids opened fire at him, sending a few red blaster shots at the young warrior. Placing his hands in front of him, Raen closed his eyes and diverted his attention from the droids before him and concentrated on the Force itself. The very same energy field that empowered him encompassed everything and united the galaxy as one. Nothing could hope to stand against him with his power. The tips of his fingers grasped at the Force, as though he had dipped his hand in a stream and seized a handful of the water racing by. In the blink of an eye, a transparent wall was erected between Raen and his droid combatants. The shots dissipated against the wall, sizzling and eventually disappearing into harmless energy. The young warrior opened his eyes again, and the droids fired upon him in union, trying to destroy his barrier. They were bold, for machines, but they were not programmed to face someone like Raen. Still behind his protective wall, Raen went on the offensive. Concentrating on a single droid, he thought of sending it into the air. Sure enough, the Force granted his mental wish, and the droid was pulled off his feet. His weapon hit the ground with a crack as its owner levitated in midair, utterly useless without his weapon. But he wasn't content with a single droid. Within seconds, more than half the droids were floating in the air, suspended by the ethereal power of the Force, both weaponless and defenseless. Blips and bloops from their vocabulators told him that they were still active, but they could do nothing to stop him. The rest of the droids rushed at Raen, hoping to bypass his shield and attack him at close range. A single Force-empowered push ended that idea. The telekinetic burst washed over his droid combatants, crumpling their fragile frames and throwing them to the floor. The wave of invisible energy had even caught some of the floating droids, sending them to join their collapsed allies. A second wave appeared, this one containing twice as many droids as before. Raen knew he was in no danger. their combat algorithms were predictable, and their weapons were outdated. Focusing on the nearest droid, Jion outstretched his hand and let a small spark form in his palm. Launching it from his hand, Jion watched as the burst of electricity spread into a stream of energy that disabled his droid opponents as if infected by a virus. Their cores fried, and smoke rose up from their insides even as they hit the ground in a quaint synchronized fashion. No droids remained, but Jion knew he had one last opponent to fight. Activating Colossus Unit. It certainly earned his designation. His last droid opponent was 4 meters tall and protected with modified tank armor. It was vaguely humanoid, although his extra pair of arms, each equipped with a heavy blaster cannon, compensated for his lack of legs. His base had old-fashioned tank treads to move, but the groans of the droid's weak torso meant that it couldn't move quickly or very far. Making sure his shield was strong enough to resist the mechanical giant's first few attacks, Jion called upon the Force to attack his newest foe. The combat droids he had destroyed became makeshift projectiles, and he threw them at their hulking counterpart. The large droid ignored them, and it continued to fire upon Jion's defenses. The blaster fire rapidly slammed into Jion's barrier. The shield was staving off the shots for now, but Jion could tell that each round of fire weakened it substantially. He'd have to end the battle now. His lightsaber activated midair as he used the Force to pull it off his sash. The crimson blade leapt from the hilt, the snap hiss of the energy blade ringing in Jion's ears. It was a shame. If Jion's opponent could feel fear, then the battle would have ended then and there. However, since this droid couldn't feel emotions, he would have to destroy it. He called upon the Force, bidding it to serve him more than before. His vision became cloudy as his heart pumped faster, and faster inside his chest. The sound of the blaster fire beating against his shields was drowned out by the hum of his lightsaber. He felt the blood rush through his legs and his arms, and he savored the thought of ending this battle. Time began to slow around him, even as he continued to move at his own pace. Blaster shots were slow-moving objects for him to dodge, and he could see their lines of fire perfectly. Leaping into the air, Jion rose up to meet the droid's head. He swung his lightsaber, and it caught itself in the droid's photoreceptor, but the weapon cleaved a straight line through the droid even as it fell with Jion. The tank armor was pathetic, like fabric against blade, and the droid's internal systems were compromised before Jion even finished his descent. A critical system failure forced the droid to power down and saved Jion from having to avoid the explosive effects of his work. With this defeat, the exercise ended. Impressive, Jion, a voice said. Most impressive. Jion recognized the high-pitched voice and knew it belonged to Dedley, one of the Sith Masters of Alderaan. Turning to face his superior, Jion acknowledged the Nikto's presence by bowing as low as he could, lightsaber still in hand but deactivated. Dedley's armor clinked gently as he walked. He wore the armor of a Sith trooper, but it was old and rusted at its edges, and he didn't bother to refurbish it. He owned a lightsaber, but it wasn't on his person. Jion figured that Dedley trusted him to not attack his former master in the sanctuary of his own Sith Academy. He was right. Jion would have been foolish to attempt such an attack, but trust was dangerous, especially for a Sith master. Dedley was not the first master of this academy, and the Nikto had probably taken it from his former master by exploiting his trust. Jion had no desire to take the academy from him, but that didn't mean that Dedley was safe. Stand, young one, Dedley spoke when Jion did not. We have much to do and little time to do it. Jion stood and followed the Nikto out of the room. Are we going to undertake a mission? He asked. We are. All the Sith of Alderaan. All of us. Jion repeated, a bit shocked. What are you planning, Master? Not me? Preux. Preux. Jion had not heard that name prior to the disappearance of his younger brother, Raen, and now he could not go a day without hearing it. There had been a time when Jion had suspected that Dedley led the Sith on Alderaan. Now there was little doubt in his mind that the exact opposite was true. Preux was the Lord of Alderaan, and Dedley was his executor. He had yet to meet the enigmatic figure, but he had a feeling he did not need to. There was little camaraderie between Sith, and the relationship between master and servant was even closer to enmity. What is he planning then? Dedley smiled toothily. Not here, Jion. Let us speak in private. Follow me to the library. The trip through the academy was silent. Unlike the room Jion had trained in, the rest of the academy did not have an industrial design scheme. In fact, the academy had been modeled after the dreary ruins on Korriban, the Sith capital. A strange thing, since the academy was supposed created out of a Jedi base. Gray walls lined the silent halls of the academy, decorated with ancient Sith runes, and an occasional splatter of dried blood. The few Sith they passed hailed Dedley as he walked by, but they said nothing to his companion. To them, Jion was just another Sith. Master, Jion finally asked, why do you not carry your lightsaber with you of late? Dedley turned to face Jion as he kept up his stride, but then continued looking forward. So you noticed, did you? Yes, Master. The Force has shown me a vision, Jion. It has told me that my position as master of this academy will be in danger. Jill suspected that he heard a hint of worry in the Nikto's light voice. By the Jedi. No, by the Sith, Deadlay corrected him. It told me that my closest ally would betray me, and he would leave me to die with the ones I had damned. Was that all, Master? Jill asked. Deadlay hesitated for a moment. Yes, that was all. Jill pondered Deadlay's words for a moment. He realized that Deadlay was not wearing his weapon because he sought out his closest ally. The dark side had confused the Sith Master and created a paranoia within him. He did not trust Jill, as he had initially suspected, but the Nikto feared him. Or perhaps he did not fear him at all, but he feared someone. He feared the unknown. Deadlay did not know who would betray him, but he was confident that walking around the academy unarmed would draw the traitor out. It was an interesting tactic, but a dangerous one. Master, Jill began, slowly, you know I would not betray you. Deadlay scoffed. Jill, you are a Sith. Authority belongs to those who have the most power. If you have more power than I, then I must accept, perhaps violently, that you deserve this position. Master, you've trained me since I was a boy. I could not betray you, even if the dark side compelled me. It would be like challenging my own father, Jill replied. Jill, I'd like to believe you, Deadlay said sadly. You are a strong warrior, and you are unmatched by any Jedi. Even the Sith will learn to fear you in time. You alone can save me from whoever it is that seeks to destroy me. I swear that I will stand by your side until we both perish, Jill said. Some relief appeared on Deadlay's face. Thank you, Jill. Come, the others are waiting. The two Sith entered the Academy's library in silence. Upon their arrival to the darkened chamber, they were greeted by a woman, hardly older than Jill, wearing the gray military uniform of the Sith, with short blonde hair and piercing feline-like eyes. Deadlay greeted her with a low grunt and passed her by. Calais welcomed him with equal enthusiasm, but she addressed Jill with respect and cautiously flashed a smile to him. Jill pecked her lips softly. It had been some time since the two had done anything together, but now was not the time for it. They bypassed a few bookshelves to reach the room's lounge where Deadlay was waiting. Calais, where's Phazon? Deadlay asked, his voice fluctuating and unclear. Jill recognized it as a habit of the Niktos, particularly when he was impatient. He had always been good at recognizing personal idiosyncrasies, even in people he hardly knew. I am here, Deadlay, Phazon spoke up. He had been in their presence the entire time, but he had hidden himself amongst the books in the corner of the room. As a Cathar, he was larger than all of them, but his kempt dark fur and braided mane conflicted with the idea of the wild, giant feline he was supposed to be. He half-heartedly ambled away from his collection of lore and joined the Sith at their seats. Jill rarely saw Phazon because he was always attending to his work. The old Cathar was either in the library studying ancient tomes and translating ancient texts, or he was training one of his two pupils. He was rumored to be centuries old, but Jill had suspected those rumors to be untrue until now. Even as he stood in their presence, the dark side poured out of Phazon like no one Jill had ever sensed before, and it was obvious that the old sage kept himself alive by the unnatural powers of the dark side. Phazon, have you been informed of the plan? Deadlay growled. Preux ensures I am informed of all his plans, Phazon retorted. As his oldest and wisest subordinate, he sees it fit to instruct me before the rest of you. You think too highly of yourself? Deadlay sneered, taking note of Phazon's cold tone. Humble yourself before me, the master of the academy and leader of the Sith. You will receive the respect you earned. And you have earned nothing from me, Phazon countered. Deadlay stood from his seat and grasped his lightsaber, which had been resting on the desk before him until now. You're insane. You are my servant because I am stronger than you. You will respect me, beast. The Cathar hissed, but he said nothing. In fact, neither of them spoke, and neither attempted to engage the other. Jill watched as Phazon reclined in his seat, apparently surrendering to Deadlay, allowing the Nikto to sit down himself. Phazon's silence had become his means of surrender. The three Sith masters of Alderaan, Calais, Deadlay, and Phazon, all served Preux, but they were not equals. Calais was involved in subterfuge and assassination, Deadlay commanded Preux' troops and led his academy, while Phazon translated old tomes and learned the knowledge of the ancient Sith. Despite Phazon's apparent mastery of the dark side of the Force, he had lost his position of power many years earlier to Deadlay. Calais and Phazon simply could not compete against the Nikto directly, but they could conspire in the shadows. It was fear that kept the Sith masters in a fragile alliance, fear of Preux, for he was supposed to be stronger than them all. Then we may begin, Deadlay continued his earlier train of thought. What is your apprentice doing here, Deadlay? Phazon asked. He loathed the idea of speaking to Deadlay, which was evident from his voice. He didn't even bother pretending to make eye contact. Jill is here because Preux demands it, Deadlay replied. You said you knew all of Preux' machinations. So much for that. If you weren't lying, you would know that Jill is the most prominent of our Sith marauders, and he has proven himself in battle. Against droids, Phazon interrupted. Don't underestimate him, Calais shot back, defending Jill. He's taken out Jedi before. and he's stronger than most of your apprentices. Phason's eyes glistened at the mention of his students, and what Jion thought was a smile snuck onto the old Cather's face. "Oh," he asked, mockingly. "So Jion is more skilled than Viriko and Pallidus, is he?" "I doubt that, Calais. I quite doubt that. Viriko is a monster, and Pallidus is as enamored by old stories as you are," Calais said. "Neither of them can match Jion in skill or raw power." Phazon cackled. "You speak as though you know of teaching students, Calais. What happened to your last students, your only students? Marve perished due to the plague, and little Dinatha was accused of being a traitor. You have yet to train a successful heir for yourself." "Your students are just like you, Master Phazon," Jion finally spoke. "They're too focused on old stories. I am here because I am the strongest Sith Marauder, in fact, the only one who deserves that title, on Alderaan, and I am the strongest because I was trained by Master Dedley." "Enough," Phazon shouted. He glared at Jion, then at the other Sith Masters. He found himself opposed by his allies, so he ceased his offensive for now. "We've wasted enough time bickering here. When this mission ends, we will see who has died and who remains to receive Preux' blessing." "First reasonable thing you've said since we arrived," Dedley responded. "Jion, you are the only one of us who does not know why we are here. Our master, Preux, has decided to end the Republic's long reign on Alderaan. Our time here on Alderaan has not been wasted. Since our arrival, we have strengthened our garrison and abducted many, forcing them to join our ranks. We have infiltrated this world of artisans and scholars, and we have since taken root. Our legacy stems from the Keldroma family, who were the first Sith born on Alderaan. It is time that we seize that legacy by force." Jion crossed his arms. The Nikto's words could mean only one thing, but the young Sith feigned ignorance for now. "How? What are you saying, Master?" "The royal family has turned a blind eye to our activity so far, as long as we pay them heftily to falsify reports to the Senate. The Jedi did not sense our presence before, but ever since Jedi Master Torchel's death, they suspect that the Sith may control Alderaan. They're mistaken, but not for long. The time for secrecy has ended. Darth Malak, Dark Lord of the Sith, aims to attack the galactic capital at Coruscant. Preux has given us his permission to overthrow the royal family," Dedley explained. "Master, House Latona is loved, and they've done more for the good of Alderaan and its position in the Republic than any of their predecessors. Any sort of uprising would cause hysteria." "Boy, you needn't worry about such trivialities," Phazon chided Jion. "The reaction of the hoi polloi does not concern Preux, so it does not concern us. Besides," Calais interrupted, "House Organa has pledged their support to us, and they are quite popular with the citizens." "Why would House Organa support us?" Jion asked. "The Alderaanian noble families are always infighting," Calais explained. "House Organa seems to think that they've earned a chance at the throne, and they're willing to side with us to get it." "But won't the Republic attack us?" Jion mused. Phazon laughed. "Dedley, I don't believe in your student's strength, but his inquisitive nature is obvious. If he were older, he might have been a tactician during the war against Mandalore." "Jion, you are to follow orders, not question them," Dedley said. "We will inform you of your part in this plan before long. For now, prepare yourself. We shall attack in 3 days' time." Jion nodded and, sensing that he was no longer welcome, rose from his seat and left the Sith Masters to speak privately. As he was about to leave, Calais chased him down and grabbed his shoulder. "What is it, Calais?" Jion asked. "You said you needed this," Calais said, placing a small amulet in his hand. "Return it to me before tonight. Dedley won't be pleased to learn that he has lost his key." "Understood," Jion said. "Thank you, Calais. Anything for you?" Calais returned to the library to continue her discussion with the other Sith Masters, and Jion returned to the halls. He clenched the amulet Calais had stolen from Dedley in his hand, hiding the small metal chip from view. He had asked Calais to procure the key to Dedley's private sanctuary several days ago, and she proved capable as ever. Dedley had let him behind those doors once before, but he had to return. He had to see inside that place again. He had to know more about what was going on Alderaan. He needed more knowledge. Walking across the academy, he was confident that the Sith Masters would be talking for quite some time, and Dedley would not be able to catch him. He passed by Sith soldiers taking apart their guns near the barracks and dark Jedi sparring in the arena. No one interrupted his path, and no one paid any attention to him. All these agents of the Sith Empire would be mobilized soon enough, and they would see each other again when they attacked the capital in a few days. Until then, they will not speak or interact. "Jion, just the star I was looking for." Jion turned around to face the source of the sudden voice. A man a few years younger than Jion approached him, clothed in a dark, form-fitting robe and a flowing brown cloak. He was bald, but a hideous birthmark that looked like a blaster scar covered most of his forehead. His pale skin and yellow eyes reflected his unrestrained devotion to the dark side, and his crooked, discolored teeth formed a disheartening smile. "Viriko," Jion greeted Phazon's pupil with apathy. The other Sith Marauder seemed hurt, but Jion knew he wasn't capable of being pained by such trivial things. Don't say my name like that, Jion. After I was so keen on speaking to you. What do you want? I just want to talk, Jion, Viriko said, his voice laced with false amicability. We can't do that, right? Or are you too important to talk to me, your old friend? I was never your friend, Jion replied, quickly pushing Viriko's hand away from his shoulder. You wound me? Viriko's eyes lit up when he caught a glimpse of the item in Jion's hand. What is that? Nothing that concerns you, Jion snapped. Don't you have to rip the legs off some poor, defenseless creature? Maybe exploit some peasant's time of need? I did those things today, Viriko said, dismissing the ideas. But after I had stolen some credits from a poor, single mother and her 3 children at the spaceport, I thought, you know what you haven't done in a while, Viriko. You haven't spoken to your old friend, Raen Benax. I said I'm not your friend, Jion replied, turning to walk away from the other Sith Marauder. And I certainly don't want to talk to you. Go away. Callie was looking awfully pretty today. Jion shot Viriko a deadly stare. What did you say? Jion, you're not as sneaky as you think you are. When you look at her, Viriko cooed, drifting into a melodramatic sigh. You are quite oblivious to everything else around you. Drop it, Viriko. Have you ever thought about how she would look with no arms? Viriko asked, a wicked smile spreading across his pale face. Think about it, a quick vibroblade cut here or there. He was cut off when Jion spun around and immersed himself in the Force. Viriko gasped and wheezed as his throat was constricted by Jion's telekinetic grasp, waving his arms helplessly. Jion grabbed his lightsaber and placed the weapon's deactivated hilt on the other Sith Marauder's chest. I said, drop it. I hear you, Viriko said, choking on his own words. Dropping it like a stone. A heavy stone. Jion let him go, and Viriko gladly sighed in relief. Jion continued toward Detlay's private sanctum, but he turned around and faced Viriko. If you even think about hurting Kayleigh, I'll know. I have the power to make you die a slow, painful death. Remember that? As Jion turned to leave, Viriko licked his lips hungrily. I'd like that, Jion. Jion slid the amulet into the door's key slot. He had made sure no one, especially Viriko, had followed him here. Reaching out into the Force, he monitored every being around him, sensing how far each of them was from him. Once he was sure there was no one within eyeshot, he entered Detlay's private room. After he closed the door behind him, Jion took note of the fetid smell that had been sealed in this room. He gagged violently as the stench of sweat and seared flesh rose up from the depths of the room. The hair on his neck stood on end as he walked inside, each step echoing amidst the darkened chamber before him. The dark side was thick in this room, hovering around him like miasma, making it hard to breathe. Making his way by the light of dim lanterns, Jion arrived at a T-intersection. It was difficult to see through the haze and the rotting smell distracted him, but he made his way to the right, passing several prison cells as he did so. Unlike the cells in the academy proper, these were old-fashioned, complete with stone walls and metal bars, meant to create a feeling of separation and hopelessness. The light seemed to avoid the inside of these cells, as though the damned were not fit to feel the warmth and security it brought. Eventually, Jion made his way to the very last cell. It was left open. Detley had probably been down here before meeting him in the training room. Jion had been down here only once before, and the sickening atmosphere hadn't changed. In fact, it was probably worse. Nevertheless, he remembered who occupied that last cell, and he hoped she was still alive. Dynatha Aris. She had been a Sith once. Now, she was a prisoner, a helpless pawn in the power struggle between the Sith Masters. Chained to the wall at the farthest end of the cell, her feet dangled nearly a meter above the ground. As Jion left the light of the hall and approached her, he felt an eerie coldness sweep over his body. Her blonde hair was scattered over her face, but it was torn and knotted into an ungraceful mess. Blood and sweat covered her bare limbs, and Jion found himself shuddering when he saw the fresh cuts on her arm. Blood flowed from her wounds like crimson tears, racing down her body and dripping to the floor, forming puddles beneath her. Dynatha, Jion said. Raen. What? Jion asked, shocked. Her voice was hoarse and hushed, but he could still hear her. Raen. She kept repeating his name, over and over, and she hadn't heard him. Stepping to her, he lightly touched her chin. She flinched as his fingers met her cold skin and lifted her face to meet his. She continued to mutter the name of Jion's brother, even as her hazel eyes, lifelessly resting on faded bags beneath her eyelids, met Jion's stare. Her face was emaciated, and the bones in her cheeks jutted out of her skin as though they were going to tear through it. Dynatha. Her eyes shifted away from him when he said her name. Recoiling, she struggled against the chains that bound her arms to the wall. No. Master chokes me when I say her name. Stop it. Stop it. Detley, why are you doing this? Jion moved her head so that she could look at him again. Don't worry. I'm not going to hurt you. You just need to help me. Do you know why Detley is doing this? The master says I betrayed the promise I made to him, Dinatha said, still squirming in her chains. I spoke to the one who overmasters, and the master said I deserved this. It was true. Dinatha had been Calais' student before she ended up in this dark place. She was never meant to be a Sith, not really. Deadlay sensed that she was Force-sensitive, and took her from her parents, a couple living on a fishing village in the most rural part of Alderaan. She developed a crush on Raen before he fled Alderaan. Calais toyed with Dinatha's feelings and told her that if she contacted Preux and told her about Raen's progress, she could help him become a Sith marauder, and eventually win his heart. Calais had set up the meetings with Preux, but Deadlay discovered Dinatha's actions. Thinking that Raen had convinced Dinatha to act as an envoy between himself and Preux, Deadlay moved to capture Dinatha and tried to kill Raen. Raen had escaped, Dinatha did not. Jion, then, felt responsible for Dinatha's unfortunate position. He had convinced Calais to set up the meetings between Dinatha and Preux, hoping to discover more information about the enigmatic figure. And now she was here, broken and tortured at Deadlay's hands. He should have killed her. He didn't know why his master kept the girl alive. Dinatha, why are you calling out Raen's name? Jion asked. The young girl held back a sob. Raen will come to rescue me. I know he will. And we'll escape, and he'll keep me safe from the master. Jion hesitated when he heard the young girl's hopes. Raen wasn't dead, but if he was wise, he wouldn't return to Alderaan. He never reciprocated Dinatha's feelings, and yet she thought he was some sort of knight, coming to rescue her. Shaking his head, Jion turned to leave. He couldn't do anything more here. It was clear that Dinatha didn't have any more information about Preux. She could hardly speak, much recognize her own name. Jion, Dinatha's soft voice called after him. He stopped. Yes. Master says. She paused and tried to reach her arms to wipe away her tears. Master says Raen is dead. Is that true? No. Raen's alive. Jion left the cell, not bothering to turn around and face Dinatha again. If he had, he might have saw the faint smile that graced Dinatha's face for the first time in a long time. He's out there, Raen. Save me. Chapter 9. Alderaan, the capital city of Alderaan, was beautiful in the starlight. Mountains formed a semicircle in the distance, creating a natural wall that would have hindered ancient invaders. Even the serene lake that surrounded most of the city hinted at the ingenuity and practical-mindedness of Alderaan's architects, turning the vast body of water into a natural moat. Water flowed freely in the unseen streets as canals, and along buildings like waterfalls, creating illustrious gardens and grand pools for artists, tourists, and thinkers alike to enjoy. The city's alabaster towers reached for the sky, peering out from behind the walls that encompassed the entire city. Alderaan police patrolled the wall's perimeter, but most of them were stationed inside to protect the citizens of the capital. At the heart of the entire city stood the castle of Alderaan itself. A domed building with a single grand spire reaching for the starry night sky, the castle was not the largest building, but it was majestic all the same. About 7 stories tall, it had several raised bridges that connected to a series of towers surrounding the castle, and a grand citadel for storing supplies had been constructed directly in front of the castle itself. In the stillness of night, Jion was out at the splendor of the city. He stood alone in the grassy plains that raced out from the edge of the lake and headed into the forested lands beyond. About half a kilometer behind him, Sith engineers were activating bipedal combat droids, and Sith troopers were making last-minute preparations for their attack. They were far enough from the city's walls to avoid the sight of the night watch, but close enough to see the banks of the lake itself. The night air raced through Jion's hair, and he thought he felt mist tossed into the air from the lake's pelt his face. Artillery fire would raze buildings and burn the land. Metal stakes would be erected to slow vehicles. Broken droids and shattered defenses would be scattered across the fields. The Sith planned on leaving most of the capital's buildings intact, but there was no guarantee that a single brick would be standing at dawn. Calais' footsteps crunched against the wet grass beneath her boots, and Jion recognized her approach before she had even reached him. He remained still, focusing on Alderaan's majesty. To his surprise, she wrapped her arms around his waist and pressed her chest against his back. Calais hardly acted on her passions in public, mostly to avoid arousing suspicion. With Sith like Verrico around, Jion agreed with her wholeheartedly. There were many Sith who would use knowledge of their relationship to endanger either of them. Nevertheless, the secrecy of their relationship became irksome at times, especially during long missions. Jion continued to focus his attention elsewhere, playfully ignoring the Sith master until she whispered something in his ear. What was that? Jion whispered, still being coy. Are you ready, love? I hope so, Jion replied. He placed his hand on top of hers. This could be our last battle. Do you think one of us could die? Calais asked, humorously entertaining the thought. No. Well, Calais began, we could have done something romantic. We're alone. We still have time. Calais slowly turned Jion around, until the two were facing each other. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and slowly brought herself close to Jion for a kiss. Jion placed his arms at her waist as Calae's touch continued to weaken him, her lips joining his in their embrace. But it was over too quickly. Calae's comlink went off, and she quickly escaped Jion's grasp, much to his dismay. "Calae," he said, reaching for her. She brushed him off. "Not now. Deadlay's giving me the signal. It's time to begin." "Calae," Jion called out to her. "Yes. Don't die." "I can't," Calae purred. "I need to come back to you, don't I?" Activating the stealth generator on her belt, Calae's body faded from view even as Jion reached out to touch her again. Her footfall could still be heard, and Jion listened as the sound of her steps faded away, heading toward the capital. She was crucial to the entire battle plan, and Jion knew she had to leave, but he privately bemoaned the entire ordeal. He wanted to feel her, hold her, and kiss her. It was always something. If it wasn't this mission, it was some lesson. If it wasn't some lesson, it was a meeting. "Jion," Fazen's low, haunting voice called from behind him. "It is time. Are you ready?" Jion almost jumped. How had the elderly Cather snuck up on him when Calae had failed? He felt embarrassed and quickly banished thoughts of his love into the depths of his mind before locking his mind from the probing powers of the other Sith. "Of course, Master Fazen. I trust you and your pupils are prepared." "We are," Fazen said. "Follow me, boy." Jion acknowledged Fazen's command, not speaking to the Sith Master as the two headed for Alderaan. As they approached the walls, Jion saw legions of Sith troopers descend from their positions in the hills in the distance and head toward the city's gates. Once Calae unlocked the sanctuary gates, the Sith troopers could cross the lake on a makeshift bridge and enter the city itself. In the meanwhile, the Force sensitives would bypass the walls and the city altogether, heading for the castle itself to pave the way for the infantrymen. Fazen reached the edge of the lake, and Jion stood by his side. Both of them stared at the silver walls on the other side. They knew how they were going to climb it, but they had to wait for their brethren. The cold water from the lake splashed against Jion, its spray dampening his robes and his uncovered face. Deadlay and the other marauders could not have arrived any sooner than they did. Once all the Force sensitives had finally arrived, Jion leapt from the banks of the lake all the way to the top of the wall. The Force served him well, and he found footing as soon as he ascended. Overlooking the city, Jion took notice of a multitude of walkways leading from the city's entrance to the castle itself while the rest of the Sith joined him on the wall walk. The city that surrounded the castle was certainly underdeveloped. Residential areas were located closest to the city walls, while the large alabaster towers that were involved in industry and trade became plentiful near the center of the capital. Beyond the city center, a large marketplace where goods were exchanged and foreigners spent most of their time could be seen. The castle's walls stood and eclipsed the height of the city's own defenses. They would have to leap those walls to reach the castle citadel, a large block-shaped fortress that stood in front of the castle to defend it from assault. It likely doubled as a bunker in case of bombardment. Then they could enter the castle itself. The Sith, led by Deadlay, leapt from the top of the walls to the nearest rooftops. Jion tried to make as little noise as possible, but it proved difficult due to the poor construction of these homes. Quickly moving on, the Sith jumped from house to house, building to building, and some of the less experienced Dark Jedi even navigated the otherwise empty streets of Alderaan. There were police, of course, protecting the city from criminals and adolescent troublemakers, but it was easy to circumnavigate their sloppy and undisciplined patrols. Reaching the castle walls, Jion jumped to the top of its citadel. He walked from one end of its flat top to the other, now peering down at the castle itself. It was certainly large enough to dwarf most of the other buildings in the capital, but it was small enough that it was difficult to target directly from outside the city walls. There were many buildings across the castle, but they lessened as the building got taller. Clearly, the royal family stayed on the upper floors where entry was difficult from the outside. At Deadlay's behest, Jion leapt from the citadel and propelled himself into a random window on a lower floor. No alarms were raised as Jion shattered the glass and rode into the dark room. Once again, Jion thanked his training in the dark side. If not for the Force, he would have bled to death. There was nothing in this room, probably a storage area, and Jion approached the door, pressing his hand against its wooden frame. The Force flooded images into his mind, showing him two guards, idly chatting on the other side of the door. He could vaguely hear their voices and feel their hearts beating. His power naturally stemmed forth from his body, and invisible tendrils grasped at the guards' throats. As the Force choked the clueless guards, Jion opened the door telekinetically to reveal himself to his victims. They were dead before he stepped out of the room. His first kills of the evening, but certainly not his last. The dead guards lay at his feet as he glanced to his left and right. This hallway ceiling at least 8 meters high, and was wide enough for several huts to travel through side by side easily for meters on end. Most of the hall was constructed out of wood and stone, although bronzium decorations and metal pedestals lined the walls in both directions as far as he could see. Occasionally, a painting or tapestry was placed on the wall to add some liveliness to the otherwise hollow halls. Light hardly entered the building from the outside. Instead, glow panels on the floor and walls provided a subtle glow to the entire castle. "This is Jion," he said, activating his comlink. "I'm inside the castle." "Good work, Jion," Deadlay's voice replied. He sounded distracted, but that was expected. They were undertaking a dangerous mission, after all. Each Sith will be responsible for the death of an Alderaanian leader. You will be responsible for killing the princess, Illyri Latona. "Why? Isn't she just a kid?" Jion asked. "She's 18. Jion chuckled softly. "She was Rain's age. She was a kid. Just to make sure there are no heirs to the throne." "Correct." "Very well. Jion out." Jion put his comlink back in his cloak, and then reached into the Force. Closing his eyes, he could feel the presence of hundreds of beings, including some of his Sith allies, across the castle. He had seen maps of the castle, but the princess did not have a permanent room for herself. It would be nearly impossible to find her in the Force with all these people around him. Instead of dwelling internally and trying to find her on his own, he decided that the best course of action would be to scour the castle. It would take longer, but the Force would eventually guide him toward his target. Jion headed east, approaching a wall that had a large mural of Alderaan's oceans on its walls. Turning the corner at the end of the long hall, he practically collided with an armored Twi'lek male and several castle guards. The Twi'lek wore the same red and black armor as the guards he accompanied, but he didn't carry a blaster on his person. A green lightsaber leapt from his belt, and Jion realized mere seconds before the swing came down that the warrior was Force-sensitive. Stunned, Jion barely managed to dodge the attack and block with his own lightsaber. There were no Jedi here. It was impossible. If there had been any on the planet, Deadlay would have known about them and warned the Sith. A quick Force push sent the Twi'lek flying away, knocking him out of the fight for a moment. "Don't let the invader pass you," one of the other guards growled. One of the guards charged at Jion with his vibroblade. Immersing himself in the power of the Force, Jion controlled his temporal perception until the guard slowed to a crawl. Now moving at superhuman speed, time seemed trivial to the Sith Marauder. Throwing his red lightsaber, Jion let the weapon cut through the charging guardsman and his two non-Jedi companions, killing all three of them in a single arcing motion. How pathetic. As the three guards died around him, the Twi'lek guard recovered his footing. Now it was just Jion against the Jedi. The Sith warrior pivoted on his left foot to face his opponent, but he was not expecting such a quick recovery. The Twi'lek sprung toward him and his lightsaber just barely grazed Jion's face. If Jion had turned a second later, he would have lost his jaw. The smell of charred flesh filled the Sith's nostrils, and he cried in pain. He managed to deflect the Jedi's next few attacks in spite of his injury, but he received no respite. The Force had saved him from a deadly blow, but he had never been wounded in battle like this. He would be permanently scarred from his chin to his right cheek. Rage began to build inside of him as he blocked the Twi'lek's blows. The pain from the wound fueled his anger. His opponent was skilled, and he hated it. Jion hated him for his capability to inflict harm on him, and he hated his presence. Moving into an offensive stance, Jion observed several weak points in the opponent's style, particularly around his lower body. Breaking a quick saber lock, Jion tried to cut at the Twi'lek's chest. The quick swings from the Sith forced the Twi'lek to defend his torso, which was exactly what Jion wanted. Quickly switching his target, Jion's red blade found its mark at his opponent's thigh. The Twi'lek flinched for a second, but that was all Jion needed. Once his opponent was distracted by the pain, Jion cut the Twi'lek's chest with a diagonal slice. His opponent collapsed, dropping his lightsaber as he struggled to heal himself with the Force. "Who are you, and how many more Jedi are there in this place?" Jion asked, stomping his boot on the cauterized flesh of his foe's chest. My name is Lias, but I won't betray my brothers and sisters to you, Sith," the Twi'lek spat. "End my life as you see fit, or torture me if you must. But you will fail." Jion touched the wound on his face. Some flakes of burnt skin fell to the floor as his fingers ran across it. "You are the first enemy to scar me in battle. I will make your end quick." Jion's lightsaber cut Lias's face horizontally, tearing his lower jaw and the end of his dangling leku from the rest of his body. Before he left Lias's corpse, he cut the Twi'lek's chest with his lightsaber, shouting in anger. That was not all he deserved, but it was all Jion could muster. He had a mission to do. Once he was sure Lias was dead, Jion realized that he heard the sound of laser fire in the distance. The Sith artillery pieces must have begun their assault on the city walls. That meant the Sith troopers were inside the city. He would have to hurry and finish his task. Racing up a flight of stairs, Jion ran into a group of 4 guards. They were startled to see him, and they probably did not even know they were under attack. The castle's poor communication would prove to be its downfall. Jion used a concentrated burst of telekinesis to send 2 guards flying into the walls beside them. The other 2 managed to draw their blasters before Jion used a burst of Force lightning to disable their weapons. One guard's blaster exploded in a violent burst of excess energy, and the burns felled him. The last guard, weaponless, tried to flee from the Sith invader. Jion grabbed his lightsaber and threw the weapon at his escaping target. Its blood-red blade activated in midair, buzzing as it raced up the stairs and successfully tore off one of the guard's legs. Crying out in pain, the crippled guard was already pleading for mercy by the time Jion walked up to meet him. "Please don't kill me. I'll do anything," the guard yelped when he saw Jilon's weapon. "We'll make a deal," Jion mused. "I'll spare your life in exchange for information." "Anything," the guard cried. "Where is the princess?" "Illyri." "Well, why didn't you say you were looking for her?" "She's 2 floors up, in the room next to the large mural of the Alderaanian grassland." "Please don't kill me." "Very well," Jion muttered. The young Sith deactivated his lightsaber and continued his ascent. Before he arrived on the next floor, Jion reached into the Force and choked the guard he left lying on the floor. He heard the guard's dying gasps as he ran down the hall toward the next set of stairs. There were no other guards, although Jion knew he had taken too much time ensuring that the enemies he encountered were dead. Reaching the floor that the guard had told him about, Jion raced down that hall as well, cutting the guards that idly stood in his way. He had been hesitant about using his lightsaber to defeat these trivial opponents, but he would not exert the effort to kill them with the Force. Once he had reached the room by the mural at the farthest end of this floor, he examined the door. He hadn't expected to be unlocked, and a quick telekinetic nudge forced the door wide open. Jion realized that the room had been destroyed. The bed at the farthest end of the room was broken in half and items from the various wardrobes were scattered across the floor. He was shocked at the sight of 2 dark Jedi and a Sith Marauder waiting for him. Based on their reaction, they were startled to see him too. He didn't recognize the dark Jedi, whose identities were hidden behind cowls. However, their leader was the last Sith he wanted to see. Verrico. 3 guards and a woman, probably a maidservant, were dead at Verrico's feet. He smiled toothily when he saw Jion, but otherwise made no sudden motion. Strips of linen rested in his hand, probably from the dead maidservant's dress. One of the dark Jedi was in the process of beating a second maidservant, and the other dark Jedi was trying to restrain the princess herself. They were disobeying orders, being in here. Jion was responsible for these targets. "Verrico, what's going on here?" Jion asked fiercely. Jion," Verrico cooed. "Just the star I was hoping to see tonight. Join us, would you? The spoils here are excellent." "Why are you here?" Jion asked. "We are earning our just rewards. Can you believe they wanted to kill this royal beauty, her mother, and all their courtesans? What a waste. I'll take them alive or dead, Jion, but they are so much better alive. They don't quite sound the same when they're dead." "You're sick," Jion nearly shouted. "Leave. Now. You have your own mission to attend to." "Killing the Republic diplomat to Alderaan," Verrico said, mimicking Deadlay's high-pitched, nasally voice as best as he could. "Who cares? I can do that later, when the fighting is at its peak. Right now, I want to whet my appetite." The princess cried something unintelligible in the distance. Her sudden outburst angered her captor, one of the dark Jedi, and he struck her in the face. Jion moved toward them, but Verrico halted his advance, standing in between Jion and his target. Jion started to move around him, but a forced push from Verrico kept him back. "Jion, what happened to your face?" Verrico asked, mock sympathy in his voice. "Did Calais get you with her claws last night? You have to mind those." Jion swung his lightsaber, now activated, at Verrico's throat. The other marauder coolly grabbed his own weapon and blocked the attack. The 2 dark Jedi activated their lightsabers as well, but they stabbed their hostages before turning their attention to their guest. "What do you think you're doing, Jion?" Verrico asked. Jion ignored him. He was tired of Verrico's attitude, and this was the perfect time to deal with him. Lunging at his opponent, Jion's thrust was narrowly dodged by Verrico. When his allies attempted to defend him, Jion used the Force to throw one of the empty wardrobes at them, smashing both of them underneath it. Verrico returned his attention to Jion after inspecting the stabbed princess. Jion proved a better duelist than his sadistic opponent, and he easily kept the duel in his favor. Phazon had gotten lazy teaching his students the art of lightsaber dueling, it seemed. What was a marauder if he couldn't kill another Force-sensitive? A few feints, and Jion successfully caught his opponent off guard. A quick vertical cut severed Verrico's weapon arm, and without a lightsaber, Verrico could do very little but plead for clemency before Jion cut off his other arm as well. Verrico whimpered, gasping as he stepped away from his opponent. "Hold on, Jion. I always thought you looked better without arms, Verrico." Jion mocked his defenseless foe. "Oh, I see what this is about." Verrico hesitated, and then took a step back. "Listen, I didn't mean it. You have to understand, there is a certain..." "Save it. You crossed the line. We're Sith, Jion. There is no line. I was only looking out for myself." Jion smiled. "You're right. And so am I." Grabbing the lightsaber Verrico had dropped, Jion ignited it and drove it into his owner's skull. Verrico gasped in shock, and his breath escaped for the last time as he fell to the floor. Once Verrico and his allies were dead, Jion returned his attention to Illyri. He approached the princess, who was lying on the ground with a lightsaber wound in her chest. Her maidservants were all dead, but she seemed to be struggling to stay alive. Her labored breathing was faint in comparison to the artillery fire outside, but it was loud enough that Jill noticed it immediately. The Sith Marauder thought he heard the sound of her sobs between an occasional gasp for breath, but she wasn't crying. She was laughing. "Illyri," Jill said, staring at the princess. She did not respond to him and continued laughing. "What's so funny?" "You," she gasped for breath, and Jill could tell she did not have much time. "Me?" "You lose," she said between breaths. "The princess escaped, you lose." Jill frowned when he realized that this was a decoy to distract the Sith until the real princess escaped. "I can't track her down." "You don't know where she's gone." Jill's rage boiled inside of him. First Verrico insulted him, and now his prey evaded him like a wounded animal. Activating his lightsaber, the young Sith cut the woman's throat with his lightsaber. He growled in fury, but his anger wasn't quelled. Without her, Jill didn't have any way to find out where the princess had gone, but he didn't care. His anger prevented him from seeing the effects of his actions. When he had calmed down, he could try and reach out in the Force and sense her, but amidst all the chaos compounded with the hundreds of individuals inside the castle, honing in on one fleeing person he had never met would be difficult. Sorely defeated, Jill abandoned his hunt for now. He needed a moment to clear his head, or else he would return to the fray blinded by rage. It was almost sunrise. The Sith troopers and their droid companions had entered the city several hours ago, and they had carved a bloody path through the city on their way to the castle. Alderaanian policemen were gunned down in the streets, uncoordinated, and not armed well enough to fight such a brutal enemy. Civilians were rounded up across the city while Sith artillery batteries rained laser fire and heavy projectiles onto their homes, their businesses, and those unfortunate enough to remain in hiding. Several of the city's larger towers had fallen, and the walls of the glimmering capital were no more. Communications had been cut off, preventing the royal family from calling for help. Even if they could, it would have been useless. Sith war droids were attacking every city in a 6-kilometer radius. The Citadel held out against its Sith attackers for some time. The building could only be entered through a single door, permanently locked from inside the castle itself. While Calais worked on opening the door, the Sith troopers stationed outside the Citadel were subject to blaster cannon fire and grenades from above. By the time the Citadel was open and quickly conquered for the Sith, the road below was comprised of nothing but scattered, burnt Sith corpses and ditches large enough to serve as their graves. The Sith troopers and their droid units entered the castle from the ground floor, slowly capturing room after room. The Alderaanian guardsmen, though few in number, proved able to bunker down in rooms and at the end of the castle's long halls, slowing the advance of the Sith infantry drastically. In the end, their efforts were futile, and all surviving royalists fell back to the throne room on the 6th floor. The royal family and their advisors had fallen. Only the king remained, holed up in his throne room with the last of his traditional guards and his Force-sensitive personal guardsmen. He was tenacious, and his refusal to surrender cost the Sith time and lives. King Sigmund III Latona's last true defense was a metal door protected by a shield that separated his throne room from the remainder of the castle. The shield had fallen, and the door had been destroyed by a Sith battering ram. It had been crude, but effective. The door was breached, and Sith troopers poured inside the throne room. The king's throne stood at the farthest end of the room, surrounded by streaming banners suspended from balconies overhead, showing the fanciful coats of arms of each noble house and their familial color. Directly above his throne, a stained glass window displaying the signing of Alderaan's first treaty with the people of Coruscant provided the whole room with enough light to see every corner with clarity. Glowpanels lined the floor from the entryway down the purple carpet that led to the throne itself, and other stained glass windows were built behind the decorative pillars on the far left and right of the vast room that separated the regal throne itself from the entrance. Alderaanian guardsmen, wearing red and black armor and equipped with blaster rifles and vibro swords, filled the space between the throne and the doorway. There were hardly any left, numbering about 50 in all. Closer to the throne, after ascending the steps to reach the king, a number of Force-sensitive guardsmen stood by the king, defending him from harm. The Sith troopers had poured in by the dozens, taking advantage of the spacious room and the equally wide doorway. Blaster shots raced back and forth across the chamber, some aiming for the Sith troopers and their droid allies, others aiming for the king himself. This had gone on for at least an hour. The Sith seemed unable to push through the royalist lines, even when the surviving Sith and their dark Jedi minions arrived to turn the tide against all the king's men. Jill hadn't reached the throne room. The sound of his footsteps against the old floorboards leading to the king's position was his only company. As he ran through the halls to provide assistance to his Sith allies, he took notice of the corpses that began to pile up across the floor. Sith troopers were strewn about the halls, covered in blood from their own wounds and circuitry from their destroyed droid companions. They had taken heavy losses, but for every Sith corpse, 3 dead castle guards could be found nearby. He relished the results of this part of the battle, but he was still distracted. He had tracked the princess from the palace into the countryside beyond. It had taken some time, but it had proved fruitless. The guards who tried to stop him were unable. A dark side adept of his caliber, and he killed anyone who got in his way. When he was sure the princess was out of his reach, he half-heartedly returned to the battle. He had to return, either to learn the outcome of the attack, or to receive his punishment for failure. The throne room doors were smashed in when he arrived. Green blast of fire flew out from inside, and Jion had to activate his lightsaber to safely enter the throne room. An entire squad of Sith soldiers was dead at the entryway, having stepped over a fragmentation mine set by the king's forces. At this point, the Sith troopers were making their last push against their Alderaanian foes. What little cover the royalists had been using, the pillars, artificial barricades, and temporary barriers, was destroyed by Sith heavy weaponry, and they were falling back toward the throne itself. The king had since left his throne, accompanied by his personal contingent of force-using guards, and joined the battle himself. When Jion entered the room, Deadlay noticed his former pupil's arrival and turned to his opponent, a Zabrak Force-sensitive warrior fighting with a blue lightsaber. A simple nod from Deadlay caused the Zabrak to turn his attention from Deadlay and rush at one of the other Jedi in the throne room. To Jion's surprise, the Zabrak Jedi bypassed the Sith soldiers who could not hit him as he raced through the throne room. He thrust his lightsaber into the back of an Arcanian Jedi, who cried out in shock as the lightsaber emerged from his chest. Some words were exchanged between the two, but Jion didn't know what they said. He was confused, but it seemed evident that the Zabrak was a double agent for the Sith, and he was waiting for Jion to arrive so he could betray his allies. Calais killed the Grand Jedi she was fighting, cutting off his head with her vibroblade when he turned from her to decry the actions of his erstwhile Zabrak companion. While the other Sith marauders continued to engage their opponents, Deadlay motioned for Jion to follow him. Protecting themselves from the blast of fire of the few Alderaanian guards with their lightsabers, the two Sith approached the king, who was in the process of fighting two dark Jedi with his own vibro sword. Calais used the Force to reach the king before Deadlay and Jion, and she managed to disarm him by slicing at his unguarded hand with her blade. The king shouted as he lost his weapon, but he didn't realize that Jion and Deadlay had been approaching him the entire time. The two Sith grasped at his arms, restraining him as Calais elbowed him in the chest and sent him to his knees. The king was defenseless now, his long white hair covering his wrinkled brow and gaunt face. His clothes, more suited for diplomacy than combat, were lightly covered in sweat, but the oils on his scarlet robes and black leather armor created a light fragrance in the air that is Jion's nose. The king struggled against Jion's grip, but he proved stronger than the old king, and he and Deadlay kept him restrained until Calais called out to the surviving royalists. After threatening to kill the king unless they dropped their weapons, the battle ended. No Jedi, except the traitorous Zabrak, survived the final moments of the battle, so the regular guards were rendered leaderless. While the guards were discarding their weapons, a haunting feeling crept up on Jion like a sudden plague, and he felt weaker than before. He looked at Deadlay, but he didn't seem to be affected. The dark side was overpowering Jion's senses. No, it was crushing his entire body under his power, threatening to drive him into the ground. From the doorway to the throne room, a single individual, levitating at least half a meter off the ground, drifted toward the Sith leaders that surrounded the king. Deadlay barked at the Sith troopers to line up near the wall, and they did so without question. The droids remained behind to ensure that none of the Alderaanian guards got a surge of valor and tried to save their liege, and the Zabrak remained where he was. Jion recognized that the dark side power that was wearing away at his might stemmed from this cloaked man. The man wore a cloak that was thrown over his head and hood, and only his chilling blue eyes were visible beneath it. The clothes beneath his cloak couldn't be seen, but Jion could see the end of his robes and combat boots dangling underneath his cloak like the legs of a puppet. As he got closer to the throne, Jion felt colder and colder, sweat poured down his face and arms, even as his legs felt numb beneath him. Deadlay's eyes faded from their normal brown coloration and suddenly began to glow a bright yellow color. "Kneel," he commanded, his voice fluctuating wildly. "You stand before Lord Preux, Master of Alderaan." Calais noticed the change in Deadlay's eyes, but she said nothing. She and the rest of the Sith, including the surviving Dark Jedi, bowed as Preux stood before the king himself. Jion was glad to bow. His legs could hardly support himself, and he eagerly knelt before the leader of the Sith. Preux waved his hand, and Deadlay's eyes returned to normal. "You did well, Deadlay. I commend you for your actions," he said. His voice sent chills down Jion's spine. It did not sound natural, and each word seemed interlaced with a darkness that he could not comprehend. "Of course, Master," Deadlay said, his voice normal again. "King Latona," Preux hissed, addressing his captive. "You have lost, it seems. My pawns were more numerous than yours. I knew it was a mistake allowing you to settle here." King Latona growled, struggling to break free from Jion's and Deadlay's grip. "Damn you, and all your Sith." Preux shook his head. He used the Force to grab the sword King Latona had dropped and flipped it upright, so his blade faced the king. You may let go of the good king now. You monsters! You will destroy us all, the king shouted. I'm sorry, Sigmund. Your life is done, your family has fallen, and you have failed. Once Detley and Gion let go of the king, he tried to attack Preux, but he only found himself falling headlong into his own sword. My son still lived. The king didn't even finish before he fell to the ground with his blade jutting from his back. His body spasmed for a few moments before he died. Sir, Calais whispered to Detley, who was responsible for killing Latona's son. No one was responsible, Preux said, overhearing her. His son is already dead. His ship was attacked by Sith nearly 2 years ago. He never returned to Alderaan. Gion shifted his gaze from Preux. His power and the Force seemed accurate based on the accounts he had received, but his physical appearance left something to be desired. Gion expected to encounter a massive, imposing figure with tattoos and ornate robes. Instead, Preux himself was nearly Gion's height, and he simply appeared taller because the Force let him float. Nevertheless, Gion realized that all appearances could be deceiving. His aura alone was enough to humble Gion. What shall we do now, Master Preux? A Sith marauder asked. I am the new sovereign of Alderaan. The Sith shall rule now, and I shall bring in a new era of prosperity and peace. Peace is a lie, Master Preux, Detley pointed out. We have gained what we have because we fought for it. And now we have it. You want peace. We fight for peace, Detley, Preux said with a sigh. That is not the way of the Sith, Master, Detley countered. You have never understood. You share nothing with me. Ignorance is ignorance, no matter the reason. Master Preux, we have won today. The fighting is over. Preux scoffed. And you desire more bloodshed. Perhaps I was right about you from the beginning. I can sense your dark thoughts, and I know you are envious of my power and my knowledge. But they are beyond you, and you cannot have them. Detley paused for a brief moment, but Gion could tell he was taken aback. I do not understand, Master. The rush of battle has come over you. I should inform the soldiers to depart so we may talk in private. So you may stab me in the back while we are alone, Preux hissed. Your machinations are as shallow as your understanding of the Force. Preux, I do not. Silence. I know you have worked against me from the very beginning, Preux said. Gion was surprised to hear sadness in his voice. Betrayal is the way of the Sith, is it not? Even if I was to praise your actions, you have failed to learn the most basic tenet of your kind. Authority belongs to those who have the most power. You have failed in your task to surpass me, so you have tried to turn my own servants against me. But you have failed that, as well. Calais restrained him. Detley was taken aback by this entire ordeal. It was true, Gion could sense a desire for power within him, but the Nikto did not seem prepared to fight Preux himself for the title of Sith Lord just yet. The fact that Preux was acting preemptively to stop Detley's ambition must have been the reason he was so startled. Detley knew Calais would try to restrain him, and he activated his lightsaber to engage her. He blocked Calais' first strike, but a stasis field paralyzed him and rendered him defenseless. Gion could feel Detley's power in his mind, and he heard his voice. He was calling out in force, begging Gion to save him. This was the traitor he was searching for. The Sith Marauder pondered it for only a moment. He realized that Detley had defeated himself. It was his fault that he angered Preux, when this should have been a moment of total victory for the Sith. Not only would Gion have to fight Calais, but he would also have to oppose Preux, and Gion knew by the Sith Lord's aura alone that he could not defeat him here. He could do nothing to save his Sith master. You did away with Raen Benax, and now I will see you no more. You dishonored Phasm for his loyalty to me, now I will shame you for your disloyalty. You captured Dynatha and tortured her. Now, captured, you will suffer. Get him out of my sight, Preux ordered. Detley drifted into a dark side-induced comatose state before the Sith marauders took him from the throne room. Calais bowed before her master, and Gion followed suit, not knowing what else to do. What shall we do now, master? Calais asked. Alderaan is mine, Calais. Your services will not be needed as of now. Return to the academy and tend to it until Detley's and Phasm's successors can be determined. Advise the Sith marauders and ensure they compete for his position with vigor and selfishness. Calais nodded and turned to leave. Gion hadn't noticed Phasm's death, but apparently the old Cathar had failed to survive the fight. He would have to ask Calais about his death later. Gion muttered farewell to Calais, but she did not hear him. Turning his attention to Preux, he asked, What do you want me to do? Gion, stay with me here for now. You and I have much to discuss about the Sith and your duties now that I control Alderaan. As you will. Chapter 10. Approaching Destination 0Z9, ETA 10 minutes. Raen didn't remember falling asleep, but he must have. He hadn't rested soundly since he and Gale left Dantooine, and he was hard-pressed for sleep. Of all the places he could have picked to rest his head, the cargo hold seemed the most convenient. Struggling to his feet, Raen tried to ease the tension in his muscles before gathering his belongings. He could hardly hear himself think in this place, the roar of the ship's engine loud and clear from inside the back of the ship. Besides, no matter how comfortable he was, the floor was not a bed, and his body was not used to anything else. Sometimes, he regretted agreeing to join Gale. From the tundra of Polis to his ultimate destination, a prison, on Coruscant, Raen had been dragged across the galaxy on unrelated missions that Gale needed to complete. He suspected their next destination, Ambria, would be another such stop, despite Gale's insistence otherwise. Raen had never heard of Ambria before, but he hoped that there was less ice and snow than Polis. Raen traveled through the single hall of the ship and made his way to the cockpit. Sure enough, Gale was still piloting the vessel due to the absence of an autopilot system. The Nautolan didn't acknowledge Raen's presence. He was bringing their ship in for a landing on Ambria, until the younger Force-sensitive leaned against the co-pilot seat. "Why are we here?" Raen asked. He had posed the question several times since they left Polis, but Gale had refused to answer him every time. "You'll see once we land." "That's not encouraging or helpful." Gale smirked. "Do you think I'm leading you into some Jedi death camp?" "I wouldn't know," Raen said, crossing his arms. "You haven't told me anything." "I'd rather you not know everything," Gale admitted. "Why?" "You complain." Raen sat down in the seat, eyeing the planet's surface through the viewport. "And why would I do that?" "Because that's how you are, Raen," Gale said, sighing. "If you're not complaining about our traveling companions, you're complaining about the environment. Nothing changes. You always complain." "You don't know me," Raen protested. "Raen, please," Gale snapped. "I'm trying to land the ship. Can we argue later?" Raen sourly acquiesced to Gale's request, sitting quietly in the co-pilot's chair and keeping his eyes on the viewport. The cockpit was silent, except for the hum of the engines in the distance, until Gale finished the landing. Bringing the vessel to rest in a rocky clearing between several hills, Gale made sure the ship was safe from any natural hazards before committing himself to their current landing zone. Raen remained in his seat as Gale left the pilot's chair and gathered his gear from a nearby footlocker. "We're leaving?" Raen asked. "Did you think we were going to land on the planet and admire the view from the ship?" Gale replied with a ridiculous question of his own. "Of course we're going outside. Do you have all your gear?" "Yep." "Then let's go." Raen and Gale left the ship, a small shuttle-sized vessel that happened to be equipped with a basic hyperdrive. Gale guided him through the valley he had picked as a landing zone into the wastelands beyond. The Nautolan led the way, if only because he wouldn't complain as much as his hesitant companion. Raen was admittedly unimpressed by Ambria. The planet's sun produced a radiant orange glow that burned the terrain. Vegetation was non-existent as far as Raen could see. Sand and rock took the place of any low-lying grasses that would have otherwise covered the planet. The rocks provided paltry protection from the harsh light of the sun, and the two Force-sensitives were forced to trek through the arid environment with no shade and little water. Gale said nothing, but Raen figured he was experiencing the worst of the Ambrian ecosystem. The noonday heat beat against Raen's neck, causing tiny droplets of sweat to race down his back, soaking his robes and making them generally uncomfortable. He had removed his cloak already, but it hadn't helped. Scavenging birds flew overhead, cawing loudly and reminding Raen what would happen should he fail to endure this damnable heat. "I hate these desert worlds," Raen finally said, his voice more hoarse than he thought. "You complain too much," Gale said. "You're from an oceanic world. You're probably suffering more than I am," Raen pointed out. "You're right, I probably am. And do you hear me whining?" "I'm not whining," Raen shot back. "I'm just saying. The heat is unbearable." Gale didn't reply, so Raen continued. "Why are we here anyway?" Gale sighed. "There's a Jedi here. He's rather famous, but he's a bit of a recluse. He spent a good deal of time here, training Jedi before the war against Exar Kun." "There's a Jedi here. Is he still alive?" Raen asked. "Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know how to find him." "Wait," Raen interrupted. "You don't know where he is, or if he's even alive. I am not wandering the desert looking for some dead hermit." "He's not a hermit. Gale repeated himself quietly a few more times. He stopped walking, and Raen nearly collided with him. "Did you feel that?" the Nautolan said. "That sudden heat wave." "Yeah." "No," Gale said, ignoring Raen's comment. "Someone's in trouble." Raen crossed his arms. "I didn't feel anything. Trust me, someone's in trouble. I think they're to the east, not too far from here. We should help," Gale said. "It could be a trap." "It's not a trap. I sense to being in genuine danger. Besides, even if I'm wrong, we have to check it out. We're Jedi." "You're a Jedi," Raen corrected him. "And I have a bad feeling about this. A second ago, you said you didn't feel anything." Raen didn't reply. Turning his attention to the east, he spied a spire of orange-brown rocks that shot out from the ground and extended meters into the sky. "I guess whoever it is would be beyond those rocks. Shouldn't we be going?" Gale nodded, and the two Force-sensitives used the Force to give their bodies supernatural speed and stamina. Their legs protested vehemently, aching and groaning each time their feet hit the rocky ground. The force sustained them for a time, but they eventually had to slow down. It was simply too hot to tax their bodies further. The two force users took a moment to catch their breath and let their legs rest before continuing onward at a steady pace. The pair bypassed the rocky spire and spotted the scene of trouble that Gale had sensed. In the distance, an old human male, clothed in a weather-worn cloak and wearing tattered garments, was standing in the midst of half a dozen swoop bikes and their riders. Most of the swoop riders were human, although there were a few Weequay and Rodians in their midst as well. The old man seemed to have been ambushed by these thugs on his way through the desert, and he seemed to be at their mercy. The old man was speaking with the leader of the swoop bikers, a rather burly human man with a shaved head and a prosthetic arm. Gale and Raen were too far away to hear the exchange between the two parties, and the dry wind that rolled and caused them even more difficulty. However, the force informed Gale that the apparent negotiations had taken a violent turn, and one of the Rodian swoop bikers fired at the old man. "Raen!" Gale shouted. The younger force-sensitive didn't reply. He had already rushed from their position with force speed to intercept the blaster shot and save the old man. Once he was sure that Raen was on his way, Gale joined him. Although Raen was too slow to stop the blaster shot, the old man didn't need his help. He managed to dodge the thug's fire with an unnatural display of luck. Before the Rodian could fire his weapon again, the old man leapt into the air and landed on the Rodian swoop. To Raen's surprise, the old man smashed his cane into the Rodian's face. A loud crack and shouts from the other swoop bikers told Raen that the simple stick had shattered his target's skull. The other swoop bikers opened fire, but the old man avoided their shots with relative ease. Lifting the dead Rodian swoop with his mind, the old man threw it at a Weequay's bike. The resultant explosion destroyed 3 swoop bikes, leaving only 2 left. The leader of the gang was dumbfounded by the old man's apparent magical prowess, and he urged the surviving bikers to flee. However, the old man wasn't content with letting them go that easily. He used the force to lift a boulder from the ground and lob it at the fleeing thugs. The boulder collided with the second swoop bike, tearing it to pieces and creating a few small fireballs that scorched the leader's bike. Raen found himself running toward the fleeing gang leader, and they would have crashed into each other if Gale had not flipped the vehicle on its side, throwing its pilot into the ground. The leader's mechanical arm was crushed beneath the overturned swoop, and his left leg was bruised and bleeding everywhere. Raen made sure there were no weapons on the wounded human before flipping the vehicle upright with the force. The old man himself rushed and joined Raen as soon as Gale arrived. His cloak was pulled away from his head, revealing his pale skin, almost as white as the braided beard that reached his chest. "Are you all right, sir?" Gale asked the old man. "Never mind me, lad. Any survivors?" the old man asked. "This human is barely alive," Raen noted. "I think if he receives medical attention, he'll be fine." "This pirate?" the old man asked. "He does not deserve any medical treatment. He and his crew of brigands have been preying on the weak and helpless in this sector for months. He's made a profit by causing others pain." Gale shook his head. "Do you suggest we do nothing? It would be too dangerous if we healed him. He would simply return to his base and tell his master of our actions here. These types of thugs never work alone, no, they're always funded by a big crime boss." "Then we could catch him," Raen suggested. The old man cackled. "If only it were that easy. He'd send his entire fleet to raise this planet before he showed his own face. Cowards and gluttons, that's all those crime lords are. Leave him, and he'd have no way of knowing what happened to his men. But he would know that the sector is dangerous, and likely avoid sending his henchmen here again." "I don't like it," Gale said. "We could at least heal him." "Come now," the old man said. "Be reasonable. What has he done for the galaxy, aside from causing trouble and suffering? Nothing. Besides, you did not come here to tend to wounded criminals. You're here for something more." "How do you know?" Raen asked, still monitoring the gang leader's consciousness. "You're wearing the robes of a Jedi, as am I." The old man motioned toward the torn but still identifiable Jedi robes beneath his cloak. "We are one and the same. If you two are on Ambria, then you must be searching for Master Thrawn." "Master Thrawn is here?" Gale asked, shocked. "Indeed. Well, we were looking for him, but we weren't sure if he was alive." "He is definitely alive," the old man noted, if stubborn. "You'll have some work to do if you want him to teach you anything." "We can manage that once we get there. Can you take us to him?" Gale asked, pausing when he realized he didn't know the old man's name. My apologies. My name is Jasper Intez. I am a Jedi Knight of the Republic, born on the space station Synergy. Is that enough introduction for you?" Gale smiled. "Yes, thank you. I am Gale Remus, Jedi Knight, and this is..." Raen Benax, the Alderaanian, spoke up quickly. "Very well. We had better be going then. He isn't far from here, but it would be quicker if we took this swoop bike instead of walking," the old man said. Gale nodded, But Raen turned to the Nautolan and gave him a disbelieving look. Were they about to trust another random stranger? Gale's unnatural trust in strangers would be his undoing, Raen suspected, and he didn't want to be there to witness it. This old man may or may not have been a Jedi, and it didn't really matter. Raen still didn't know why they had to travel to this particular planet. He didn't even know why they had to visit this particular Jedi Master. He had been dragged along on this trip against his will. Anything was better than a prison cell, but these treks were starting to take their toll. Gale seemed to know what his companion was thinking, and he silenced any doubts Raen had with a wave of his hand and a slight cough. He had only given Raen the gesture once before, when they were headed onto Ralana's ship on Dantooine. He remembered cues and signs like this one, and Raen bitterly decided that he would put his faith in Gale's trust, and by extension, this old man's honesty. The 3 Force sensitives piled onto the only good swoop, and they were soon heading through the desert, bypassing crags and empty wastes on their way to Thrawn's abode. The sun had set long before the old man parked their speeder by a murky lake in the midst of an otherwise barren valley. Rocks barely stood over 2 meters tall here, and the mountains that encompassed the entire area probably provided a great deal of shade during the day. Raen silently cursed Ambria's heat, which continued to linger long after the sun had departed. Once they had left the speeder behind, Gale and Raen followed Jasperin in silence, although trailing him proved difficult due to the thick clouds that hid the moons of Ambria and many of the stars. Aside from footsteps against the gravel beneath their feet, not a sound could be heard for kilometers. Wildlife and fauna were scarce, even more so than vegetation. Everything seemed unnaturally still. The trio eventually reached a small stone hut that was surrounded by a simple garden of desert plants and a few perennial flowers. Jasperin placed a few things at the door before returning to his 2 companions. Is this it? Raen wondered aloud. Seems awfully simple for a Jedi Master. That's the point, Jasperin explained. Jedi forsake material wealth to foster humility and kindliness, and to experience a closer connection to the Force. I don't understand, Raen admitted. It would make sense for lowly Jedi to give up their possessions and serve the Jedi Order. But after you have reached a rank where you have enough prestige and respect, can't you reclaim everything you once had, and so much more? Jedi are not nobles, Raen. Our ranks allude only to our mastery and dedication to the Force or swordplay. And even those ranks are sometimes misleading. Power and riches lead to temptation, and eventually the dark side itself, Jasperin answered. Raen nodded, even though he did not understand. The Jedi had a strange set of beliefs. The Sith used their power to obtain wealth, knowledge, and respect. The Jedi did the exact opposite, it seemed. Clearly, Jedi Masters demanded a certain degree of respect, and they were knowledgeable, but didn't part of their code praise ignorance. Raen didn't remember. Jasperin muttered something to himself before opening the door to the home and bidding the 2 Jedi to enter. Gale walked in first, much to Raen's relief, in his eagerness to see Master Thrawn. Raen followed the Nautolan Jedi, and Jasperin joined them both in the small home's foyer. It was very Spartan, and Raen took notice of the few antique jars and a collection of wicker baskets in the corner of the room. Master Thrawn, we have visitors, Jasperin called out. N.R.G.H.H. Has Northeus returned with his Padawan? A deep, guttural voice asked. I'm afraid not, Master. But 2 other Jedi have arrived. They seek your counsel. I have never turned down young servants searching for guidance. M.R.G.G. Send them in, Jasper. The old man motioned toward a hallway at the far end of the chamber they were standing in. Just head through that hall, and make a right. Master Thrawn will meet you there. Gale nodded and led Raen toward Thrawn's chamber. Jasperin himself bowed and departed from the other 2 Jedi, leaving them alone in the halls of Thrawn's home. The entire house was rather cold due to the slits that were carved out of the wall, letting the draft into the home. Raen shivered when he noticed the strange temperature of the house, pulling his robe closer to his body in an effort to keep warm. Gale didn't seem to mind the sudden drop in temperature. Raen figured that his companion was too excited to notice. They were about to meet a Jedi Master, after all. Low-hanging lanterns extended from the ceiling, providing light for the halls at night. There were very few rooms despite the length of the hallway itself, and most of the rooms that they passed were locked. Raen thought he could smell incense, but only barely. He couldn't identify the source, but it permeated throughout the house. Gale brusquely called for Raen to keep up, and the younger Force-sensitive hurried to catch up with the Nautolan, nearly colliding with the few lanterns in the process. The 2 Force-sensitives entered Thrawn's chamber, the only room at the farthest end of the hall. Thrawn sat at the center of his sparsely decorated room. There was a wicker basket in the farthest corner of the room, presumably to hold his few personal belongings, and a straw bed on the floor to sleep on. Raen identified the source of the smell, a small container of liquid spices being heated over an open flame. Other than those things, though, the room was empty. The Jedi Master certainly prided himself in his ascetic behavior, it seemed. Thrawn arose from the floor, standing on all 4 of his powerful legs, and trudged toward the 2 visitors. He was larger than both of them, even on all fours, and the massive bony frill that extended from the back of his head created the illusion that he was much larger still. He had a gray beard that nearly touched the floor, which seemed to contrast his otherwise reptilian features. Each step he took shook the floor lightly, and Raen thought he heard the old creature grumble something to himself as he walked toward them. Raen spoke up as Thawne approached. You're not Thawne? Are you? N-R-H-H. Were you expecting someone else, young one? Thawne mused. Does my appearance frighten you? It has been many years since anyone has been frightened by me. Not frightened? Raen corrected. Confused. I didn't think. You don't look intelligent. Thawne grumbled, growling softly several times before adding, the same could be said of your kind. All thin flesh and hardly anything to defend yourself. How your species survived in the wilds of your homeworld is a mystery I have pondered for years. I am sorry, Master Thawne, Gale said quickly, bowing as he addressed the Jedi Master. My companion does not yet grasp the concept of manners. Please excuse him? Thawne shook his head slowly. It is quite all right. And it has been quite some time since I have received new travelers in my home. Tell me, who are you? I am Gale Remus, and this is Raen Benax. We are Jedi, and we have come to seek aid and training from you, Master Thawne. Thawne's eyes lit up. Training. N-R-G-H-H. It has been many years since I have taken on a pupil. Little Vima was my last student. Vima Sunrider? Gale asked. The very one, Thawne answered. Who's Vima? Raen whispered to Gale. Vima Sunrider is the Grand Master of the Jedi Order. She leads all the Jedi from the Jedi Temple at Coruscant, and she has led our order since the death of her mother, Nomi, Gale answered in an equally quiet whisper. It is as young Gale says, Thawne spoke up. Vima Sunrider is now Lady Sunrider. It has been many years since I have taught Jedi. What brings you to Jedi here? Surely there are other Jedi Masters who you can train under. But none as long-lived and wise as you, Gale said, bowing again. M. Argra. Keep your compliments. For every 5 students, there is one who tastes the dark side, and 2 more who fall. I am no longer able to train Jedi. A watchful eye can keep, but my own stamina is beginning to fail me. The Force is infinite in power, but my body is not. What would you have us do? Gale asked, disappointed at the news. Thawne thought for a moment. I will not train you, but those who still visit and tend to me, Jasperin and Northeus, are more than able to strengthen you and tend to your studies. They learned from my students, and thus have retained some of my knowledge and skills. Very well, Gale said. Where would you have us go? Nra. Jasperin has set up several mattresses in the foyer for guests to sleep on. You may use those for as long as you are staying here. We will begin your training in the morning. Raen, get up. The young Force-sensitive stirred in his bed, but quickly returned to his slumber. The voice repeated itself fiercely. Raen opened his eyes and, for a moment, forgot where he was. It took several seconds to remember that he was resting in Thawne's lodging, on the small mattress set aside for him. It was too small to fit his entire body, but it was still a bed, and for that he was grateful. He felt something hit him, and he nearly jumped to his feet. He eyed Jasperin, the source of the voice that had awoken him. The old man was sitting on a wicker basket nearby, cane in hand. What is it, Jasperin? Raen grumbled, still half asleep. It's time for your training to begin, the old man said. Where's Thawne? He's not going to be testing you. He'll watch, but I'll be the one to evaluate your abilities. And Gale. He'll begin in due time. For now, join me outside. Jasperin stepped outside of the hut, staff in hand, while Raen was left to collect himself. He straightened his robes and put on his boots. He almost considered putting his cloak back on, but he remembered Ambria's uncomfortable heat and decided against it. Grabbing his lightsaber, just in case, Raen rose entirely and followed the old man outside. Thawne and Jasperin were waiting for Raen to arrive. Thawne had seated himself on a rocky perch about 10 meters from the entrance to his home, and Jasperin was discussing something with him. A brisk morning air snuck up on Raen, and he was surprised that the heat he had been introduced to yesterday had not yet arrived. In fact, it was quite chilly outside, and Raen immediately regretted leaving his cloak behind. The sun had not yet risen, and small torches lit up the area around Thawne's building. He heard the buzzing of some nocturnal insects attracted to the flames, but aside from that, all he could hear was Thawne and Jasperin's dialogue in the distance. So what are we doing, Jasperin? The old man struck Raen with his staff, causing the young Force-sensitive to recoil and nearly strike back. You will address me as teacher or master, boy, Jasperin said, with a surprising firmness in his voice. At least as long as I am your better, which will be for some time. Come, if you want to hit me, do so with your lightsaber. We shall test your combat skills. Raen stared at the old man before him. He must be kidding. If Raen attacked Jasperin, the old man would be on the ground in seconds. He could not even sense the old man in the Force, so his connection to the Force must have been minimal at best. He did have some skill, as Raen and Gale witnessed when he was ambushed by pirates yesterday, but any Force-sensitive could hold his own against a few low-life criminals. Raen hesitantly withdrew his lightsaber and activated it, its blue blade shimmering brightly in the dim light. His free hand reached for the hilt in an attempt to weaken the blade's strength, so when he cut the old man, the lustrous blade would not sever his flesh. However, Jasperin shook his head before bringing his cane to level with his chest. "Leave your lightsaber's power as is," Jasperin commanded. "If I do that, I'll cut off your limbs," Raen noted. "No," Jasperin mused, with a glimmer in his eye. "You won't?" Raen sighed. He might as well end this sorry display quickly. Charging toward Jasperin, lightsaber in hand, he aimed for the old man's cane. The old man gasped as he repositioned the feeble stick in between himself and Raen's weapon. The lightsaber came down in a powerful overhead swing, smashing against the wooden cane. Raen smiled. They had finished. But the staff remained intact. In fact, Raen's lightsaber was repulsed on contact. Impossible. How could that bit of wood withstand his lightsaber? It was impossible. Raen found himself defenseless when his weapon was deflected, and Jasperin countered with equal ferocity. The old man struck Raen's weapon arm with his staff, and then swatted his opponent's hand, causing the young Force-sensitive to drop his lightsaber. Defenseless, Raen threw his arms up to defend his chest from Jasperin's cane. The staff made do with hitting Raen's vulnerable forearms. As Raen's arms began to bleed, he pulled them away, startled at the power the old man could summon. 2 hits to the chest knocked Raen off his feet and into the dirt below. "Master Thon. The boy is hardly a Padawan. He has no proper training to speak of, and his arrogance weakens him even more. I think we should send this one to Coruscant and let some other masters teach him how to handle a lightsaber before we bother with him," Jasperin said. "Nah. Who trained you? Who's your master?" Thon asked, stepping from his pedestal in the distance. Raen hadn't heard the question. When Jasperin turned his back to address the old Jedi Master, Raen had used the Force to recover his lightsaber. His arms, bleeding and in pain, could hardly support the weight of his light weapon, but he ignored their pleas to stop. Rising to his feet, he struck at Jasperin, hoping to wound him for insulting his skill with the lightsaber. However, Jasperin sensed the boy's attack, and he used the Force to whip up dirt to blind Raen, causing him to miss the old man entirely. With another flick of his wrist, Jasperin telepathically pushed Raen to the ground. "He is certainly persistent," Thon noted. "A persistent fool, perhaps," Jasperin spat. "Only a coward attacks his opponents from behind." "Who's your master?" Thon asked again. I had no master," Raen hissed. "RHH. Impossible," Thon said. "Despite what Jasperin says, you have some skill with the blade, and your Force power is impressive for your age. Who trained you?" "The Sith trained me," Raen murmured. Jasperin's eyes suddenly lit up. "A Sith? The Nautolan brought us a Sith to train. What nonsense is this? Master, I should take off his head and be done with it." "RRGH. Peace, Jasperin," Thon growled. "The boy is of no threat to us, and Gale is a true Jedi. This one was brought here so he could be turned away from the darkness, not denied by the light. You will continue to train him." Jasperin turned to the old Jedi. "But, Master Thon?" A quick growl from Thon silenced the old man. Bowing his head, Jasperin returned inside, still fuming at the thought of Raen's presence. Thon slowly trudged over to Raen and, once he was standing over the beaten Force-sensitive, used the Force to release a healing mist that blanketed Raen's body. This wave of energy healed Raen's arms by closing the cuts and bruises he acquired from Jasperin's weapon. In seconds, he felt strong enough to stand on his own again. "Do you want to remain here and learn from me, Raen Benax?" Thon asked. "If you do not, I will not stop you from leaving." Raen was silent for a moment. "Would you tell Gale?" "That will be up to you. It is not my place to impose upon your actions. What is your answer?" "Let me think about it," Raen admitted. With a low grunt, Thon nodded and returned to his hut, leaving Raen alone outside. The young Force-sensitive took a seat on the cold ground, watching the sun rise in the west. He was alone here, left to contemplate his next course of action. He had no doubt that Thon and his students could teach Raen a great deal about the Force and lightsaber combat. Such knowledge would be useful in the future. In fact, if Jasperin was stronger than him, then he had more to learn than he thought. However, he could leave Gale behind here, abandoning him and the Jedi, in their judgment, by escaping to Alderaan. He had to extract his revenge after all. Dead Lake Calais, and the rest of the Sith Masters had to pay for exploiting him and his talents. It was likely that the Jedi would try and track him down. Gale and Jasperin could best him in lightsaber combat. It was not impossible, then, for other Jedi to defeat him. If he was cornered, he'd be brought to Coruscant as a prisoner, and his sentence would be harsher than before. The realization of his own weakness made Raen unsure of himself, the first time he had been so doubtful for some time. Staying here would be beneficial for a while, but it would eventually be damning to him. While he was still thinking, a voice called out from the distance. Raen Benax. Turning to the east, Raen saw Miraluka run up to him, nearly throwing his arms around the seated Force user. However, some quick thinking on Raen's part and the sudden hesitation of the Miraluka kept that from happening. The Miraluka seemed familiar, but Raen couldn't remember just who he was. He kept his hand on his lightsaber, just in case. A hood shielded the Miraluka's white hair, with dyed red streaks, from the rising sun, and a green shroud covered the place where his eyes would have been. He was dressed in matching green Jedi robes that were covered in dust, and he had a lightsaber on his belt as well. Raen took a good, long look at the Miraluka before he finally asked, "Have we met?" The Miraluka's jaw dropped. Have we met? Raen, you wound me?" he said, clutching his chest with his frail, tan fingers. "Raen, is me. Ranvel." Rain's blank stare caused the Miraluka to gasp aloud and grip his chest even harder as though he was in pain. "We met on Terrace, remember? I drove you and Celia's around." Raen eyed him suspiciously. "Ranvel, is that really you?" "I'd sure like to hope so. Otherwise this is a dream, and no offense to you, I hope I'm not dreaming about you," Ranvel said with a chortle. "I wanted to see you, not that much though." "How are you here?" Ranvel smiled. "You know, a starship with a pretty decent hyperdrive can work wonders when." "I meant, how did you survive the destruction of Terrace?" Raen clarified. "The Sith tried to attack us once, you were there," Ranvel said. "I figured that their first attempt wouldn't be the last, and I headed off-world soon after you did. I got lucky too. Most Teresians didn't survive Malik's bombardment. Truth be told, I probably wouldn't have been one of the lucky ones to make it out alive." "What about Donald? And Celia's?" Raen asked. Ranvel's head dropped, and he kicked a nearby stone with his foot. "To be honest, I lost contact with both of them after I left Terrace. They weren't exactly pleased that I ditched the Becks. Sorry, Raen." Raen was silent for a moment. Donald had been Ranvel's constant companion on Terrace since he had met them, and he was surprised that Ranvel had abandoned him and the rest of the gang he had been a part of. After all, he was a loyal member of the Hidden Becks. Raen hadn't heard from Celia's since he left Terrace, and he figured she had died. She had been heartbroken at the death of her brother, and she had been wounded in the Sith incursion. He hadn't followed up on her condition. But if she was still alive by the time of the Sith attack, she could still be alive now. Raen finally jabbed Ranvel in the chest. "Well, what brings you to Ambria?" "Dressed like a Jedi." Ranvel scoffed. "Dressed like a Jedi? Raen, please. I thought you of all people, Mr. Big Shot Jedi, would recognize an actual Jedi when he saw one." Raen shook his head. "You're a Jedi. A Jedi Padawan, to be specific," another voice said. A second individual, this one human, came up beside Ranvel. His footsteps made no sound against the dirt, and Raen didn't sense his approach. Dressed in brown Jedi robes and wearing a cloak with his hood pulled over his head, only the lower face of the second Jedi was visible. He was a bit taller than Ranvel and Raen, and he seemed to be quite older than them both. The Jedi tried to hide them, but Raen saw the two lightsabers resting on his belt. "Raen, this is Master Northeus Olsen. He is my Jedi Master and trainer," Ranvel introduced the second figure. "A pleasure, young Jedi," Northeus bowed. Raen bowed as well, albeit hesitantly. "You may continue your conversation inside, Padawan," Northeus continued, now addressing Ranvel. "We should consult with Master Thrawn about our next assignment." "Of course, Master," Ranvel said. "Since you're here, you should join us for a moment, Raen." "I suppose I will," the young Force-sensitive said. "I'll follow you. I'm sure you're being expected." "NRRH. It is good that you are all here," Thrawn said, speaking to all the Jedi, now assembled in the main room of his home. "Northeus, you will act on my behalf, training each of these Jedi in the manner I have instructed you, particularly your own Padawan and Jasperin. In the meanwhile, Ranvel and Gale and Jasperin and Raen will spar with each other, honing their lightsaber skills when not perfecting their Force techniques. Every 2 weeks, you rotate sparring partners as you wish." Raen turned to Gale. "How long are we going to be here?" he whispered. "As long as is necessary," the Nautilus shot back in a hoarse whisper. "After several months, each of you will fight each other in a training match, and Northeus and I will gauge your progress," Thrawn continued. "If we deem you are prepared, we will begin to teach you the nuances of a particular form, any form of lightsaber combat you wish, so you may specialize in your own style. In the meanwhile, your Force powers will be growing steadily, and your connection to the Force will increase. Do any of you have any questions?" None of the Jedi said a word. Master Thrawn nodded. "Then your training shall begin, effective immediately. HRMGH. I expect all trainees to be outside in 10 minutes with lightsabers in hand." Chapter 11. Well, kiddo. I have to say, and I don't say this to just anybody, neither you are a big shot. Or at least, you almost were. Daring as a Wookiee on stems, too. I just didn't expect you to go after me, kiddo. Have to give you that much. Never did know what the hell you were thinking. Cern Delarain listened to the man talk. He couldn't do much else. Two rather large humans held his arms in their sturdy grip while another had his leg on Cern's back so he could face the man without posing a threat. Cern's knees, bruised from a rough landing earlier, were pressed against the carpeted floor of the office, and he was completely immobile. He was sweating a bit from his ascent of the tower, and his vision was still blurry from a pistol whip to the face, but he would survive. His pride was more wounded than anything at this point. The Humbar Industries building's interior was nicer than he expected. This office, in particular, was fancifully furnished. Glow panels buzzed overhead, producing a faint light that encompassed the entire office. The walls had recently been repainted a dark red color to complement the room's brown carpeting. Small plants lined the walls, and a few flowers gave the room a rather pleasant fragrance. The spacious desk at the end of the rather oblong room seemed to be a focal point for the office itself. The man speaking to Cern was pacing back and forth in front of his desk, a lit cigar in his hand. He was waving it back and forth as he walked, allowing the smoke, and the accompanying scent, to slowly creep throughout the entire room. This man had black hair that would have been quite long had it not been tied into a rather extravagant ponytail. He wore a suave business suit, but it was ruffled and wrinkled, as though he didn't actually care about his appearance. The pacing man continued, "You know, I remember, clear as yesterday, sending you off with my blessings." "Yes, I do," I said. "It sounds like a great idea, kiddo. Take 40,000 credits. You thanked me, we had a few drinks, and I came home to a very unhappy wife, I'll have you know. Screaming at me for coming in well into the night and everything." Cern said nothing. He wasn't even sure if he was supposed to say anything. The man's nervous green eyes met Cern's, and the businessman almost burst out laughing. Babbling to himself, the man placed the cigar on his desk, dangerously close to a pile of flimsy, and approached Cern, motioning toward the guards as he got closer. One of the bodyguards pulled out a blaster pistol and shot Cern in the back, eliciting a cry of pain from their captive. A stinging pain shot through Cern's back, and he was surprised he was still conscious and alive. Realizing that they didn't intend to kill him, he shivered violently as the initial pain started to subside and the stinging sensation of a blaster burn took over. "Erner Humbar is not happy, kiddo," the man said, addressing himself in the third person. "And when Erner is not happy, other people won't be happy either. Employees get laid off. Security agents get bribed. Rivals go bankrupt. You're a sharp guy, at least, I thought you were. Never would have figured you as the gunslinging assassin type." Cern had entered Erner's company with enough firepower to kill a garrison of Republic soldiers. He entered the building by swinging through an unsecured window from a nearby crane. Defeating several droids and the chief guard posted at Erner's door, he was certain that everything was going well until he was subdued by Erner's personal bodyguards. Admittedly, Cern had convinced himself he could have taken them out, but he had been caught off guard when he underestimated their abilities. To his surprise, he had not been killed. The guards disarmed him and brought him here, forcing him to endure their boss boring him to death. "You talk too much," Cern muttered between breaths. Erner ignored him. "So why'd you come back to Humbury, kiddo? Who hired you to take me out?" "It was my nephew here. He's always complaining because I was the one who inherited the business." "No one hired me," Cern said. "Ah, freelance, then?" Erner mused. He picked up his cigar again, but he didn't smoke it, content with moving it around between his fingers. "Why'd you do it, kiddo? Wasn't I nothing but kind to you and your family? Your dad and my dad were trading partners for years. Our families have known each other for generations. Why the sudden change of heart?" "I didn't come here to kill you. I came here because I need information," Cern explained. Erner chuckled. "Information? Couldn't you have just asked me if all you needed was information?" "I did. Your secretary said you were booked for the next 2 weeks. I am booked for the next 2 weeks. I'm supposed to be taking clientele. What, you come in here and shoot up my office like a Corellian who just found out that Tralis won the Cinderpoint Circuit title?" Erner said, fiddling with the model swoop bike on his desk. "What sort of information do you need?" "I need information about me." "What?" "You heard me," Cern said. I need to know everything you know about me." Cern seemed to have caught Erner's attention, because he stopped toying around with the decorations on his desk. "Interesting," Erner said. "If I didn't know any better, I think this is awesome big joke. I can't hear it now, haha Ernar, we got you good this time. We killed your employees, destroyed your property, and we got to play mind games with you too. Let go out of the kid." The largest guard, apparently the leader, spoke up. "Let him go, boss." "You heard me, let him go." The 3 guards released Cern, allowing him to get back on his feet. After 20 minutes of kneeling, his knees couldn't have been happier, but the rest of his body still ached, particularly his back. The guards returned to the desk, standing near Erner in case Cern tried to attack their boss. Cern wasn't armed, but they still figured he could be a threat. They were smarter than he thought. CERN performed a few quick stretches to loosen the muscles in his arms and legs while Erner puffed on his cigar violently. "So, kiddo, what's the deal?" Erner finally asked, discarding the used cigar at long last. "I don't remember anything about my past," CERN answered. "You don't remember nothing?" "Well, I remember a few things," CERN said. "Vague things. I saw you in a vision, and I realized that I had met you before. I thought you could help me." "You sure got a weird way of asking for help," Erner said with a sigh. "I guess some things never change. If you don't remember your past, as you claim, how'd you track me down?" "Your company bought out Essel's share of Core Galaxy Systems," CERN pointed out. "Your name was all over the radio." Erner laughed heartily. He took a seat at his desk and motioned for CERN to sit nearby. "Yes, that was a rather risky, but definitely profitable, business venture. It's not every day that such an ancient but well-respected starship manufacturer gets a facelift," the businessman said. "Humberine will certainly benefit, and my family will become richer for it." "Of course," CERN said, dismissively. "So will you help me or not?" "I suppose I can help you," Erner thought aloud, "if you'll help me first." "Why should I help you? All I need is some simple information, or even some records, and I'll be on my way." "You killed one of my better security officers, destroyed some of my droids, damaged my property, and you did try to kill me," Erner shot back. "You do this, and I'll forget that any of that ever happened. Maybe I'll feel benevolent and help you out, too." CERN shrugged, but he was clearly furious. "What do I need to do?" "There's a fellow who calls himself the Ghoul. Named after some pitiful creature on Coruscant, I think. He's a Given who specializes in performing assassinations and eviscerating his targets once he's done with them. He's in the capital at this moment, and I want you to kill him." "Why hasn't he been stopped?" CERN asked. "Don't you think we've tried? He's slimier than a greasy hut. Once he escapes our detectives, he tracks down their families and dissuades other security forces from pursuing him," Erner said, fiddling with the swoop bike model again. "We didn't have any leads before now, but now I think we've got him cornered." "How?" Erner smiled. "We traced his base of operations to a small warehouse near Humbar Spaceport. We weren't sure if he actually lived there, maybe it was a trap, you never know, or what, so I sent a few of my guys to investigate. They never returned." "So you want me to go down there and kill this guy?" CERN said. "Precisely. Since you're a fancy, gunslinging assassin now. Why do you want me to kill him?" Erner shifted his gaze from the model to CERN. "What? You think I can't have a compassionate spirit just because I'm an entrepreneur? You think I'm some cold, heartless beast who only sees the credit chits in life? Let me tell you, kiddo, that's not me. I'm a man of integrity, and I care about my workers. This monster has killed several of my employees and threatened their families. You think you're getting off easy? If I could go out and strangle that sadistic freak myself, I would. I helped you out once, now I'd appreciate it if you returned the favor." CERN stared at the floor. He really wanted to get the information he was looking for, but he couldn't risk alienating the only person who could help him. He didn't want to go toe-to-toe with an insane murderer, but it didn't appear that he had a choice. "Fine," CERN finally answered. "I'll do your dirty work for you, if you'll help me later." "Of course, kiddo," Erner replied. "And don't be so downtrodden. Think of this as an opportunity. You help me, you help hundreds of thousands of innocents." "I could die." Erner winced. "You could die, but I believe in you. And if I believe in you, then you can believe in you. So go out there and save the city." He turned to his guards and added, "Escort him to the lobby, would you please?" CERN cautiously followed the guards, trailing them in silence as they returned his weapons to him, and eventually brought him back to the lobby. The damage done by CERN's heavy repeater and thermal detonators was still evident. They hadn't even had time to remove the bodies of Erner's dead employees. The guards kept a close eye on CERN until he had walked off the property by his lonesome. Humberine was a sister world to Coruscant, or so it was said. CERN had never been to Coruscant, the galactic capital, so he couldn't attest to the old saying's truthfulness, but the cityscape was certainly unlike any other planet he had ever seen. Skyscrapers seemed to touch the sky in multitudes, industrial giants that towered over people and normal buildings alike. The traffic was so loud in some places, especially near dawn and dusk, that it was impossible for him to hear himself think, although it got quieter the closer he got to the ground level. However, as he distanced himself from the traffic, he entered the slums that nearly encompassed the lowest levels of Humberine's multi-layered ecumenopolis, and he found himself onset by despicable sights and smells that could only be described as frightening. Homeless children, dying animals, and bonfires for warmth were amongst the chief attractions in these lower levels, and CERN hated it. The entire situation stirred up indignation in him that forced him to leave and endure the traffic on the upper levels. For the sake of the Republic, he hoped the galactic capital was not like Humberine. After a few hours of navigating through the cityscape, CERN reached his destination. The warehouse he had been told to investigate certainly wasn't much to speak of, and it seemed to have fallen into disrepair years ago. Its durasteel doors were so large a gunship could fly inside and fit comfortably. However, it seemed to be locked from the inside. This side of the spaceport was eerily free of traffic, pedestrian and otherwise, as though civilians knew that something was amiss. CERN was alone as he investigated the warehouse for additional entrances, searching the rusted sides of the building for another way in. Finding no other doors or windows to use, CERN took to the rooftops nearby, hoping to use the vantage point to spot some other entrance. Standing on the flat roof of a neighboring storage facility, CERN scanned the warehouse from his new height. To his pleasant surprise, the warehouse had a single window on its roof, probably to let sunlight in during the day, and it didn't seem to be reinforced or otherwise protected. Leaping from his vantage point to the warehouse below, CERN slightly lightened the impact of his fall by rolling as he landed. CERN walked across the metal rooftop as quietly as he could. The metal seemed to amplify his light steps into cumbersome clumping, and reached the window without any problems. If this murderer is as crafty as they claim he is, CERN muttered to himself, he certainly doesn't protect his base as well as he should. If anyone was in the warehouse, CERN figured they would have heard him approach. Foregoing any hope of a stealthy entrance, he withdrew his blaster rifle. His orange blaster shot shattered the transparent steel in the window pane, and the fragments sprinkled across the floor below. He knew the drop from the roof to the floor wouldn't be easy, and the fragments of transparent steel could cause grievous injury should he land carelessly. In an effort to avoid dropping to the floor from his current height, CERN leapt to one of the beams that supported the roof, grasping the cool metal with his bare hands. However, he had underestimated his own strength, and he could feel his fingers begin to slip away from him. Groaning, CERN struggled to pull himself onto the horizontal beam itself, but his grip was already too weak. Cursing under his breath, his hands gave way, tearing some skin off his palms in the process, and sent him into a freefall toward the floor. Time seemed to slow down around him as he plummeted several meters from his lofty position to the floor below. Gravity's power seemed minuscule as he repositioned his body in midair, so he would land on his feet and break into a roll instead of landing on his back. Seconds seemed like minutes as he carefully watched the ground get closer and closer, and as soon as the tips of his boots touched the floor, time returned to normal and gravity regained its strength. Once he had completed his descent, CERN scanned the warehouse's interior. The light that streamed inside from the broken window illuminated very little, and the rest of the room was flooded in darkness. The smell of rotting wood filled CERN's nostrils, and it was hard for him to believe the distinct silence inside the warehouse. Only in the most frightening place on Alderaan was there silence. How quaint. CERN stepped toward the pillar of light provided by the broken window overhead, but he was pushed back by some unseen force. Startled but not defeated, CERN attempted to trudge ahead and reach the light before him. The force acting against him got stronger as he approached the light, and soon, CERN couldn't step forward. His legs were completely immobile. He pulled out his blaster rifle, firing a few bursts in an attempt to light up the surrounding area. His plan didn't work, and he couldn't identify whatever it was that was acting against him. His blaster rifle flew out of his hands without warning, and he was simultaneously thrown backwards, colliding with some weakened crates behind him. CERN struggled to his feet, but he had no idea what was going on. Something was hindering his efforts, but he couldn't tell what it was. The lack of light only added to his problem, because he couldn't fight back against his mysterious opponent. As if his opponent sensed his confusion, it moved itself toward CERN so they could fight. Although he couldn't see anything in the darkness, CERN heard his opponent pull a blade from his sheath, and he realized that it was standing right in front of him. Grabbing a vibroblade of his own from his belt, he threw his weapon up just in time to block a strike at his face. He could faintly see the outline of a sword in his masked wielder, but his eyes were still adjusting to the low light of the warehouse. The fact that he was doing very well and keeping himself from getting killed was absolutely shocking. It was almost as though he could sense where every attack was coming from, even though he did not see them at all. He could almost fool himself into thinking he was reading his opponent's mind, knowing his plans at the same time and was making them. Locking blades with his opponent, CERN kept his opponent's weapon from moving. While their swords were crossed and immobile, CERN heard a soft voice in his head telling him to stab his opponent in the chest. However, his blade was locked with his unseen enemy, and he couldn't grab his other vibroblade because he couldn't repel his enemy with just one hand. The little voice kept repeating itself, over and over again, and CERN felt as though he had heard it somewhere before. Something seemed familiar about it, but he couldn't tell what. Closing his eyes, CERN decided to trust the voice, despite not knowing his intentions or his source. Vanishing from sight, CERN became invisible to his opponent, throwing it off balance. Now neither of the combatants could truly see each other, and it became a battle of luck. CERN's enemy swung its sword around, particularly at his sides, madly hoping to strike at CERN before he escaped. However, CERN hadn't moved. He remained still while his opponent attacked blindly, and once he was certain he had an opening, he plunged his blade into the masked swordsman's chest. The figure gasped aloud, and he practically keeled over when CERN revealed himself. Cern made sure his opponent's sword had been discarded before crouching to speak with his enemy. His foe was lying on the ground, and Cern could tell by the blood on his own blade that he had inflicted a grievous wound. He heard the voice of a man, probably human, panting and coughing, as he struggled to speak in spite of the injury he had received. "Are you the ghoul?" Cern asked, although he knew this man wasn't the given he was looking for. "The ghoul," the man coughed, spitting out blood before he continued. "He's not here." "Then who are you? Why are you here?" "I am his assistant. I maintain his base here while he goes out and does his work," the man said. "Why would you work for a killer?" Cern asked. "What else was I supposed to do?" The man retorted. "He killed my brother, my parents, my wife. I have nothing. I am nothing." "So you work for the monster that killed your family?" Cern shot back, disgusted. "Are you insane?" "I wasn't going to let him do what he wanted. Eventually, when I was strong enough, I would have my revenge." "I don't understand," Cern said. "You could have just joined the local police unit." "That wouldn't be justice," the man said, nearly screaming. "He's never trusted anyone. He's never befriended. He's been alone since his youth. I wanted him to confide in me. I wanted him to believe I would protect him. I wanted him to think that I would sacrifice myself for his sake. You wanted to gain his friendship, only to betray him when he's at his weakest," Cern finished for him. "Exactly." "Well," Cern said, standing, "you've sacrificed yourself for his sake. He's escaped today because of you." The man grabbed Cern's ankle. You can't stop him. You must stop him. For me, for my family. Make sure that monster dies in the most agonizing and painful way you can muster." "I'll try." "Swear it." Cern kicked his leg, freeing it from the man's grasp. "I said I'd try. I make no oaths to a dead man." "Justice must be served," the man groaned. His breathing was labored and pained, and he didn't have much time left. "Destroy this warehouse. There's a panel near the door, at the far side of the room. Right below it is a crate filled with plasma grenades. Don't bother setting just make sure they're activated, and then get the—" "What you want isn't justice," Cern said. "You're searching for revenge. The ghoul will know I'm dead if you destroy this place. He'll come after you, I swear." The man coughed up blood and muttered a few more words before Cern turned to the door. It was time to leave. "I knew you'd come back to me, kiddo. I just knew you'd do it. I had faith in you the entire time," Ernar said, tending to a plant beside his desk. "I'll admit that explosion had me worried. Law enforcement was all over that warehouse within 20 minutes. I admire your desire for theatrics, not really, but I trust you understand what I mean, and explosions, but was that necessary?" "The ghoul wasn't there," Cern said. "Yeah, kiddo, you do good." "What?" Ernar asked, only now completely paying attention. "What do you mean, he wasn't there?" "He had a decoy," Cern explained. "Before he died, he told me the best way to get the ghoul's attention was to destroy the warehouse. I think it's an obvious sign to the ghoul that his assistant is dead and we're on his trail." "We?" No. There is no we, kiddo. There never was." "What are you talking about?" Ernar sighed. "Remember what I said about the ghoul tracking down the family of law enforcement who pursue him? If you got his attention, then he'll use his information network to figure out you're working for me and track me down. That can't happen. You're a coward. I'm practical-minded. Everyone who's gone up against the ghoul has wound up dead. No one had any leads, and we still don't. I'm not going to be able to protect myself should he come after me, kiddo," Ernar admitted. "So now you're just going to give up?" Cern asked, mocking the businessman. "No," Ernar shot back. "Quite the contrary. I've decided that you are useless. Well, not useless, you tried. I have a contact on Coruscant, and he put me in touch with the Jedi Order. They told me that the reports on the ghoul are startling, and they'll be sending someone over to help stop him." "You're hiring a Jedi?" Cern folded his arms and returned to his seat by Ernar's desk. "Are you sure that's wise? Have you ever dealt with a Jedi before?" "I don't trust those Jedi types," Ernar said, placing his hands on his desk. "The stories they tell aren't flattering. I've been told, but don't go spreading this around, that they are demons who disguise themselves as sentients, what with their mystic powers and all." "And you believe that?" Cern asked, bemused. "No," Ernar said loudly, but then calmed himself. "I prefer we not talk about the Jedi. They confuse me enough as is. I've set up a room for you to stay in until the Jedi arrives from Coruscant in a few days. Make yourself comfortable. I'll call you when you're needed." Chapter 12. Rallana cursed aloud. Her hand in Pasek had failed her, and now she was left with nothing but a rather warm glass of Corellian ale and a few credits to keep her company. She had spent nearly 2,000 credits gambling, trying to make a fortune here on Dantooine. She figured it wouldn't have been too hard making some money off dreary spacers and droll farmers. After all, she had earned some winnings last time she had come here. She won nearly all the games she played when she first arrived, nearly doubling the amount of credits she started with. However, about halfway through her 10th match, a large crowd had entered the cantina with new players in tow. Since then, her smuggler's luck had run out, and she had lost all the credits she won plus the credits she had brought with her. She knew restraint, but only because if she had continued gambling, she'd have lost her ship as well. Fetcher would be furious when he discovered that Rallana lost most of their money in passing matches, but he would have been even angrier if she'd lost the ship. Considering the circumstances, she had thought she did well for herself. Sitting in a booth by her lonesome in the wild mining cantina, Rallana listened to the raunchy ballad that played on the bar's loudspeakers. Hoping to drown out the music with alcohol, she gripped her glass and swallowed its lukewarm, bitter contents. It didn't help, and it just made her feel nauseous. The taste of warm ale lingered in her mouth, and she hated it. The alcohol was terrible in comparison to the airy-ass cantina she generally frequented, but she was not allowed to return because she drank too much for the barkeep's taste. She didn't agree, but perhaps he was influenced by that bar fight she started after a spacer ogled her. She wouldn't have been surprised. She had managed to break quite a few glasses and tables in the process. A vicious ringing in her head caused her to groan quietly to herself. She hadn't slept well after her crew's last real job, escorting those two Jedi to Polis. It had been several months since then, and she thought that perhaps once they were gone, she could start sleeping again. Over the past year, Rallana had lost quite a few members of her crew, and the fact that each casualty was her fault constantly gnawed at her spirit. The fact that she could remember each mission with haunting clarity did not help her find solace either. Nightmares came and went, but she kept falling asleep and finding herself seeing Halindid dying, or leaving CERN behind on Polis. She hoped the alcohol would ease her suffering. She'd try anything at this point. "Hey, I need another Corellian over here," she called to the barkeep. "A drink?" the bartender asked. A smile spread across his face as he motioned toward a half-drunk man sitting nearby. "Or do you want this hardy Coruscanti to keep you company tonight?" A few of the more rowdy males whooped and hollered at the thought, but a quick string of profanity from Rallana promptly silenced them. She could have walked over and pummeled the poor bartender senseless for his comment, but she couldn't find the strength. Instead, she cupped her head in her hands and tried to close her eyes. She could still hear the racy songs, but she didn't care. She needed some time to relax and escape the responsibilities placed on her. That's why they had come back here, supposedly. But this wasn't relaxing, this was tedious, and she was not enjoying herself. At least she could separate herself from the crew for a while. If Fetcher, or smuggling gods forbid, Manda saw her like this, Rallana would be forced to step down as captain until she recovered. She couldn't do that. She couldn't force any of her crew to take on the duty of acting captain. The burdens of leadership were hers to create and carry. Her crew could provide emotional support for her, but that's all she would allow them to do. She had earned her position, and all the pain that came with it. Lost in her introspection, Rallana suddenly felt nauseous and weak. She wanted to head to the refresher and rethink those last few drinks she had, but she just couldn't force herself to stand. As she settled in her seat, a man joined her, sitting across from her in the booth. He held 2 glasses of Corellian ale in his hand, and he extended one to the weary captain. "You wanted another glass, miss?" he asked. Rallana looked up at the man. He might have been old enough to be in here, but he was still boyish. Hardly old enough to be in the military, much less a cantina like this one. He had amber hair that was as scattered and messy as hers was, if far shorter, and his lightly tanned skin had burns and scratches that caught Rallana's attention. He wore a dark breastplate underneath a gray overcoat that covered his arms, and was almost long enough to conceal his black trousers as well. She didn't dare turn down the drink. Taking it without a word, Rallana took several gulps before turning her attention to the man. "Thank you. What brings you here?" "I have a question to ask you," the young man said plainly. "No, I will not." "What?" Rallana sighed, placing her glass on the table. "I know what you're thinking, like every other depraved drunkard in this place, and the answer is no," Rallana insisted. The young man chuckled softly. "You misunderstand me. I have no desire to sleep with you, miss. I guess I phrased my thoughts poorly. That's my fault. I have something to request of you." "Fine," Rallana said. "I owe you for the drink, but not much else." "Have you ever seen the Jedi?" the man asked, his friendly tone suddenly turning dark. Rallana had started drinking again, and she nearly choked on the ale. Taken aback by the question, she stared at the man. "What is it to you?" "I ask because," the man hesitated for a moment, kneading his temples with his forefingers. "I need your help. I may be an acquaintance of 1 or 2. "Why? Who are you?" she asked, reminding herself that her blaster pistol was still resting at her side. "We need your help. Please." "We? My brother and I." "Listen," Rallana said, slowly. "I don't know you, and I hope you don't know me. I don't know what you want with the Jedi. Can you enter the Jedi Enclave?" the man asked, his voice fluctuating a tad. Rallana sipped the drink the man had given her, but it dawned upon her that it might have been drugged. Coughing and placing the drink at the edge of the table, Rallana struggled to politely smile at the man. Can't you do that by yourself? Tried, the man shot back. Failed. Didn't let us in? Well, if you weren't let in, perhaps you aren't supposed to be in there. We need to go in there. Need to question. Need to learn. Listen, I'd really like to help you. I really would. But I think it'd be too dangerous, and I can't guarantee I'd be any help to you anyway. So if you don't mind, Rallana summoned the will to stand and rushed out of the booth. She thought the man had called out to her, but she didn't dare turn back and look at him. Rallana made a beeline for the door, hoping to avoid any further confrontation. If she was pursued, she had a blaster and a vibroblade to protect herself. Admittedly, it was hard for her to stay on her feet very long. The alcohol coupled with her exhausted body limited her stamina significantly. Suddenly, an explosion in the distance rocked the bar, sending Rallana to the ground with a shriek. The other patrons began to clamor amongst themselves, trying to figure out exactly what had happened. Another explosion followed, and then another. Soon, the ground was perpetually shaking, throwing people and fragile items to the floor. Rallana was still lying on the ground, unable to find the strength to stand up. Damn. When the explosions finally stopped, Rallana tried to stand, but her legs were still weak. As she wobbled toward the bar counter, something grabbed her arm. Turning, Rallana realized that the man from the booth had grabbed her. She gasped softly and wasted no time kicking him in the chest, trying to free herself from his grasp. He deftly dodged her strike and silently threw her arm over his shoulder, serving as a crutch for her. What the hell are you doing? Rallana asked, still enraged and a bit flustered. If you're going to help us, we'll need to get out of here, the man said. It's not safe here. How do you know? Rallana began, but she realized her predicament and changed topics. Doesn't matter. I'm not going anywhere with you. Would you rather stay here with the crazed drunks and the startled crowd? Rallana said nothing, so he continued. Hold on to that bar stool for a moment. I'll come back to help you once the door is clear. Rallana glanced at the front door, and she immediately noticed that a beam from the roof had fallen down, blocking the exit. Several patrons were trying to move it, but they were hardly making progress. The front door's blocked, she finally said. We're not using the front door, he muttered gruffly. Letting go of her, the man sprinted toward the back door. Unlike the main entrance, nothing kept patrons from leaving via the back door except a burly transition bouncer. He seemed unfazed by the peculiar occurrences. His only concern was protecting the bar's profits. The transition growled at the man as he approached, threatening to shoot him with a slough thrower. The hulking reptilian was lightly armored, but his slough-throwing rifle was certainly enough to dissuade a drunk from starting an unnecessary fight. This man kept coming, and the transition shot his arm as a final warning. The metal slug tore through the man's left arm just above the bicep. Blood raced down his arm even as the transition growled fiercely in a final attempt to stop the man's advance. When he found himself face to face with the bouncer, the man drove his knee into the bouncer's groin. The transition recoiled with a hiss, and Rallana could tell that it had been a painful strike. Grabbing the bouncer's throat, the man headbutted the large reptilian. The transition, unable to defend himself, collapsed to the floor in pain. The engagement was over in an instant, and the door was clear. Returning to Rallana without a word, the man propped her upright and helped her reach the back door. The two escaped the bar and found themselves in the lot behind the building. There were very few speeders and hovercars parked, since most patrons lived within walking distance. Spotting her speeder, Rallana figured she could make a run for it, if she could just get rid of her unwanted companion. Her arm was slung across his back for support, but she could stand on her own if she tried. Since they were nearly walking side by side, Rallana took the opportunity to punch him in the chest. As she expected, he hardly flinched due to his armor plating, but Rallana managed to escape his grasp anyway. Back off, she said. I'm leaving by myself. If you try and follow me, I'll... Her voice trailed off when she reached for her side to discover her blaster was missing. It slipped out of his holster during the earthquake, the man said, holding the weapon in his outstretched hand. I assume you want it back. Rallana eyed him cautiously. Yes? We still need to go to the Jedi Enclave. I could just leave you here, Rallana quipped. We could just shoot you, he countered. Rallana reached for her earpiece calmly, but the man noticed her sudden movement and pointed the blaster at her forehead. She didn't know if he was bluffing, but she didn't want to risk it. She slowly moved her hand away from her ear and silently chided herself for not turning the comlink on earlier. She had a knife on her, but she couldn't get close enough to use it. She could have thrown it at him, but he had just resisted a slug to the arm and bashing heads with the transition. He wasn't going to go down easily. We're not getting anywhere while we argue. Let's make a deal, Rallana suggested. Go ahead. I'll take you to the Jedi Enclave, but only if there's no danger. The man thought for a moment. Once we get in, you won't be in any danger. Well, once you have what you need, you and I will part ways. And you'll allow me to keep my blaster and my speeder. We both win. That sounds reasonable. We accept. Rallana sighed with relief. May I use my comlink now? Once. Rallana turned away from the man and switched on her comlink. I always get the wild ones, she thought. She listened to static for a moment, but it didn't take long for her personal comlink to establish connection with her ship. This is Captain Vinley. Is anyone there? Rallana. Captain. Fetcher's gruff voice called out through the other end. Are you okay? Yes, for now? Why? What is it? The Sith are attacking Dantooine. We were forced to abandon system when the Sith fleet arrived, but we'll return as soon as you give the word, Fetcher explained, a bit distraught. Wait, Rallana said. Who gave you orders to jump system? How did you escape? Delvin told us the Sith were coming, Fetcher said. He told us to make a jump to Ord Beniire because of the Republic garrison here. He told you the Sith were coming. Before they arrived, Rallana asked. Fetcher paused as Rallana's insinuations dawned on him. I'll speak with him. Would you like us to return to Dantooine? No, Rallana said. You'll just get destroyed. Wait until I'm ready for pickup. And then get in, get out. No entanglements. Yes, Captain. Fetcher out. This is going to be a suicide mission, either way, Rallana realized. All right, you nutjob. Let's get this over with, she said, addressing her temporary companion. Please, the man said, call us Joshua. Rallana and Joshua hopped into her green land speeder, and Rallana, driving the speeder, headed for the Jedi Enclave. She drove in not only because she didn't want him in control of her vehicle, but because she hardly trusted his sanity. As they passed the rivulets that ran across the Dantooine countryside, Rallana felt an odd sense of peace when the sound of rushing water became louder and louder, rising above the low rumble in her speeder's engine. Even as birds and other local fauna fled across the orange-brown grassy hills away from the Jedi Enclave, Rallana kept her present course. Aside from the sounds of nature beyond the speeder, the drive was silent for some time. Rallana had no desire to speak with Joshua, and he seemed lost in his own introspection. His eyes were closed, and he had his arms folded across his chest, seemingly oblivious to the impending destruction. Do you need something? Joshua asked. What? You're staring at me? Shouldn't you be watching so we don't accidentally hit a tree? Rallana grimaced and reddened with embarrassment. I'm not staring. I was just wondering why you haven't said anything, that's all. Nothing to say. The Sith are attacking the planet, and you're having us drive right toward the place they're most likely to strike the hardest. What do you mean you have nothing to say? Rallana replied. We need to go there. If the Sith are going to attack, then that's all the more reason for us to hurry, Joshua explained. We could both end up dead, you know. The quicker we get there, the sooner we can move and avoid the Sith attack. Maybe you don't get it, Rallana snapped, nearly raising her right hand to strike at Joshua. The Sith are attacking. Don't you know what they did to Terrace? When they were done, the entire city was leveled. The whole damn planet-wide city. This place isn't even worth their time. The only thing worth bombing is the Enclave, and they will destroy it. Rallana, the Sith fleet still needs to get into position before they can begin their attack in its entirety. But we hurry, we can still enter, get what we need, and leave, Joshua said, reassuring her of his confidence in his plan. Rallana muttered something to herself and returned her attention to the wildlife in front of them. It was easy to navigate the speeder through the rolling hills of Dantooine due to the lack of architecture and other vehicles. Sith starfighters were soaring over them, thousands of kilometers in the air, spoiling her idyllic view. If the destruction of the entire planet wasn't at hand, Rallana would have quite enjoyed the drive. How did you know my name? Rallana asked, a bit offhandedly. I never told you. Your comlink was rather loud. Rallana smiled. I hadn't noticed. I'm used to a rather active comlink, and I'm used to people screaming in my ear. Oh, what do you do when you're not getting deathly drunk? Joshua quipped. I'm a smuggler, Rallana said plainly. Spice runs and weapons, mostly. Although we do occasionally steal a few things and escort clients when necessary. Smugglers generally don't have their associates screaming at them through their earpiece comms. You've clearly never been forced to work for nobility, Rallana said with a sigh, but her tone made it clear she was being facetious. Speaking of, where did you get that breastplate? It's awfully fancy. His breastplate wasn't Republic issue, because it was black like obsidian and emblazoned with gold trim. It seemed sturdier than standard military armor, as well, jagged in shape and made of a material Rallana didn't recognize. I acquired it while fighting on Wayland. It was part of the spoils, Joshua said. Spoils? Are you a soldier, Joshua? Ex-army. Rallana's eyes lit up. An army boy, huh? Honestly, I could almost doubt that. You don't look like a soldier. So I've been told, Joshua noted. He referred to himself as I for the first time in some time, and Rallana noticed. However, she said nothing, and the remainder of the drive was silent. They reached the Jedi Enclave without being attacked by the increasing number of Sith fighters that patrolled the clouded skies. Rowena parked her vehicle behind a large rock face at the eastern entrance of the building. There was only one facility on this side of the Enclave, and it was defended by a single security droid. Everyone else, Jedi, civilians, and tourists, seemed to have retreated within the Enclave itself, even though it offered little protection against Sith bombs. Joshua disembarked from the speeder and replaced the blaster cells in both of his blaster pistols. Rowena took a moment to make sure her vehicle was safe before joining him. She had fulfilled her end of the bargain, but she didn't know if Joshua still needed her help. Either way, she didn't want to stick around for much longer. She could almost feel the approach of the Sith fleet. "How are you going to get by that droid?" Rowena whispered. "It's not the droid that's the problem," Joshua corrected her. "The droid has been programmed to admit certain individuals into the facility. Without reprogramming the droid, we'd have no way inside." "So, what's the plan?" "Just distract the droid while I disable it," Joshua said. "That seems too easy." "For you, perhaps?" Rowena headed out from behind their cover at Joshua's urging. The security droid spotted her immediately, but it didn't raise his blaster rifle to attack. She supposed that the machine didn't identify her as a threat. How embarrassing. Picking up a stone at her feet, Rowena threw the pebble at the droid. A clink told her that the stone had collided with his metal chassis, but it didn't respond to the feeble attack. Rowena scooped up a handful of stones and started throwing them at the droid to keep its attention. She was sure she looked absolutely ridiculous, but she didn't care. Joshua eventually figured that Rowena had done all she could, and he revealed himself. His first blaster shot disabled the droid's admittedly poor shielding, and the second shot blasted his head right off its shoulders. "Take the blaster rifle it had," Joshua called out. Rowena warily approached the headless body of the droid. When she realized that it could do nothing without his head in place, she quickly got to work separating his rifle from his mechanized digits. Joshua bypassed her and removed the droid's voice box from his damaged head. Using the droid's voice as a key, Joshua unlocked the door to the Jedi Enclave. Rowena secured the blaster rifle in her arms before returning her attention to Joshua. "Didn't you say you were ex-Army? Were you involved in tech?" "Infantry. I didn't think you Army boys had any technical prowess," she said tauntingly. "Clearly, I was wrong." Joshua grimaced. "I don't have any technical skills." "He did, though." "He?" Rowena asked. "My brother," he said flatly before heading inside. "Wait, weren't we supposed to meet up with him? Where are you going?" Rowena called after him. Joshua didn't answer her. He didn't turn around to see if she followed him, so she abandoned him. She had a weapon now, so she could protect herself against him if he returned and fought her. Backing away from the Enclave, Rowena retraced her steps and returned to her speeder. Activating the comlink built into her vehicle, she sat patiently, waiting for the static to clear. However, it became clear that her comlink couldn't connect her to the Hound Sapphire, and she was wasting her time. The Sith were likely blocking communications now, preventing any Jedi from calling for reinforcements. If she couldn't contact her crew, then she couldn't escape this planet before it was bombed into ruins and dust. Joshua had abandoned her, and he wouldn't return without being intercepted by the Jedi. No, not now. This can't be happening. It can't, she muttered amidst the static from her comlink. Joshua was gone, and her crew was too far to help her. She was alone. Chapter 13. Joshua noticed Rowena's absence immediately. His brother walked alongside him, lightsaber in hand. Their speed matched perfectly. Joshua never got in front of Ibraze, and his older brother never tried to move quicker. However, that did not mean they did not need haste. In fact, Ibraze had a pensive look on his face that made Joshua move quicker than he normally would. "You should have gone back for her," Ibraze told him. "We had an agreement." Joshua shook his head. "No, it wouldn't have been worth it. I'd waste too much time." He tried to keep up his pace, but he found himself moving slower than he would have liked. Ibraze slowed accordingly, and the two sluggishly made their way through the Jedi Enclave. Joshua wanted to move quicker, but something told him that Ibraze wanted to go back and have Rowena accompany them. He wouldn't do it. They needed to reach the archives before the Sith arrived, and if they turned back now, Joshua knew they would lose their chance. Silently, he communicated this to Ibraze, and the two picked up their pace. After leaving Wayland, Ibraze had found his way to Joshua. At first, the young soldier was confused. Had his older brother never really died, or was this some kind of ghost, communicating with him from the afterlife? He had no idea, but the concept of his brother following him around, giving him ideas and telling him what to do, became easier to deal with after a few months. It had become so natural, in fact, that Joshua was assured that his brother was alive and always referred to himself and Ibraze as a pair, even when others seemed not to notice the Jedi Knight. Joshua referred to himself in the plural. A fountain rested in the center of the antechamber to the Enclave sublevel. Massive stone basins fed water into pools beneath them, and this water gurgled and splashed wildly, often soaking the stone floor at its edges. Besides the sound of water flowing through the fountain, The sublevels were silent when Joshua and his brother entered. Hardly anyone was present in the subterranean levels of the Enclave, and they carefully avoided contact with the few Jedi Knights who were still present. The rooms all looked the same. Their gray walls were all lined with old lighting, and no significant markings distinguished one room from another. Eventually, Joshua navigated through the passageways and arrived at the computer archives at the far end of the lower levels. The room itself was empty except for the titanic computer stored within. Glancing around to ensure no one else was nearby, Joshua headed inside with his brother in tow. He had never been to Dantooine before, but Ibraze told him what to do. Approaching the nearest computer, Joshua began entering information without even thinking about it. It was as if he had seen this type of Jedi console before. He could see himself standing in front of the console, he could feel his fingers sliding across the holographic keypad, and he could hear the tones as search results popped up. "Go, Joshua. You don't have much time," Ibraze said. You're right. I'm working." He frantically typed in his brother's name into the query bar at the farthest corner of the screen. Ibraze Waris. The results flashed on the screen. Ibraze Waris, KIA, Wayland, subject, classified. He was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't realized that his brother had died on Wayland. If he had, he wouldn't have known how he would have prepared for the battle several months earlier. He clicked on the name, hoping to reveal more information surrounding his death. How confusing. He was dead, and yet, he was standing right next to him. A large file of text filled the screen, detailing biographical information with an accompanying psyche profile. He ignored the information about Ibraze's life. He knew everything he needed to know about that. Focusing on the psyche profile, he discovered that his brother had been mentally sound and in good spirits before he left for the Mandalorian War. On Wayland, Ibraze suddenly refused to follow orders from his leaders, and he was subjected to psychiatric care at the Wayland Medical Facility. Joshua didn't know what had affected his brother, and the profile wasn't specific enough. Muttering profanities under his breath, Joshua typed in his own name instead. Joshua Waris. The results were similar. Joshua Waris, Rep Army, discharged H, Corporal. He clicked his name, but there wasn't any further information. He had gotten this far, made his way to the Jedi Enclave just before the Sith rained hell upon it, and the entire trip had been useless. He banged his fists against the solid platform under the holographic keypad. The Jedi had no idea why he could now see Ibraze, why there were voices haunting him while he was awake and while he slept, and why he felt so deathly cold. He had been sick since he started seeing his brother, but he did not know why. Something was wrong. When he had hit those mines on Sluice Van, he could have sworn he had heard his brother's voice calling out to him and begging him to recover. But that was impossible, because Ibraze Waris had killed himself during the Mandalorian Wars nearly a decade and a half earlier. He didn't hear him on until he defeated the Mandalorians on Wayland. It was in the back of his head, creeping around like an uninvited guest. He recognized it, but it didn't feel familiar. Ever since then, he had heard it constantly, telling him to do things, telling him how to act, and telling him where to go. Then, suddenly, he started appearing. It was unnatural, but Joshua didn't know what to do. Cupping his head in his hands, he shouted as loud as he could. He had lost his chance to remedy himself. He didn't know if this voice was the same thing that led to Ibraze's death, and now he would never know. Previously oblivious to everything else around him, Joshua realized that his angry screams had awakened someone in a nearby room. Joshua headed out of the computer room and followed the source of the voice to the infirmary. Kolto tanks lined the walls on the far side of the room, and a few cots were set up to admit recently ejected patients. A single patient, a young woman fitted in a standard-issue medical smock, was resting on a cot near the far side of the room. Her hair, red like blood, was tied into a ponytail behind her head. Her skin tone was unnaturally pale, even by human standards. This sickly coloration was most evident on her face, where it heightened the visibility of several scars and burns that she had received from some unknown assailant. He would have assumed that the Jedi gave her those wounds, but she reeked of the bitter smell of kolto, so she must have been recently immersed in one of the tanks for healing. Her breathing was steady, if labored, and she was undoubtedly alive. "Master," he heard her say. "Who are you?" Joshua asked while bending down on one knee so their gaze could meet. Jirian. Jirian. Joshua repeated. "Is that your master?" She didn't respond to him, but her eyes, which were closed until now, suddenly opened and revealed her true nature. Her eyes were a hauntingly yellow color, and malice flowed through them as though they were windows into her soul. A telepathic shockwave tossed medical equipment around Joshua, and cots were torn from their position and sent flying throughout the room. She realized that her attack had not affected Joshua, much to his own surprise, and attacked again. The telepathic whirlwind that followed shattered the glass of nearby beakers, vials, and kolto tanks and whipped up the thrown medical equipment so it flew around the woman as he stood and faced Joshua. He stood in the midst of the flying medical tools and shards of glass, ignoring the potential danger he was in. His brother had disappeared now, and he was suddenly alone. Face to face with the woman again, She stood at her full height and spat at Joshua. She tried to use the force to snatch one of his blaster pistols for herself. When that failed, she simply grabbed it from his holster. Joshua replied in kind, stepping back and pointing the blaster he took from Raen at the woman. The two of them said nothing, both staring at each other through the sights of the blaster pistols. "Who are you?" Joshua asked again. "You first," she sneered. "Joshua Waris." The woman's eyes widened, and she lowered her weapon for a moment. "Joshua, no, you can't be. He was so young," she muttered. "What?" "I met someone named Joshua on Sloop's van," the woman said. "But he was weak, pale, and from what I heard, he couldn't even hold a blaster properly. You don't look a thing like him." "It's been several years since Sloop's van, and I've grown," Joshua noted. "Who are you?" She shook her head, almost shocked at the question. "You don't remember? I'm Lamaya." "Lamaya," Joshua repeated. He thought for a moment, but he was certain he did not know anyone by that name. "Never heard of you." "But you have. I came to check on you for." She paused. "What was his name?" "We talked about your brother." "My brother?" Joshua asked, looking around for the specter who had recently disappeared. "Fine. What's his name?" "Ibraze." Joshua kept his blaster pointed at Lamaya, but he became noticeably less tense. "No. You may know his name, but you look like a Sith. A Jedi Knight came and checked up on me while I was wounded. You're just a spy, and a bad one at that." "I'm not a spy," Lamaya protested. Suddenly, the spinning vortex of IVs and glass fragments fell to the floor, and she stopped her telekinetic control over the various pieces of medical equipment in the room. Returning the blaster to Joshua, she sat down on the cot behind her. Joshua frowned. Returning both of his weapons to their holsters, he backed away from Lamaya. She seemed to be masquerading for a Jedi that he had encountered on Sloop's van. He didn't remember her name, but it wasn't important, and saved his life more than once. She was a spy, that much was certain. "I feel faint. Joshua, can you fetch my things?" Lamaya asked in a hushed voice. "No," Joshua said. "I still don't trust you. I'm leaving." "Joshua," Lamaya called. "You will fetch my things." Joshua felt a mental tug at his mind, as though she was trying to convince him against leaving. However, her persuasion was rebuffed by his mind, and he instantly realized what had happened. "She tried to manipulate you with her power, and you were thinking of helping her," he heard Ibraze growl. "Joshua," she shouted. "Where are your things?" Lamaya smiled. "They're in that footlocker over there." Joshua glanced at the small metal crate she pointed to, situated comfortably near a broken Kolto tank. Walking over to it, somewhat hesitantly, Joshua opened the crate and pulled out a pair of robes. They were fashioned like Jedi robes, but they were more ornate and were stained with enough blood for the blots to be designs on the cloth itself. He withdrew a few crystals and trinkets before finally pulling out her lightsaber, vicious hilt, with spikes near the emitter and a hook at its base. "Did you find it all?" "Yes," Joshua assured her, "but you're not getting any of it." "What?" Lamaya asked, shocked. "I'm keeping these things to make sure you can't hurt anyone, spy. You can't stay in here and face the bombardment for your crimes against the Republic," Joshua said. He turned and walked away with all of her belongings in his hands. "You don't even have a transport out of here," Lamaya shouted after him. Joshua smiled. "No, I don't. But I think I can fix that." Raen was still sitting against the bumper of her speeder. Her eyes ached as the last few tears raced down her cheeks. After killing hundreds of Sith, from the cockpit of a starfighter to the comfortable seat of her own smuggling vessel, she was going to be killed in the most helpless way possible. She couldn't even contact her crew to tell them how sorry she was, to tell them how much they all meant, how much she would miss them. It was just too late. She could see the Sith Interdictor-class cruisers now. Their hulls encompassed the midday sky, eclipsing the Dantooine sun and causing the looming darkness to fall over the entire continent. Their turbolasers lit up the clouds, firing blue bursts of ion and red bursts of energy from space, tearing up foliage, earth, and metal in the distance. Explosions rocked the ground beneath her, and the sound of the laser fire's impact with the ground could have stopped her heart cold. Sith bombers flew overhead, screeching through the clouds above as they unleashed explosives upon the unsuspecting countryside, paving the way for its ultimate destruction. Suddenly her earpiece chimed. The surprise nearly sent her stomach bounding into her throat. "Fetcher. Manda. Is that you?" "Sorry, it's just me, Joshua," the man on the other end replied. "However, I've got some news you'll want to hear." Raen almost cried out in pain. "Joshua, we're all going to die here, and it's your fault. I don't want to hear your voice before I die. Just listen, please. I'm here in the comm room, and I can send a long-range communication for you, so you can call for help. Can you do that?" "What's the catch?" Raen asked, sighing aloud. "We'll need to alter our deal," Joshua admitted. "I have no way off Dantooine, and I'm not particularly keen on undergoing the lively sensation of having my flesh, and bones atomized by the interdictors overhead. Would you mind giving me a lift? Considering the only other option would be to join you before I get blasted into tiny bits, I guess I'll just have to accept, Raen said. Excellent. Also, some Force sensitives may want to catch a ride. There are a lot of Jedi here, you know. Jedi. No. Raen screamed into the comlink. No Jedi. You can't come, if you must. I suppose you've earned that much. But no Jedi. You'll either help me transport these Jedi, or we'll die here, Jostle offered plainly. Damn you. Just get me a link to the Hound Sapphire. I'll give you his coordinates if you need them. Very well. Just give me a minute. Static overwhelmed Ralen's earpiece, but Jostle worked quick. Fetcher's voice chimed in on the other end of the channel. Raen, you're still alive. Raen smiled widely when she heard her first mate's voice. Fetcher, I don't think I've ever been so happy to hear your voice. I'm alive, but in a few minutes that may change. I could use a pickup. Where are you? We've been lingering at the edge of the system for some time, Fetcher said. We're ready for an emergency evacuation. Just tell us where. Oh, Fetcher, Raen said, chuckling, you aren't going to like this. We're outside the Jedi Enclave. Fetcher sighed. So this is either going to be the greatest rescue in the history of the Republic, or the fastest suicide run. Wonderful. I suppose we'll get recognized either way. See you on the other side, Captain. Fetcher out. The Sith attack had taken the Jedi by surprise. Using rapid deployment dropships and rocket packs, Sith soldiers and Dark Jedi had fallen right on top of the Jedi Enclave itself, striking at the Jedi's vulnerable heart. From the central courtyard, Sith troopers gunned down dozens of unprepared and confused Jedi before they could set up a proper defense, and by then, the Dark Jedi had already arrived to aid them in battle. Lightsabers clashed in the courtyard and dormitories, and the casualties mounted quickly on both sides. The three leading Jedi Masters of the Enclave, Calthor, Valak, and Tarilok, called on the surviving Jedi, numbering about 80 in all, to retreat to the council chambers. The Jedi bunkered themselves in the council chambers while the Sith wasted time and resources trying to break down the doors that separated them. The Jedi took the chance to heal their wounded and take a brief respite. Jedi Master Calthor, leading the defense despite his proficiency as a healer, received a transmission from the sublevels of the Enclave. Who is this? Calthor asked, his voice weary. This is Corporal Joshua Wares, Republic Army. I'm in the sublevels right now, and you should know that a Sith spy is here. Who? Where? Calthor asked, monitoring the situation around him as he talked. In the infirmary. She's a Sith named Lamaya, I believe, Joshua said. What? Calthor's voice told Joshua he was shocked. Battle reports from the skirmish over Polis told me that she was Nyala Danters, a Republic naval officer. That seems impossible, sir, Joshua said, but it was clear that he was hardly interested. She can use the Force, and she identified the red lightsaber in the footlocker across the room as hers. But that's not important. If you want to save any Jedi, you need to send them to the eastern entrance. A ship will be waiting there to pick up as many Jedi as you can send. You don't understand, Corporal Wares. The Jedi are safe here. We shall resist the Sith threat by utilizing the sanctuary our Enclave provides, Calthor said, his voice raspy and a bit distant. The option is there. Please consider it, Joshua said. Joshua out. While the Jedi fought what they considered their last stand, Joshua fled the Jedi Enclave, meeting Raen where he had left her. To his surprise, the Sith hadn't bothered attacking her. They probably didn't even know she was here. Where's the ship? Joshua asked, somewhat impatient. Not here yet, Raen barked back. What? Joshua shouted. Where is it? Hey, you lunatic. Next time you want a ship to navigate through a Sith blockade and land in the middle of a war zone at the speed of light, why don't you call up your own pilots? Raen snapped. I would if I knew anyone who was just sitting in system. Joshua stopped talking as Ralen's attention drifted from him to something behind him. Turning around, he saw Lamaya, still wearing her rather revealing medical smock, limping toward them. Lamaya, what are you doing? I remember his name. Lamaya said, ignoring Joshua's question. What? Dushin. Colonel Ito. He sent me to check on you. Lamaya said, smiling and laughing as she approached. Joshua, Raen said, I thought you came here looking for something important. I did. This woman is important to you. Raen asked, shaking her head. That's not what I meant. Joshua stammered. I wasn't looking for her. She found me while I was searching for what I needed and... Excuse me? A voice called out from the Enclave's entryway. To the surprise of Raen and her guests, a small group of Jedi emerged. They were led by a fiery red-haired Jedi Knight and his Bothanali. It was the red-haired Jedi who had called out to them, and he continued, Are you the individuals who have a ship to travel off-world? Yes, Raen said. Who invited you? He did, the young knight pointed toward Joshua. Master Calthor didn't want us to come, but we did anyway. He thought we'd be safe inside the sanctuary, but the Force told me that we'd all be in trouble if we stayed there. You told the Jedi they could come. Rallana screamed at Joshua. I thought I told you no Jedi. You said I could come, and I told you I was changing the deal. Joshua retorted. No Jedi. That's all I said. That was the only request I made of you, Joshua. Excuse me, the red-haired Jedi Knight interrupted them. This really isn't the time to be arguing. The Sith interdictors are coming, and there were Sith following us. As if on cue, a blaster shot tore through the shoulder of a whiffed Jedi Padawan standing near Joshua. Several more blaster shots followed, prompting the dozen or so remaining Jedi to activate their lightsabers. About 15 Sith troopers emerged from the eastern entrance, lined up to fire at the Jedi and their allies. Joshua, Rallana, and Lamaya took cover behind the rock face that hid Rallana's speeder from view. From their position, they could shoot at incoming soldiers with relative ease. While they hid, the Jedi remained in the open, deflecting blaster fire and drawing attention away from their allies. Several white-armored Sith soldiers fell before the next Jedi was killed by their crimson-colored blaster fire. Joshua noticed that the Jedi were having trouble protecting themselves from blaster fire, and more Sith troops were coming to reinforce their allies. Most of the Jedi that had left the Enclave, it seemed, were Jedi Padawans and Jedi Knights, meaning that they were not as experienced as they could have been. Adar, the Bothan Jedi Knight called out to their red-haired leader. We can't hold this position forever. What are we going to do? We will hold this position, by the power of the Force. Just stay strong a little while longer, for the Padawans. Adar urged. 4 dark Jedi emerged from the entryway to the Jedi Enclave. Dressed in black robes and hiding their faces behind cowls, they charged at the 6 remaining Jedi. The first 2 attacked Adar and his Bothan companion, while the other 2 doubled up and attacked the last 4 Padawans. They ignored Joshua and the 2 women and left them to the Sith troopers. Joshua, Lamaya cried. Give me my lightsaber. Why? He asked. I can't aid the Jedi. They won't stand a chance on their own. No, I don't trust you. It was blunt, but it was true. Joshua. Lamaya's voice was cut off by the roar of an engine. The Hound Sapphire rapidly descended into the plains nearby. The freighter was being pursued by 2 Sith starfighters, but some quick turret shots from the Hound Sapphire ended their attack before it could begin. The ship's cargo bay doors opened up, and Fetcher was waiting inside, rocket launcher in hand, to help his allies into the ship. Rallana laughed and dropped her blaster rifle at her feet. Turning from the battle, she sprinted madly toward her ship. Joshua and Lamaya followed her, but the Jedi couldn't break off and join them. Fetcher helped Rallana, Joshua, and Lamaya into the ship with his free hand. Once they were safely inside, he launched a few rockets at the Sith troopers in the distance. Are we ready to go? Rallana asked the Shistavan pilot. Whenever you are, Captain, he replied. Wait for the Jedi. Lamaya said. This is their only chance. They are doomed, Rallana noted. They can't fight those evil Jedi. They are too strong. She's right, Fetcher said. Besides, the Leviathan is coming. If we don't get out of here fast, we'll be bombed into dust by Darth Malik's ships. Just wait. Have faith in their abilities, please. Lamaya pleaded. Orders, Captain. Fetcher asked. Leave them. Let's go, she commanded. Wait, Joshua said. Do you have a sniper rifle in here? Fetcher thought for a second. Not a sniper rifle. Any rifle. Fetcher took the combat slough thrower off his back and threw it to Joshua. Kneeling, Joshua made sure the weapon itself was level before peering through the scope itself. It was a poorly constructed pair of sights, and the crosshairs were slightly off. It didn't matter. He slowed his breathing as much as he could, calming his nerves. Checking the magazine one last time, he held his breath and aimed at one of the dark Jedi fighting 2 Padawans. The slug ripped through the dark Jedi's head. A bloody mist whipped up behind him, and his skull exploded into tiny fragments. The Force had failed that dark Jedi, and his headless body flopped, freeing 2 Padawans from a similarly gruesome fate. They sprinted toward the Hound Sapphire in an amateur display of force and power sprinting. At Adar's behest, the Bothan broke off from his dark Jedi foe, and Adar, wielding 2 lightsabers, engaged his own opponent in the Bothans. The dark Jedi fighting the last 2 Padawans managed to kill one, but another shot from Joshua's rifle saved the life of the other. The 3 surviving Padawans and the Bothan Jedi Knight reached the Hound Sapphire safely, but Adar was still fighting his 2 dark Jedi opponents. Joshua managed to shoot one of them in the throat, but the fallen dark Jedi was replaced by several more, complemented by Sith troopers, from inside the Jedi Enclave. Run, boy, Fetcher called out to the last Jedi. He can't, the Bothan noted. If he retreats now, the dark Jedi will cut him down, or just follow him to the ship. I can still save him, Joshua called out. Captain Federalius, if we do not leave now, our chances of avoiding the Sith fleet will be even closer to 0, John's automated voice spoke up. Recommended departure time, 15 seconds, and counting. Just go, Adar called out, his voice overpowering the ship's engines for a moment. There's no point waiting for me. Don't leave him. A young female Padawan called out. Please save him. We have to leave, Rallina said. John, close the doors. Start the engines. No. The girl cried. No. Don't leave Adar. Don't leave him. Please. Jocelyn took several more shots, killing a few Sith troopers that happened to stumble into his line of sight, but it wasn't enough. There were far too many Sith now. Groaning, he took aim at one of the 6 dark Jedi that moved toward Adar, but his shot missed. He moved to reload the weapon, but he realized he didn't have any spare slugs on him. I need some more ammo, he called out. Sorry, Fetcher said. We're out of slugs. The doors closed even as the young, brown-haired Padawan tried to escape and help Adar. Lamaya held her back, even as the girl continued kicking and screaming. The Hound Sapphire took off, and Jocelyn thought he could see Adar charge into the host of enemies closing in on him just before the cargo bay's small viewport was enveloped by the blackness of space. He threw the rifle to the ground in otherwise silent frustration. We're not out of trouble yet, Rallina said. Just because we escaped the planet doesn't mean the Sith fleet won't come to bid us farewell. Fetcher, join me on the bridge. The rest of you can stay here if you please. Rallina and Fetcher left the cargo bay, and Lamaya sat down with the young girl to comfort her and try and dry her tears, leaving Jocelyn alone with the confused Jedi in the back of the room. Stumbling over to some empty crates, Jocelyn sat down against them and cupped his head into his hands. It was over, but they weren't done. It was just like Rallina said. They weren't out of trouble just yet. Eyebrace had left him, it seemed, ever since he met Lamaya. Then another realization dawned on him. He had been injured, his arm was caked in blood from earlier, and he had taken a few shots from the Sith troopers. The shock of this revelation, and the howling pain in his head, drove him into bitter unconsciousness. Chapter 14. Raen stared at the gorge before him. The footing was perilous at its edges, and he cautiously kept himself as far away from the loose rocks and dying foliage as he could. Mountains stood on either side of it, and there was no easy way to get down. If there had been any paths leading to the bottom, they had been worn away by wind and water in the distant past. Wind howled inside the ravine, whipping up the morning fog. Raen couldn't see the bottom, but it was easily several kilometers below. The 4 Jedi training under Master Thrawn were standing at the edge of the precipice. They were silent, and each of them was trying to discern how long it would take to reach the bottom. That was their only goal for today's exercise. As long as they reached the river at the bottom of the gorge safely, they succeeded. A light wind had picked up, which seemed more vicious inside the ravine, and it initially dissuaded them from beginning their descent. Picking up a smooth stone that rested nearby, ran through it into the gorge, listening to it hit the rocky walls on its way down. I wish you wouldn't do that, Gale said, standing at Rain's side. Do what? Raen asked. It's going to be a dangerous descent, Gale said. Disturbing the rocks doesn't make it any easier. No one ever accused him of being perceptive, Jasper noted. He's too focused on the immediate. He doesn't consider the consequences of his actions. That's not true, Raen protested. He had grown weary of Jasper's spiteful comments over the course of their training. I'm debating the consequences of throwing you down the ravine, and how soon we could get down there and recover your body. Insolent boy. Keep your sarcastic banter to yourself, Jasper replied, returning his attention to the ravine itself. That goes double for you, old man, Raen hissed under his breath. That is quite a drop, Ramble said, spying his surroundings in the force. Thank you for reinforcing what we've been thinking, Gale shot back. We think before we do this, Raen asked, still sarcastic. I guess that means we decided against jumping down and counting on the Force to save us. It wouldn't save you, Jasper muttered. Enough, Jedi Master Northia said, approaching the 4 Jedi. He didn't look pleased, but then again, he never did. You sound like younglings. If you don't get started now, you won't make it back to Thawne's home before nightfall. Our nighttime tracking skills could use some work, Master, Ranvel quipped. It'd be good for us to delay this as long as possible. Northius frowned. Please, Ranvel, don't argue with me right now. If you and your allies want to combat some of the nocturnal creatures that live between here and Thawne, feel free. I'm sure the Sis and their ilk wouldn't mind the company. They had all heard stories of the Sis, apparently native to Ambria. As far as they knew, Thawne had sealed them all in Lake Nath along with many dark-side spirits. Over the course of their imprisonment, the once harmless lizards became dark-side beasts of considerable strength and ferocity. Even as Thawne's power waned in his old age, the evil spirits remained sealed in the lake, unable to escape the power of the light side keeping them there. However, the Sis, not originally evil, could leave the lake, and had apparently been seen as far as the Ronash Mountains to the east. Sis, Renville said with a hint of terror in his voice. Well, you could have told us that at first, Master. Let's get started. Northeus shook his head as Ranville headed for the edge of the cliff and nearly lost his balance, almost tumbling into the gorge's gaping maw. Stop fooling around. You're going to get yourself killed, Ranville, Northeus scolded him. Work together. It is not a race. All you have to do is reach the bottom and return with proof that you have done so. I'll see you all, hopefully, at Thawne's house tonight. How will you know we reached the bottom, Master? What proof do we need? Jasperin asked. We'll know, and you will know once you have finished, the Jedi Master added before leaving the 4 Jedi alone at the edge of the ravine. Once Northeus was out of earshot, Gale turned to his companions. We should probably begin, then. It's quite steep, Jasper noted. There's not an actual path, and the rocks near the top don't seem sturdy enough to grab hold of. We also don't have any rope, Raen spoke up. If someone tumbles, they're in trouble. Indeed, Gale said. We'll go very slowly. As Master Olson said, we'll have to work together. None of us will get very far on his own. Does anyone have any climbing experience? Jasperin asked, peering over the edge of the cliff. I climbed trees as a kid, Ranville said. Thank you, Ranville, Jasperin said, exasperated. I wasn't talking about that type of climbing. But they were really tall trees, and I couldn't even see where I was going, Ranville said. I think that's quite a feat. Ranville, shut up, Jasperin shouted. Calm down, old man, Raen said. You'll give yourself a heart attack. Didn't I tell you to keep your comments to yourself? Jasperin said, turning his attention to Raen. Gale muttered something to himself and ignored the other 3 Jedi and their ridiculous squabble. It seemed as though they couldn't get anything done without arguing about it. He couldn't stand it. They acted far less like allies and more like rivals. Removing his brown cloak, Gale tore strips from his sleeves and tied them around his palm. Making sure they were secure, he noted their distinct lack of supplies. There was absolutely no way they could climb down the cliff without equipment. There had to be another way. Walking along the edge of the ravine, Gale left his companions behind and scouted out the area. The morning fog was rolling away from the gorge, but it was still difficult to see anything. The wind brushed against his clammy green skin as he walked, searching for some sort of path that he and his companions might have missed the first time they scouted the ravine. He could still hear the voices of the other Jedi, but they were becoming fainter as he continued onward. The Nautolan watched the ground beneath him with a careful eye. One wrong step could send him tumbling to a quick and needless death. As he continued his walk, something caught his eye across the gorge. The other side was nearly half a kilometer away, and it was hard for him to see anything from where he was standing, but there was something moving on the other side. It seemed to be following him. When he stopped, it stopped. When he walked, it followed. He could sense it in the force, but only barely, and it seemed to be a benevolent presence. Whether it was one of their Jedi allies or simply some harmless wildlife, Gale didn't know. Gale pressed onward, unconcerned with the mysterious presence, until he found himself standing before a massive rock in the path. The 4 Jedi had bypassed this rock on their investigation of the gorge, and none of them took particular interest in it. It was just a rock, after all. It was not until now, by himself, that Gale noticed a lengthy rope tied around the base of the rock. It seemed sturdy enough, and it descended several meters, although it was not yet pulled taut and could certainly be extended further. Gale frowned. They certainly weren't very perceptive if they could miss something like this. He was eager to use the rope to begin his descent, but he knew it would be dangerous if he didn't ask for help. Just because the rope seemed sturdy did not necessarily mean that it was safe. Returning to his companions, Gale retraced his steps and found the other 3 Jedi. They had not moved since he had left. Jasperin and Raen were still arguing, and Ranville was admiring the view of the ravine from his seat on a nearby rock. Hey, Gale called out. I think I found something that could help us. Oh, Raen asked. Did you procure some rocket packs? The Nautolan shook his head. Not quite. Come and see. The 3 Jedi followed Gale without a word. Gale knew they were tense and no one wanted to do this exercise. It was quite understandable. They had been working, exercising, and training for several months now, and they hardly received more than 2 days to recover every few weeks. Thawne made sure that they received proper encouragement and were not overworked, but the rigorous training wore them out physically and emotionally. Even Ranville, normally upbeat and jovial, found himself complaining as the days of lightsaber drills and force exercises wore on. This is it, Jasperin asked upon their arrival. It's a rock. There's a rope tied around the rock. I think we can use it in our climb down the ravine, Gale said. You're right, Ranville said, noticing the rope for the first time. For something so helpful, it's certainly inconspicuous. I'm embarrassed we didn't see it before, Raen said. It doesn't matter, Jasperin said. We can't use it now. It won't get us to the bottom, but it will certainly help. Are you sure your arms can make the trip, old man? Raen asked angrily. Your muscles won't fail you on the way down, will they? Enough. Gale snapped. I'll go first. You three stay up here and watch the rope. If you need to unwind it so I can continue, I'll let you know via the Force. Until then, no arguing. Understood. You say that like we always argue, Randall said. Gale didn't respond. He grasped the rope, pulling it and moving it around to make sure it wouldn't snap while he scaled the edge of the gorge. Staring pointedly at the other Jedi, he hoped they would put their bickering on hold and watch over him. Walking backwards with the rope in hand, Gale carefully let his feet leave the safety of the ground and touch the walls of the cliff. He was hardly a meter from the edge, and he somehow knew this was a bad idea. If the rope snapped, there was no way his allies would act quickly enough to save him. Nevertheless, he kept going, lowering himself by walking down the rock face before him. He descended as slowly as he was able, securing a firm position for both feet before making any sudden motions. The wind had died down, but it was strong enough to impede Gale's progress and beat against his blue robes as he continued. His head tresses whipped around behind him, at times obscuring his vision and making progress difficult. Even the rope seemed to be fighting him, scratching his fingers with his rough material and subtly trying to avoid his grasp as it rocked back and forth in the wind. The Force was constantly keeping him aware of his surroundings. The Force subtly whispered into his ear as he descended, keeping him on the safest path toward the ground below. He actively immersed himself in the Force as he continued downward, heightening his reflexes and his body strength as he did so. In spite of his supernatural attentiveness and agility, he continued his descent with utmost caution. By the time he had reached the rope's end, he noticed a very thin path in the rock face about 2 meters below his position, dangling from the edge of the rope, that seemed wide enough to walk on. Normally, he wouldn't have risked the drop, but the Force was urging him onward, telling him that it would be safe if he let go now. He took one hand off the rope, grabbing onto a stone that jutted out from the cliff. His other hand left the rope as well, albeit more slowly, and grabbed onto a rock that was lower than the first. With Force-empowered awareness, Gale let go of both rocks simultaneously, falling from his position and landing on the path below. His arms waved back and forth as he attempted to balance himself, and he eventually managed to grab onto the side of the cliff and keep himself from falling backward to his death. He knew that he wouldn't have made the drop if he wasn't a Force sensitive, and for that he was grateful. Using the Force to communicate with his allies up above, Gale informed them that the rope was safe and told them about the path at his end. Once he was sure they had received the instructions, Gale scanned his surroundings. He could have continued and scouted the path, but it was quite narrow, and he wanted to ensure his companions reached his position safely. The 3 Jedi descended after some time, and eventually the 4 of them were together underneath the rope on the thin path. Leading the way, Gale sidled against the edge and proceeded down the path, which seemed to lead toward the bottom of the ravine. His companions joined him, although none of them were quite sure about the safety of this path. After a while, Randall noticed a few edges in the path, as though indicating the travel distance. It seemed that the road was built by sentients, and it had not succumbed to the forces of nature, therefore, it must have been built recently. The 4 Jedi made it to the bottom of the ravine without incident, and they found themselves safely on the ground. The soil here was noticeably softer than the dry earth they encountered elsewhere, and it seemed fertile. Minerals from the river flowing through the area had washed onto the shore, prompting thick herbs and reeds to grow at the riverbanks. The smell of wild spices filled the air, and the fog had finally given way to the midday light from above. That was certainly frightening, Randall said, heaving a loud sigh. I thought we were going to slip and fall at any moment. Good work, Gale, Jasper said. Your idea was much better than our initial plans. That's because we didn't have a plan, Raen pointed out. We were going to jump and count on the Force's protection. That was your plan? Jasper spat. He looked at Randall, hesitated for a moment, and then continued. I would have thought of something eventually. Would you 3? Gale began, attempting to scold them, but he cut himself off. Stumbling, Gale rocked back and forth on his feet before falling on his side. He mumbled a few words to himself, but he wasn't loud enough for the others to hear, and he faded into a subconscious state. Gale, Raen asked. The 3 Jedi rushed to his side. Jasper checked the Nautilin's pulse, ensuring he was still alive, while Randall checked the Jedi's head and neck for any wounds. Raen removed a disposable medpack from his belt and pulled out the scanner that was included within. After determining that Gale had no visible injuries, Randall emptied the medpack, aside from the water sampler, of its contents and headed for the river. After ensuring the water itself was safe for Gale to drink, he filled the medpack with water and returned to Gale's side. While Randall returned with water, Raen scanned the Nautilin. Computer's not giving any negative readings. It's telling me nothing's wrong with him. What? Jasper growled. You're probably using it wrong. Let me see. I know what I'm doing. Raen shot back, pulling the scanner away from Jasper's grip. I remember Northeus's instructions. The interface is simple enough for a drunk Gamorrean to use it. Well, that says more about you than the Gamorrean, Jasper retorted. Give me the scanner. There's nothing wrong with me, Gale said, suddenly regaining his consciousness. I just need some water. Raen obliged, handed him the makeshift container of water without argument. Gale poured the water over his head, catching some of it to drink and soaking his face with the rest. Coughing a bit, Gale received help from Jasperin and Raen as he struggled to his feet. Once he was standing again, Raen guided him over to a nearby rock so he could sit down and rest his legs. What happened, Gale? Jasperin asked. I don't know, Gale admitted. I don't know what I felt. What do you mean? Raen asked. Was it a vision? It could have been a vision. I think it was a warning. I saw a great host. I saw many Jedi gathered together, and they were fighting the Sith. They weren't winning, but they were surviving. Suddenly they were gone, Gale reflected aloud, interpreting his vision in light of his own explanation. What do you mean, gone? Jasperin asked. I can't describe it. It was as if someone had lit a bonfire on a tall hill at night, and then the fire was quenched without warning, leaving the surrounding fields in darkness, Gale said, still a bit dazed. The sudden arrival of that darkness weakened me. I wasn't used to it. And that's why you passed out, Raen reasoned. I suppose so, Gale said. Did none of you feel it? The three other Jedi shook their head. Not even Jasperin, the most seasoned Jedi among them, had experienced what Gale was alluding to. The Nautolan sighed. Very well. We should get what we came for and leave. Do you think we should retrace our steps and return the way we came? Raen wondered aloud, looking up at the path they had taken to get to the bottom of the gorge. I'm not eager to relive that experience, and we'd have to jump up to grab onto that rope. It's not exactly safe. This entire trip wasn't safe, Jasperin pointed out sourly. You're just complaining now. No, he's right, Gale said. I'm sure there's another way out of here. One less dangerous. We just have to find it. We should find proof that we got down here before we leave, Raen said. Agreed, Gale noted. What can we take from here that can prove we got this far? How about some of those reeds? Raen asked. You'll be hard-pressed to find water plants growing anywhere else on Ambria. Very well, Jasperin spoke up. Then let's grab a handful of those and leave. If we're going to try and find another way out, we'll need all the time we can get. The four Jedi had wandered for several hours after Gale had recovered, following the river as it wound through the ravine. Eventually, they had come upon rocks and debris that had become a great heap against the walls of the gorge during a mudslide. Although they were hesitant at first, they discovered that the heap was solid enough to climb, and they ascended, carefully, with their equipment and reeds in tow. Finally reaching the top, they took nearly an hour to rest before returning to Thrawn's home. You're back, Thrawn said, greeting the four Jedi as they entered his abode. And before nightfall, Northeus doubted your ability to work as one, but it seems his worries were baseless. Yes, Master, Gale said. Raen noted that his vigor and stamina had returned to him, but he still seemed weak, if only in spirit. And we returned with these reeds as proof of our descent. Gale placed a handful of reeds on the floor before their quadrupedal teacher, and the other three Jedi did the same. Eyeing the dying plants before him, Thrawn said nothing, apparently trying to discern if these reeds were reasonable proof of their descent. He snorted, and then nodded silently. Northeus walked into the room as Thrawn took a seat on a rug in the farthest corner of the foyer. Well, Jasperin asked. What do you think, Master? Arger. You did well. All of you. This is irrefutable evidence that you reached the bottom of Sire Gorge, Thrawn announced. You are dismissed. Dismissed, Master? Gale asked. Head outside for now, Northeus spoke up. We'll summon you when your training is to begin again. The four Jedi obliged, eager for even a brief respite in their training, and left the two Jedi Masters to speak privately. Once they were gone, Thrawn used the Force to lift the pile of reeds lying on the floor and place them in a vase located at the opposite end of the room. While he did so, Northeus wandered toward a nearby wall, leaning against it with his arms crossed. They didn't see the crystals in the river, Northeus said. No, Thrawn replied. Neither have any of the other students we've sent into the gorge. At least, not on their first try. Did they notice you monitoring their progress from across the rift? I believe Gale might have, Northeus said, pondering Thrawn's question. But he paid me little mind. He seemed intent on finding a way to travel into the gorge. RHH. He could be our best hope, then. Master, Northeus began, distraught. We could not depend on mere hopes to defeat the Sith. He noticed you while the others did not. Surely that implies some degree of dedication to the light side. Considering that I was broadcasting my presence in the Force strong enough for the Sith to sense me from Corbin, I couldn't have been that hard to notice, Northeus noted dryly. If they had only extended their senses beyond themselves, they would have noticed. Arger. Themselves and their arguments, it seems. Northeus sighed. We cannot keep looking for. Wait, Thrawn said, suddenly shifting his body toward the door. Did you sense that? Northeus nodded, reaching for his lightsabers. Yes? We should hurry. That feeling, that power, is unmistakably the influence of the dark side. Raen's lightsaber collided against Jasperon's staff. Between their stressful missions and their lack of rest, Raen found himself increasingly irritable. The old man's comments did very little to improve his mood, and despite constant, and sometimes insulting, demands to stop, Jasperon continued. The young Alderaanian saw no other alternative at this point, and he would be glad when his lightsaber silenced Jasperon once and for all. Despite his proficiency with his lightsaber, Raen could not separate the old man from his walking stick, and that meant he couldn't strike at him with his lightsaber. Every attack was easily parried by the old man, and he couldn't even shatter the feeble wood that separated Raen from his opponent. Kicking up the dirt around him with his foot in the Force, Jasperon managed to blind Raen long enough for him to batter his lightsaber from his hands. Without a weapon, Raen turned to the Force for support. Calling up the omnipotent energy field, Raen backflipped once to avoid Jasperon's follow-up strike with his staff. He positioned himself far enough from the old man to avoid his cane, but close enough to recover his lightsaber, if necessary. Gale and Ranville had ventured off for a few moments, so they weren't around to stop the battle, but they would certainly sense it, as would Thawne and Northeus, but Raen didn't care. This had gone on for too long. He and Jasperon had to settle this alone, and Raen was confident that he could end this once and for all. He just had to forego the weaknesses he had imposed on himself since leaving Dantooine. It was time to unleash his full power. The Force materialized around Raen's hands, forming small columns of smoke and the faintest hints of embers on his palm. Jasperon didn't move in, unsure of Raen's plan, but his hesitation gave Raen the time he needed to prepare. Fire erupted from the Alderaanian's flesh, causing a slight stinging sensation that Raen hardly noticed anymore. Extending his palms toward Jasperon, small streams of fire coursed from his body toward the old man, exposing him to the full power of Raen's mysterious ability. Before Raen's power hit Jasperon, who had not been prepared to defend it, the fire itself was repulsed on contact with an invisible barrier that had been erected between Raen's flames and his target. Growling, Raen only applied more power to his attack, futilely attempting to breach the wall that kept his attack from hitting Jasperon by increasing the size and power of the fire that poured out of his limbs. However, a jab to the back of the head sent the young Force-sensitive sprawling to the dirt. His power seemed to naturally subside to prevent him from burning himself. Northeus flipped Raen on his back so he could see him as he lay on the ground, and Raen realized that the Jedi Master had struck the back of his head with his lightsaber's hilt. While he was stopping Raen's attack, Thawne had erected a barrier between the enraged Force user and his target. While Thawne approached Jasperon to ensure he was unharmed, Gale and Ranville arrived on the scene. "What were you thinking?" Northeus growled. "Do you think we simply allow you to kill Jasperon, right in front of Thawne's sanctuary?" Raen didn't respond, defiantly silent. "Your idiocy nearly killed him, and you tapped into the dark side to do so. Let me make one thing clear. If you threaten one of us, you threaten all of us. Your rage coupled with the influence of the dark side is a threat to all of us. Is that what you want, Raen Benax? Do you want to fight us? Do you want to make an enemy of the Jedi Order?" Northeus asked, goading the young Force user. "No. Then why did you do it, Raen? You think there aren't rules? You think because you're an ex-Sith, or Force knows what you are, that there aren't consequences? You think you can go rampaging through the galaxy without facing the dead and dying you leave in your wake?" The Jedi Master pressed. Raen said nothing. "Speak, Raen." "I don't know, Master." Raen snapped. "I thought." "I am not your master," Northeus said, calm but fiercely stern. "You are never to address me as such. If I was, you would listen to what I say. And it's clear that you don't." "Sir," Raen said with a hint of disgust in his voice. I tried everything. Combat was the only option left." "Combat is never the only option," Thawne said, approaching the two Force users. Argra. If that was one lesson I hoped you would learn here, young Benax, it would be that. But it is clear you have not." Northeus snatched Raen's lightsaber with the Force, holding it so Raen could grasp it, if he tried. "This is the weapon of a Jedi Knight. It is a tool to complement our power, a warning to the evil, and a beacon of hope. You are not worthy of wielding this weapon," he added, placing the weapon on his belt. "You have not earned the right to be trained as a Jedi. Be gone from here." "Master Thawne," Gale whispered to the old Jedi. "If I may?" "HRMGH. Nothing you can say will cause us to retract our decision, Gale," Thawne said. "Northeus and I have decided. One who is dedicated to the pursuit of the dark side cannot remain here." Northeus sighed and separated himself from Raen, standing by Thawne and the three Jedi learners. Raen struggled to his feet, but he could hardly muster the will to stand. He glanced at the Jedi gathered before him, though he could not meet their disapproving stares, and felt as though he had already been sentenced by the Jedi Order itself. He was not a Jedi, it seemed. Turning his back to the Jedi and Thawne's home, Raen ran into the Ambrian wilderness. He didn't know where he was going, but he didn't care. He had to get away from here. He had walked for some time before he turned to look at the Jedi sanctuary he had left behind. By then, it was distant and seemed insignificant, and he could hardly see it against the mountainous backdrop in the distance coupled with the low visibility of the evening sun. His rage had driven him forth until now. It was only after he had stopped fleeing that he realized he was weary and cold. "How long do you plan on walking before you acknowledge my presence, Raen?" A voice called out from behind him. Turning, Raen focused less on the distant things and shifted his gaze toward the transparent figure, apparently human, that materialized nearby. He wore the robes of a Jedi, and he had a lightsaber on his belt, even though it was unlikely that he could actually use it. His long grayed hair was draped behind his head, covering the hood that rested across his back. Numerous scars and wounds once present on the man's face had nearly faded, invisible amidst his ghostly visage. "Celsus?" Raen asked, taken aback by what he thought was the Jedi Master. "Yes, Raen," Celsus said, walking toward Raen solemnly. "It is I." "You're dead." Raen stared at the Jedi Master, unsure what exactly he was seeing. Celsus smiled, the first time Raen had seen him do so. "Walk with me, Raen. I'll explain everything." The two Force sensitives walked in silence for some time, but Raen couldn't shake the feeling that he was interacting with a ghost. It perturbed him deeply, and Celsus's very presence seemed to create an unfamiliar aura that caused Raen's hair to stand on end. Celsus Jan's feet fell silently on the ground, as though they didn't actually touch it at all. His form cast no shadow against the setting Ambrian sun, and, unlike Raen, his breathing could not be heard. Raen could not walk very far before he stopped in his tracks, unwilling to proceed further. "What is it, Raen?" "You're a ghost," the Alderaanian cried out. Celsus glanced at his hands and feet, and then ran his hands across his ethereal throat. "I suppose I am." "How are you here?" "Raen, the power of the Force is greater than you could possibly imagine," Celsus said. "The wisest Jedi Masters and the cruelest Sith Lords have spent decades in meditation, studying what is beyond their comprehension. They can blindly use its power to aid themselves, but they are like insects living on the most massive planet in the galaxy. They cannot understand it. They cannot control it. It is beyond their reach. In my death, I have learned much, but even I am limited." "That doesn't answer my question." "I am here because the Force has allowed me to return to the realm of the living," Celsus explained. "In its power, I can take shape so you can see me one last time." "Why did you return?" Raen asked. "I came back to warn you." "Me?" Raen asked, still frightened and very confused about this entire situation. "About what?" "Do not submit yourself to the power of the dark side," Celsus said plainly. "I've heard that more than once today, Celsus," Raen said. "If that's all you came to tell me, I think the Force is wasting its. Do not pursue the revenge you seek. It will destroy you." Raen stared at the Jedi Master, and he realized that, as a luminescent being, Celsus could sense his thoughts better than any living Jedi could. He knew exactly what Raen was planning, and how he was going to go about it. "I am not going to surrender myself to get revenge on anyone." "Oh, but you are," Celsus countered. "Raen, I know what it's like to despair. To hate something so much that you wish it dead. I know what it's like to spend your life enraptured in a vicious desire for retribution that ultimately burns away the light. I returned to Polis so I could kill Darth Bandon, my only foe, and avenge the death of my friends. I would have killed you, Gale, and everyone else who accompanied me to do so." "You only wanted to avenge their deaths," Raen noted. "You wanted to do what was right." "No," Celsus answered, trembling in despair. "I wanted to kill Darth Bandon. It didn't matter what happened to you or your friends. It really didn't matter who died, or even if I killed him honorably. As long as he died. I was a monster, Raen. I was reminded of this on Terrace, but I didn't listen." "What do you want me to do?" Raen asked, distressed. "If I let Detley and the rest of his kind go free, they'll destroy Alderaan, and other worlds too, if they can. If my quest was wrong, and I fought for my friends," Celsus began, "then how much darker is your journey, formed out of malice and a desire for bloodshed? You don't actually care about the harm they can cause, Raen. You want them to die for insulting you, using you, and exploiting your power." "Is that so wrong, Celsus?" Raen shot back. "Wrong deeds must be repaid." "No," Celsus said. "Evil unto evil simply begins a cycle of darkness. The way of the Jedi is one of justice, not of revenge. Of defense, not of violence. Of hope, not of despair. Remember this, Raen Benax?" "I cannot do as you ask," Raen said with dismay. "I need to destroy the Sith on Alderaan." Celsus shifted his gaze away from the young Force user. "Then you have already destroyed yourself, Raen. I'm sorry, but I am limited in my time here. Remember my warning and remain in the light. You will be strong there." Celsus's figure faded from view even as he finished talking to Raen. The young Force sensitive remained still for a long time, watching the spot where Celsus's ghost had stood, as if it would return again. However, Celsus did not return, and Raen found himself once again alone in the Ambrian wilderness. Raen was still struggling to understand what had transpired, and he wished it made as much sense to him now as when Celsus had explained it. The words of the apparition rattled him, but he didn't know how to respond. The Jedi Master pursued Darth Bandon from one end of the galaxy to the other, and he eventually destroyed himself because of it. The darkness destroyed him. Would Raen be any different? He used to be able to say yes without hesitation. That was how confident he was in his power. Now, he wasn't so sure. He wasn't going to let the Sith on Alderaan roam free, but he couldn't fight on his own. He was powerful, but he was not that strong. His time on Ambria, and seeing other Sith around the galaxy, convicted him of that. He needed allies if he was going to fight anyone. The Jedi could continue to serve as allies until he needed to distance himself from them. For now, the Jedi were helping him, and he ought to help them. He simply had to prove he was a worthy ally. Gale couldn't meditate. He tried his best to shake away the guilt he felt for bringing Raen to this place, but nothing could clear his mind. Not even meditation, normally soothing and restorative, could bring him the peace he sought. Ultimately, it had been his idea to bring Raen here. During their travels together, Gale had found himself unable to deny that the young human was strong. Perhaps not as strong as he was, but stronger than many Jedi Gale knew. He also knew that Raen had some good in him. There were fleeting moments when it seemed so obvious, and yet it was hidden under much anger and fear. Gale truly believed that the former Sith's interactions with Celsus and Thrawn had done him good, but based on his fight with Jasperin, perhaps he had been wrong. Finding no solace in his lonely musings, Gale decided that he needed advice from one of the two Jedi Masters who were with him. Entering Thrawn's abode about an hour after Raen had left, Gale hoped that someone was awake and willing to talk. Master Olson. What is it, Gale? The Jedi Master emerged from the hall. Is there something troubling you? Actually, yes. It's about Raen. Northeus didn't seem eager to discuss such things. What about him? Do you believe he can become a Jedi? It is hard for me to say. Such decisions are his and his alone. I know that, Master, but do you think he has the capability? Do you think he has the heart for it? What do you think? Gale found himself unsure. Certainly Raen was different now than he was on Alderaan with the Sith, and he had changed since their time together on Dantooine. In the span of a few months, Raen had grown apart from his dark heritage. Surely that was a good sign. I believe in him, Master. I think he has what it takes. But he has not yet forsaken the ways of the Sith, Northeus reminded him. He holds on to his inner darkness. Is that not our failing? Gale countered. Are we not encouraging him enough? Are we too focused on punishment and not enough on rehabilitation? Northeus shook his head. Maybe. But blame cannot fall solely on us. Remember, we cannot influence his path. Such actions are dangerous and lead to the dark side. He alone must decide where he stands. Only then can he truly call himself a Jedi. Although it was difficult to accept, Gale agreed with Northeus. There was nothing that could be done unless Raen forsook the dark side completely. He acknowledged how much Raen struggled to free himself from the Sith, having been raised by them from birth. Forsaking that would be like consciously giving up one of your senses. But Gale believed in him. He trusted that Raen would make the right choices. Gale turned to leave, satisfied with the Jedi Master's answers, but suddenly a thought struck him. What if he has to return to Alderaan to free himself from the dark side? Gale asked. What if he has to face his past? Did the Council not forbid him from going there? Northeus asked. They did. Northeus paused a moment. The future is always in motion. We do not yet know what part Raen has to play in the events to come, but let us not discount him while he is with us. He will receive judgment for his past crimes after we part, but until then he ought to follow you, Gale. Me? Why not you, Master? Because I think he trusts you, Gale, as much as you trust him. I believe it will be your example that will force him to surrender to the light. Do not forget that. You are a catalyst of light, and it will be your example that defines what kind of Jedi he becomes, if he becomes a Jedi at all. Gale shuddered when he realized just how much responsibility was on his shoulders. He thought he was ready for it, but he had no way of knowing for sure. Putting on a smile and assuming as much confidence he could muster, he answered, I understand, Master. I won't disappoint you. Raen retraced his steps and returned to Thrawn's home some hours later. Without heed for etiquette, Raen entered, opening the front door with a quick burst of telekinesis. As far as Raen could see, Northeus was the only one inside. Meditating in the foyer, the Jedi Master was performing a handstand with one hand, using his own strength coupled with the Force to keep him suspended in midair. The three lightsabers, two of his own and Raen, clinked against each other on his belt as they shifted back and forth underneath his overturned robe. With a flick of his wrist, Raen used the Force to snatch his weapon from the Jedi Master and propel it into his hand. Activating his azure blade, Raen waited for Northeus to slip out of his meditation and take notice of Raen's presence. The Jedi Master became conscious of his surroundings as soon as Raen acted. Returning to his feet, Northeus stood on the opposite end of the room, eyeing Raen suspiciously. The Jedi Master's feelings were not evident from his expression, stolid and entirely unemotional. "What are you doing here?" Northeus asked gruffly. "We told you to leave." "You told me I am not fit to be a Jedi," Raen said, recalling the Jedi Master's harsh words from earlier. "I disagree. This is my lightsaber, and you cannot have it." Northeus reached for one of the lightsabers that rested on his belt. "Will I have to take the weapon from you, Raen Benax?" Raen stared at the Jedi Master, and then at the lightsaber he held. Instead of moving into attack, Raen shook his head. "I don't think so, sir." He deactivated his lightsaber and placed it on the ground in front of him. "I thought you said I could not take your lightsaber," Northeus said, his own weapon in hand. "I did, and it's still true," Raen replied. "However, I refuse to fight you. A Jedi uses his lightsaber to defend himself and others, never to attack, especially if unprovoked." Northeus was silent for a moment, watching Raen curiously. Without warning, he cracked a hint of a smile and sighed aloud. "Interesting. Well, there may be hope for you yet, Raen Benax," he said, returning his lightsaber to his belt. "Talk to thought. I think you'll be pleased to know you've changed your mind." "There was never any doubt, sir." "You may call me Master," Raen, Northeus said. "Your words are honest enough, but we'll see if your actions reflect that. Those are what make a Jedi. Go apologize to Jasper." "Excuse me, Master?" Raen asked. "You heard me," Northeus replied. "I want you to go tell Jasper you are sorry. And once you've done that, I'll have a list of chores for you to do until you're so tired you won't even think of lifting your lightsaber against anyone here again. And don't think you're getting off easy. You will have no time to pursue the dark side when I'm done with you." Raen sighed aloud. This was going to be a very long ordeal. "Yes, Master." Chapter 15. "And who might you be?" "Cern Delarain. I'm going to be joining you." "Indeed? Well, let's get to work, then." Cern had risen several hours ago. He never slept well. He'd received terrifying visions and signs in the form of dreams based on his past as he slept. The fact that he did not recognize the characters involved, nor the locations, only angered and disturbed him further. However, he knew that each dream was undoubtedly linked to his past, and he made a habit of scribbling notes down about each dream he had so he would not forget. It was a tedious task, and a bit ironic. If he had not forgotten everything in the first place, he wouldn't have had to relearn everything. Erner had summoned him several hours after noon, and he was introduced to Jedi Master Lana Vash, a Jedi emissary from Coruscant who would be aiding him in tracking down the ghoul. Lana Vash was the quintessential Jedi in Cern's mind. She had her ebony black hair tied into a tight bun behind her head in a display of staunch professionalism, and her dark eyes reflected a stern, no-nonsense attitude. Her tan Jedi robes were loose-fitting, and she wore a massive brown cloak over her standard robes. She had a lightsaber on her person, Cern was sure of it, but he couldn't see it. The two of them left Erner's office together in silence and headed to the brown land speeder he had prepared for them. Lana had opted to drive, and Cern didn't object. The two of them seated themselves in the cramped and outdated land speeder. Cern nearly hit his head on the roof of the vehicle, and its interior reeked of bantha jerky. "You're probably wondering how to address me," Lana said, starting the vehicle and pulling away from the garage. "Master Vash will do fine." Cern didn't want to insult her, but she sounded pretentious. "Of course, Master Vash," he said coldly. "Where are we headed? Did Erner get any new leads?" Lana chuckled softly. "No, he didn't have any." "Then where?" "Alderaan is notorious for his lack of force sensitives. I sensed this ghoul when my transport was landing on the planet's surface. It was quite simple, really. We're probably the only force users on this entire planet," Lana explained. "We?" "The ghoul, myself, and you," Lana said. "Me?" Cern asked, his voice betraying his shock. "Why, of course," Lana said, not taking her eyes off the traffic around her. "You mean you didn't know? Your force sensitivity certainly isn't latent, even though your presence in it is but a small candle here on Alderaan." Cern was silent for some time, allowing Lana to focus on driving while he meditated. He was a force sensitive. That explains several things, including his supernatural ability to alter time and gravity around him, and his masterful skill at concealing himself from sentience. Master Vash said that his power in the Force was not latent, which meant that he knew how to use those powers and to find his strength in the Force prior to losing his memory. Some powers, then, must have come naturally to him, others had to be relearned. Of course, that meant he could have been a Jedi, or perhaps he was a Sith. In the end, it didn't make a difference. Until he had leads, he could not assume anything. One thing that did bother him, though, was that voice in his head, telling him where to strike during battle. He was unsure if that was the power of the Force speaking to him, luck, or simply a developing madness. "Master Vash," Cern spoke up, ending the silence. "Yes. The Force, if I can use it, has spoken to me before. That is not surprising. Force users can hear the Force during meditation, in dreams, while interacting with nature. What about during battle? Oh, during combat. It is difficult to hear the Force's call during combat. Jedi manipulate time and space during battle, and they can observe enemies' weaknesses more easily then, but it is not necessarily the Force that tells them where to attack or how to cut. The Force spoke to me during combat. During one instance, it told me to kill my opponent by striking him in the chest. I'm alive because the Force saved me. Now it was Lana's turn to drift into thought. She kept monitoring the traffic and steering the speeder, but aside from that, she made no indication she paid attention to her surroundings. There is a power we Jedi do not have a name for. It is a rare ability that allows its user to detect the critical point of their target. I don't quite understand. Very few Jedi can use it, Lana continued, ignoring him. The power has been described differently by each of its users. Some see it as fractures in their target, others hear a voice telling them where to strike, and still others can sense these vulnerabilities through pheromones. Does it have applications beyond combat? CERN asked. I don't know. We don't know much about it. As I said, very few Jedi can use it, and those that can seem to be randomly selected by the Force. What's more, most Force users who can use it have fallen to the dark side. Lana cast a glance at CERN, telling him that she was watching him, before returning her attention to piloting. While the Jedi Master focused on getting them to their destination, CERN pondered her words. He did not know what it meant to be a Force sensitive. He did not know if responsibilities, restrictions, or laws hindered him or his activities. The only thing he knew was that he could not have been a Jedi. Ernar had told him that he knew his father, and Jedi were generally not allowed to contact their children. Therefore, he must have been trained by another organization. There weren't many, and the options didn't look good for CERN, who was in a speeder with a high-ranking Jedi Master. At the very least, with his past a mystery, he could try to determine his own power in the Force. CERN removed one of his vibroblades from his belt and placed it on the dashboard in front of him. Sitting back in his seat, CERN closed his eyes and focused all of his thoughts on the vibroblade. Picturing it in his mind, he outstretched his hand and tried to guide it into his grip. To his surprise, the weapon didn't move, and he hadn't even exerted any force at all. Lana noticed his efforts, and she occasionally turned to watch CERN's futile attempts at telekinesis. After a while, CERN disappointingly snatched his weapon from the dashboard and returned it to his sheath. Crossing his arms like a sullen child, he closed his eyes and tried to reason why he couldn't move the weapon from its location. Your skills are still growing, CERN, Lana said. You shouldn't expect you to be able to throw starfighters with your mind just yet. I wanted to gauge my own abilities, CERN muttered. That's all. The talents you can use now are likely natural abilities. It will take actual training to delve deeper into the Force and strengthen your connection to it. Perhaps. I'd have liked to lift that vibroblade, though. Lana smirked. Of course, CERN. We're almost there. Are you ready? Glancing out the passenger's window, CERN spied a rather large nightclub near the lower levels of the city. That seemed to be their destination, and Lana carefully guided their beat-up vehicle to a parking area near the entrance to the club. Once they were parked, he stepped out of the car, mesmerized by the flashing lights and glittering billboards around the nightclub. They illuminated the surrounding area, and they made quite a bit of noise, announcing the nightclub's opening in dozens of languages. A cold breeze rushed through CERN's light blonde hair when he turned and realized Lana had not left the car. Stopping before he reached the bouncer, CERN lingered around the outside of the club and waiting for his partner to emerge from the hoverspeeder. Lana Vash stepped out of the speeder 10 minutes later, and, to CERN's surprise, she had replaced her Jedi robes with a strapless purple dress that ended a few centimeters above her ankles. It was cold outside, and she had a gray overcoat to cover her otherwise bare arms. She had let her lustrous black hair down over her shoulders, and she was even wearing heels to complement her appearance. CERN's black Spacer's trousers, beige vest, and long-sleeved shirt seemed far too casual in comparison to her new look. CERN noticed she looked far more attractive without the Jedi robe she had come with. She glowered at her companion as she walked up the steps to the nightclub in her heels. She looked absolutely miserable, and joined CERN amidst the crowd. What's wrong with you? Haven't you ever seen a woman in a dress before? CERN hadn't said anything, and he wasn't staring too much, but he realized that, as a Jedi Master, she could sense his thoughts. I didn't think the Jedi were capable. We are, Lana finished for him, brusquely. Very few people trust Jedi here on Humberine because they aren't familiar with Force users. If I walked in there in Jedi robes, I'd attract unwanted attention, and I'm sure you aren't keen on getting into bar brawls either. No. CERN followed her up the steps. So what's the plan? We'll go in and sit down. Once we're settled, I'll stay at the table and monitor the situation. You'll head to the bar, and I'll make sure that this ghoul knows you're there, Lana explained. It sounds like I'm doing most of the work, CERN noted. Lana shook her head. Hardly. While you're waiting for the ghoul to appear, I'll be hiding my presence in the Force from him and projecting yours. If I didn't do that, he'd likely not be able to identify you within the crowd. He'll figure out that you're the one who killed his henchman, and he'll attack you. You should be able to handle him. If not, I'll help. It's going to be hard to fight in those shoes, Cern said, half teasing. I know. That's why I'm going to be at the table for most of this mission. Just in case, though, Lana said, trailing off as she reached into a matching purple handbag she had brought with her. She removed her lightsaber, the only thing in the bag, and handed it to Cern. Think you can use this? Would you like me to try it out now? No. Only use it if you can't defeat him with your blades. Otherwise, leave it be. You need training to use a lightsaber, and you can cut off your arm, or worse, if you haven't used one before. Lana looked beyond Cern, into the nightclub. He's inside? We should begin. The two walked inside the nightclub, bypassing the massive Gato who served as the establishment's primary bouncer. The conical horns on his head helped him sense malicious behavior or violent tendencies in patrons, but Lana used the Force to hinder his empathetic abilities so they could continue without suspicion. Once inside the club, Cern followed Lana to the nearest empty table they could find. The lights of the dance floor, ranging from bright reds and yellows to pale greens and blues, flashed rapidly overhead. These lights illuminated the rest of the club, which used dim blue glow panels for visibility's sake. Loud electronic dance music blasted in the speakers positioned near every table and the dance floor itself, making it hard for Cern to focus his attention on anything in particular. Lit cigars and burning spices created a strong fragrance throughout the club, although it was lessened around the tables due to the rules of the establishment. It was as cold inside as it was outside, and Cern regretted not wearing anything warmer for their mission. All right, Lana said, speaking over the bass of the ambient music, I think we can begin. Go ahead and head over to the bar. I'll make sure he knows you're here. You'll be okay by yourself? Cern asked. I'm a Jedi, Cern. Of course I'll be fine. Cern nodded, silently scolding himself for asking such a stupid question, and left Lana behind at the table. Navigating around the dance floor and his wild patrons, Cern pushed his way through the crowd of club-goers on his way to the bar. To his relief, he did not see any given around, which meant that the ghoul must have hidden himself elsewhere or situated himself in one of the back rooms. Finally reaching the bar, Cern was pleased to find it practically empty and the music hushed due to it being in a closed-off section of the club. The bartender, a weary purple skin and amid wearing a flowing black cloak, and equipped with a vocalizer, noticed Cern's presence immediately. His white eyes twitched slightly, and Cern figured that he was surprised to see him. Hello, human sentient, he said, his computerized voice sounding quite unexcited. What can I get for you? Alderaanian ale, Cern said. Hold the spice, if you can. The animed's vocalizer made peculiar chirping sounds, and beeps that Cern took to mean laughter. You're an amusing human sentient. Of course I can. One glass, coming up. Cern sat down in a vacated bar stool, waiting for the bartender and a serving droid to get his drink. Scanning the other patrons, he noticed the distinct lack of individuals in the bar. A few Aqualish, Twi'leks, and a Rodian were dispersed throughout the bar. He would have figured more patrons would like to escape the obnoxious dancing music of the main club, or at least drown out what they could with a few drinks. Cern recognized the distinct bitter tang of Ryle in the air, but he didn't mind it. The other bar-goers were too far for their spices to be overpowering. Your ale, human sentient, the animid said, extending the glass with one of his six-fingered hands. Cern took the glass and returned his attention to his surroundings. As his vision shifted from the patrons at the bar to those back at the dance floor, he didn't notice a given approach his position. The given's uncanny, skeletal appearance, coupled with the black hood thrown over his head, gave him the semblance of a Halavan monster. His bony fingers were hardly visible beyond the lengthy sleeves of his robe, and they seemed to be constantly searching for something at his side, twitching constantly. The dulled sounds of the music silenced his approach, and he slipped into the seat next to Cern's without attracting his attention. Boo, he whispered to Cern. Leaping from his chair as if he had just heard death itself call his name, Cern withdrew his vibroblades and pointed them at the newest patron. How he had snuck up on Cern at all, he wasn't quite sure. Cern hadn't been focused on his drink, and he was carefully scanning the entire bar for anything suspicious. Even so, the Given still managed to sneak up on him. The Given cackled with delight at Cern's exaggerated response, and he waved his hands merrily at the sight of the human's fright. Best put those away, human, the Given said, still chortling with glee, or else you'll attract unwanted attention around here. On cue, the other sentients in the bar sprung from their seats, revealing their assortment of weapons, and began to approach the Given. Most of them were armed with blaster rifles, although one of the Aqualish had a vibrasword with him in addition to his blaster. Once they had all surrounded their leader, the Given, he signaled for them to hold position for a moment. So you're the ghoul, Cern spat. How did you sneak up on me like that? Dear human, sneaking followed by killing is my business. And I am very, very good at what I do, the ghoul said. Fading from view, the Gibbon's body turned invisible even as he revealed his own serrated sword. Go ahead, fellows. Wound him, but try not to kill him. This one deserves a unique and lengthy death. Cern saw one of the Twi'lek mercenaries move first, raising his blaster rifle for a quick shot. Before he could pull the trigger, the Twi'lek was shot twice in the chest, giving Cern enough time to dive into a nearby booth. The animated serving droid had revealed its holdout blaster, and his shots at the Twi'lek were fatal. The first mercenary fell to the floor while his companions opened fire on the droid and Cern. Another Twi'lek and 2 of the Aqualish died before the serving droid was destroyed by mercenary blaster fire. However, the droid had provided Cern with enough time to turn invisible and navigate around the mercenaries' blaster fire, sneaking from the booth to the other side of the bar counter. Rising from cover, they were still shooting at the booth. With a vibroblade in hand, Cern threw the blade at the nearest mercenary, striking the sole Rodian in the throat. The others saw the attack but didn't know where it had come from, so they opened fire randomly, hoping to get a lucky shot. To the surprise of Cern and his mercenary opponents, the Anomid bartender revealed himself from behind the counter, dual-wielding blaster carbines. Unloading a round of blaster fire into the mercenaries, and another mercenary fell to his surprise attack before the survivors could reposition themselves and return fire. By then, the Anomid had already ducked behind the counter to shield himself from their attacks. Cern, still invisible, jumped over the counter and joined the Anomid as he took cover from the blaster fire. The Anomid nearly jumped out of his wrinkled skin when Cern materialized before his eyes. The bartender pointed his 2 carbines at him, but he realized that Cern meant him no harm and returned them to his sides. Don't startle me like that, human sentient, the bartender said. I thought you were a ghost or a demon coming to kill me for this. I'm not. Why are you helping me? Cern asked. They gave bad tips, the Anomid joked. No, really? 9 to 1 hardly seemed like fair odds, human sentient, the Anomid said. I know an ambush when I see one. 9 to 3 isn't much better. There are only 3 of them, now, the bartender noted. Not counting your equally frightening given sentient friend. You're taking a risk, you know, Cern said. These men are murderers, the given especially. If I didn't risk my life for a stranger in need, I sully my honor. Your honor is worthless when you're dead. And my conscience. How could I continue living if I knew I could have saved you, but did not? The Anomid asked. Cern shook his head. He still didn't get it. It didn't make sense to continue debating it, though. We're still pinned down here, you know, he pointed out. Indeed. You can turn invisible again? Correct. Cern nodded. Attack them from the side while I provide cover fire, the Anomid suggested. You'll be exposed to quite a bit of blaster bolts. Then you'll have to take them down quick. On the bartender's signal, Cern turned invisible and leapt from his hiding spot behind the bar counter. The 3 surviving mercenary gunmen, 2 Twi'lek and the Aqualish with a sword, were standing against the wall opposite of the counter, firing upon it tenaciously. It would take some time, but their fire would eventually penetrate its durasteel. Walking parallel to their line of fire, Cern approached one of the Twi'leks and stabbed his chest with his vibroblade. Blood splattered across the otherwise spotless white floor as Cern's weapon punctured his target's superior vena cava, just above his heart. The other 2 mercenaries saw their companion die, and they turned their attention from the bar counter to Cern, who had just revealed himself. However, as they turned away from the bar counter, the Anomid bartender, who had only been firing short bursts with his weapons, popped out from behind his cover and sprayed the remaining 2 mercenaries with blaster fire, killing them both easily. None of the mercenaries were outfitted with anything durable to defend themselves against blaster fire, and they lacked energy shields. They all died, and the ghoul was still nowhere to be seen. Keeping his guard up, Cern cautiously approached the dead Rodian and recovered his thrown vibroblade while the Anomid checked the damage done to his servant droid. Cern. Lana's voice echoed in his head. The ghoul is escaping. I don't know what you did, but I think he's scared of you. He's fleeing out the maintenance door. Cern grumbled to himself and left the Anomid and his bar behind, shoving his way through the crowd toward the maintenance area. Due to the fight in the bar, the dancers and most of the club goers had realized something was amiss and the entire establishment erupted into a tumult. He spied Lana leaving the club through the main entrance with the rest of the club goers. Ignoring the direction of the crowd, he bypassed a confused human bouncer and entered the otherwise restricted area that led to the maintenance area of the club. There was no light in the maintenance area, except for the iridescent glow of flashy advertisements outside. Metal crates were stacked against the walls, some so tightly packed together that Cern could hardly move forward without squeezing his way through them. There was no sense of order in the size and location of these stacks, and it annoyed Cern, if only because it took him forever to navigate the area. As he moved toward the sliding door at the other end of the room, he was thrown back against his will. Realizing that he had found himself in a similar situation at the warehouse several days earlier, Cern pulled out his vibroblades and returned to the center of the room. Up here, the ghoul announced. Cern's eyes shot upward, scanning the top of the stacks for his prey. He didn't see anyone, and the ghoul's shadow was nowhere to be seen. The silence was unnerving, and Cern worriedly realized that he would have heard the ghoul's footsteps had he been traveling around the room. The force alerted him of an enemy behind him, and he spun around immediately, placing his blades near his chest for defense. Sure enough, the ghoul had been behind him, and he was seconds away from driving his serrated sword into Cern's chest. Cern's weapons halted his advance, and the ghoul growled angrily when his attack failed. Got lucky. Won't happen again? We'll see. The ghoul rushed toward Cern, hoping to catch him off guard and close the distance between them. Cern forced him to fall back about a meter, swinging his blades at the ghoul's chest. The ghoul struck at Cern's knees, forcing him to defend low so the ghoul could strike him in the head with his fist. The ghoul's bony knuckles struck Cern in the face, sending him backward as his vision flooded with stars and dizzying lights. When he had recovered his vision, and his eyesight returned to him, Cern couldn't see the ghoul anymore. He was still in the room, Cern could sense him, but he couldn't actually see him. Turning invisible, Cern fled from his position and leapt to the lowest stack of crates he could find. The two combatants were hiding from each other, and Cern reflected on how similar the tactics of the ghoul and his dead apprentice were. They depended on surprise and the fact that no one could see them, at least, no normal sentient, while they were hidden from view. They did not use invisibility like Cern, but they did take great advantage of the shadows and their own natural skill. As a Force-sensitive, Cern counted himself lucky, and he knew he could defeat the ghoul. Closing his eyes, Cern focused on himself for a moment. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, he slowed his breathing and calmed his tense nerves, allowing his body to abandon his fighting spirit. As his goose flesh subsided and his adrenaline escaped his system, he found himself in a surprising state of calm. Opening his eyes, he found himself staring into a different world. It was as if he could only see monochrome colors before, and now he could see every vibrant, surreal color of the spectrum. He could sense everything around him, from the smallest life form to the mass of patrons escaping the club elsewhere. He could see everything in beautiful clarity, as if it was daytime and a steady glow panel was shining upon the room. He could see the ghoul's silhouette, even though he was invisible, for all intents and purposes, invisible, outlined by a dark aura. From what he could tell, the ghoul could not see him, and he used that to his advantage. Leaping down from his position on the crates, Cern charged forward and struck at the ghoul's back. His blade hardly penetrated the given skin, which seemed to be protected by some sort of armor. The ghoul turned around as soon as Cern's weapon made contact, swinging his serrated blade in a wide arc that threatened to cut off Cern's left arm. He dodged the attack by ducking under the blade and scissor-kicking his murderous opponent. The ghoul toppled to the ground, but his blade came down upon Cern's chest. Quick thinking, and a warning from the Force, told Cern to throw his weapons in between himself and the sword that was crashing upon him. He survived, but just barely. The ghoul managed to recover his footing quicker than Cern, and the given struck at him several times while he was on the ground. A quick stomp from the ghoul sent tendrils of pain shooting up and down Cern's arm, causing him to drop his second vibroblade. Rising to his feet, Cern managed to block several quick slashes from the ghoul with one arm before he found himself cornered. Cursing to himself, he had only just now realized he had backed away from the ghoul and got himself stuck between his opponent and a stack of crates. The ghoul brought down his sword upon Cern like it was a hammer, smashing into his comparatively small vibroblade like it was wood to be broken. Forced to use one arm, his other arm was still in pain from the ghoul's foot. To defend, Cern was at a severe disadvantage. The ghoul could sense him in the Force now, so it didn't matter whether he was invisible or not. Instead of risking his life with a vibroblade, Cern pulled Lana's lightsaber off his belt and activated it. The Jedi Master's weapon activated immediately. Its golden blade leapt from the hilt, illuminating the area around the combatants in a subtle glow. Discarding his vibroblade, Cern deflected the ghoul's next strike with the newly activated weapon. When the two weapons collided, it sounded as though glass had been shattered. The given sword broke into several smaller metal fragments where it made contact with the lightsaber, and the ghoul found himself with a useless slab of superheated metal less than half a meter long. Without a weapon, the ghoul fled from Cern, hoping to escape the maintenance area and leave the club, where he planned on losing his attacker in the crowd. Cern pursued his target, lightsaber in hand, from the room they had been dueling and back into the club itself. However, the ghoul's flight was cut short by Master Vash, who had been waiting outside the maintenance area. Wearing her Jedi robes, the Jedi Master kicked the given in the chest with her combat boots, sending him flying to the ground in an ungraceful mess. Reaching the two at the now abandoned dance floor, Cern tossed the lightsaber to Lana, who narrowly avoided being chopped in two by her weapon's blade and caught the handle itself. "Deactivate the weapon before you throw it at me," Lana chided him. "My apologies." "It's fine. You did good work, Cern," Lana said, holding her lightsaber in front of the frightened Gibbon's face. You caught him. Thank you, Cern said. The Jedi Master used the Force to flip the ghoul on his side, allowing her to bind him in stun cuffs. Once she was sure he was restrained, she placed her hand on his forehead, and, despite resistance, the ghoul eventually faded into a comatose state. What did you do? Cern asked. I placed him in stasis. It should last several hours, at least until we can board a transport to Coruscant. Once we're there, I can reapply the effects, the Jedi Master said. Cern had to admit he was impressed. How did you know I would need the lightsaber to defeat him? The Force tells us many things, Cern, she answered cryptically. Although doing so left me defenseless, who am I to question his judgment? In the end, we accomplished what needed to be done. I see, he said, even though he had no idea what she was talking about. Will you be needing me for anything else, Master Vash? Cern, I let you fight the ghoul while I made sure civilians were evacuated safely. Surely you don't think I'm going to ensure you do all the hard work. Cern nodded. Thank you. I appreciate help. Next time, we'll fight together, the Jedi Master said sagely. It'd be an honor. Of course, Cern. If you don't mind, I think I have a transport to catch. You can't use the speeder, Ernar probably wants it back anyway. Farewell, she added before carrying the limp murderer's body with the Force and heading for the door. Cern returned to Erner's building several hours later. The sun had nearly risen, and Cern hadn't got any sleep. The hunt for the ghoul had happened so quickly, and he had been doing so much, that he wished he could have dozed off for a few hours. Sadly, he missed his chance and had to return to Ernar as soon as possible. He needed the information that the businessman had, and he had finally fulfilled his end of the bargain. He could sleep afterward. Taking the elevator from the lobby, which had been cleaned since the scene he had caused on his first visit, to Erner's office, Cern silently brooded over his mission with the Jedi Master. He had tapped into the Force, and he had used a lightsaber. Even so, something didn't seem right. He felt that something was missing. He was more assured than before that he couldn't have been a Jedi, or else Master Vash would have told him so. So had he been a Sith, then he would have to confront Erner about all these questions and more. He owed him now. Stepping out of the elevator, Cern flinched at the sight of Erner's office. Stacks of flimsy were being burned across the room, and the various trinkets and decorations he had set up were completely destroyed. Blotches of blood were spread across the carpeting and the walls, and the room reeked of burnt flesh. Each step he took cautiously, heading for Erner's desk. The floor creaked under his weight, and the only other sound left to comfort him was his own breathing. Reaching Erner's desk, Cern grimly realized that the corpse sprawled across the desk was once Erner Humbar. He had several blaster shots through his chest, and his neck was slit. The cut was a fresh wound. Cern estimated it had been made less than an hour ago, and blood was still pouring from the wound in streams, staining the desk and carpeting below. The sound of footsteps alerted Cern to a presence beside his own. The murderer. Turn around, very slowly, a muffled voice said. Cern obliged, and he reached for his sheaths as he did so. Only once he was facing away from Erner's desk did he realize that he had forgot to recover his viper blades before leaving the nightclub. 4 cloaked individuals stood before him, wearing black mesh armor and armed with daggers. There was no lighting inside the room, and it was difficult for Cern to discern what species they were. Who are you? We are less than a whisper. No more than a thought. We are blades in the night, masters of death, and fear in the crowd. Darkness, shadow, and silence. We are all these things. We are the Geno Harridan, the tallest of the 4 individuals spoke. Cern was silent for a moment, trying to gauge how threatening these individuals actually were. I've never heard of you. No one has heard of us, Cern Delarain, a shorter, stout male countered. It is our business not to be heard, just like it is yours. I don't understand. What are you saying? And why did you kill Erner Humbar? He was a powerful and dangerous member of the Exchange. The tallest individual spoke up. If he were to gain control of core galaxy systems, he would use those ships for racketeering, smuggling, and piracy. The Republic would be weakened as its valuable warships models ended up in the hands of criminals and spice runners. We could not allow that. And the stout man interrupted. We needed to get your attention. I'm listening. Cern folded his arms. We, the Geno Harridan, are a league of powerful assassins that strive to defend the Galactic Republic from the shadows. No one knows of our work, except for those truly powerful and rich enough to afford our services. We operate in secrecy, and we hire only the best and most elusive killers, thieves, cutthroats, and combatants into our organization, a slender female explained. You are a perfect operative for our brotherhood, the tall man continued. Your name disappears after your death on the Sith research frigate Immolation. You have no past. No one knows who you are, and you are an expert hunter. And killer, the stout man added. Our brotherhood would be honored if you joined our ranks, the tall man said. Sounds a bit far-fetched, Cern noted. But it's true. If you accept our offer, you will know the truth firsthand. If not, then we will be forced to conceal ourselves, and you will never hear from us again, the tall man explained with a hint of sadness in his voice. You just killed the only man who could help me learn about my past, Cern said. I'm not interested in your glory, your credits, or your republic. We have the means to discover who you once were, the slender female said. Our information network is the most extensive in the galaxy. Is that a promise? Cern asked. We promise, the stout man said. If you join us, we shall strive to unlock the secrets of your past. Cern smiled. These killers had murdered the only one that could have helped him recover the information he sought. They were audacious, and Cern should have killed them for that. There was no shame in it. Erner died brutally, and his killers would walk away, never to be caught, if he turned down their offer. But if he agreed, he could do exactly what he did best, killing, and remain hidden while they aided him. If they didn't help him, then he would find his own way, as he had before. He saw no other option at this point. Without Erner, he had no other leads. I'll accept your offer, Cern said. Where do I begin? Chapter 16. Raen was up before the sun rose over the hills. It was still dark when he went out to the brook and cleaned not only his clothes, but the sheets, towels, and various rags he had used during the past few days. He carried the wet wares and threw them across a wire that hung between Thon's home and a tall, jagged rock a few meters away. After replacing his dirty robes with a new pair, he headed out to the dusty plains in front of Thon's abode and began his morning stretches. This was the routine he had undertaken for the past 3 months, from his arrival until now. Time was a strange thing here, in this world of order and strict schedules. Not even the landscape around him seemed to change. After all, how much drier could the wastelands get? The only hint that he had even aged during this training regimen was the light beard he had acquired. For all the various knickknacks Thon had collected during his travels, razors were hard to come by. He had once entertained the idea of using a lightsaber, at low power of course, but decided against it when Ramvel tried it out for himself. The hapless Miraluka probably still had burns from the experience. Raen had never felt so alive. The training was brutal at times, to be sure. While Thon played the role of the good and fatherly trainer, Northeus played the unsympathetic martinet. Even so, he was indebted to Master Thon, and also to Master Northeus begrudgingly. He had not faced training like the counselor since his days as a young Sith pupil. Deadlay's vicious routines almost paled in comparison. Here, he was forced into 6-kilometer runs, fights with the native wildlife, using the Force until exhaustion, and then dueling other Force users after everything else was done. It was hard, but it was worth it, and Raen recognized that. Ramvel joined Raen as the sun was just barely peering out from his lofty resting place behind the hills. He was dressed in a light training robe, just like Raen, but his was gray instead of black. The two continued to stretch in silence, even after Gale and Jasperin arrived, until all of them had prepared themselves for the long day ahead. Master Thon left his house sometime later, followed by Northeus. Good morning, masters, the 4 trainees said at once. NRRH. Good morning, young ones. Today we shall see if you are worthy to move on in your training, the sagely Jedi Master said. What do you mean, Master? Gale asked. This time, Northeus spoke. You will face your designated combat partner, and we will judge your performance. If we deem you skilled and prepared to face the next level of training, you will be allowed to advance. If not, we will ask that you head to Coruscant and receive more formal training until you are adequately prepared. Are you ready, young ones? Thon wondered aloud. The question lingered in the air as Northeus gave the Jedi learners their weapons. Gale and Ramvel were allowed to take their own lightsabers, while Raen took the one he had acquired on Dantooine. Jasperin, unique among them, kept his staff to use in combat. The other Jedi didn't mind, it created a challenge. However, none of them had ever seen him use a lightsaber, and they wondered amongst themselves if he even used one. Gale and Ramvel went first. After performing the necessary pre-battle formalities, the two Jedi engaged each other in combat. Raen noticed that Gale, as always, proved a patient adversary during battle. Ramvel had trouble penetrating the Nautilin's whirling Viridian defense, and despite his best efforts, he could not land a blow on Gale. His attacks were strong and fluid, but they simply could not make contact. Overhead strike after overhead strike, side lunge after side lunge, and the Miraluka struggled in vain. Gale finally switched to the offensive, and Ramvel proved an equally valiant opponent. He defended himself well against the Nautilin's smooth, interconnected blows, but he ultimately did not have the stamina to keep parrying the Elder Jedi's strikes, especially after his vicious attack earlier. After a while of trading blows, Ramvel was struck on the thigh with Gale's powered-down lightsaber, and the match ended. Good work, both of you, Northeus said. Gale, your offense and defense have both improved dramatically, and Thon and I are pleased with your results. We've discussed your progress amongst ourselves, and we feel you should pursue the combat art of Adaru. Of course, masters, Gale said, head bowed. If I may? Is there a reason you would not advise me to learn Surisu? We feel that your defensive capabilities are quite impressive, as though you were a natural at the art of Surisu. Adaru, we think, would be a natural fit for you, and his acrobatics would add variety and an unpredictable aspect to your offense, Thawne answered. Gale nodded and bowed before returning to the other side of the arena. Northeus turned to his Padawan. Ranvel, you defended yourself admirably against Gale, and you fought no less valiantly. But I lost, Master, Ranvel said dejectedly. Argra. It does not matter who wins and who loses, Thawne growled. You are Jedi. Your training here is for the betterment of self, not a competition between each other. Ranvel flinched at Thawne's reproach and bowed quickly. I am sorry, Masters. I forget my place. Northeus nodded and continued. It is true, you have some work to do, but you are a Jedi, and you are still young. Pursue your lightsaber skills with earnest, and keep practicing. I shall train you personally until you may easily adapt a lightsaber style to fight with. Ranvel nodded and returned to his place beside Gale. Raen and Jasperin were called forth by the two Jedi Masters, and Raen nearly jumped in anticipation. Heading into the dueling circle, Raen took his lightsaber off his belt and faced his elderly opponent. Jasperin gave him a disapproving look and cast off his cloak. The old man had never forgotten Raen's past as a Sith, it seemed, and he still bitterly disapproved of Thawne and Northeus's decision to train him. As such, he ferociously fought Raen in the dueling arena and during practice, eager to prove himself to his superiors and make the former Sith look weak in the process. Raen bowed low to Jasperin before activating his lightsaber. The old man responded with a curt bow and placed his staff between himself and Raen. After checking to make sure his lightsaber was weakened, Raen moved in to attack his opponent. His first blow struck at Jasperin's right shoulder, but the lightsaber was blocked by the wood of Jasperin's cane. The young man's lightsaber hissed and sparkled against the staff, as though it was striking another lightsaber. With a show of force, Jasperin pushed Raen and his weapon away, sending Raen flying back into the dirt. Raen recovered his footing quickly, but not soon enough. Jasperin was upon him before he could completely recover. The staff came down on him, eager to bruise and bloody Raen's arms, like it had on the first day of their training. Not today, though. Throwing his azure blade between himself and Jasperin's weapon, Raen deflected the first few vertical strikes from the old man. Jasperin's ferocity was not encumbered by Raen's defenses, and the old man continued his attack, throwing in a more powerful horizontal strike every so often to try and catch Raen off balance. By the time Jasperin's first flurry of strikes had ended, Raen was already at the edge of the dueling circle and still reeling from the attacks thus far. However, Raen knew Jasperin's offensive techniques better than the old man did. They had fought so many times, he had come to memorize them. The old man was quite skilled, to be sure, but he was prone to repetition and easily slipped into patterns and cycles of the same attack, over and over. Raen never had the chance to exploit this weakness before, but he was intent on doing so now. Blocking Jasperin's first 3 vertical strikes, they were always aimed at his shoulders. With ease, Raen moved to the side to avoid the old man's first horizontal strike. Now facing Jasperin's exposed side, the younger duelist spun around and aimed at Jasperin's back. The old man proved too quick for Raen, and a force push, perhaps too powerful for a practice duel, sent Raen flying away from his intended target. Again he recovered, and the duel continued. They exchanged attempts to strike at each other for some time, but neither of them could break the other's defense. Receiving a stroke of luck, the younger duelist parried a few more strikes from the old man before leaping to Jasperin's side. The speed of the jump allowed him to safely avoid a strike from Jasperin's cane and land safely. Kicking at the back of his legs, Raen knocked the old man to the ground with ease. Jasperin rolled on the ground quickly, placing his staff in between himself and Raen. But it was over. The younger duelist struck at Jasperin several times, but the old man blocked all his strikes due to the natural length of his weapon. Frustrated, Raen lifted his lightsaber over his own head and brought it down upon Jasperin with all the force he could muster. A loud crack resounded throughout the area as Raen's weapon, even in his powered-down state, shattered Jasperin's cane into bits and splinters, and then struck the old man on the chest. Backing up slowly, Raen was content with his victory. He deactivated his lightsaber and after placing it on his belt, reached out to help Jasperin to his feet. However, the old man pushed away his hand and, suddenly, rose to his feet in a flash. A piece of his broken staff was in his hand and, to Raen's surprise, it was hollow. The old man, now seething with rage, withdrew his lightsaber's hilt from his hiding place within the staff and promptly discarded the useless piece of wood. Activating his once hidden blue lightsaber, Jasperin rushed at Raen, who had to throw up his own lightsaber in self-defense. HRMGH. Stop, Jasperin, Thawne bellowed. You have been defeated. Drop your weapon. But Jasperin did not hear the old Jedi's order. He kept striking at Raen in a wild fury, performing uncoordinated attacks and vicious blows that threatened to sever Raen's limbs should he fail to block them. With a quick wave of his hand, Jasperin used the force to constrict Raen's wrist. Unable to cope with the pain, the younger Jedi dropped his weapon and found himself vulnerable to Jasperon's assault. As the old man's weapon came down, Northeus leapt in front of Raen and deflected Jasperon's lightsaber with his own weapon. This was the first time any of them had seen one of Northeus's famed silver lightsabers, and Raen was subtly odd to see such a beautiful blade. "Jasperon," Northeus whispered, quite threateningly, "drop your weapon, or I will make sure you do not harm anyone here, in the matter I find necessary." The old man suddenly came to, releasing his anger for a moment and realizing what he had done. Shamed, he deactivated his lightsaber and left the dueling circle. Raen picked up his lightsaber and went to follow him, but Northeus held him back. With a shake of his head, he ensured Raen stayed close to Thrawn in case Jasperon decided to lash out again. "You all did very well, and you fought with skill and bravery," Thrawn said. "NRRH. I have not had such talented pupils in many years. Together, you would make a powerful force in combat and in matters of peace. I think you all have deserved a chance to continue your training here, should you desire to stay here longer." "I will not be able to attend to your training any longer, I'm afraid," Northeus said. "I must return to Coruscant. Some matters have arisen that have the High Council worried." "What sort of matters, Master Olson?" Gale asked. "Dantooin's Jedi Enclave fell to the Sith," Northeus said, contemplating the words as he spoke them. "Furthermore, Alderaan was captured by the Sith, and we suspect Malak may plan to stage his attack on the core worlds from there." "Dantooine," Gale mused, wearily. "No." The Nautolan wobbled back and forth for a moment, but Ranville helped him sit down on a nearby stone. Gale was visibly frightened, his teeth jittering, and his entire body shaking, and he struggled to maintain any sort of self-control. Raen knew that the Nautolan Jedi knew many people on Dantooine, and the world was his home. Everyone he knew, everything he knew, had fallen against the Sith's bombardment. For such a hallowed and protected world to fall meant disaster not only for Gale, but for all Jedi across the Republic. The Nautolan had nothing to say, and the other Jedi could not comfort him. "How has Alderaan been taken?" Raen asked after some time. "I do not know," Northeus admitted. "The High Council might know more, but for now, all I know is that the Republic is in grave danger." "Masters," Jasperon said, speaking for the first time since the duel, "it is good that we are all here. You said that you haven't trained such powerful students in years. We can retake Alderaan and Dantooine for the Republic and end the Sith threat right now." "What? What are you talking about, Jasperon?" Ranville asked, clearly intrigued. "Thrawn and many Jedi of old knew of a way to seal the dark side," Jasperon explained. "They call it the Wall of Light. It is a great power, known to very few Jedi of this age, and it can be used as a weapon against our enemies." "Is this true?" Ranville turned his attention to the two Jedi Masters. "Nra, it is true," Thrawn confirmed. "Many Jedi with me ended the terrible war against Exar Kun, trapping him in the depths of one of Yavin's moons. I alone remain of all the Jedi who fought against him. The knowledge, how to apply this great power, is mine to teach or to withhold." "Master," Jasperon said, "you would not withhold this gift from us, would you?" Thrawn growled tiredly. "I teach my students everything in due time. To know the power of this wall of light, a Jedi must reach into his very being and project himself as an outward manifestation of the light." "So," Jasperon said, his voice nearly cracking in anticipation, "teach us this power." "I am sorry, Jasperon," Thrawn said. "I do not think you, any of you, are ready to endure the trials and training necessary to learn this skill. It is simply too powerful and too dangerous." Jasperon's eyes lit with the fire that Raen hadn't seen in him before. The old man shook violently, as though he was going to explode at any moment. Ranville backed away from him, and Jasperon stepped toward Thrawn. Each step he took rumbled against the ground, and his telekinetic power seemed to go wild around him. Standing face to face with the elderly Jedi Master, Jasperon shouted at the top of his lungs, condemning Thrawn's restraint, and then turned to leave. Northeus moved to intercept him, but Thrawn stepped between the two. "Do not stop him. He must forge his own path." Northeus watched as Jasperon disappeared into the distance, using the power of the Force to sprint across the wasteland away from Thrawn's home. The remaining Jedi stood quietly for some time, saying nothing to each other. Raen was confused and shocked at the sudden outburst in Jasperon, and he didn't understand why it had happened. Had Jasperon been that eager to learn those powers from Thrawn? What exactly was this power, and how did Jasperon know about it? And why had Thrawn allowed him to leave? "Master Thrawn," Northeus finally said, "you should have let me go after him. He lacks a right mind, and he could endanger you." "GRHH. Endanger me. I am in no danger. I can see death standing on the horizon by the sun's light, and every night, he seems to sneak closer. What time I have I will use wisely. Do not fear for my safety, Northeus, but for the sanctity and survival of the Jedi Order we swore to serve." Letting him leave could have allowed him to succumb to the dark side. Or it could allow him to see the error of his ways and return, Thrawn retorted. NRGH. Ambria's wastes are both comforting and convicting. A place where the Force, light and dark, assume shapes yet unseen and speak to those who will listen. Do not assume that he has fallen just because of a single outburst. His journey with us may end, but his quest for the light has not. Northeus bowed at Thawne's words, realizing that they were more objective and keen than his own. Master, Raen said, in a burst of confidence, let me go to Alderaan. Thawn eyed Raen with surprise. You. Why do you wish to, You think you are prepared to face your past? Deal with the phantoms that still plague Alderaan? Yes? Then I will not hold you back. I can only offer my advice, but I cannot stop you. You must deal with this issue as you see fit, and I cannot keep you here. Like Jasperin, your path is your own. Ranville put his hand on Rain's shoulder. I am with you, Raen. Ranville. Why? Raen asked, admittedly surprised. You came to Terrace and fought to protect me and my friends. I feel that I should return the favor now that I can, the Miraluka said. You know, you don't have to. Ranville interrupted him. No, I don't have to. I want to. Raen smiled and placed his hand on Ranville's arm. Thank you. He turned to Gale, who seemed a bit better, although he had been silent for several minutes. What about you, Gale? What are you going to do? Gale stared at Raen with confused eyes, and then smiled grimly. Raen, I'm hurt you even have to ask. I took one detour on our way to Coruscant. I think it's only fair that you can make one as well. You're sure? Raen pressed. The Jedi Council told me to avoid Alderaan, and you could probably do more good on Coruscant with Master Olson. Don't insult me, Raen, Gale said. You won't get away from me that easily. Besides, I've always wanted to see Alderaan. I heard it's beautiful. Raen smiled. Glad to have you on board. Northeus was about to protest their plan, but he withheld his opinion when Thawne shook his head. Best of luck to you. I trust you will take care of Ranville and keep him out of trouble. Until then, I will go to Coruscant and enlist what aid I can get from the Jedi and the Republic. But don't hold your breath, Ranville mused. Thawne walked amidst the soon-to-be departing Jedi. You have all advanced more than I could have hoped for. NRGH. It is a sad thing to see you all leave here, but know that you are welcome to return at any time. May the Force be with you. All of you. Chapter 17. You didn't have to return her lightsaber, you know. Ibrace was right. He was just a voice in his head now, lingering someone in the recesses of his mind, but he was right. Jocelyn wasn't obligated to return Lamaia's lightsaber. In fact, it would probably be safer if she didn't have access to a weapon at all. She was a Sith, and that was something that couldn't change with a few words and an apology. Letting her have her weapon while on board a frigate with a few Jedi was practically insane, and it wasn't hard to believe that there would be some mysterious casualties before they reached their destination. Jocelyn didn't feel comfortable holding onto the strange weapon. Even though he was a soldier, a lightsaber was exotic to him, both foreign and dangerous, and he had no idea how to use it properly. He could have let one of the Jedi disassemble it, resolving the issue entirely, but they were as nervous around the weapon as he was. It seemed that the Jedi lightsaber was different from their dark counterparts in more ways than just blade color. He returned Lamaia's robes and lightsaber to her at the same time. She had been ecstatic, hugging him in a rather startling, for Joshua, display of emotion. He hadn't seen her for some time after she had reacquired her equipment, and he feared that she had went to plot the death of the entire crew and their unfortunate passengers. To his relief, she returned after nearly an hour, wearing the ebony Sith robes that he had returned to her. Its design was modeled around the garments of the other Jedi that were in the cargo deck with them, and she held a brown breastplate and a few fanciful ornaments that presumably were supposed to be a part of the outfit. She had her lightsaber and a small red crystal in her other hand. Sitting down, Lamaia placed her lightsaber in front of her and closed her eyes, ignoring everything around her. To Jocelyn's surprise, the lightsaber started floating in the air by itself. Was this the Force that the Jedi and Sith worshipped? The first time he had seen a physical manifestation of the Force was on Dantooine when Lamaia attacked him with the telekinetic whirlwind. He still wasn't convinced. It must have been a sleight of hand. However, the more he watched Lamaia, disassembling her lightsaber without touching, or even looking at, the handle or its components, the more he became unnerved about the entire ordeal. Soon, Lamaia's lightsaber was in pieces, scattered across the floor in an assortment of metal and crystals that didn't look like they could fit together at all. Jocelyn, Lamaia called out to him, opening her eyes. Come here, if you please. Jocelyn crept toward her warily. Still not convinced Lamaia was harmless, Jocelyn sat across from her, separated by the various odds and ends that were once part of her lightsaber. Lamaia smiled kindly, hoping to placate Jocelyn and his skeptical attitude. He was unconvinced, and he remained where he was. A slight frown crept across her face when Jocelyn refused to move, but she quickly hid it. Hoping to distract him, she pointed toward the red crystal that was at the center of the scattered pile before them. Do you know what that is, Jocelyn? She asked. Joshua eyed the crystal for a moment before shaking his head. I'm afraid not. Should I? Lamaya shrugged. Perhaps, perhaps not. It's a synthetic lightsaber crystal. Only Darksiders who are true Sith may use them in their lightsabers. Dark Jedi who have them either looted them off a corpse or found naturally occurring red crystals, which are fairly rare. Why tell me this? Joshua asked. I wanted to tell you that am not a Sith, despite what you may think. I was a Dark Jedi Master during my time as Malak's slave. A Rojo is still a Rojo, Joshua thought. He didn't even know there was a difference between the Darksiders. So if you were not a Sith, where did your red crystal come from? When I fell to the dark side, I had a Sith Master teach me. When I came to him, Lamaya paused. Joshua noticed that her face blanched, and she trembled for a moment before continuing. When I came to him, I didn't know who I was. I had no name. I was purposeless. He gave me both. He trained me as if I was his daughter, and I came to love and respect him as a father. What happened? She bit on her lip. The former Dark Jedi hesitated again, reluctant to continue. I killed him. I killed him, Joshua. Why? Memories. Memories poured into my empty mind like rainwater into a ditch, filling my head with thoughts and ideas I didn't have before. I heard, I saw, and I realized things. I had once been a Jedi Knight before my fall, and I had friends, a family, and a name. I was not Lamaya in whole. So you struck him down, Jocelyn interrupted, because you realized that you had been forced into Malak's service unwillingly. Yes, they had destroyed my mind, but they can never destroy my spirit, Lamaya said. Her boldness faded quickly, though, and she shook her head at her own display of pride. However, the dark side is strong. Revan was pleased with my actions, so he let me keep the lightsaber. If you aren't Lamaya, Joshua began, then who are you? Lamaya shook her head at the thought. Scooping up the parts of her lightsaber that were scattered across the floor, she disregarded Joshua's question and walked over to the cargo hold's garbage chute. The lightsaber parts fell into the chute, followed by her ornate cloak and breastplate. Wearing only her dark robes, she looked more like the other Jedi in the cargo hold. Hitting the wall panel nearby, Lamaya watched as her old equipment was jettisoned into the space. She heaved a sigh of relief as she returned to Joshua with a smile on her face. Why did you do that? Joshua asked. That lightsaber and those accessories were a sign of my failure. The sooner I separate myself from them, the sooner I can accept my shortcomings and move on. I betrayed the Jedi Order. I disgraced the legacy of my mother and father even by wearing those dark things, Lamaya said, pointing toward the armor she discarded. She even seemed disgusted by her simple robes, shaking her head and groaning at the sight of her attire. I am Verida Ladala, and I was once a Jedi Knight. Joshua's eyes widened. There was no way that this woman could be the same bubbly, naive Jedi that had aided him on Sloof's van. It was impossible. You can't be. Colonel Ito left you behind. It was a losing battle, and we were outnumbered, outmaneuvered. Revan's forces captured me after the battle, she interrupted. So you should be dead, Joshua shot back. The Sith do not take kindly to prisoners. Now they don't, Lamaya said. Darth Revan requested my audience personally. Why? He said something about my importance. I was the key to the war, he said. If he could capture me, then Jirian's life was forfeit. Jirian, Joshua muttered. You said his name on Dantooine. Who is he? He's an old friend, Lamaya explained. We met while I was on a mission. We studied together for some time, but then he returned to his homeworld. He was a Jedi. Yes? Why would Revan want to kill him? Joshua asked. I don't know. He didn't tell me. All he said was Jirian was an unseen catalyst. I didn't understand what he meant, and he didn't bother explaining. After I met Revan, I was subjected to, she paused, deep in thought. Painful things. Horrible things. I don't know what they did, but when they were done, I was no longer Verida. I was no longer a Jedi. Joshua hesitated for a moment. For all he knew, this could all be an elaborate lie. He had no way of knowing if Lamaya was who she said she was, the Jedi Knight Verida Ladala. She could have been lying. This could have been an elaborate ruse. The Sith were known for their highly detailed and complicated intelligence operations. However, she had just destroyed everything that could have associated her with the Sith, and she had done nothing to harm him since they left Dantooine. She had tried to manipulate him with her mind tricks. The voice in his head was quick to remind him, but Joshua believed she made up for that by comforting the crying Jedi girl as they left the doomed enclave. I'm going to take a chance and trust you, Joshua said. But if you do anything, I mean anything, to harm me or anyone on the ship, I'll personally kill you faster than you can say Sith spy. Understand? Oh, Joshua, she said, hugging him again. I knew you would believe me. I was afraid you wouldn't trust me, but you've gone and proven me wrong. I couldn't ask you for anything more. All right, Joshua said. He tried escaping her embrace, but he failed. That doesn't mean. Joshua, I know you have doubts, Lamaya admitted, separating herself from Joshua. I know that you distrust me just because I'm a Jedi. I know the situation with your brother didn't exactly endear you to us. But that's okay. I'm just happy you gave me your trust. Of course, Verita, Joshua acquiesced, cracking a hint of a smile. Rowlander grumbled as she searched her pockets for some extra credits. It was bad enough that she had been stuck escorting her Jedi passengers from Dantooine to Coruscant. She was tired of piloting these Force users across the universe for free. Not only was it bad for business, it was simply dangerous. If she never saw another Jedi after she dropped these passengers off, she would not shed a single tear. The worst part of her predicament was her inability to find a vacated hangar on Coruscant. The first 3 hangars Fetcher had tried couldn't identify her ship's registration codes. Most smugglers use false codes to bypass customs officers, and they refused to allow her to dock. But it was always something. If it wasn't straight-up refusal, it was a stubborn Twi'lek dock worker who didn't speak basic when they finally landed. Rowlander nearly screamed at the Twi'lek worker responsible for the Hound Sapphire's hangar. We are trying to get to the Jedi Temple. It's the big, fancy-looking building that everyone on Coruscant sees at least once during their evening commute. The dock worker mumbled something in Huttese, and then opened up a file on his desk's console. Turning the screen so Rowlander could see it, she realized that he had pulled up her file on the Republic's database. She was several years younger, and she was wearing a Republic military officer's uniform, but it was unmistakably her. In the corner above the picture, opposite of the biography and criminal record, was a label that read deserter. He asked her a question in Huttese. She didn't know what he said, but she imagined he was asking her to confirm whether or not she was Rowlander Venley. Oh, Rowlander mumbled, suddenly realizing that the Republic's files went farther back than she'd hoped. That's not me. It can't be. I mean, no sir. Her hair is too long, and I don't wear blue eyeliner anymore, she added under her breath. The Twi'lek employee seemed unconvinced. Shaking his head, he reached for the comlink on his desk, probably to tell his boss about Rowlander's presence. Joshua walked up to Rowlander as the Twi'lek was tuning his comlink's frequency. The ex-soldier spoke up in Huttese, and after he and the dock worker exchanged a few words, the Twi'lek seemed less inclined to contact his superiors. Whatever he had said, it worked. The dock worker opened the doors to the hangar so the crew and their allies could leave. Didn't know you spoke Huttese, Rowlander said wryly. My family's business had some Hutt clients, Joshua said. I had to learn. Well, what did you say? Rowlander asked. I told him that your name was Lamaya in Ho, and you arrived with a small contingent of Jedi who escaped the recent attack on Dantooine. He was less than convinced that you should escape the law, Lieutenant Venley, but a few credits was enough to buy his silence, Joshua explained. Rowlander winced. So you found out about that, I take it? Yes, he told me about your military history, Joshua said plainly. A small smile escaped his otherwise serious expression. Didn't know you fighter jockeys were good for anything aside from flying your metal heaps, much less able to shoot a blaster pistol. Rowlander appeared indignant, but she knew Joshua was only teasing. Very funny. Why don't you march yourself out of here with your new Jedi friends? Well, to be fair, I'm not going with the Jedi, Joshua clarified. He noticed Rowlander's apprehension, visible on her face, at the thought he would stay with her crew. I can certainly handle myself from here, though. Thank you very much, Miss Venley. I'll take my leave now. Very well. I guess I'll see you around the hyperspace lanes, Rowlander said, although she hoped she didn't. Joshua nodded and kissed her hand lightly, much to her surprise. Before she could protest, Joshua left the hangar with Fetcher, Manda, Verita, and the rest of the Jedi who had escaped Dantooine. Strange fellow, she thought. Shaking her hand to alleviate some non-existent pain, she proceeded up the boarding ramp to the Hound Sapphire alone. She was glad to be done with Dantooine, the Jedi, and all of her unexpected passengers. She hadn't even been paid. At this rate, she'd end up running a charity, or other legitimate business, before she made a profit. Scoffing at the thought, Rowlander headed for the bridge. They were done with their business on Coruscant, but they weren't necessarily ready to leave. She had to deal with one more potentially troublesome passenger before she headed for the Outer Rim again. Rowlander's footsteps were the only thing that could be heard as she left the halls of her vessel and entered the bridge. Fetcher and Manda had left to purchase supplies, rations, and other necessities, leaving her behind. That was just fine. Now she could speak with Delvin Cortez privately. Standing at the center of the bridge, Rowlander eyed him standing near the viewport, staring at the mauve walls of the hangar beyond. Delvin, if you please, Rowlander said, beckoning him to her. Yes, Captain, he asked, turning in her direction. I have something to ask you, she replied. About my status as a Jedi informant. Rowlander was surprised by his sudden lack of tact. It wasn't like him. Then again, she really didn't know him at all. Delvin Cortez had joined her crew a little over a year ago, and she figured he was just an ex-convict who was down and out before she picked him up. It was a believable story, and he did everything he could to convince Rallana and her crew that it was true. However, he apparently knew of the Sith attack on Dantooine, and he knew about it before it had actually happened. The fact he could have had another employer eluded her until now. "Yes, about that. How long have you been a spy for the Jedi?" she asked, standing across from him on the bridge. "I was an agent for the Jedi Order before I joined your crew. When you found me on Ramamul, I was already under the employ of the Jedi. I was told to join your crew by any means necessary," Delvin explained. He certainly wasn't kidding. When they had first met, he had posed as a mechanic and nearly stole the engine out of their first ship, the Cerulean Wolf. It was a ridiculous stunt, and Fetcher was angry at Cortez for months, even after he joined the crew, but Rallana was impressed by his ingenuity and his ability to adapt. She offered him a position on her ship, and he had refused without question. Now she knew she played right into his hands. "Why?" she asked. Delvin pondered the question for a moment, as if it actually entailed a great deal of thought. Scratching his jet black hair, he hoped to make the charade more believable, but Rallana clearly wasn't buying it. "I am unsure if I'm at liberty to speak," Delvin noted. "Would you like me to put Liberty through your skull?" Rallana motioned toward a blaster pistol at her side. "That won't be necessary," he said, sighing. "You should know that I never did anything to undermine the status or condition of you or the rest of the crew. Quite the contrary, in fact." "Oh, explain." "Do you recall when we were nearly ambushed by the Leviathan after raiding Convict's Dawn? It was I who requested the aid of the Jedi. I was to ensure that our crew would be able to transport Gale and his companion to Polis without delays, and to make sure that they could readily continue on their way to Coruscant. And, as you know, I kept the rest of the crew from falling prey to the Sith fleet over Dantooine. Were you responsible for setting us up with those jobs from that deplorable Jedi before we met the Nautolan Jedi and his friend?" "That deplorable Jedi is my boss. So yes," Delvin said dryly. "Why?" Rallana asked again. She tried to hide it, but the pain of his betrayal was evident in her voice. What could the Jedi want from me?" "From you?" Delvin nearly laughed at the idea. "Nothing. With you, you serve as an able courier and a competent thief, should the situation arise. The Jedi are not above paying a few petty criminals to do their dirty work." "Petty criminals?" Rallana spat. The phrase was like poison on her lips. "How dare you? Weren't you a con man? Weren't you a crook?" He said nothing. Suddenly a thought dawned on Rallana, and that thought scared her more than his betrayal. "Are you a Jedi?" He remained silent, but he realized that Rallana's fears were realized through his suspicious lack of words. "Have you ever seen me use the Force? Or sensed that I could touch it?" he asked frankly. "Just because I am a Jedi informant does not mean I am a Jedi." "That doesn't mean anything." Rallana snapped back. "The Jedi can hide their Force powers from others. You know that, and I know that. You could have, wait, did you say, since? As in, since you?" Delvin nodded. "How?" "I was also sent to watch you." Her enigmatic companion shrugging slightly. "Watch me?" Rallana gasped, suddenly getting uncomfortable at the conversation's direction. "By the Force, why?" "The Jedi thought you could have become a threat." "Threat?" Rallana repeated, shivering. "Why would they consider me a threat?" Delvin stepped from her line of sight for a moment. He paced back and forth in front of the viewport, hands clasped behind his back. Sweat was accumulating above his furrowed brow, but it was more likely from the temperature of the bridge than the situation itself. With every step he took, Rallana's heartbeat seemed to increase rapidly. She was weary and scared, and she didn't know what he was planning. "Many Jedi have fallen since Revan embraced the dark side after the Mandalorian War," Cortez mused aloud, still pacing. "Several of them were quite upstanding and prodigious in their own right. Our task has always been to ensure that very few Jedi can stumble and fall." "Delvin," Rallana interrupted him, her voice hoarse. "What does that have to do with me?" "What is luck, Miss Venley?" Delvin asked, ignoring her question. "It isn't random chance at its finest. It isn't the permeating power of some gods. No, it is the Force creating favorable circumstances for those who can feel it." Rallana struggled to find her way back to her chair on the bridge, and then fell backwards into it. As she stared blankly into the viewport before her, Delvin stood by her side and placed a single hand on her shoulder, mocking her with false sympathy. "Smuggler's luck is no different, really. Your luck is no different." Rallana was silent. He knelt by Rallana's side, his face level with hers. "When you have a Force-sensitive brother, isn't it likely that you will have some of that power within you, Captain Venley?" Rallana stood up, slowly, and ambled off the bridge. Her eyes focused on nothing in particular, and she could hardly force herself to leave Delvin behind and make her way to her room. He made no effort to impede her, content with remaining on the bridge and watching her suffer. She hadn't known, that she had a brother. But it all made sense. From the moment her parents insisted on coddling her and keeping her under their watchful eye, to the ease of starfighter flying in the Republic Navy. She didn't know if she was Force-sensitive. If she was, why had the other Jedi not said anything? Would the other Jedi be able to sense her? Surely someone would have said something. Not Delvin and his Jedi acquaintances, perhaps, but Gale and his friend would have noticed. Was she the same as Delvin? The same as Gale? The same as all those Jedi she had met and hated? Why? Once she was out of sight, Delvin turned to face the captain's chair. He had done his duty to the best of his abilities, and that was enough. He didn't have anything to collect before he left. He had no belongings. Everything he had belonged to the Watch Circle. He would return to them now and file his report. He was fond of Captain Venley and her ragtag crew. That much was certain. They were loyal, and they were prompt and capable servants. It was a shame the Jedi had no more use of them. His brief stint with Rallana and her smuggling crew was at an end. John, he called out. Yes, Delvin. The ship's AI asked. Code, Dominus. Send an encrypted report of the events over Dantooine to Tellerus Eston. Tell him that the smuggler received the revelation, but the result proved that it was a false lead. Only her brother has the power. He'll know what it means. Of course, Delvin. While I secure a private channel to send the data, would you like me to erase the archives of our dialogues up until now? Please and thank you. John didn't say anything else, so Delvin presumed he was finished with his tasks. Fetrusea had always been nosy. He had to reprogram it quite a bit to ensure that John didn't reveal anything to Rallana and the rest of the crew beforehand. And with a bit more gratuitous tweaking, the helpless AI was forced to do Delvin's dirty work, namely, filing reports and sending data to Watch Circle Dominus, while he remained free from suspicion. But now Delvin had to leave. He was no longer safe here, and the Jedi needed him elsewhere. Miss Venley, he whispered, speaking his mind through words in the Force, even though Rallana could not hear him in either case, do not hesitate. When the time comes, you must act. And you will act. The Force wills it. Chapter 18. The shuttle's walls rattled softly as it progressed through the illuminated vortices of hyperspace. It was an old ship, older than any ship Raen had ever been on, and was never meant for extensive hyperspace travel. The engines whined and struggled behind them, desperately trying to keep the ship on its course. At first, the three Jedi were worried that the shuttle would fail them and they would be stuck in the endless abyss of space, far from their destination. Gale reminded them that it had brought him and Raen from Polis to Ambria, and they would be fine. The other two Jedi were not convinced, but after several days in the cockpit, they had come to trust that the antique could get them to Alderaan. The cockpit was built for two people, and the three Jedi had to improvise to ensure that they could all spend time around the controls. Although they had started in rotating shifts that allowed one of them to take a break in the cargo hold, the monotony of their plane quickly grew tiresome, and they opted to have Ranville linger around the cockpit while Gale and Raen took the two available seats. Eventually, Ranville grew tired of pacing, and took a box from the cargo hold to use as his own seat. Raen hadn't spoken to either of the other two Jedi much since they had left Ambria, but he felt that he needed to. After all, they were both traveling with him to a world that was unknown to them, yet they were willing to fight for him if necessary. If they didn't know what they were getting into, they'd be more of a burden than a blessing. Besides, there were still some issues that needed to be resolved between the three Force users. Ranville had fallen asleep against the back walls of the bridge, desperately in need of rest. Gale remained awake with Raen, both of them monitoring the ship's systems as it progressed through hyperspace. Neither of them said anything to the other for some time, content with staring at the ethereal glow beyond the viewport. Gale, Raen said, breaking the long-established silence. Are you okay? The Nautilus's eyes slowly drifted away from the controls, and he eyed Raen suspiciously. What do you mean? He asked. I was just wondering how you were doing, Raen admitted. You haven't talked much since we left Ambria. Not much to say. What about Dantooine? Gale sighed. What about it? You know what I'm talking about, Raen said. You took the news pretty hard, but you haven't talked about it at all. I'm still sorting it out in my head. I realize that, he paused, and then continued, his voice quieter than before. It's hard to accept that everything I've ever known is gone. I want to tell myself it hasn't registered yet, but I know it has. I know it has. Raen said nothing for a moment. He had to sort out his own thoughts in his head, think of the right words to say. He felt compelled to say something, but at the same time, he didn't know what to say. He was hardly familiar with the concept of sympathy. It had been a foreign emotion to him prior to leaving Alderaan. Yet here he was, trying to make sure Gale was level-headed and prepared for whatever they had to do on Alderaan. Now it seems like you're the one who doesn't have a lot to say, Gale noted. I know what it's like, Gale. You can't go back to Alderaan, Raen. Raen was taken aback by the retort. But it wouldn't be the same, would it? Raen answered quickly. It will be as foreign to me as to you and Ranville. I'm different, and Alderaan is different. Perhaps you're right, Gale muttered. You know how beautiful the Jedi Enclave was, Raen. You saw my home. I did. You saw my family. There were a lot of good people there. People who were family to me. He smirked ruefully. And now they're gone. Not all of them, Raen said. The Jedi live. For now, Gale mused with a hint of disdain. The Sith are brutal. Who knows? Maybe Coruscant is next. If you keep up that attitude, Raen snapped. The Jedi aren't a place. As long as one Jedi stands, the Sith can't win. Gale stared out the viewport, pondering Raen's words in silence. Balea, Juhani, Calther, Balak, they're all gone. Raen? They've done a lot for me. I didn't even thank them. Tell them how much they meant. They knew, Raen said. They always know. How do you know? Raen shrugged. They were your friends, weren't they? Family. Trust me, Raen said. Your family knows you love them, even if they don't say it. His mind wandered to his own family, to his father, his mother, his brother. There was a chance they weren't even alive. He would know if they were alive, wouldn't he? He could still apologize to them and make amends for his actions. Rejecting the worried thoughts for later, Raen turned to the Nautolan. I've got an idea, Gale. What is it? How about you and I go to Dantooine after this is all over? We'll go to the Enclave and you can pay your respects there. I don't know, Raen. I appreciate the thought, but, Gale hesitated. I don't know if I can do it. If you don't face this, you'll never be able to move on. Gale was silent again. Raen knew he was troubled, but he also knew that he had to face this matter before it became too much to bear. Gale hadn't been overcome with grief, but the longer this demon dwelt over him, he wouldn't be able to put it behind him. Raen sensed this, weak as his empathetic ability in the Force was, and wanted to urge Gale forward. He wanted to help, even if it felt strange to him. He hardly gave advice or comfort, but Gale had done quite a bit for him. Since they had met, Gale had saved his life too many times to remember. They hadn't met on the best terms, but Gale had looked beyond that, and Raen's terrible personality, in an attempt to mold him into a proper Jedi. Had he succeeded? Raen didn't know. He did know that Gale was a far better Jedi than he was, and to see him suffering hurt Raen himself. Fine. We'll work out something after we visit Coruscant, Gale finally said. Excellent, Raen said. Not knowing what else to tell him, he added, I'm going to be in the cargo hold if you need me. I'm exhausted. See you on the next sleep cycle. Raen, Gale called out. Yes, Gale. For what it's worth, I hope the Jedi pardon you, Gale said. After 6 months of menial labor, of course. Raen scoffed. Gale, I did enough of that on Ambria. I think even the Jedi know the meaning of restraint. Northeus is on the High Council. You have a point, Raen mumbled to himself. Later, Gale. Gale nodded and turned his attention back to the viewport while Raen left the pilot's cabin. For his cold demeanor and selfish attitude, Raen wasn't quite as self-absorbed as he seemed. Gale figured that the young man could become a powerful Jedi, given the chance. He certainly had the skill, and his occasional displays of sympathy could be extended to all life forms in need. There were kinks that needed to be worked out, but the Jedi Order could handle that. Raen was young, and the Jedi Masters had worked with stubborn students before. The Nautolan chuckled to himself. Of all the things he would have figured Raen Benax was when he first met him on Dantooine a year ago, Gale would not have pinned him as a kind-hearted. As for his own pain, he knew that nothing good would come from dwelling on the death of his friends and family on Dantooine. The Jedi would continue as they always had, and he had to endure just as the Order did. The loss couldn't tear away at him. He had to focus on the needs of others first. Raen's duty and Ranvel's safety were his highest priorities, and at the behest of the Jedi Council, Raen had to reach Coruscant. He would make sure Raen survived whatever trials awaited them on Alderaan. Judgment was a precursor of redemption. Raen needed redemption. There is no death, there is only the Force. Alderaan was in darkness. The Republic had fallen, fading from memory like a bad harvest during a season of plenty. Their presence had been eradicated thoroughly, and even their kingdom, led by the House of Latona, was destroyed and the vestiges of their rule razed. The Republic prided itself in the knowledge that it had never lost a single core world to a belligerent. While not true in any sense, the populace of the galaxy believed their words, the trials of previous generations oblivious to them. Even core planets conquered by Revan were absent from Republic propaganda. Instead, they heralded the strength of the Republic Navy, the First and Sixth Fleets in particular, that protected the core. Preux had proven them wrong. The Jedi, the Republic, even the Sith Empire under Darth Malak, his former protege, had not been prepared for him. When he had first arrived on Alderaan, he arrived a broken man, a refugee in a galaxy of hunters, a convict in a realm of agents of justice. On his own, perhaps, he would have given in to despair. His plans were wild, egregious, and mad. Some would even say impossible. Arriving as a poor man with clothes on his back and a lightsaber in hand, Preux had only one other ally to aid him during his flight. The Force had been with him. On his own, none of his plans, gambits, or risks would have succeeded or paid off. But with the Force, he had become a gambler, willing to risk lives and authority to achieve his goals. The Force was strong in him, because he was once a Jedi. He knew an old maxim that said fallen Jedi became the darkest Sith. However, he had not fallen. He had been pushed off the precipice of light into a valley of shadow. He had not willed himself into the embrace of the dark side, like many before him did. The Jedi forced his hand. They orchestrated his fall, unintentionally, and he could respond no other way. The Jedi had made him into the man he was. A sniveling coward had become a man. They would not be pleased with the results of their cruel discipline and dark schemes. The monastic trappings veiled an evil side of the supposed kindly order, and he had seen this evil firsthand. He hated no man, beast, or machine, but he hated the Jedi Order. They had abused his fragile state, played with his emotions, and drove him to this path. Every event of his early life had been prearranged by the Order. His parents met because of their influence. He joined the Jedi Order in a tragedy they orchestrated. The Jedi Knights, those naive warriors who still believed in the benevolence of their cause, did not understand. They would fight, and continue to fight, in their ignorance. Preux knew that it was only the Jedi Masters, those who knew history, and the terrifying secrets of the past, could attest to the Order's wrongdoing. All things done in secret must be exposed. But not now. Now he had to ensure that the Jedi Order could do nothing to harm the ones he loved. If the Jedi meddled in his affairs, he would lose control, and those closest to him would die. His heart, worn and tired as it was, could not bear to lose what he had fought so hard to gain. For now, he had to mold Alderaan in his image. His masterpiece was not yet finished, and he still had much work to do. It would take a passionate will, one that both Jedi and Sith rejected, but he could do it. His plans were grand in scheme, but even those could be delayed. The destruction of the capital set him back some time. His orders had been to leave the city intact. They had to destroy a few gates, and batter a few walls down, of course. However, Deadlay's soldiers did more than that. They had butchered the populace. They had razed the castle. They annihilated any hope Preux had of preserving the city, renowned for his artistic genius and ingenuity, for use in his kingdom. All this chaos stemmed from the inherent disorder that the dark side brought. The progenitor of this madness, Deadlay, had been punished for his destruction of the city. The man who had once been his right hand had been humbled. Preux knew that the Nikto deserved to die. Treachery, a union of stubbornness and pride, became a vice that gnaws at the soul until it manifested itself in rebellion. This spirit of rebellion was never easily assuaged. Deadlay's lust for power would soon become a model for other aspiring Sith, and others would follow his example if Preux did not make an example of him. Unlike the Jedi, brutal execution did not create martyrs amongst the Sith, it created warnings. Preux' rule was not to be questioned, even by those he had known since he first arrived on this beautiful world. Preux held as much disdain for their empire as he had for the Jedi. Their selfish hatred and their eternal quest for power led to the true nature of all Sith, betrayal. In a way, Deadlay was acting on instinct. The goals of a Sith made it inevitable that, one day, he would try and betray Preux. No matter how loyal he appeared and how much fear Preux inspired, there was no force in the galaxy that could stem a Sith's ravenous hunger for power. The Jedi hid this same desire within their hearts. At least he could prepare for Sith disloyalty. Deadlay was a selfish, disobedient, ungrateful child, but a child he remained. Hiding him had silenced some dissenters who thought he had actually died by Preux' orders, but some of the stronger ones, the more power-hungry, realized that the former Sith Master still lived. If he was ever freed, rebellion would ensue under the Nikto's banner. Even so, he could not raise his hand to kill his child. Preux would defend himself as long as he could, hoping his words would be enough. At the center of the war, Preux found himself alone. He was not truly Jedi, and he was hardly a true Sith. He was simply there. The Jedi wished him dead, but so did the Sith. Allies were rare, and enemies were everywhere. He was an enigma in the Force. His birth had been planned, hoping that the child conceived of two mighty Force sensitives would give birth to an offspring with enough power to harness the Force. Not simply wield it, but to master it completely. To the Jedi, he was to be their savior through wisdom. As a Sith, he had been heralded as their master through destruction. But he was neither. He was no hero, simply a failed attempt to manufacture greatness. The Jedi had tried to use him, but they had failed. Their plans had fallen into his lap by fortune, or the Force, and he rejected them. The Sith accepted him, but they would soon find themselves leaderless and divided. He cared not for the Galactic Republic or the Sith Empire. They were players in a game he tried so hard to avoid. Now, in the midst of his plans, Preux played the part of Sith Overlord and planetary ruler. He cared not for the first of his two titles, but he entertained his dark subjects for now. In due time, the Sith would be eliminated, and he would be the sole master of Alderaan. He would destroy them himself, and no longer would he have to fear their insatiable desire to overthrow him. Until that time, he would act as needed to keep the Sith in line. Master, Calais said, bowing before him in the old throne room of House Latona. She was a valuable piece in his game, but she, like all Sith, was expendable. She was a loathsome thing, not only for her cruelty but because of her lust for Raen Benax. I have received reports from our agents. Disgust was evident on Preux' visible features, escaping underneath the dark hood concealing his face. Speak, then. In most districts, the populace is reacting well to our presence. In fact, the citizenry is largely praising our actions, and many provincial governors are willing to work with us, Calais explained. And what of those who were unwilling? Preux asked. We killed them. Preux' fist found its way to the side of his seat like a gavel. Did I order you to kill them? No, sir, but... I will not hear any of your excuses, Calais. I thought by appointing you to this position, you would remember who is the master and who is the servant. But it is clear you have forgotten. Need I remind you? Calais folded her hands and bowed lower. Her eyes betrayed her fear. Good. She still feared him. Please, sir, it is not necessary. I swear it won't happen again, she whimpered. Very well. He was feeling merciful today. Besides, Calais was too useful to discard now. Is that all, Calais? There is one more thing, sir. Out with it, then. Our scouts report a force gathering at the border of the Eastern Highlands. They aren't sure, but we have reason to believe that it is a Republic garrison that intends to join forces with some disgruntled locals. What of it? Calais glanced up at Preux, and she seemed confused. Sir, I asked you a question, Calais. You would do well to answer. Sir, would you like us to take action against these rebels? They are a threat to your rule, sir. They are no threat to me, Calais. Their pitiful band is hardly a fighting force, and no matter how many soldiers they gather, they are incompetent and useless in comparison to our soldiers. Sith soldiers lining the throne room nodded in agreement, pleased at the compliment. They certainly believed they were the strongest fighting force in the galaxy, and if Preux, master of Alderaan, said so, then surely it must have been true. Preux was not above lauding beasts if it meant that their loyalty did not waver. Calais hesitated for a moment, realizing that if she objected too strongly, she would lose support from some of the military officers present in the room with her. Of course not, sir. I understand. Do not engage them, and do not harass them. Do you understand? Yes? Calais, Preux interrupted her. You will not hinder their progress. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Preux bid her to rise and dismiss herself accordingly. She could not, understand him. Sith were not above machinations, but they were unable to comprehend those that did not involve the dark side. His mind was foreign to her because he did not think like a Sith. His goal was not power. Dedley could not understand this, and neither could Calais. It was a shame, then, that even the greatest of the Sith on Alderaan would be left blind and helpless when his final goals were completed. Now that Alderaan was in his grip, Preux had no need of the Sith. He could control the populace either through loyalty or by the power of the Force. He could ably use a standard collection of abilities by calling upon the Force, but his true strength was in the art of manipulation. Words were powerful, but they were fearsome when uttered by Preux. A mere suggestion tugged at mental strings, while a command brought down the full strength of his mighty will upon his target's mind. He alone of the Sith of Alderaan understood the inner workings of the mind, and he could control them at his whim. Through his manipulation, he would control Alderaan. Extending his sense of perception across Alderaan, through space and time, Preux could foresee the Republic's plan of attack. They had Jedi with them, but it would not matter. Preux foresaw that when they attacked, the Jedi and Sith would destroy themselves in the Sith Academy, leaving chaos and death in their wake. The Republic forces would also perish by stumbling into a trap, his trap. However, the rebel army had to survive until the hour of the attack, so all of his opponents would be eliminated in one fell swoop. Therefore, Calais' bloodlust had to be kept in check. Dank, Preux called out. My lord. The Zabrak that stood before his throne had once served House Latona. He had been a respected warrior and a valuable teacher, forming the Royal Guardsmen of Alderaan and training his members. His Force-sensitive organization defended the royal house and his retainers even during his darkest hour, the Sith attack on the castle, when Dank himself betrayed his oath of fealty to House Latona and assaulted those he had once served. Unlike his other servants, dedicated to the way of the Sith, Dank was an elusive man. His goals were, like Preux' own, not found in power or hatred. He loved someone who could not love him back, so he turned to Preux for answers. In exchange for Preux' knowledge of mind control, Dank swore his eternal loyalty and unending servitude to Preux and his family. Unlike Preux' other warriors, sages, and servants, Dank was one of the few who answered to him alone, and not to the Sith or their hierarchy. Only two others could say the same. Watch Lady Calais for me, Preux said. Be my eyes where I cannot see. Be my ears where I cannot hear. Be my blade arm where I cannot strike. If she moves to hinder the progress of the Republic army gathering beneath the hallowed hills, strike her down. Your words dictate my will, master. And then he was gone, sooner than he had entered. Calais suspected nothing. Preux hid the contents of Dank's mind with the powerful Sith spell that was beyond even Dedley's knowledge. Soon his plan would be set into motion, and he could live on Alderaan in peace. Until that time, he watched over the situation, monitoring the progress of the Republic and the Sith on this dark world from his lofty throne. Lady Calais. Calais had been storming through the destroyed capital when she had been stopped by General Palladis. She had wanted to be alone, wanted to kill something for Preux' words to her. She deserved more respect than she received, and she knew it. Palladis was simply being a nuisance, probably trying to edge her into a deeper rage. The green-haired man was difficult for Calais to understand. His yellow, sickly eyes were starkly different than Jones, and he looked more like the late Fazen's other student, Verico. However, Palladis hardly acted like his dead friend, far less intent on sadism and destruction and more worried about his appearance and eager to woo women at the spaceport. He was a philanderer and a narcissist, and his melodramatic attitude annoyed Calais constantly, but she somehow managed to restrain herself from driving her knife through the fellow Sith master. He would not be the victim of her fury today. What is it, Paudius? Preux would be displeased if he knew you were going to disobey his orders. Calais' eyes narrowed. How? Your fiery emotions, my lady, are easier to read than an untrained Hordek-Pazic player. Preux can't sense me. Why do you say that? I sense his presence in my mind, Calais snapped. He wouldn't be able to sneak around in my thoughts without my knowing. Be wary, my lady. Some have said that Preux' powers extend across the planet. It would not be hard for him to narrow his focus and read your thoughts. I don't fear Preux. Neither do I. Calais smiled. He seemed surprisingly confident for someone who had become a Sith master only months before. Palladis, you certainly aren't anything like your master, or even Verico. He must have done something wrong. Then, Palladis quipped. I was never as interested in his stories as Verico was. Calais slowed her pace so she could stare at the young Sith. He was young, naive, and eager to please. He respected Preux like all younger Sith did, and Calais knew that he could be dangerous if he was allowed to do as he pleased. Like Jeon, he had potential. He could become strong enough to defeat her, should he receive the opportunity. Calais claimed she was not afraid of Preux, but she was lying. His power was far greater than Calais', and this scared her and became the focus of her jealousy. Whether or not Preux could search her thoughts, she didn't know. She did know that if Preux deemed her unnecessary, he could have her disgraced, just like Dedley had been. However, she reasoned that the only way Preux had defeated Dedley, her old master, was through deception and with her assistance. If Calais could turn his own men against him, then perhaps she would have a chance. She could attempt to overthrow him. Palladis. Calais placed her hand on his chest, running her hand across his black robes. Her voice was lighter and higher than normal, a skill she could use by calling upon the dark side. Do you know why Preux made you, a lowly and newly appointed Sith master, general of his forces? I guess, my lady, that he knows the power I have, and he trusts me to use it well. Calais chuckled lightly, stepping closer to the younger Sith. He fears you, Palladis. He knows you will become more powerful than him, so he placed you in charge of the Sith troopers. All of your time and energy will be focused on maintaining and organizing the soldiers. I don't understand, Palladis confessed. He tried stepping away from Calais, but she managed to corner him against the wall of a nearby damaged building. He knows that if you dedicate your time to studying the powers of the dark side, you will surpass him. You will be a threat to him. I do not think I could be a threat to Preux for some time, my lady. Join me, Palladis, and we will unlock your true power sooner than you could imagine, she purred. Even together, we are no match for Preux, Palladis said, still trying to separate himself from Calais. I was there in the throne room the night he defeated Dedley. You helped him? Why are you even talking like this? I don't want you to be held down anymore, Palladis, Calais assured him. She tried to sound as convincing as possible, but it was difficult even for her. I've seen your power. I've seen what you are capable of. I aided Preux because I feared him. I have nothing to fear anymore. I have found confidence in you. She knew him well enough to know that he was barely used to women pursuing him, and when they did, he found himself flustered and confused. He preyed on women that he thought couldn't respond with the quick wit of their own. However, she used her own confidence and a hint of exaggerated emotion to catch his attention. Once he settled down, he was wrapped around her finger. It was as simple as saying a few kind words and toying with his desires and aspirations. Just like Jill. All young Sith were the same. He was open to suggestions and hungry for power. Every Sith dreamed of strength, dominion, and the dark knowledge that came alongside them. By tempting him with rebellious ideas, she had made sure that, in his mind, he would no longer loyally serve Preux. Some men were very difficult to manipulate, but Palladis was not one of those men. A few kind words were enough to break him. What do I have to do? Palladis finally said, his own confidence returning. Come with me, Calais whispered seductively. I have several important jobs for you. Of course, my lady. Chapter 19. There she is. Alderaan, Raen said with a hint of a smile on his face. After 10 hours of sleep, he was rejuvenated and ready to do what he needed to do to free his homeworld from the Sith. Beautiful, no. She's a tad round, Ramble pointed out, staring at the viewport. She could lose some weight. Well, we're about to destroy an entire Sith Academy, Raen said. That'll certainly slim her down. All that hot air and egomania adds quite a bit of kilos, huh? Ranville asked. No kidding, Raen mused. I suppose it's not as bad as Coruscant. Coruscant is just bloated, Ranville agreed. Please stop, Gale begged with a heavy sigh. It's hard to listen to this and stay sane. Fine. I'm surprised that they don't have orbital defenses, Ranville noted. They don't even have any ships in orbit. They are probably dependent on secrecy to keep them safe, not strength of arms, Gale reasoned. They might not even have enough ships for a naval battle should the Republic arrive. You're probably right, Raen said. I hardly saw any actual combat ships during my childhood. Alderaan is a world of diplomats and artists. Aside from the royal family's guards, I never saw an actual fighting force. Then this should be easy, Ranville said, cracking his knuckles loudly. Hardly. There's an entire Sith Academy down there. They probably have enough Sith troopers planetside to cause trouble, too, Raen corrected him. We're 3 Jedi. This is going to be painfully difficult. Well, we never plan ahead anyway, Gale spoke up. We'll survive. I'll be sure to save you all a Sith Lord or two, Ranville said haughtily. That is, if they aren't all scared to death of me by the time we land. Raen, where should we land? Gale asked, ignoring Ranville's boast. I've received no directions from anyone on the surface, so I presume we're safe to go wherever we please. Raen eyed the quickly approaching surface of Alderaan through their viewport, and it was a bit different than he remembered. The fields of vibrant green were still present, and great trees stood out amidst the plains. However, even from their high altitude, Raen spied obvious destruction in the towns and cities that dotted the surface. In the farthest corner of his eye, he saw the Sith Academy, still standing in spite of its failing design, and his father's home. On one hand, he was pleased that his family had not been evicted during the Sith takeover. On the other, he realized that he had no way of actually knowing if they still lived there. Raen. Gale spoke up, waiting for an answer. Land at the East Alderaanian spaceport, Raen said, pointing toward their destination in the viewport. We should be able to land there, and we can get information at the nearby cantina. We always seem to go to the cantinas when we're searching for something, Gale muttered to himself. All right, I'm setting her down now. Gale steered the small shuttle until it rested safely within the walls of a vacated hangar. The other 2 Jedi gathered what little gear they had while Gale made sure the ship couldn't be stolen while they were gone. Once the 3 Jedi were prepared, they departed the ship and headed toward the end of the hangar. Walking by storage crates and bypassing a few heavy-lifting droids, the 3 Jedi approached the hangar bay supervisor, a human male who appeared about Gale's age, wearing a Sith officer's uniform. He looked stressed, and the disorderly stack of datapads on his kiosk alluded to his inability to effectively manage his tasks. Hello, strangers, the man said, distracted and hardly paying attention to them. Welcome to Alderaan. I hate to inform you that your arrival was not scheduled with the Alderaan Travelers Bureau. What does that mean, exactly? Gale asked. It means I have to contact my superiors to see if you're allowed to proceed beyond the landing zone, the man explained, still preoccupied with other duties. If you please return to your ship, I'll see what I can do. Let me handle this, Ranville muttered to his companions. Turning to the supervisor, he waved his hand and said, You don't need to contact your superiors. I don't need to contact my superiors, the man in the kiosk said firmly. You'll open the door for us, so we can leave the hangar, Ranville suggested. Here, let me open the door for you, the supervisor repeated cheerfully. That way, you can leave the hangar. Move along. Move along now, the supervisor urged them. The doors to the hangar bay opened, and Ranville led the 2 other amused Jedi from the hangars to the visitors area of the spaceport. The Miraluka bowed a bit for his audience, clearly pleased with himself. Gale rolled his eyes at Ranville's hopeless antics, but Raen was subtly impressed. What did you do? Raen asked. Ranville smiled widely. A mind trick. Northius taught it to me. It works wonders on the weak-minded. Only the weak-minded? Raen wondered aloud. That certainly can't be that useful. Well, if you got a strong mind, it might work on anyone, Ranville mused. I don't care too much. When it works, it works. The rules behind it are for smarter Jedi than I to discern and discover. First humble thing I've heard you say since we arrived, Gale grumbled. Raen nodded sagely at Ranville's explanation, and the 3 Jedi returned their attention to their immediate surroundings. Very few other forwarders, spacers or otherwise, were found in the winding passages of the spaceport, and Raen figured that the Sith must have enacted some sort of blockade at an earlier time to keep travelers from coming to Alderaan. Nevertheless, there was no shortage of Sith troopers in the spaceport. Patrols navigated the passageways in periodic intervals. Gale and Ranville both wore travelers' ponchos, given to them by Thawne before they departed Ambria. Their robes and lightsaber were adequately hidden under them, and they could not be identified as Jedi. Raen discarded his Jedi robes and opted to wear a long-sleeved shirt with a black spacer's jacket, coupled with brown trousers. Unlike the 2 Jedi, he decided to hide his weapon inside his jacket, where it was concealed from passing Sith troopers. The three Jedi arrived at the Diane Bantha Cantina, but the two visitors didn't bother asking Raen why he had picked this particular cantina. Truth be told, Raen wanted to revisit the places he used to frequent. He wanted to see if he could recognize anyone, or if the Sith had driven them out. His first indication that the Sith had changed some things, aside from the patrols, was the absence of the transition bouncer who used to guard the cantina. He had been replaced by a Sith soldier, watching bargoers as they entered and exited the establishment. Wearing red armor that covered his entire body, and a helmet that hid his face, he was supposed to look imposing and fearsome. Raen had killed enough to know that they were no match for a Force-sensitive, but they were strong enough to cause trouble in great numbers. Entering the cantina without incident, Raen realized that the Diane Bantha itself had changed little since his last visit, nearly a year before. The bar rested at the center of the cantina, with various bar stools surrounding its semicircle counter. The entire cantina seemed less busy than usual, and only a few spacers and mercenaries were playing games at the tables that lined the walls. The lighting was poor, and the chairs were damaged. The cantina's facilities had long since fallen into disrepair. They had enacted a no-spice rule, Raen figured, because the cantina smelled more like bad liquor than he remembered. "Raen, I have a bad feeling about this," Gale admitted. "What do you mean?" he asked. "The Force has been prodding me with warnings since we arrived," Gale explained. "The dark side is eerily powerful here. Its influence permeates the entire planet. I felt it as soon as we landed, but I thought it was an overreaction. I was wrong." "I hardly sense anything," Raen said, slightly reaching into the Force. "Where do you think it's coming from?" "Hard to say. It's everywhere. It's feeding off everything. I've never experienced such power," Gale said. He was worried, this much was certain, but he was also confused. Raen assumed that the power was stemming from one of the Sith. Even though he couldn't sense the power Gale spoke of, much less comprehend it, Raen knew that Deadlay was the strongest Darksider on Alderaan. If his presence had been unleashed upon the planet, that meant Raen still had a chance to fight him. "So what's the plan?" Ranville asked. "I'll talk to the bartender. You know, to try and get information," Raen whispered. "You two do whatever you want." "Awesome," Ranville said. "I've got some credits to spare, and those passage tables are calling my name." Before he got very far, Raen grabbed hold of his shoulder, holding him back. "Could I borrow a few dozen credits?" "Sure," the Miraluka said, placing a few credits in Raen's hand. "What for?" "Don't worry about it," Raen said, leaving his companions to do as they wished. Raen took a seat at the closest bar stool to the back wall of the cantina. Placing his arms on the counter, he rested his head in his hands. The barmaids were attending to other customers, so Raen took a moment to meditate on his next course of action and strengthen his connection to the Force. Cutting himself off from the world around him, Raen delved deep into the power of the Force, drawing on his power to heighten his senses and increase his awareness. Gale was right. The dark side encompassed Alderaan. Raen had to struggle to tap into the Force, and when he did, he felt unnaturally fatigued. It was difficult to meditate. He knew it would be strenuous to try and use any abilities. His breathing became labored and hoarse as he strengthened his connection in the Force, reaching a point where he could scan his surroundings. To his surprise, there seemed to be 4 Force sensitives inside the cantina, including himself. He hadn't sensed the 4th individual before their arrival, and it was clear that whoever it was used the Force to mask their presence. Something besides the darkness kept him from extending his mind to the mysterious 4th person, and he couldn't even identify where they were sitting in the cantina. This Force user's intentions were not malicious, though, and Raen suspected he or she was not a Sith. A green-skinned Twi'lek female approached Raen and twirled one of her leku flirtatiously as she leaned forward on the counter to get Raen's attention. "What'll it be, hun?" she asked. Raen was pulled out of his meditation, unable to totally close himself off from his surroundings. "The strongest Alderaanian ale you've got," Raen said, still tired from his attempt at reaching into the Force. Smiling, he added, "I'm going to have a long day ahead of me." Of course, she muttered offhandedly. As she turned away from Raen to fetch a glass, she suddenly realized that she had seen the young Force user before. Weren't you the one with the Eridorian friend?" "Oh," Raen asked, feigning ignorance. "Are you the same Twi'lek barmaid who served me the last time I was here?" "Don't play dumb with me," the Twi'lek said in a playful tone. "I recognized you as soon as you said that." "You've got a good memory," Raen noted. "You must see a lot of customers." "No better than yours. Besides, I'll remember you and your creepy floating stones until the day I die," she countered, recalling the last time Raen had been in here. "Where's the bartender?" "Who?" "The old entity who used to own this place," Raen specified. "He's dead," the Twi'lek said, turning her eyes from Raen. "Sith killed him when they took over this place. I run the bar now." "My apologies," Raen said. "Has Gial Iolis paid off his tab?" "No," the Twi'lek said, checking her records on a datapad. "He still owes me for 1 drink." Raen's eyes drifted toward the floor. Gial Iolis had been his friend before he had left Alderaan. If he hadn't returned, then he had most likely died on Sloof's van with his clan. Raen hadn't heard reports of the battle, and he didn't even know about how many soldiers died. However, he knew that if Jial had survived, then he would have returned to Alderaan. His only friend from Alderaan was dead. He should have suspected it, prepared for it, but it caught him by surprise. He didn't quite know how to respond. His last conversation with Jial was hardly friendly, even though he realized his mistake later. He had lost his chance to see him again. Once things settled down, Raen would honor his friend's death. He convinced himself that was what Jial would have wanted. Struggling to maintain his composure, Raen pulled out the credits Ranville had given him and handed them to the bartender. "What's this for?" she asked. "His tab," Raen said, pain lingering in his voice. He barely managed to add, "I'm paying it off." "I understand," the Twi'lek said, placing the money in her trousers pockets. "So what's the story, hun? Don't get those rooms with you today, I see." "No, I don't," he said flatly. He had lost the Sith trinkets he used to manipulate and train with before he had left Alderaan. "I'm working elsewhere now. I don't have access to them anymore." "You don't say," the Twi'lek said, only half paying attention. An uncomfortable silence fell over the cantina as Sith troopers ambled inside. A few of them wrestled their off-duty comrades away from the gaming tables and scolded them for their actions while others lined up in front of the bar, blasters in hand. A few of the patrons tried leaving, uneasy in the presence of law enforcement, but the Sith kept them inside. The Sith trooper in the crimson armor who doubled as the bouncer for the cantina entered after his entire squad was already inside. The visor on his crimson helmet had been open, revealing the lower half of his scarred face and a bit of his brown eyes. "What do you want?" the Twi'lek bartender asked. She slammed her fist against the counter, still holding Raen's empty glass in her other hand. "I paid your tax earlier this month." "Watch your tongue, subhuman mongrel," the Sith bouncer growled. Raen realized that his accent betrayed the fact he was an Offworlder, probably from Coruscant. "Just because Lord Preux sees it fit to keep this miserable excuse for an establishment open does not mean you may speak in such a tone to me." "I am not subhuman, you monster," the Twi'lek shot back. Throwing the glass in her hand at his face, he deftly dodged the projectile, letting it fly into the wall behind him. "Such insolence," the Sith bouncer said. "Your kind is useless for anything besides senseless violence and sensual pleasure, it seems. We're here because you owe the Sith dues that have yet to be paid." "I've already paid your taxes," the Twi'lek said, trying as hard as she could to remain calm. "We had a bi-monthly payment agreement." "We are altering the deal. You should count yourself lucky that we are not altering it further. We should just destroy this place with you in it," the Sith bouncer spat. Raen grew weary of listening to his soldier berate the Twi'lek and her cantina. In fact, Raen liked this cantina. He had been here many times during his tenure as a Sith student, despite his unsavory appearance. Plus, although this was incredibly risky, Raen figured that he could draw out the fourth Force user who lingered here by causing a scene. If all four of them insisted on keeping a low profile, then someone was bound to wind up hurt, and he wasn't about to let that happen. Rising from his seat, he lifted an empty glass with the Force and threw it at the red-armored Sith soldier. The glass shattered against the Sith trooper's breastplate. It didn't harm him at all, but it caught his attention. "Are you done?" Raen asked mockingly. "Who are you?" the Sith bouncer hissed. Raen opened his jacket, revealing the lightsaber that was suspended inside. The group of Sith troopers immediately recognized the weapon. There was no visible reaction, but a few of them gasped aloud at the sight, and a few others muttered to each other. The Sith bouncer seemed unimpressed, and he reached for his blaster pistol. "So you're a Sith," the bouncer mused. "I don't care. Mistress Calais hardly cares what her students do outside the academy, it seems. I'm certain she won't mind the death of a single pretentious student." Raen cut him off, grabbing his weapon with the Force and activating it in midair. His dazzling blue blade sprung to life, blocking the Sith bouncer's instinctive blaster shot. The soldier's earlier bravado vanished as soon as he realized just how much danger he was in. "What?" the Sith bouncer stammered. "You're right. It is such a shame that Mistress Calais won't care what I do to a few uppity soldiers," Raen replied with a ferocious grin on his face. "She'll never know just how easily I bested all of you." The Sith troopers opened fire on him without hesitation. The Twi'lek barkeep ducked behind the counter to avoid the blaster fire, but Raen remained where he was, deflecting the blaster bolts as he moved his lightsaber to intercept their red blaster shots. For 8 Sith troopers, their accuracy was poor, and Raen, coupled with the power of the Force, could defend himself with ease. One of the Sith troopers was cut down by Gale, leaping from his seat and startling the Sith trooper with his own Viridian lightsaber. Ranville lobbed his entire table at 2 Sith nearby, sending them crashing to the floor and giving him a chance to activate his lightsaber as well. All 3 Jedi joined up in the center of the cantina, forcing the 3 surviving Sith troopers to fall back out of the bar and retreat. Satisfied with their victory, the Jedi didn't notice one of the Sith troopers that Ranville had wounded stood up, blaster pistol in hand, to shoot at their backs. Gale alone sensed the Sith trooper's malice, but he couldn't alert his companions before the shot was fired. Gale pivoted on his left foot, hopelessly too late to intercept the shot with his lightsaber. However, to his surprise, another lightsaber, with a violet blade, whirled through the air and deflected the shot before it reached its intended target. The redirected blaster shot pierced the Sith soldier's throat and sent him to the floor in a crumpled heap. The three Jedi watched the lightsaber return to its owner, a cloaked individual with clawed four-fingered hands at the farthest end of the bar. "Who are you?" Gale asked. The individual held up a single hand, bidding them to wait. "There are still Sith out there. They're likely gathering reinforcements. We'll have to kill them before they warn their leaders of your presence," a voice echoed in their heads. Motioning for them to follow, the cloaked figure ran out of the bar, lightsaber in hand, toward the exit at the far end of the corridor. "Are we going to follow?" Ranville asked. "I didn't sense any evil in that person," Raen said, "and they might be trying to help us." "We don't really have any other options right now," Gale said. "Let's go." The three Jedi left the cantina, with its alarmed patrons and startled employees behind, following the mysterious fourth figure. Several Sith troopers were already dead on the dirt floor by the time they left. Their blasters and viper blades littered the floor, and the three Jedi carefully avoided stepping on them, not wanting to stumble or stab themselves. Any other travelers had already fled, and the patrols seemed non-existent once they left the cantina. Either the cloaked figure killed the other Sith troopers, or they had regrouped elsewhere. The three Jedi joined the cloaked figure by the door that led to the spaceport's courtyard. The door was locked, probably closed by the mysterious warrior. Positioning themselves against the wall opposite of the cloaked figure, the Jedi reactivated their lightsabers. "I closed the door. A small force of Sith troopers is waiting on the other side. Probably 20 or so," the figure projected their thoughts to the Jedi. "Are you ready?" Gale nodded, and the cloaked figure acted accordingly. Removing the hood, she showed her face to the three Jedi for the first time. The figure had white hair that seemed shine in the dim light, racing down her neck and forming to lengthy braids that rested on her shoulders. Her eyes were milky white, lacking pupils, and her skin wasn't much darker. She didn't seem that much older than Raen, but she was younger than Gale. Her brown cloak was still draped over her shoulders and covered her body, but Raen could barely make out a suit of red armor underneath it. Punching the wall panel by her side, the woman let the door slide open with a wheeze before leaping into the doorway. Green blaster bolts flew toward her immediately, but she blocked the incoming shots with ease. Her violet blade sent them back toward the firing squad in the distance, threatening to strike down the gunman. Once she had left the spaceport, the three Jedi joined her. Gale went first, running into the courtyard with his lightsaber in hand. He deflected a few stray blaster shots that approached him, but most of the shots were focused on their female companion. Raen and Ranville left after he did, using their lightsabers to protect themselves with equal effectiveness. The four Jedi had lined up side by side, deflecting the incoming blaster fire in unison, protecting each other as they crept closer to their targets. The squad of Sith troopers was already down to half its original size due to redirected blaster shots alone. Their leader, the red-armored Sith bouncer who had threatened the Twi'lek in the cantina, seemed to realize that if the Jedi were allowed to get close enough, they would cut down all of his men with their lightsabers. Grabbing a frag grenade from his belt, the red-armored Sith lobbed it toward the Jedi, hoping to kill a few of them and break their spirits. However, the female warrior knew what he was planning, and she used a quick burst of telekinesis to send the grenade into the midst of the Sith troopers. The ensuing explosion sent the Sith troopers flying in every direction, their corpses scattering across the courtyard's pavement and the small fountains nearby. Once she was sure that all the Sith troopers were dealt with, the woman deactivated her lightsaber and placed it on her belt alongside a second hilt. "Good work. We handled them nicely." "Who are you?" Raen asked. The woman glanced at Ron. "Who am I? Don't you know manners, whelp? A man should be courteous enough to introduce himself when he sees a stranger." "What if I'm concerned about your motives and what you will do with that information?" Raen shot back. "The same could be said of your group," the woman replied. "Raen, please," Gale said, chiding him. "I'm sorry, miss. We're just a bit on edge. My name is Gale Remus. I'm a Jedi Knight. This is Raen Benax, and this is Ranville Messer, both Jedi learners. My name is Condeen Basilaran. I'm a royal guardsman of House Latona and their retainers," the woman introduced herself. "Why do you have a lightsaber?" Gale asked. "All elite royal guardsmen are force sensitive," she explained. "We're taught how to create our own lightsaber after a lengthy training process." "Are you Arcanian?" Ranville interrupted. Condeen scoffed. "Did the eyes give it away? Or was it the claws?" "Neither. I can't see, in case you didn't notice," Ranville said, motioning toward the sash over his face. "I'm Miraluka. I sense your force presence." "Ah, interesting," Condeen said. "So we are more alike than I thought. What brings you here to Alderaan, Jedi?" "We're here to alleviate the Sith threat," Gale said. "Oh, more for the task force, then?" Condeen mused. "Task force," Gale repeated. Yes, several dozen Jedi arrived from Coruscant to aid in our strike against the Sith and their leadership. Coupled with the Republic forces, they might be enough to help us reclaim this world for the Alderanians, Kandine replied. There are other Jedi here. Gale's voice hinted at a shock. Can we see them? Of course, Jedi. I have a speeder parked not too far from here. I'll take you to the meeting place. Chapter 20. The ride from the spaceport to the Valley of Jiren had been a quiet one. It had not been a long drive, and the four Force users hardly paid attention to their surroundings. The Jedi had initially immersed themselves in the Force, reaching out into the Alderanian plains. They tried to discern the source of the dark side energy that plagued the planet, but their efforts were unsuccessful. The longer they reached into the Force, the more fatigued they became. The dark side itself hindered their farsight, and they were forced to rest for the remainder of the drive. Kandine drove by a small pair of hills. Raen recognized them as the hallowed Eastern Hills, into a valley beyond. To the surprise of her Jedi passengers, soldiers were scattered across the grassy fields that rested at the base of the hills. The hallowed hills provided shade from the setting Alderanian sun, and a great shadow was cast over the entire camp of warriors. There were only a handful of speeders and tanks, and the force seemed mostly comprised of infantry. He didn't know what his companions thought, but the camp shocked Raen. He had never seen anyone prepare for battle on such a large scale, especially on a world seemingly as peaceful as Alderaan. Such organized attacks were unheard of, and he was surprised that the Sith allowed this base to stand. It was hidden, of course, but the Sith controlled Alderaan. It wouldn't be hard for them to find it if they needed to. A wire fence surrounded most of the camp, and wherever there was a gap in the defenses, a Republic soldier stood to admit or deny entrance. Kandine parked their speeder outside the camp and led the three Jedi to one of these entryways. She introduced them to a particular Republic soldier wearing the traditional red and yellow combat armor of the Republic Army. After a quick scan and a confirmation from the base's leadership, the soldier let the four Force sensitives into the camp. How long do you suppose it took to set all this up? Ranville wondered aloud. I'm surprised it's standing at all, Raen replied. You think something like this would stand out on Sith sensors? The Sith don't know of our presence, Kandine noted, overhearing their conversation. They became overconfident and weak, settling in upon gaining power. Their spy network is not as great as they think. Raen wasn't convinced. Deadlay knew of everything happening on Alderaan. He even knew when Torkel was set to arrive from Coruscant during a secret Jedi investigation, a year ago. If the Sith could identify when Jedi were landing on a planet that was not even under their control, they could discover the location of a Republic military base on their planet. Why the Sith had yet to act, Raen didn't know. It didn't matter. As long as they were here, they could help the Republic fight the Sith. Hundreds of tents lined the camp, forming neat columns and rows. The Republic had not erected any noticeable bunkers, and it seemed as though they had only just arrived on the world. It also appeared as though they weren't even worried about the Sith finding them based on how they prepared their base. A camp defended by wires and tents would hardly serve as a defensible position against a legion of Sith troopers. Raen didn't understand why the Republic's base was so lax in its defenses. Kandine guided the three Jedi by the tents and their occupants. Soldiers, some wearing armor, others in casual fatigues, dotted the campsite, sitting around in their tents or strolling throughout the camp. The sound of idle chatter filled the air, and it was hard to hear Kandine answer Gale's questions about the camp. The smell of cooked nerf, a local herbivore, filled the air. The furry beast had a tangy, pungent smell, but Raen had eaten it often enough to know his hearty taste offset the beast's odor. The soldiers seemed optimistic and cheerful, and from the conversations Raen overheard, it seemed they were fairly confident about their chances of success. In fact, they bragged that, because Alderaan was a core world, they would have the support of the planet's populace during the upcoming battle. They weren't lacking for confidence, and Raen hoped that bravado was backed by skill. He had never seen a Republic unit fight before, but he was eager to watch them work. If you don't mind, Kandine said, there's a meeting with the Republic leadership going on right now. I will take you there, to see what we're dealing with. Of course, Gale said. This is an honor, Kandine was quick to stress. In any other circumstance, I would assign you tents, and have you report to your Jedi superiors. But you three appear a bit confused, so I'll let you come with me to the meeting to get you up to speed. At the center of the entire camp rested a huge box-shaped compound made of durasteel. It seemed to be the primary base, and Kandine explained to Gale that the building doubled as the logistics center and their war room. Guards were posted at the base's perimeter, eyeing anyone who approached with suspicion. Very few soldiers dared to enter the paved area that encompassed the building, and most of them actively avoided it. Kandine walked by the first set of guards, and they waved her and her guests through. Upon reaching the guards who monitored the doorway, Kandine handed both of her lightsabers to the guards. Passing by the checkpoint, she urged the three Jedi to do the same. Do we have to give them our weapons? Ranville asked, disappointed. I'd rather not part with my lightsaber. Yes, Kandine said, exasperated. They'll give them back once we leave. It's a standard safety procedure. Ranville grumbled and handed his weapon to the guard, who smiled toothily under his combat helmet. The other 2 Jedi gave their lightsabers away without complaining. Once they were disarmed, Condon led them into the war room. The war room was unimpressive to Raen and the other Jedi. It was fairly plain, illuminated by powerful glow panels hovering over the holographic tactical display at the center of the room. It was strangely empty, and all the focus seemed to be directed at the holographic display. Soldiers lined the walls of the room, armed with blaster rifles and vibraswords in case of an emergency. The room reeked of sweat, probably from soldiers who spent too much time here after engagements, and Raen loathed the smell. Several individuals stood at the center of the room, surrounding the holographic display. A shouting man stood in their midst, a giant of a man who towered over everyone else in the room. He was wearing a Republic officer's uniform, a pristine crimson dress shirt with medals and commemorations lining his sleeves and chest, coupled with black trousers and boots. Raen heard him screaming and shouting as soon as they entered. He was furious, slamming his fist and stomping his feet like a child. His face was as red as his uniform, and several soldiers nearby were trying to calm him down, but he wouldn't listen to them. At his left, a Duros male attempted to assuage the furious officer. He wore the same uniform as the shouting man at his side, and he had as many decorations on his vest, if not more, as his companion. His aqua-colored skin was wrinkled with age, but his shining red eyes seemed vigilant enough to make up for his body's failings. One arm was positioned across his chest while his other hand rested near his face, pensively considering the situation he and the other soldiers were in. Across from the Duros officer, a comparatively young human male, but older than Gale, spoke to several of his companions. He wore Jedi robes that managed to contain his massive girth, portly and jolly as he was. He chortled with laughter at the chaos the Republic officers were in, but he said nothing to them. He was more concerned with speaking to the squid-like Corran, with tentacles dangling from his face and webbed hands, and the old, cloaked human male at his side. A young woman stood at the other side of the Duros soldier. She wore an elaborate dress that reached the floor. It was bright green with a slight sheen, and its lively color stood out in the presence of her companions. Her golden hair curled freely, beautifully decorated, and reaching just below her neck, where the blue cloak that she wore over her dress began. Her delicate, pale fingers gripped the table before her. If she let go, Raen thought she'd simply give up and fall over. She seemed cold in this room, shivering in spite of the fact that no one else seemed to mind the light breeze. Condon approached the woman and the table, bowing once the woman noticed her approach. The woman with the golden hair cheerfully welcomed Condon, bidding her to stand and forego the pleasantries the guardsman insisted on performing. Condon stood by the woman's side at the table, and the 3 Jedi joined them without a word. "How dare you?" Condon hissed at her Jedi guests. "You disrespect Illyri Latona, Princess of Alderaan." "What?" Ranville asked, speaking for the oblivious Jedi. "Kneel," Condon ordered. "Please," the woman with the golden hair murmured. "It's not necessary, Condon." "Really?" "Princess, if you please. Let me handle this," Condon said, hardly paying mind to the princess. She turned her attention back to the Jedi immediately. Pay homage to the soul and true heir of the throne of Alderaan. Gale bowed first, not willing to start an argument with Condon. Raen and Ranville followed suit, kneeling before the young princess. Condon was mollified, but the princess appeared flustered and didn't seem comfortable with the show of respect. Waving her hands, she begged them to stand before turning from the Jedi. Condon, satisfied with her guests, invited the Jedi to join them at the War Council. "Where are the princess's guards?" Gale asked. "If she's the planet's last leader, shouldn't she be defended?" Condon's steely exterior seemed to fade for a moment. Raen noticed her clench her fists, fighting back the urge to respond inappropriately. I am the last one. The royal guardsmen were annihilated during the Sith's attack on our castle." "I'm sorry," Gale said. "I certainly didn't mean to." "You didn't," Condon interrupted, her resolve quickly returning. "Let me introduce you to the rest of the rebellion." She cleared her throat and addressed the group before them. "Gentlemen." "What is it, Condon?" the giant man asked, still fuming. "We have some new warriors in our midst," Condon said. "Jedi?" the Duros officer asked. "All Jedi are to directed to Master Dram's camp, are they not?" "These Jedi did not come with Master Dram," Condon replied. "They arrived a few hours ago, but their goals are our goals. They are here to defeat the Sith." The Duros officer muttered something under his breath, but he smiled at the 3 Jedi. "The pleasure is mine. My name is Colonel Midas. My associate is Major Altesius." "Yeah, hi, Major Altesius," the giant man who had been shouting, grumbled. The portly Jedi, who had been silenced until now, eyed the new arrival suspiciously. Gale thought he recognized him from somewhere, as if they had crossed before, but he didn't know his name. Raen felt uncomfortable as the man stared them down, and Raen shifted his gaze to avoid his. "Are you sure you are not Jedi that were assigned to our group?" The large Jedi chortled. "Yes, sir," Gale said. "We came from." "Master, these are the 3 Jedi who I told you about," the old man standing near the Corran said. Gale, Raen, and Ranville. Jasperin, Raen shouted. The old Jedi Knight, who stood on the side opposite of Telerus, turned to face the three Jedi. Whatever shock had risen up within him upon hearing Raen's voice had already faded away when he turned to them. In fact, he seemed at ease seeing them here, even though Raen knew that he was disgusted by Raen's presence. "Why, hello, Raen? How surprising to see you here," he said flatly. "The Corran Jedi is Master Dram, and the other two Jedi Knights are Telerus Eston and Jasperin Tez, who I see you've already met," Condine continued. "What are you doing here?" Raen growled, ignoring Condine's introduction. "I came here because I received orders from the High Council," Jasperin snapped. "Just like every other Jedi here." "He is right," the stout Jedi, apparently named Telerus, said. "Master Dram was tasked with leading a group of Jedi to Alderaan to deal with the Sith threat. About 40 Jedi are here, under his command, ready for battle. We intend to remove the blight of the Sith from Alderaan," Dram noted. His basic was garbled and hard to follow due to the tentacles dangling around his mouth, but they managed to understand him. 40 Jedi should be enough to defeat the Sith, Gale noted. "Indeed," Telerus murmured. "Colonel Meadows, these Jedi have no business here. They are to fall under our command, per the request of the High Council." "Of course," the Colonel said. "What of it?" "We don't believe their presence is necessary," Telerus said plainly. "We are the senior Jedi on this mission, and they can wait in their tents for now." "Hold on," Raen said. "I don't know what this is about, but we're staying here. We didn't receive any orders from the Council, and we can be here, just like you can." "Raen, please don't make this an issue," Gale whispered. "Let's just leave." "I would appreciate their presence here," Condine spoke up. "If you wouldn't mind, Master Dram." Dram was silent for a moment, seemingly pondering the issue. However, it was clear that he did not know what to say, and was buying time. Glancing at Telerus, and then at Jasperin, the Corran seemed as though he was asking them for guidance. A Jedi Master could make his own decisions, and he was sure Dram was no exception. Why was he turning to Telerus, as if he needed permission from the Jedi Knight? Raen didn't understand. "I hope this won't be an issue," Colonel Meadows snapped. "We have a battle to plan." "Of course not, sir," Dram said quickly. "As Telerus said, I don't believe their presence is necessary. Please dismiss them." "Very well." Meadows took his eyes off the tactical layout for a moment and motioned for some soldiers. "Please remove the 3 Jedi from the chamber." "Princess Illyri," Condine whispered, "please speak for the Jedi." "Why? They will listen to you?" I don't know what to say." "Princess, simply tell them that you would request the Jedi stay here." The princess cleared her throat. "Excuse me, Colonel Meadows." "Yes, Princess." Could you? What I mean is." "Spit it out, woman." Major Altesius bellowed. "I'd like the Jedi to stay here," she yelped. Colonel Meadows made no effort to hide his disapproval, crossing his arms and frowning fiercely. "And why is that, Princess Illyri?" he asked with a hint of disdain in his voice. The princess turned to Condine for assistance, but she merely made an encouraging gesture. Her guard wanted her to keep talking, but she didn't tell the princess what to say. She was not very helpful. "I would like the Jedi to stay. I would like them to serve as my advisors." Condine nearly slapped her head with her palm, shocked at the princess's suggestion. The 3 Jedi were equally stunned. The Republic soldiers were manhandling them in a futile effort to get rid of them, but the soldiers stopped when they heard Illyri's request. Telerus huffed loudly, clearly angered at her words, but the other Jedi seemed oblivious to the development. Major Altesius laughed heartily when Princess Illyri's face reddened in confusion and embarrassment. You what?" Meadows asked. "Don't you think that's a premature decision based on the fact you hardly know them?" "The princess has spoken, Colonel," Condine interrupted. "Do you wish to deny her request?" Colonel Meadows glared at Condine, and then glanced at the Republic soldiers. They seemed less than eager to continue their previous directive due to the princess's words, and he didn't want to make an issue of this. "Fine. The Jedi may stay. It is not even my concern. Are we done?" Condine waited until the Jedi had returned to the table before saying, smugly, "Yes, Colonel." "If I may continue where I left off," Meadows began. Gladly realizing that no one would interrupt him, he turned his attention to the holographic display on the table. "We were just finishing our plan of attack on the Sith. Master Dram, Major Altesius, and I have been discussing possible scenarios. In most of those, I get stuck guarding the princess," Major Altesius groaned. The Colonel ignored him. "Our objective is simple. We must force the Sith to capitulate by any means necessary, aside bombing them from orbit. The Senate has declared it messy. They'd rather not pick up the pieces left after that. Besides," Condine interrupted, "Alderaan is a core world. Bombing it would be like bombing any other Republic member world in the eyes of the galactic community. We'd be no different, perhaps worse, than the Sith, especially if we had to bomb civilian centers to defeat the Sith loyalists. Indeed, to immobilize the Sith, we must strike at their infrastructure and chain of command. That gives us 3 primary targets: the capital city, the soldiers' garrison to the west, and the Sith Academy. Meadows pointed toward each area on his map of Alderaan's surface, lighting up each target with a faint green glow. Each one must fall, or our plan becomes ineffective. Raen thought about the colonel's choice of targets. The soldier garrison was an obvious choice. The garrison doubled as the Sith logistics and droid control centers. If they crippled it and captured the materiel and mechanized cavalry within, the Republic could cut off the Sith supply lines across the planet. The Academy housed the Sith's leadership. Capturing it would utterly devastate the Sith's ability to fight back and defend their leaders. However, it would be heavily guarded by Darksiders, and normal Republic infantry wouldn't be able to capture it. In fact, they would just be a hindrance. Alderaan was the only one that seemed to be a random target. Raen figured that it was a target meant to give hope to the Republic leadership and their rebel associates. If they could capture it, the soldiers would feel inspired and receive much-needed morale. The Sith probably kept a steady presence in the capital anyway, and the more Sith that died in this upcoming attack, the quicker they could all be defeated. So, what's the plan? Condine asked. How are we dividing our troops? We're going to split our forces into 3 attack groups, each led by a contingent of Jedi Knights. Each one will attack one of our targets. It's simple, but effective, Colonel Midas explained. It's unnecessarily risky, Raen spoke up. You're wasting soldiers. You don't have soldiers to spare attacking a pointless target like the capital. Pointless target. Meadows scoffed. Of course, because the Sith's center of political and economic power is a pointless target. The fact that the Sith use it as a hub for transport and planning is irrelevant. The fact that it is the center of every Sith supply line is frivolous. Aside from the fact Preux, the self-appointed king of Alderaan, spends most of his time there, is totally useless. Boy, I think you need to learn to keep your mouth shut, Major Altizia said with a smile. Well, I admit that the capital is more important than I thought. Raen surrendered, but sending soldiers to the academy is pointless. And why is that? Midas asked, clearly annoyed. It's guarded by the Sith and their underlings. You wouldn't need conventional troops to fight them. In fact, they'd just get in the way. You'd be better off just sending Jedi, Raen said. How do you know, Master Jedi? The princess asked. Raen hesitated for a moment. He couldn't just tell them he was once a Sith. It wouldn't endear them to him, especially with his suggestions for the way their military should be organized in battle. Common sense, Princess Illyri, Gale spoke up. Soldiers aren't a match for Jedi Knights, and Dark Jedi are likely plentiful there. If you send soldiers, they'd just be targets. Colonel Midas crossed his arms. Let's say there are no troopers guarding the base, and what you say is true. Be careful, Colonel, Tellerus said. He could be trying to deceive us. I sense the dark side in him. I care not for your divine games, Meadows shot back. Leave them out of this war room, or I'll ask all of you to leave. Yes, sir, Tellerus spat. I believe we can divide our soldiers into 2 groups. Then, Colonel Meadows said, returning his attention back to the map. I will lead 1 unit, and it will attack the capital. Lord Petron Farseal will lead the attack on the soldier garrison. The Jedi, on the other hand, will solely focus on attacking the Sith Academy, and Master Dram will lead them. What? Altizia shouted. Then what do I do, Colonel? You will stay behind and watch the princess with a small contingent of soldiers, Meadows replied. I don't want to stay behind and babysit her, Altizia grumbled. Major, Condine barked. You are before the princess herself. Mind your tongue. Is anyone going to investigate the Benax estate? Raen asked, ignoring the current discussion. No, Meadows said. Raen Benax was given control of some local factories for some time, but he was forced to close them so as not to compete with Czerka Corporation, the Sith's primary benefactor. The manor itself is of little strategic importance and, as you so kindly noted, we can't afford risking extra troops. Send me, Raen said. What? Midas asked. Let me go to Benax Manor, Raen elaborated. One of the Sith Masters of Alderaan, Deadly Yavalika, has been known to frequent there. I'd like to investigate. I don't trust the boy going alone, Jasperin replied curtly. Raen knew he would disapprove. He surely realized that Raen going to his own home was suspicious, and likely thought it was some sort of plot against the Jedi. The old man shook his head and continued, I'd opt for us to send 3 Jedi, from Coruscant, to accompany him. That sounds reasonable, Colonel Midas mused. As long as you won't be offset anywhere because of it. They won't be, Gale said. If he wants some of their Jedi to accompany Ron, I'll join them at the academy. Me too, Ramble said. That leaves you short 1 warrior, Major Altizia noted. No, I'm coming too, Condine said. Condine, Colonel Midas asked. Why would you travel with the Jedi? I think you would want to remain beyond and defend the princess. The guardsman shook her head. I'm sorry. I have reasons to accompany them. I believe Major Altizia can fulfill his duties without my assistance. Excellent, Tellerus cooed. Our force is again its original size. I will select 3 Jedi to join Raen to the estate, Dram said. Very good. If there's nothing else, then we can end this meeting, Colonel Midas announced. Best of luck to you all. Chapter 21. Once the meeting had ended, Raen left the Jedi and their Republic allies behind. Dismissing himself, he wandered from the central base to the outskirts of the camp, lingering near the wire fence that encompassed its perimeter. Raen took a moment to meditate in the comparatively quiet area, while the soldiers prepared for their evening meal. His mind fluttered from one end of the camp to the other, his perception extended until his consciousness reached around the entire valley. He sensed Gale, Ranful, and the other Jedi in the Force, beacons in comparison to the soldiers under the Republic's command. He sensed Condine, her iron will evident now, not hidden as it was in the cantina, that she was in familiar company. Even the princess, soft-spoken and meek as she was, appeared far stronger than any of the soldiers in her midst. In the Force, she was certainly stronger than them, even if her resolve was feeble. However, he had no interest in these people. Turning his attention inward even as his senses extended, Raen began to wrestle with questions that had plagued him since their arrival. His primary concern was Deadlay. What would he do if they met? Raen wanted to kill him. The Nikto was a loathsome thing, and he was an epitome of everything evil on Alderaan. He was responsible for Raen's suffering, and the suffering of hundreds of thousands of sentients. He would be doing the galaxy a favor by killing him. Was it his place to kill him? He didn't know. Between his own feelings and the values of a Jedi, he found himself confused and without a definite answer. What he wanted clashed with what the Jedi told him he should do. His meditation did not provide him with answers, merely more questions. Moral enigmas and practical concerns rose up from the nothingness of his mind, clouding his judgment even further. He had no solution. Ultimately, he would decide what to do with Deadlay when they met. Until then, he assumed there was no use dwelling upon it. His mind and heart were divided, and it would only cause him more stress and uncertainty. Are you Raen Benax? Raen's eyes blinked open. He could never quite separate his mind from his surroundings, and it was very easy to distract him, even when he was meditating. That was why he tried to alienate himself from the other soldiers and Jedi, but it seems he had been found. Turning, he addressed the speaker, a female Saurian Jedi Knight, with light blonde hair and the strange elongated, tapering forehead that betrayed her species. Her lightsaber rested patiently on her belt, and she had one foot positioned on a nearby stone, giving her a semblance of height over the meditating Raen. I am, he replied after a brief delay. Who are you? Almine. A smile snuck across her face. I'm a Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight, in fact, responsible for escorting you to your father's manor. Oh, so Dram knows my last name, Raen mused, not particularly addressing her. Of course he does, Jasperin told him. He figures you're going on some sort of reconnaissance mission for the Sith. And that's why you're coming with me. Seems that way. Wouldn't you rather be killing Darksiders in the Academy? Raen asked pointedly. Perhaps, she replied brusquely. But I know my place. When the masters tell me to jump, I ask how high. When they tell me to use the Force, I ask them if they'd like a push or a weather forecast. So you don't mind babysitting me on this dull mission? You're not going to discourage me if that's what you're planning, she said. Of course not. Just making sure you know what you're volunteering for. I always know. Crossing her arms, she took a few steps toward the wire fence. What are you planning? What? Why are you going to your family's manor? Raen frowned. A Sith master is known to spend time there. I think it's fairly obvious that if the Republic doesn't defeat him, then he'll go on to cause trouble later. That's the only reason. Yes? Very well. She seemed to realize that Raen was unwilling to press the issue. If you don't mind, I have to report to my superiors. Nice meeting you, Raen. Raen nodded absent-mindedly. He was still eager to attempt at an undistracted meditation. The Saurian Jedi left as silently as she had arrived, drifting from the fence and into the crowd of tents beyond. Her presence soon melded together with the other Jedi, and she was unrecognizable in the sea of Force sensitivity. Colonel Midas had settled into his chair with a loud sigh. The weary Duros was glad to be alone. He could hardly find time to eat, much less time to attend to battle preparation and planning. The comfortable fabric of the chair served to relax his muscles and loosen the tension that had built up in his nerves. As the commanding officer, his quarters were far more comfortable and decorated than his subordinates, and he was allowed to have several personal effects brought in from Coruscant per military regulation. A few paintings lined the Durkrete walls, strange asymmetrical art that had caught his eye at a gallery on annexes. The serene quiet was too much for the Duros colonel, who saw it fit to turn on his desk-mounted music player and listen to the latest rendition of Al Galleon II, a famous Alsacian symphony, played by the Alderaanian Orchestra. The song was said to have been inspired by and written during the Pius D Crusades, a period of strife rather infamous in Alderaanian history for the conflict between the theocratic government and the world's philosophers. The Duros contemplated the irony of playing this piece at a time of Alderaan's plight, while tending to the paperwork at his desk. He was skimming the contents of a datapad sent by Republic High Command, treating himself to a cup of caf as he did so when the comlink receiver on his desk buzzed. Midas frowned. He had firmly instructed no one, Jedi or soldier, to disturb him. Couldn't he have a few moments of peace? It seemed that, as the leader of this pitiful troop, he was always busy. What is it? He barked into the comlink. The guard at the other end of the transmission cleared his throat. Sir, the princess is asking to see you. The colonel wished he could roll his eyes. The princess, that pampered brat, wanted to see him. How annoying. She had been a thorn in his side since he and his soldiers arrived here. As a royal, she immediately earned the colonel's ire. Born and raised under a republic, he had no time for local monarchs or their sense of entitlement. Nevertheless, he had been instructed to treat her with utmost respect until the Sith lost control of the planet. Send her in, Corporal. The door hissed as it slid open, admitting the princess into Colonel Meadows' office. She looked as confused and spoiled as she had at the War Council, and he did his best to put on a flashy smile to assuage whatever nervousness she no doubt had. After struggling to stand from his comfortable seat, the Duros waved her to continue to his desk and take a seat on the other side. She scampered from the entrance, bypassing the footlockers that extended from their place along the wall, to the seat without a word. Good evening, Princess, Meadows said, trying to hide the contempt in his voice. I trust you are well. Yes, sir, she said softly. Very good, he added indifferently. I did not know you enjoyed the orchestra, Colonel, she noted with a hint of a smile. Oh, he was visibly surprised. You're familiar with this piece? It's a pretty song, Illyri replied. My father and mother would take me to listen to them, the orchestra, that is. But this song was one of my least favorites, it's bleak. I see, Meadows said dismissively. He made a mental note to play this song more often. The princess didn't like it, which meant he should. I'm sure you didn't come here to talk with me about my taste in music. To what pleasure do I owe this visit? Is Major Altesius displeased with his assignment? She asked. The colonel scoffed. My dear, he is displeased with any job that doesn't involve blast of fire and dismembered bodies. Do not concern yourself with his attitude. That is, if he doesn't want to. He will protect you, Princess. No, I mean I can fight. The colonel folded his hands on his desk. I'm sure you can, my dear, he said, not withholding his patronizing tone. I can, she replied, with more confidence than she normally had. Dank. Betrayed you, Condine, and the rest of Alderaan, Midas interrupted. The Zabrak you knew as your retainer is no more. His loyalty and position is in the Sith's hands now. He taught my brother and I swordplay. Illyri stared at Meadows, trying to appear as self-certain as she was able. If Major Altesius wants to fight, I don't think he should be hindered because of me. Noble words, but empty, my lady. But, Colonel, I will hear none of it, my lady. You are the last heir to the throne of Alderaan, and if we were to lose you, our cause would be for naught. The princess said nothing, so Meadows stood up and bid her to stand as well. Colonel, she muttered. Midas waved his hand. Shh, you need some sleep, princess. All this talk of battle and violence has gone to your head. It's not healthy. Do not come to the rest of our meetings. You need some time to relax. Walking her from her seat to the door, Meadows escorted her out of his office. Every time she tried to talk, Meadows chided her, as gently as he could, and told her not to get so worked up. Eventually, the princess agreed, and she gratefully accepted the Duros' advice and thanked him for speaking with her before returning to her tent. Once she was out of sight, Meadows closed and locked his door and returned to his desk. She was certainly an annoyance. Most of the time, she was a coward and a naive girl who only served as a figurehead for the true leaders of the Alderaanian resistance. However, there were times when her royal blood boiled within her, and she got crazy ideas and made bold requests that drove Midas furious. She was stubborn when she tried to be, and she and Condine made troublesome demands of the colonel. He could not believe he convinced her to stay away from his meetings. He counted that, at least, as a stroke of luck and genius. Just as he was settling down again, Meadows was interrupted by the buzzing of his comlink yet again. He growled aloud, nearly hammering his fist into his desk. If he could not get a moment of quiet to finish his own work, he had half a mind to leave the camp and go somewhere where he could not be disturbed. Nevertheless, he hesitantly discarded the datapad he had only just picked up. What is it, Corporal? An incoming message for you, Colonel, the soldier said through the comlink. From the Western Resistance. Midas suddenly calmed himself. Very well. Patch it through. The translucent, blue-gray figure of an old human male, about the age of the Jedi Master Dram, revealed itself in front of Meadows' desk. The man wore a fanciful suit underneath his breastplate, but it was hard to distinguish where the armor ended and his clothes began due to the low quality of the transmission. The figure had one hand hovering over his sword scabbard and another had a datapad in it. Lord Farseal, Meadows said, It's a pleasure to see you, sir. Lord Petron Farseal was a nobleman of Alderaan who had escaped the Sith's attempt to kill all royal retainers. He had been formulating a rebellion even while Condeen and Illyri were struggling to escape Sith hunters. The Farseal family had long received monetary support from the Senate due to their unyielding loyalty, not to the crown, but to the Republic itself. With House Latona all but destroyed, Petron Farseal believed it was time for him to succeed his deceased friend, Sigmund III, and become king of Alderaan. After all, he and his mercenaries, provided by the Senate, constituted 3/4 of the rebellion's strength, not counting the few Republic troops and Jedi who joined the fight. And you, Colonel, what news from your front? We are nearly ready to attack. If all goes according to plan, the operation will begin in 3 days. The nobleman ran his fingers near his receding hairline. What unit will I be in charge of, Colonel? I hadn't thought a noble like yourself would risk himself to such danger. The holographic figure chuckled. A noble might not, but the future king of Alderaan would gladly risk his life in any battle. Then you will lead the 3rd, 4th, and 6th platoons against the Sith capital, Alderaan. Why? Surely the king needs a city and a throne to rule from, Colonel Midas reasoned. What better way to lay claim to his kingship than by securing his capital from foreign rule? By making sure the heir apparent is dead, Farseal snapped. Has Illyri been dealt with? I will see to it that she will not be an issue after the battle. He turned the music off. It was getting distracting. If we kill her now, there will be rumors of a conspiracy. Then let them think we conspired. Farseal growled. Alderaan should be mine, not the plaything of some little girl who should attend to her dolls, not matter of state. The people of Alderaan seem to disagree. But the Republic does not. The Senate knows that I am the better candidate, even though I am not a member of House Latona. They intend to back you if a civil war begins, Midos agreed. And you are supposed to be helping me. The veins in Farseal's forehead looked like they were about to burst. Kill the girl. It will be done, sir. Then that is all I need. We shall speak more at the coronation, Colonel. Midas switched off the comlink. When the battle was over, he would tell Major Altesius to deal with Princess Illyri. Despite Farseal's urging, he knew that he couldn't act until then. By the time the Republic took complete control of Alderaan, Petron Farseal had to be the heir to his throne. He was the Republic's heir. He was the only man they felt worthy to hold the title of king. Millions of credits were being funneled their way precisely because Petron Farseal was willing to support the graft and inner dealings of the Senate, far more than House Latona ever did. Princess Illyri was an unexpected survivor in the House Latona tragedy. They did not realize the Sith had not pursued and killed her. At first, she served as a valuable and necessary banner for the disgruntled citizenry to unite under. However, she proved a nuisance now. After the battle, Major Altesius would kill her. Her unfortunate death could be blamed on Sith insurgents, using the chaos of the battle to pull off a brazen assassination. In the wake of the mourning surrounding her death, House Farseal would be nominated by the Republic to succeed House Latona as Alderaan's royal house. There were very few, strong, noble houses left, and Farseal was Senate approved, through and through. Midas smiled. As he lifted the datapad he had been trying to finish, he realized that his assistance in this plot would allow him to curry the favor of the Republic Senate. No more would he be leading pointless missions and placed in charge of ignorant grunts who doubled as soldiers. He saw medals and promotions in his future, and he relished the very thought of it. He could be promoted to general for his actions. He thought it was quite deserved. Looking after princesses became so very trying for a man of his standing and military experience, after all. Gale had found a seat on an abnormally large footlocker near the center of the camp. Taking a moment to rest his legs, he placed his plate of food at his side. The soldiers had taken their own portions of food and wandered around the camp, generally settling on the ground in groups of 4 or 5 to chat over their meal. The Nautolan was ignored as he settled down to eat, the soldiers paying him little mind as they went about their business. Even the other Jedi, or at least those who ate, didn't stop to greet him. He glanced at the food that they had given him. It was certainly not the best food, but at least it appeared edible. The dark glaze that covered the fried nerve strips seeped across the metal plate, staining the dried biscuit and unappetizing pile of grass-like vegetables positioned around the meat. It smelled decent enough, and he was hungry. Besides, he had eaten far worse food during his time as a Padawan. Jedi were often exposed to the strangest or, at the very least, blandest food during their training. They certainly couldn't be picky. The Jedi Order tried to inspire modesty, in spirit and respect for all life forms. That included their bizarre food. He was just about to stick his fork into one of the nerve strips when Condeen called to him in the distance. Placing his utensils at the side of his plate, he turned around in his seat to focus his attention on the quickly approaching Arcanian. Hello, Master Gale. She had a plate of food with her as well, but it suspiciously lacked the entree. Please, Condeen, it's just Gale. I'm not a master in any sense. As you wish, Master Gale. Gale frowned. As I said, I'm not, he sighed. Never mind. Would you like to sit down, Condeen? That's polite of you, but no, thank you, Kandine replied firmly. I'm fine where I am. As you wish, Gale said. Standing, he returned the plate to the footlocker behind him. Do you have a question for me? How did you? I'm sorry. You just seem troubled. Kandine shifted nervously. On the surface, her movements were serene, and she seemed to be poised and refined. In fact, her polite demeanor seemed to hint at a confidence that her other allies, including the princess, lacked. However, the Force told Gale otherwise. The Force revealed Kandine's unease, her thoughts practically unhidden and otherwise easily readable to Gale's senses. More Jedi powers, Master Gale, Kandine remarked dryly. I'm afraid so, Gale said. Your thoughts are painfully obvious. You'd better be careful. The other Jedi might not warn you when they search your thoughts. Gale noticed Kandine's attempt to seal her mind from his passive senses. A powerful Jedi can actively bypass her untrained mind and delve deep into her consciousness, but Gale had no such interest. In fact, he was worried that whatever concerned her involved the rebellion, and he hoped that any such issues could be resolved as quickly as possible. So, what's your question? The Nautolan continued. Well, Master Gale, I was wondering how a Jedi would react in a particular situation. And what situation is that? Kandine hesitated for a moment. Say you had a trainer, a master, I guess you'd say, who raised you since birth. He was like a father, and you were like a son. You've known no other family, and he delights in teaching you to the best of his ability. Gale paused. He thought of Baluk, his own Jedi master, and the time he spent learning under him on Dantooine. Shaking his head, Gale almost started speaking Huttese, like he had with his old teacher. I'm imagining it. What of it? One day, after you've left his tutelage, your master disappears. He does not resurface for decades. You eventually take a student of your own, and life goes on. However, one day, you and your student are sent on a mission to an Outer Rim world. Go on. Your Jedi teacher has forsaken his commitment to the Order. He has started using his powers for his own benefit, and he betrays your trust as well as that of the other Jedi. Bullying the locals, exploiting their weaknesses, and making himself rich and powerful in the process. He was the problem the Jedi sent you and your student to quell. What would you do in that situation, Master Gale? Gale pondered the situation for a moment. He didn't want to give her bad advice, yet he didn't think he could properly speak for the Jedi Order. You know, Master Dram would likely give you better advice than I. But I want to ask you, Master Gale, Kandine said. I think you would give better advice than him. No offense, but he seems incompetent. I don't trust any of them. He's always turning to Telarus for counsel, and Telarus is about as slippery as a greased hut. It doesn't seem right. Gale sighed. Very well. He crossed his arms, tapping his foot as he thought. I think you should try and speak with your master. He may listen to you, if you were as close as you say. What if your master killed your student, Master Gale? Gale's eyes widened. What? What if he proved incapable of being reasoned with? He is violent and maddened by power. Your student is dead because you tried to reason with him but failed. I think you could fight then, couldn't you? You must not give in to the dark side, Gale pressed. Under no circumstances violence the only solution. If you fought and killed him, you would be no better than him. His fate is not yours to decide. The dark side. She perked up. What's that? The dark side is the path of fear, pride, and aggression, Gale recited almost from memory. He had heard it explained many times before. Suddenly realizing he sounded less like a Jedi and more like a melodramatic holodrama narrator, he quickly added, a true Jedi is selfless. He is concerned with the welfare of other beings first and foremost. If you are acting in selfishness, then you are drawn upon the dark side of the Force. If your master is harming others, you are thinking of others' interests before your own, Kandine reasoned. You want them to be safe? Do you? Gale retorted. Or are you only seeking to satisfy your own emotions? Only you can answer that. I didn't know there was a dark side of the Force, Kandine admitted. I was never taught about it. Who was your teacher? Dank, Kandine hissed. He's a Zabrak. I think he followed the dark side. I don't know. Is he still alive? Gale asked, even though he already knew the answer. No. He died during the Sith attack. She shifted her gaze, realizing that she was sweating, and it was obvious she was stressed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take up so much of your time. Excuse me, Master Gale? She had already bowed and departed before Gale could respond. Gale's eyes followed her until she had disappeared into the crowd of soldiers in the distance. Something about her presence, worries, even her question, confused the Nautolan Jedi. Something was clearly wrong. He didn't know what she was thinking, or what she was planning, but he was still worried that his answer did not relieve her spirits. She had confided in him, so he wouldn't betray her trust. However, he would make sure that she didn't do anything to put anyone, Jedi or Republic soldier, in danger. Returning to his seat, Gale happily devoured his meal. It was already cold by the time Kandine left, but it didn't matter. Once he had satisfied his hunger, Randall seemed to appear from nowhere, carrying 2 combat staves with him. He looked as cheerful as ever, and he seemed unfazed by the fact that Gale was pensive and hardly noticed his approach. "Hey, Gale, you busy?" The Miraluka waved his free hand as he spoke, getting the Jedi Knight's attention. "Not very," he lied. "What's going on?" "I was in the mess, talking with some soldiers, and they were sure that they could best me in swordplay if I didn't use the Force. I disagreed, and they challenged me to a duel. And they told me to fetch as many Jedi as I could, and they still beat us. There are only 10 of them or so. I think we can take them. Want to help?" Gale chuckled. "You get yourself into trouble, and now you want me to get you out of it." "Exactly," Randall beamed. "I knew you'd agree." "Fine. Let's go. I could use some sparring practice." Randall threw Gale one of the combat staves and turned on one foot, ready to leave. "Oh, I'm going to cheat." "And why is that?" Gale asked with a frown. "I can't see without the Force," Randall noted. "If I didn't use the Force, I'd be blind." "No one's stopping you," Gale replied. "Except my pride. Speaking of, let's go show those Republic soldiers what we're made of." Gale smiled. Shaking his head, he followed Randall to the sparring ring at the other side of the camp. This should be interesting, he thought. Raen returned to the rest of the camp after the sun had set. Despite his undisturbed meditation, he didn't receive any good ideas. He was still unsure, still puzzled about what course of action to take should he encounter his nemesis. He supposed that, should worse come to worse, he would let the Force guide him. After all, there was a chance that he would not even meet Detley at the Benax Manor. Bypassing a few drunk soldiers sprawled out upon the dusty ground, Raen made a beeline toward his tent. A curfew forced Republic soldiers to be in their tents by nightfall, but Jedi were allowed to wander the campgrounds at their leisure. Even so, using the Force had drained him both physically and mentally, and he was prepared to rest in a comfortable bed for the first time in ages. He had nearly reached his tent when he had to cross a rather spacious area. It generally had a campfire burning, a tool for the night watch so they would not have to stand idly in the darkness. However, tonight it had been reduced to dying embers and only a few noxious fumes. The Jedi had guaranteed that they would protect the camp, and Dram insisted the fire would only give their position away to the Sith. Colonel Midas reluctantly agreed. As he passed the fire pit, he realized that someone was sitting there, alone, in the darkness. He wasn't sure who it was, and he hadn't got used to the dim light of the stars, but he was clearly noticed as he attempted to walk through the area. "W. Hoses there?" a shrill, worried voice asked. "Raen," he called as he approached. "Oh, Master Jedi," the princess sighed. "You startled me." "I'm sorry, Princess." No, don't be," she insisted. "It's my fault. I should have paid more attention." "Don't worry about it." Raen paused when he realized that something cold was pressed against his chest. "Princess, what is?" "I'm so sorry." She pulled whatever it was away from Raen, and he almost thought he heard her sheath a weapon. "I didn't mean to." "Did you just pull a knife on me?" Raen asked. He would never have figured the meek princess of Alderaan to have a weapon on her, much less know how to use it. "Yes, I am so sorry. I didn't know. Don't worry about it." She pressed her hands against her chest. "No, you don't mean that." "I do. Just forget about it." She muttered something, likely an apology, that Raen couldn't hear. "What are you doing out here?" Raen asked. "Shouldn't you be asleep? Why are you out here by yourself?" "I couldn't sleep, Master Jedi." "Why?" She wandered from him, lightly stepping from her position near the fire to a row of tents nearby. "I'm worried." "Oh, yes, sleep doesn't come easily." Raen nearly laughed. "Do you have nightmares, Princess?" "Yes," she replied with a serious tone that startled Raen. "I'm sorry, I didn't think." "No, it's okay," Illyrie said, smiling. "It's just, I want to be a good queen, Master Jedi." Illyrie drifted back toward him, her pale face shining by the light of the fire. "But I'm not a good leader. I was never taught how to lead. I don't know how to lead." Raen didn't know why she was telling him this, but it didn't matter. "You don't know that." "But I do." "Have you tried?" "No." "Then you don't know." "What if they don't like me? What do I do?" "You're worrying too much," Raen snapped. "You're not even queen yet, and you're worrying about this. Shouldn't you worry about getting your kingdom back first?" Why, yes. You're right. I'm sorry. Quit apologizing. It doesn't mean anything if you don't mean it." "But I do." Raen rolled his eyes. She was a handful. "If you don't mind, Princess, I'm going to return to my tent." "Excuse me?" He didn't think he could handle much more of her problems, and her incessant whining was driving him insane. She was a noble, like he had been, but he didn't remember encountering anyone who had been that self-centered and incapable of action. He hoped, for Alderaan's sake, that she was not the only one left to rule. Otherwise, he did not know whether or not he would willingly return to this planet once this battle ended. I am here, as you ordered, my lady. Calais smiled. Palladus was such a good dog. Even in the pale light of the stars, shining between the cracked walls of the Sith Academy, she could see him bowing at her feet. Obedience was a trait that had to be instilled in a man, and she almost chuckled aloud when she realized that some of these Sith warriors were quite feeble-minded indeed. Gion Palladus Farico, there were very few Sith who could escape her grasp. Once they were under her thumb, that is where they would remain until they were needed. And she needed Palladus now. Rise, General, she said with a hint of contempt. Are you prepared? Anything my lady wishes. I will head to the farthest reaches of Alderaan and slay the princess where she stands. I fear nothing, and you are my everything. Speak, and I will listen. Command so I may obey. She ran her fingers across his chest. Good. What a dramatic fool. He would be the first to die once her plans were complete. Are you going to take any soldiers with you? 2 dark Jedi will be all I need, my love. His lips met hers for a brief moment. And your support? I will slay the princess of Alderaan, the act Gion could not do, and bring her head to you. That is all I ask. Go. Palladus was gone before she could say another word. She didn't even need a whistle to control him. He was as loyal as a hound, and killing him would be no different. Even so, it was a shame she had to discard him so quickly. Such blind devotion was hard to come by. Are you becoming attached? She shook her head at the thought. These men were here for her amusement. Nothing more. The princess would die. She would die the same day that the Republic launched its offensive. Her spies had infiltrated their camp with ease, and she had learned of their plan and time of attack. She would be ready for them in the Sith Academy, ready to kill the Jedi upon their arrival. Calais was unconcerned with the Republic targets. After all, they were Preux' responsibility. If he was unprepared, that was his fault. He would fail, and he would fall. She would take his place. That was the way of the Sith. It was a shame Deadlay was not here to share in her victory. Of all the targets of her seduction, he had been the hardest to tempt. But he had fallen, like the rest. He was more violent, more bloodthirsty than her other targets, and that made him, for whatever reason, less susceptible to her advances. Even so, he still lived, despite his rebellion against Preux. She sensed this, and she knew where he was hidden. Even so, she had to wait until Preux died to free him, for Preux was the only one who resisted her. If she felt like it, of course. An old Sith master could ruin her plans. Hopefully, Preux killed him before the Republic's attack failed and their princess died. Until then, she would wait for Palladus' report. That would stem her over until the battle began. Chapter 22. Rain poured down upon the eastern plains of Alderaan, mercilessly covering the entire countryside with water. Dark clouds hid the hopeful blue sky that had been present a few days before, when the Republic and their allies were still stationed at their camp. The elements, it seemed, were working against the Republic, the Jedi, and the Alderaanian royalists as much as the Sith were. After 3 days of rain, it didn't seem like the inclement weather was going to end for some time. Progress had been slow in the torrential rainfall. The weather especially affected the armored tanks destined to attack the Sith troopers' base and those meant to seize the capital. Nevertheless, Colonel Meados was determined to stick with his schedule. He ensured the delays were dealt with and the troops were ready for battle. Gale arrived at the forest in a Diet-class transport that had been secured by the Jedi to carry their units to the Sith Academy. He wasn't sure, but intelligence seemed to hint that the Academy itself was situated at the opposite end of the forest. He had spoken to Dram, the Corran Jedi Master leading the party, during their flight here. He realized that the Jedi Master had taught Gale's old companion, Betor Sillen, a Jedi Padawan, who died over Polis. Gale spent the duration of their flight telling the aging Corran that his Padawan died valiantly, and Betor had hoped to seek his master's favor, even in death. Dram seemed perturbed by the news, but he did thank Gale for his condolences before returning to his own business. The Diet transport left the Jedi behind in the forest, returning to the camp in case an emergency evacuation was needed. Droplets of water escaped the leafy canopy overhead, falling on Gale's smooth green skin. Each drop chilled him to the bone, startling him even as the adrenaline coursed through his body in the pre-battle atmosphere. A light wind brushed against his face, blowing water into his lidless eyes. The sound of rainwater coupled with the howl of the breeze was enough to silence the footsteps of the incoming Jedi. Nearly 40 warriors crept through the forest undetected, sloshing through the mud and drenched undergrowth in nothing but their robes and cloaks. Lightsabers still rested on their belts. Rain had the unfortunate tendency to short-circuit their blades, making them useless. However, even if it wasn't raining, the Jedi still had to keep their weapons off. There was no point sneaking up to the edge of the forest only for the Sith guards to see their glowing blades through the trees. Gale's muscles tensed as he planted his back against a tree at the end of the woods. His companions followed suit, sidling against the massive tree trunks or planting their stomachs to the ground, careful to avoid the watchful eyes of any Sith scouts protecting the Academy. In the clearing, the Sith Academy itself stood before him. They didn't know whether or not the Sith could sense their presence, though it was always a possibility, and if they were detected through the Force, all their hiding would be for naught. While Tellerus remained out of sight, masking the company's presence as much as he could, Gale peeked out from behind his cover. The Sith Academy was so very close, standing less than 100 meters from their position. It was a large temple, mimicking the designs of ancient fortress castles that still stood throughout the galaxy. It was a single pseudo-pyramidal-shaped building surrounded by walls of dark bronzium. Archways led in and out of the courtyard, and there seemed to be only one entrance. Its bricks, made of concrete and bronzium, were beginning to give way after centuries of use, and it wasn't likely that it could survive a conventional artillery assault. Gale was suddenly regretting not bringing any Republic soldiers along with them. "Isn't it beautiful, Gale?" Jasperin was crouched behind a nearby boulder. "It was once a Jedi temple, do you know? Keldroma family apparently founded it centuries ago. It's been in Sith hands for far too long. It's far too nice for it to remain in their possession." Gale nodded, but said nothing. The lump in his throat made speaking difficult. Sith troopers were wandering around the perimeter of the academy, armed with heavy repeaters and several grenades each. Gale realized he had never seen troopers wearing black armor, like these guards did, and he wondered if they were a different class of Sith trooper entirely. "There are Sith troopers here," Jasperin whispered angrily. "Dirty Sith spawn Raen lied to us. He told us there would only be dark Jedi and their ilk here. So much for that. There aren't that many of them." Condine was behind a nearby tree, and she had one hand at her side. 5, 6 at most. "Careful, Condine. Our lightsabers don't function in the rain." Jasperin motioned toward her hand. "I know what I'm doing," Condine hissed. "Enough." Tellerus stepped between the two Jedi, lightsaber in hand. "I have done all I can. If we are going to fight, we best start now. Come, use the Force to destroy them. For the Republic and the light." A few Jedi cried out, eager to begin the battle. In a single, unified charge, the Jedi rushed from the cover of the trees, revealing themselves to their Sith opponents. A few lightsabers were flourished, these weapons protected with special modifiers within the blades. The dark-armored Sith troopers seemed undaunted by their incoming foes, and they were unfazed by the fact their opponents' weapons worked in the rain. The soldiers between the Jedi and the Academy opened fire, sending shining red bursts of energy into the Jedi ranks. A Jedi died at Gale's right, unable to protect himself without a lightsaber. 2 more died on his left. Ducking, his Force-empowered reflexes saved him from a string of blaster bolts to the chest. However, his quick reaction spelled doom for the Ithorian knight behind him, and his unfortunate ally groaned in pain as the shots tore a hole through his robes. Gale finished his sprint once the soldiers firing at him changed targets. Tellerus hollered something in the distance and severed one of the dark-armored troopers' helmets with his lightsaber. The fatal display unnerved a few Sith troopers, falling back into the courtyard despite their commander's orders. Gale found himself face-to-face with another soldier before he could retreat. A quick jab to the ribs caused the trooper to clench his chest in pain, and he wasn't able to reach for his melee weapon. Gale muttered a quick apology to the wounded soldier before slamming his elbow into the soldier's helmet, shattering his visor and sending him to the muddy ground below. Releasing the Force-empowered barrier around his elbow, Gale allowed the fragments of his opponent's visor to spill toward the ground below. By the time Gale had dispatched his soldier, the surviving troopers had fled into the courtyard or the academy itself. The Jedi proved able hunters, pursuing the Sith troopers inside, and as they advanced, more Jedi died. Gale felt their deaths in the Force, as he did with the other Jedi, and he felt surprisingly weaker. Even so, he followed the host of Jedi into the courtyard and realized that the dark-armored Sith troopers had lightsabers. Their lightsabers were working in the rain, and they were using their weapons with startling brutality, cutting down several Jedi who approached them. Gale had never seen a Sith trooper with a lightsaber before, and he had to fall back a bit to allow one of his allies to engage the troopers before him. "What do we do?" a Jedi Knight asked Tellerus. "We can't fight them out here. Our lightsabers don't work." "Anyone who has a functioning lightsaber, stay with me and help me fight them," Tellerus growled. "Everyone else, inside. I want the Sith destroyed by the day's end." Gale carefully avoided the lightsaber-wielding Sith troopers, following the other Jedi while the few warriors who could use their weapons in the rain stayed outside to distract and combat them. One of Tellerus's allies stood in front of the great stone door that separated them from the inside of the academy, and he called upon the Force to tear the stone slab from its resting place. Blaster fire erupted from inside, killing the Jedi Knight who had created an entrance for them. Several more fell to the incoming fire before the Jedi were finally inside the academy. The antechamber was filled with Sith troopers. Their armor, white, red, and black, reflected the light from the ceiling, shining unnaturally brightly amidst the robed dark Jedi and their droid companions. Red blaster fire met them immediately, but now the Jedi were adequately defended. Lightsabers activated by the dozens, snapped hissing to life once they were safe from the rain. Gale deflected several blaster shots himself before he and the other Jedi managed to get close enough to strike at their opponents. Lightsabers clashed in displays of sparks and bright light. Gale found it difficult to reach into the Force, It was churned up and raging like a tempest in the heated battle around him. Telekinesis destroyed bricks and threw combatants, flying around the antechamber with ease. Lightning coursed throughout the room, creating a thick miasma and searing flesh and cloth. Back and forth, the force was called upon by each side in earnest, hoping to use their own skills to win the day. Even so, the chaotic nature of the battle around him reminded Gale to be careful. Heated battles could bring a Jedi surprisingly close to the dark side. The Nautolan Jedi stepped into the fray and picked out a human dark Jedi to fight. This fallen warrior had just felled a falling Jedi, and he was spying the area for another easy opponent. Gale met him first, locking his own Viridian blade with the dark Jedi's single blue blade. Scowling beneath his hood, the dark Jedi forced Gale away from him with a push, freeing his blade. His counter came in the form of an overhead strike, but Gale was familiar with the attack. Sidestepping, Gale avoided it entirely and nicked the dark Jedi's side with his lightsaber. The dark Jedi growled and struck at Gale's chest, but it was blocked easily. His moves were predictable. In fact, Gale thought he fought like Raen had when they had first met. "You have one chance." Gale forced the dark Jedi's lightsaber away before striking low. "Surrender to me, and I'll spare your life. I don't want to kill you." "Surrender." The dark Jedi laughed at the thought as blocking Gale's strikes. "I'd rather die than be a prisoner of the Jedi." Gale let a few more ferocious blows bounce off his blade, unable to penetrate his steady defense. The dark Jedi's frustration mounted, and his attacks became increasingly sloppy. Until now, Gale had been fighting defensively, hoping to stay aware of his surroundings, in case one of the dark Jedi's allies got any ideas, and give his opponent a chance to surrender. Gale had offered him a chance, but he refused. So be it. The dark Jedi swung at Gale's throat, but the Nautolan blocked with a one-handed defense and moved in closer, stomping on the dark Jedi's left foot. His free hand struck at the dark Jedi's abdomen, and the Darksider let out a painful wheeze as his breath escaped him. He wasn't paying attention to Gale anymore, and the Nautolan let his lightsaber slide away from the dark Jedi's. The dark Jedi was disarmed and incapacitated in a single motion, his weapon arm and opposite leg completely severed. The dark Jedi was cursing Gale, while the Jedi turned his attention back to his surroundings. His opponent was no more threat to him, and there were other dark Jedi, or soldiers, that needed to be defeated. Jedi fought their dark counterparts throughout the room, while Sith troopers picked off unobservant Jedi with quick sprays of blaster fire. In the midst of the duels and red bursts of energy, Gale noticed Condine separate herself from the battle and head down one of the halls by herself. He had a feeling she hadn't said anything to the other Jedi, and dark Jedi weren't pursuing her. She was going to get herself into trouble. Gale instinctively moved to catch up with her, pushing and scurrying through the crowd of combatants around him. His companions distracted the dark Jedi, and the Sith troopers were spread too thin to focus on one fleeing Jedi. Lightsaber in hand, Gale separated himself from the battle and followed Condine into the halls of the academy. Condine glanced over her shoulder. The Jedi had not followed her. She had made sure that she had left at the height of combat so the other Jedi would not pursue. If they interfered, her quest would be for naught. The few dark Jedi who tried to intercept her met a quick end by her violet blade. She was alone. Nothing stood between her and her target now. Dank a damn it. Noble of Alderaan, founder and leader of the Royal Guardsmen, and force-sensitive warrior of great renown. The Zabrak had once been a Jedi Knight, serving the Order obediently while other Jedi fought in the Mandalorian Wars. Even so, he had left the Order and settled on Alderaan, taking Condine and her brother, Penniless, as his first pupils. They had been the first 3 Royal Guardsmen. He had taught her everything she knew. They were a powerful group, living by the sword and prepared to defend the king and his family, House Latona, until death. Now, the Royal Guardsmen were no more. Dank destroyed them as swiftly as they had been created. He had betrayed them. He was a coward, traitor, and a Sith. He had been the one to open the castle gates when the Sith invaded. He had lied to his companions, blinding them with reassuring words and the Force while the Sith approached. He had fought in the throne room and betrayed the Royal Guardsmen and House Latona, killing them all, killing her brother, Penniless, stabbing them all in the back, betraying them at the whim of his true master, Preux. The very thought made her ill. Of all the Sith in the academy, she could sense him. She had been trained to sense him since she joined the Royal Guardsmen. She could detect him, despite the battle and chaos around her. She had been searching for him for so long, and she had finally found him. Nothing else mattered now. She had left the princess in the care of the Republic. Once she returned, with Dank's head, she could continue guarding her majesty. But no sooner. She had to do this. For Penniless, and for herself. Unclipping the shorter of the 2 lightsabers that rested on her belt, Condine gripped the hilt as tightly as she could. The hallway she was walking in ended, and a single door stood between her and Dank. There was no doubt he was behind this door, and he was waiting for her. She could feel the echoes, the vibrations his mind created in the Force, reaching into her mind and tugging at her mental barriers. It was now or never. The Force tore the door from the wall, and Condine discarded the crumpled metal frame, ridding herself of the last obstacle between her and him. Sure enough, Dank was sitting in the center of the room. His brown skin was etched with the toils of labor, and each scar on his lip was the memento of some defeated foe. The skull horns on his head raced around his scalp, reaching toward the ceiling in lengthy curves. He wore dark robes that seemed like the robes of the Jedi, but he wore a breastplate over it for protection. Dank. Condine's reserved demeanor had vanished. Her violet lightsaber was activated and pointed at her target. Stand and face me, you coward. The Zabrak opened a single eye to look at his former student. Sitting on the ground in a meditative pose, he didn't seem alarmed, or even surprised, to see her. Condine, my dear, sweet Condine, I'm surprised to see you alive, I had thought. Don't talk. Her lightsaber had left her hand, spinning toward Dank's throat. The whirling blade would have easily severed the Zabrak's head, but a simple force push from him sent the blade back into Condine's hand. I will kill you. I love your straightforward confidence. Dank shifted his stance, so his left side faced his former student. I always have. You've learned well. I haven't learned anything from you. You must have learned how to hold that lightsaber from a hermit. Then, Dank said mockingly, because you certainly couldn't use it when I found you. I hate you. And that's why I love you. Condine rushed at Dank, her blade as hungry for his blood as she was. To her dismay, her lightsaber was stopped mere centimeters from his face. His own silver blade had leapt into his hand and deflected the blow with ease. She struck back, using powerful sweeping blows in an attempt to catch him unaware. However, Dank stood and leisurely parried each of her vicious swings. Sparks flew through the air wherever their lightsabers met, his slothful silver blade defending him from her violet weapon. Come now, Dank said. Your moves are sloppy and ill-planned. I taught you better than this. She missed an opening. I'm better than you. I'll kill you today. My darling Condine. His silver blade blocked a few more of her strikes before countering in a mighty overhead blow that Condine narrowly avoided. You fight as poorly as Pinellas. Don't speak his name. You can't. Condine clenched her teeth and struck back, viciously battering her weapon against his defenses. You killed him, and you'll pay. It's not my fault he was too trusting. It must be a fault in your family. She spun around and struck at his side, but he managed to lazily step out of the blade's arc. Using the force, he arrived behind her before she could blink. One arm was wrapped around her shoulder while her forearm was firmly in his grip. Bending her arm backward, Condine yelped in pain as her lightsaber deactivated and hit the floor, leaving her defenseless against Dank's attack. Once she had been thrown to the floor, Dank severed her lightsaber hilt, now in his possession, with his own weapon. Condine muttered something under her breath as she recovered her footing, standing to face her opponent once more. Why don't we just end this pitiful dance? Dank fiddled with the two pieces of Condine's hilt, now broken and useless in his hands. You are no match for me. You don't know that. Condine grabbed her second lightsaber. Twirling it as his blades leapt from both sides of the hilt, she revealed the double-bladed lightsaber that she had created for this moment. Both blades hissed as she held the elongated hilt in both hands, ready for battle. Oh, interesting. So you have created your own weapon, Dank mused. Let us see if you know how to use it. Storm clouds filled the sky, looming overhead and painting the sky in broad black strokes. Rain pelted the ground like hail, turning dried grass and soil into pits of mud that would have to be navigated. The harsh wind was no different than the dark aura that encompassed Alderaan, chilling bone and flesh. The sun was nowhere to be seen. Damn, this type of weather was both unfortunate for the Republic soldiers and depressing. If there was one thing Raen truly hated, it was this weather. Standing about 200 meters from his father's manor, drops of water fell around him in buckets, but he did his best to ignore it. His hood was thrown over his head, shielding him from some of the rain, but it wasn't completely successful. He was knee-deep in mud by now, and the feeling was foreign to him. As a noble on Alderaan, he had never been subjected to traveling through the rain on foot. Mud and grime were unknown to him before now, and they felt strange beneath his feet and against his skin. He and his 3 Jedi companions lingered in the distance, admiring the manor itself. 3 stories of ivory walls and pearly windows. The building was no different than Raen remembered, no different than the building he saw in his dreams. A great door stood between Raen and his target, erected in the center of a large courtyard of drowned plants and slippery dirt. Fire damage was evident near the front of the building, a memento from Raen's last mission with the Sith. The 3 black-armored Sith guards didn't notice their approach. They had been distracted, sent false information by Raen's Jedi allies. Their powers of manipulation, especially on the weak-minded, were more advanced than Ranvel's, and Raen was naturally intrigued by it. 2 of his Jedi companions cut down 2 soldiers, using the building's balcony as shielding from the rain, while the third threw his target, with telekinesis, into the dirt from several meters in the air, incapacitating him. If Gale and Ranvel were with him now, he would have been far more comfortable. He knew them, and they knew him. Tellerus would have none of it. The Jedi who accompanied him had to be Jedi he knew personally, or else Raen would not go at all. Raen grudgingly accepted Tellerus's terms, but he was not ready to accept these Jedi as his friends. They were allies, perhaps, but nothing else. Hey, Raen addressed the lead Jedi Almine. She was the same Jedi he had met at the campsite several days before. What's the plan from here? She smiled knowingly. Raen, I'm sure you know this place better than we do. Tell us where to go. Raen glanced at her suspiciously. He hadn't expected her to give him command of this attack. Are you sure? Tellerus. What he doesn't know won't hurt him, she interrupted. What are your orders, boss? There's an entrance behind the house. It's located near a little rock garden. It leads to a wine cellar that connects to the foyer. Raen thought aloud. I'll need you three to enter through that way and provide me with reinforcements. I object, Almine, a Glanfid Jedi spoke up. His thin body looked like it was about to blow away in the wind, and his stick-like snout looked ridiculous while he spoke. This could be a trap. Do you sense deception in the boy? The lead Jedi asked angrily. Because I sure don't. If you suddenly became more perceptive in the Force, please let me know. I'll go under your command immediately. No, ma'am, the other Jedi replied sheepishly. Well then, I hope you realize that if Raen was sending us into a trap, it wouldn't matter if we followed him now or went around through the cellar. It would be a trap regardless. Thank you, Raen noted. Don't mention it, she replied. We'll head round back. Force be with you, Benax. See you on the other side. The three Jedi left Raen's side, following the building's walls to reach the cellar on the other side. Raen could have pushed open the doors in front of him and started his mission, but he realized that he had become distracted. Thoughts ricocheted back and forth in his head, and his mind was troubled. Sitting down near the door that led inside, Raen closed his eyes and entered a meditative trance. He had to refocus himself. Deadlay was the only thing that mattered here. He knew the Nikto was not at the Sith Academy, because he was never there. Only when Raen needed training and refused to participate in it did the Sith Master bother to go to the Academy. He spent more time at the Benax Manor, staying in the guest chambers that his father had prepared for him to use. The dark side surrounded his old house like fog. He could not see through it, and when he tried to send his perception within, he was rebuffed by dark side energy stronger than his own power. He needed no further proof that Deadlay was inside. Deadlay was the only Sith Master on Alderaan who had enough power to make Raen's efforts in the Force useless, and he had been the only Master who could easily defeat Raen in combat. That was before. Now, Raen had a power that Deadlay did understand, and that would be his key to victory. Rising to his feet, Raen outstretched his hand, concentrating all of his telekinetic power on the doorframe before him. The young Force-sensitive waited until the entire metal door was torn off its place and thrown into the foyer of his father's home. No one waited for him. No one tried to intercept him. He was inside. Chapter 23. Ranville wandered through the halls of the Sith Academy by himself. Jedi were still fighting in the courtyard and antechamber, but many of them progressed to other areas of the Academy. Ranville opted to search for Condine and Gale. They had disappeared sometime during the initial battle, and they hadn't been seen since. His yellow lightsaber seemed to provide more light than the candles in the hall, and he kept it close to his chest as he cautiously navigated the area. He couldn't sense either of them. His Force sensitivity, powerful though it was, could not penetrate the mist created by the dark side of the Force. Without the Force, he couldn't see, and he couldn't extend his perception without it. His sight was limited to a few meters around him as long as he was inside the Academy, and he would have preferred to be fighting somewhere where his connection to the Force was strong. At least he wouldn't be handicapped and weaker elsewhere. Turning the corner, Ranville saw Gale fighting by his lonesome. He was relieved to see the Nautilin was still alive, but he realized, or at least sensed, that Gale was losing the battle against his opponent. The woman he was fighting was well-built and she wore the uniform of a high-ranking Sith officer. She had a shaved head, and her eyes were feline, piercing, and altogether eerie to behold. Her knife protected her from Gale's attacks, and Ranville was surprised that she could fight him off with such a simple weapon. Gale! Ranville called out. Ranville! Gale didn't even take his eyes away from his opponent, deflecting a few blows with his Viridian lightsaber. Go get help. Ranville took Gale's request to mean he should join the battle. Using the Force, Ranville performed a lengthy jump that propelled him through the air, landing behind the uniformed Sith opponent. Giving Gale a quick kick to the chest, his female opponent knocked him over and turned her attention to Ranville. The Miraluka's first few attacks were easily blocked, and then she went on the offensive. Ranville barely managed to protect himself against her careful, precise strikes at his chest, weaving his lightsaber back and forth to defend himself. Gale regained his footing and returned to the fray as Ranville's defenses seemed ready to give way to his opponent. The Sith kicked Ranville's leg, knocking him off balance and giving her a chance to face Gale. Instead of fighting him, she used the Force to push him away and ran up a nearby staircase. She practically goaded the Jedi to pursue her, and Ranville raced forward, eager to accept the invitation. What are you doing? Gale asked, grasping Ranville by the shoulder. What do you mean? Ranville shoved his hand away. We need to follow her. Ranville, she was about to cut you in two. You were seconds away from dying. If you go up there now, you'll die. She's leading us into a trap. And if we let her go, she'll cause trouble for other Jedi. We can't stop her, Gale said plainly. He was fatigued and not in the mood to argue. Let's go tell Telerus, and he'll send some Jedi Knights to stop her. Can't you sense her, Gale? She's definitely a Sith. She'll escape, and then. Ranville, you are a Padawan. What are you going to do if you catch her? Ranville crossed his arms. I don't know. Exactly. If you come with me, we can get help. Gale smiled reassuringly. We will stop her. I promise. Ranville grumbled and nodded, bidding Gale to go first. Once the Nautolan was on his way back to Telerus and the others, Ranville cautiously reversed his steps and quickly turned around, heading up the staircase after the Sith. Gale didn't notice him leave, and Ranville heaved a sigh of relief as he headed up the staircase. Gale had good intentions, but he was a bit foolish at times. If any Sith escaped and went on to hurt someone, Ranville wouldn't be able to live with the guilt. He had to stop the threat before it could begin. He had been out of sight for nearly 10 minutes before Gale realized that the Miraluka was not trailing him. Damn Padawans, Gale sighed. They're all the same. They want to jump into trouble the moment it shows itself. Shaking his head, Gale turned around and chased the Miraluka Padawan. He would have to reach Ranville before he got himself into trouble. He sent a quick comlink message to Telerus asking for assistance with a powerful Sith. He wasn't sure if the message went through, but he continued anyway. Condine and Ranville were both in danger, and Gale realized that he was the only one here who could ensure their safety until Telerus and his men arrived. The camp was silent without its members. Empty tents were being taken down by the few remaining soldiers and droids. They had been left behind in case of an emergency, staying with Major Altesius in the valley at the behest of Colonel Meadows. The 20 or so soldiers that remained were personally responsible for Princess Illyri's protection. As long as Condine was away, fighting alongside the Jedi, Major Altesius himself served as her bodyguard and advisor. He had grudgingly accepted the job from Colonel Meadows, who insisted that someone had to stay behind and defend her. Altesius wanted to join the battle, wanted to battle the Sith forces that held this planet in their grip, and he wanted to raise his already impressive kill count. How many Mandalorians and Sith had already fallen by his hands? Too many for him to count, but he couldn't wait until he could battle again. Combat was his life, and staying behind to defend a helpless royal was a waste of his time and talents. Princess Illyri Latona was sitting near the fire pit. She was alone now, but soldiers were nearby in case she needed anything. Her flowing dress and sparkling high heels had been replaced with a mesh combat suit and boots. She felt uncomfortable in these clothes, which were far more form-fitting than she was used to, but Major Altesius insisted on her wearing them. If they fought anyone, then her current attire would apparently protect her more than a gown, and heels would. It wasn't her place to judge the Major's orders, but she personally thought that the idea was ridiculous. No one was going to fight them here, and his precautions were an unnecessary formality. He wanted to be fighting on the front lines, and she knew that. She didn't want to keep him from battle, and she had talked to Colonel Meadows about her misgivings, but he had firmly rebuffed her request to let Major Altesius fight. Now they were here, both of them miserable, while their friends and allies fought the Sith throughout the planet. The princess heaved a weary sigh as her hands traveled to her head, resting against her cheeks. She realized that, once the battle was over, she would be queen. Her parents were gone, and her brother had been lost. She was the last in line for the throne in the House of Latona. She didn't think she was ready. Condine would be at her side, and the nobles would support her, but she had never been prepared to inherit the kingdom. Her father had focused his attention on her brother, and when he disappeared, he became withdrawn and sullen. Whatever preparations he had given to her brother were not given to her. She received no instruction from him, and now he was gone. Her father, mother, brother, no one was left. Just her and Condine. They were all that remained. And she was as confused and just as unable to lead as she was on the night the castle fell. There was a rustling behind one of the tents that caught Illyri's attention. Her gaze trying to peer beyond the line of tents to whatever it was that was hiding. Rising to her feet, Illyri crept from her seat at the doused fire to the edge of the tents. As she peeked her head behind one of the tents, she was sent flying backwards by an invisible force. She hit the ground with a thud and her vision swirled as she struggled to her feet. A pale complexion, golden hair, and an unmistakable pair of glittering blue eyes, you are no doubt Illyri Latona. Standing over the princess, Pallidus realized that he had completed his task. His dark Jedi companions were killing the other soldiers and guard droids that dotted the camp. He had volunteered to locate and kill the princess. His green hair waved about in the wind, and a menacing smile crept across his face. His lightsabers rested on the front of his leather vest, making sure Illyri knew exactly who she faced. No doubt she had heard of all the Sith leaders on Alderaan, particularly General Pallidus, master of the soldiers and right hand of Preux himself. Illyrie managed to stand, but her feet were weak and she wobbled back and forth. Pallidus placed one hand on her shoulder, but she found the strength to shove it away. A slap to the face followed, startling the Sith master. The princess was bolder than he had suspected. Perhaps she was a mysterious figure masquerading as a weak princess when in fact she had an iron will and great strength. Pallidus didn't know, but it made the event more interesting. He reached for her face, but she backed away instinctively. "Come here. Don't be afraid. Help me. Help me," the princess cried. "Now that won't do." Pallidus ran around her with a force-empowered sprint and wrapped one of his long arms around her neck. He used his other hand to cover her mouth. "Keep still, little bird, or else I will have to put you to sleep." She bit his palm, eliciting a string of profane insults from the Sith master as he accidentally loosened his grip and let the princess escape. She didn't look back once, running toward the war room in the distance. Pallidus, appalled at her violent reaction, stared at his bleeding palm. Shaking his hand in an attempt to alleviate the pain, Pallidus gave chase. They would play predator and prey if that was what she wanted. He was in no hurry, and the princess would certainly make an interesting target. He always wanted to pursue a princess. Jedi were bastions of light defending the galaxy against armies of darkness. It was a favorite topic of Thrawn's, and Raen had taken a liking to it as well. He hadn't understood it before, in his stubbornness and pride, but he had come to realize that the old Jedi Master was right. In fact, much of his wisdom was truer than it first appeared. The metaphor came alive as he defended himself against the host of Sith troopers in his father's manor. Dozens of soldiers, wearing now familiar black armor and armed with heavy repeaters, revealed themselves from behind the burned staircase at the center of the main room. Why he hadn't sensed them before, Raen didn't know. He stumbled right into a Sith trap. The luminescent red blaster fire that pulsated toward Raen was reflected and sent across the room. Audiobook shelves against the wall, furniture scattered throughout the room, and the various pottery and statues that lined the corners all felt the pain of redirected blaster fire. It seemed as though the Sith troopers' fire could hit everything except their intended target. In the midst of it all, Raen Benax was safe. He was so immersed in the Force, he felt like he could continue deflecting blaster fire until Alderaan's sun exploded. He knew he couldn't, but the ethereal feeling of being bathed in the light side of the Force in spite of the surrounding darkness invigorated him with power that was previously unknown to him. Every blaster shot seemed to more slower than thrown stones, easily blocked by his blue lightsaber. He knew he couldn't stay on the defensive forever. He had to keep moving. A tingling sensation in his hand alerted him to an alternative he hadn't considered. Deactivating his lightsaber, Raen placed a force shield between himself and his targets, keeping him safe from their blaster fire for a brief moment. Thrawn had taught him the skill on Ambria, and he made a mental note to thank him later. Dropping his lightsaber from a moment, Raen waited for his hands to burst into flame. Fire encompassed his fingers and raced around his palm. He could finally control it. The fire felt familiar in his hands, like a tool that could be used as he pleased. At his command, the fire got larger and burned brighter, engulfing both of his hands and bathing the room in an eerie red glow. Extending both of his hands as if to reach out and grab the Sith troopers, Raen unleashed a fiery storm upon his dark-armored opponents. The fire struck each of them, melting armor and charring flesh. The light blinded Raen, but he heard cries of agony and terrified moans from his opponents within the inferno. Seconds later, Raen exhausted his power, and the flames he had created were snuffed out without warning. He was the only one in the room. Dark burns were visible on the wood beams that suspended the weakened walls, across Audiobooks, and along the fabric of the furniture. The soldiers had perished, leaving bits of bone, ashes, and misshapen metal in their place. His personal comlink buzzed in his ear. "This is Raen." "Raen. Oh, by the Force, you're there." It was Almay's voice. The Saurian sounded frightened, panting aloud, and stuttering. "You have to help me." "What's wrong? Where are you?" Still in the cellar." Raen turned his head in the general direction of the cellar. "What's going on?" There's someone here." She was panicked. "He's killed everyone. There's no one left." "I'm coming to help," Raen said. "Stay there." "Oh, damn. Almine." "Sorry, Raen. We couldn't stop him. We're done for." Raen could hear the sound of lightsabers crackling from the other side of the comlink. "He's too strong. Can't stop him. Tell Telarus we tried. The Force wills it." There was a cry, and then everything was silent. "Almine, are you there?" Now Raen was worried. "Stay right where you are." Raen, a low, gurgling voice spoke through the comlink. I can smell you." Raen trembled. "Who is this?" "You know who I am?" Almay's comlink was shattered by his new owner, forcing Raen to shut off his own. He didn't recognize the voice, but the fact that whoever it was had been strong enough to kill 3 Jedi Knights was enough to worry the young Force user. Picking up his lightsaber again, Raen jumped over the burned stairwell that once led from the foyer to the upper floors of the estate. The destroyed stairs would slow down a normal sentient, but Raen knew that the voice's owner was not normal. He would have to hurry and find Deadlay before he was found by the Jedi killer that was coming from the cellar. Renville was exhausted by the time he got to the hallway at the end of the stairs. Gasping for breath, he warily moved forward, not sensing the Sith or any other enemies nearby. His lightsaber was activated in his hand, and he waved it about, hoping to find some hiding opponent in the shadows. To his slight dismay, there were no hiding enemies. However, a burst of force energy in the distance told him that someone was here. Bits of wood flew out of the darkness and hit his back. Shocked, Renville spun around, using his lightsaber to see the source of the disturbance. There was no one behind him. He felt his heart rate increase as a wicker basket smashed into his back. Growling, the Jedi Padawan pivoted back and forth, looking down both ends of the hallway for his target. An assortment of items became projectiles, flying toward Renville from the darkness around him. He tried to intercept them, but his reactions were always delayed. Aside from the fact he couldn't see, the dark side hindered his reaction time. He didn't realize that things were flying at him until it was too late. The items weren't large or heavy enough to be deadly, but they were annoying. "Come out," Renville shouted. "I know you're there." "As you wish." Calais slithered out of the shadows behind Renville. She was close enough to reach out and strangle him, and he hadn't even noticed her presence. How foolish. This would be easier than she thought. Her knife was in her hand, her palm sweating in anticipation of her first kill. Calais crept closer, getting close enough to him that she could whisper in his ear. Renville leapt with terror when his opponent's presence in the Force suddenly became apparent. He turned to face her, and not a second too soon. Her blade had been centimeters from his back. He hadn't noticed her at all, and he probably would be dead by now if she hadn't revealed herself in the Force. Why had she given away her position? Renville gripped his lightsaber with both hands, pointing the weapon at Calais. The Sith lady took his stance as a challenge. Rushing up to him in the blink of an eye, Calais smashed her knife's hilt into Renville's head, and he cried out in pain as he stumbled into the nearest wall. His head felt like it was shaking, trembling in pain. He placed one hand on his head as he turned to face Calais, but she was quicker than he anticipated. At his sight, even as he regained his composure, the side of her hand met his throat. A quick chop at his neck caused him to gasp, and wheeze as he struggled to breath. Renville fell to his knees before Calais calmly planted her boot on his arm and kicked him over. He was practically unconscious as she positioned herself over him, practically strangling him with her foot. If he wasn't so disoriented, he could have shifted around, grabbed her leg, or even just kicked, and she would be knocked to the ground as well. He couldn't even find the strength to recover the lightsaber that had slipped out of his grip during his fall. Groaning and coughing as her heel clamped down his neck, Renville flailed as much as he was able. Renville saw her blade ascend, preparing to plunge deep into his chest. He didn't see it descend. He didn't know whether or not he had had a sudden lapse of consciousness. In fact, he thought he had died. Everything was so bright, so vivid, so ethereal. His Force vision faded in and out, at one moment filling all his senses with brilliant light and then drowning them in the thick darkness. Gale had rushed forth and blocked Calais' blade with a single swing. She shifted her attention to him immediately, shifting all her weight onto one foot and escaping to Gale's right. 3 swift cuts flew toward him, each carefully blocked by his lightsaber. He positioned himself between the Sith lady and Renville, who was hardly able to focus his attention on anything, much less aid Gale in battle. Brave. Calais' blade locked with Gale's, the 2 weapons centimeters from the Jedi's face. "But you should have fled when you could. I won't play with you anymore." "It's not a game if I can't win," Gale noted wryly. "Why don't you give up now?" Calais let out what Gale thought was a laugh before returning her attention to the duel. Pushing his lightsaber away from his body, Calais leapt into the air and kicked Gale in the face. The Nautolan stumbled backwards, clenching the side of his head in a futile attempt to stop the ringing. Calais was on him in an instant, pummeling him with her fist while her knife danced alongside his lightsaber, held too far from his body to be any use. Gale backflipped to avoid a strike to the jaw, but she responded with a burst of dark side energy. The most brutal effects of the darkness were rebuffed by Gale's own powers, but his knees buckled against the incoming power nonetheless. 1 hit, 2 hits. Gale resisted the urge to cry out in pain from her blows. The staircase was behind him, and Calais was before him. He couldn't fight a Sith Master. She was too strong for him, a Jedi Knight. He knew they should have gone for help. His lightsaber blocked her first strike, but she managed to get around his defense with a single motion. Her knife plunged deep into his leg, and Gale lost his footing, tumbling forward to avoid a long fall down the stairs. Calais kicked his face once he was on the ground, cackling with glee at the helpless Jedi Knight. She activated her red lightsaber, holding it at her waist, to finish off the Nautolan. "Time to die, fishy. I'll make it slow and painful, just like I'll do to your friend over there." To Gale's relief, Renville had recovered quicker than either of them realized. His lightsaber met Calais before she could even swing her weapon at Gale, and the exasperated Sith lady muttered something about having to deal with 2 stubborn Jedi. "Take this." Gale threw his lightsaber at Ranvel, and the Miraluka gladly accepted it. Ranvel activated Gale's lightsaber as soon as it was in his grip. His yellow and green blades met Callie's in an X-shaped slice, but she merely shook her head. It seemed as though she had been expecting Ranvel's plan of attack, and she easily blocked his next few strikes with her single lightsaber. In fact, she seemed stronger now that she was using her Sith weapon instead of her knife. She staved off Ranvel's next few double blows with ease, and then, in a terribly exaggerated maneuver, spun and positioned herself at Ranvel's side. Before the Miraluka could counter, she brought her lightsaber down onto the young Jedi, severing both of his hands with a single strike. A force push sent him flying into the wall opposite of them, incapacitating him entirely. Gale struggled to his feet, even though the Sith's blade was still inside his leg. He swayed back and forth as if he was intoxicated, unable to stand. He seemed to think he could fight against Calais in his position. She smiled cruelly as she stepped toward him, ignoring the wounded Miraluka for the time being. "Do you intend to stop me, Jedi?" Calais chortled at the thought. "You seem to have something in your leg." "I think it belongs to you," Gale countered. "Would you like it back?" "I think I do. I'll dig it out of your corpse, if that's what it takes." "Gale, you idiot." Jasperin stormed up the staircase with a small group of Jedi, lightsabers at the ready. He was with Telerus, Dram, and a few other higher-ranking Jedi, and none of them looked particularly pleased. "Why didn't you tell us you were fighting the Master of the Academy?" Gale grasped the wall for support. Yes, this is Lady Calais, headmaster of the Academy here on Alderaan. She took over in the wake of the Battle of Alderaan." Telerus turned his attention to the Sith lady, who seemed to betray more emotion. She was shocked at the Jedi reinforcements than usual. "You'd best plead to your Sith ancestors. Now you face justice at our hands." "A fat fool like you," Calais spat. "Fear me, for I am darkness itself." Another burst of dark energy flew toward the host of Jedi. Telerus calmly stepped between the attack and his allies, his girth blocking Gale's view of Calais herself. His hand extended, calmly, and the dark side was dispelled. Calais gasped when her attack failed, and she charged forward to attack Telerus himself. Not only was her attack quickly ended, but the dark side seemed to disappear from the surrounding area. No longer did Gale feel fatigued, nor was his connection to the Force hindered. He could sense everything around him, Ranvel's pain, Calais' rage, Telerus' confidence, and he felt stronger. The knife in his leg prevented him from doing anything to aid the Jedi who positioned themselves in front of Telerus. Instead, he watched patiently as Dram and several other Jedi Knights attacked Calais, fighting her in a group, while Telerus meditated near Gale. Telerus' feet seemed hidden underneath his stomach as he sat, eyes closed and thoughts racing. Gale remained silent, and he realized that the Jedi Knight was not only meditating, he was calling upon the Force. Light emanated from his being, and he seemed to overflow with the Force. He could extend his own powers to his allies fighting the Sith Lady. Every one of the Jedi felt the effects of his power, fighting more effectively and in unison against their stronger opponent. Even Gale and Ranvel, weak as they were, felt empowered by Telerus' battle meditation. Calais had managed to decapitate 2 Jedi with her lightsaber, and a third fell to a vicious Force choke. However, the last 5 Jedi, including Dram and Jasperin, proved too much for her. She couldn't divide her attention between 4 opponents. Intent on killing as many of her enemies as she could, Calais unleashed the full power of her dark rage, bathing in a wave of passion and fear. Her movements became blindingly fast in her final moments. Slamming her lightsaber against Jasperin's defenses, she managed to trick the other Jedi into thinking she had become distracted. When another Jedi moved in for a strike at her back, she crushed his ribcage with the power of the dark side. Before she could return her attention to Jasperin, Dram drove his lightsaber into the back of her head, killing her instantly. Her body, as if to respond to his dying state, unleashed a violent burst of dark side energy, completely destroying her body and shredding the clothes along with it, leaving nothing behind. Telerus shielded his allies from this attack as much as he could, but Jasperin had been knocked unconscious by the blast and Dram's remaining allies had been afflicted with some unknown poison. Dram turned his attention to his companions while Telerus moved toward Gale. "Are you all right?" the large Jedi asked. "Yes," Gale muttered. I think that blade's got some poison on it, though." "I see." Telerus closed his eyes. Using the Force, he carefully guided the blade out of the wound. Once the blade was free, blood began to flow from the wound, but Telerus' power quickly sealed the wound and extracted the toxins from Gale's blood. "It should be fine now. You're lucky the blade didn't fragment on his way in. That could have done quite a bit of damage." "Thank you, Telerus." "Of course." Telerus chuckled lightly. "Ranvel should be fine too, aside from his missing hands. He's unconscious, but he'll wake up soon enough." "So what now?" "Now, Gale, you sleep." Telerus placed his hand on Gale's forehead, and a wave of energy washed over him. It was not harmful, but the Nautolan could feel his body begin to shut down. "We have dealt with the Sith. You will be safe here. Telerus, Gale muttered. What are you? He couldn't finish. Gale faded into an unconscious state, and Telerus rose to his feet, with some difficulty, ignoring him entirely. One of his Jedi allies had already torn the nearby wall apart, per his orders. The wall opposite of the inhibited Nautolan was supposed to contain Deadlay's private sanctuary, or so the report said. The other Jedi had gathered around the recently excavated staircase that had been hidden behind the walls. Watch Circle Dominus had not come to Alderaan to aid the Republic. It was a noble goal and secondary objective, but it was not their purpose. In an effort to hide their true motives, Telerus and his compatriots pretended to be Jedi sent by the High Council. As such, Telerus had to seem as though he was Dram's subordinate. In reality, the titles handed out by the Jedi Council were meaningless to him. Dram may have been his superior in the Jedi Order, but in the Watch Circle, everyone answered to him and him alone. It was the way they operated, but it would seem strange to the Republic. They were here because there was a Jedi who needed to be rescued. Abandoned by the Jedi Order, they were not even aware he was alive. But Telerus knew. He always seemed to know. The Jedi Master Torquil was still alive, here, in the Sith Academy. They had to masquerade as those false Jedi to be allowed to get close enough to the combat zone to rescue him. Ironically, it was Raen, the corrupt Force sensitive, who had made this entire situation possible. It was Raen who had defeated Torquil, his masters imprisoned and tortured him here, and his despair was heard, in the Force, by Telerus. Raen had suggested that only Jedi venture to the Academy. Now the Republic could do nothing to stop him from taking his men and leaving with his new ally. What a pity. Raen seemed to be guiding their hand. Master, Jasperin had since recovered his bearings. Are you sure it's wise to leave Gale here? And what would you rather do with him? Telerus replied. We could kill him, Master. Telerus scoffed. And what would he do if he's left alive? Tell the Council. He laughed heartily at the thought. Ineffective and blind fools. No, there's no reason to kill Gale Remus, a valuable soldier of the light here. He and his companions can live, besides Raen, perhaps. Even so, the Jedi Order is broken, Jasperin. Too far gone, too steeped in darkness. You've seen it firsthand. They say they redeem dark Jedi and rescue Sith, but all they do is incorporate them into their ranks. They do not face justice. Darksiders haunt the order we once held dear. Then we must purge them. No. Telerus seemed almost disappointed. We've tried. We've lost a lot of good Jedi trying to eradicate them. But they are a pestilence that we cannot cure. We are cutting at the limb instead of striking at the heart. I don't understand. Telerus sighed. A purge is too complex. We must start again. And to do that, we need true Jedi. True Jedi like Torquil. Telerus entered Deadlay's private sanctum. It reeked of death and pain, despair and malice. It was an abominable pit of the dark side. His powerful presence, coupled with the cleansing power of the light, held back the wave of malevolent energy that rose up from inside the chamber. Even so, some of the weaker Jedi hesitated, smelling the stench and feeling the chilling aura. Telerus had no such thoughts. His only goal here on Alderaan, this pitiful planet mired in shadow, was the Ithorian prisoner captured by the Sith. Walking down the steps that led from the main halls to the prison below, Dram and Telerus, flanked by several other Jedi, entered the chilly-aired room. They were not met by anyone, and they reached Torquil's cell without incident. Free the Master, Telerus demanded, and all the other Republic or Jedi prisoners here. His men shouted cries of agreement and obedience. The Jedi Knights began ripping apart the bars that held the cells together, shattering them and tearing them into bits of broken metal. Telerus stood alone at the center of the T-shaped hall, bathing the room in the glorious power of the light side of the Force. The darkness had no power over him, for he was purity incarnate. No carnal desire had power over him, and he had subjected all of his baser emotions to his whim. The light side flowed out from him like a star in the cold, lifeless realm of space, and he began to restore hope to the battered and broken prisoners that had been subjected to pain and torture in this place for so long. We have rescued Torquil, Master, Jasperin called out from a distance. Good, Telerus purred. Very good. And what of Junera? Raen Benax? Jasperin asked, revealing himself to Telerus. What of her? Calais was protecting her, was she not? Indeed. What of it? Those who receive the aid or protection of the Sith deserve no mercy from us. Show her what happens to those who ally themselves with darkness. While Jasperin left, 3 other Jedi carried Torquil, once thought dead, from his dark, fetid cell into the hall where Telerus stood. He was lying on his back in a repulsor lift stretcher, but he was clearly conscious and aware of his surroundings. He had blotches of white pus and dried, dead flesh scattered across his body, particularly where his 4 throats rested inside his massive neck. His breathing was labored and irregular, likely due to the shock of seeing other Force sensitives, who weren't trying to cause him pain. He smelled like something that had just come from a slaughterhouse, but Telerus ignored it, even as his subordinates gagged and turned from the Ithorian Jedi. Torquil's voice was feeble and terrified. You are. We are Jedi Knights, Master Torchel, Tellarus being. We're here to rescue you. Rescue me. Well, that's how nice. Torquil couldn't find any other words to say. Think nothing of it, Master. Tellarus placed his hand on Torchel's shoulder. Rest now. You're free from the Sith and their evils. Thank you. Torchel was ferried away on the stretcher, and several other Jedi and Republic prisoners followed him, either by their own power or on stretchers. Once he was sure that all of the Sith's captives had been set free, the Jedi Knight turned to leave. Master Tellarus. Dram's voice rang out from the other side of the hall. What is it? Tellarus was ready to leave, and these delays were wearing his patience thin. Master, there's a girl down here. She seems to be Sith. She has the taint of the dark side on her, although it's very faint. Leave her, Tellarus said coolly. No taint, no matter how faint, can be removed. She is darkness and evil. Let the Republic deal with her. Tellarus returned to the halls of the Academy, and he brushed off his cloak, as if he could brush off the terrible smell and power of death that pervaded the prison below. He followed his other Jedi to the antechamber where they would leave the Academy and be picked up by a Jedi Covenant dropship. From there, they would retreat into space before the battle ended, and soon no one, except for the few that had interacted with them, would know that they were ever on Alderaan. As he left, Dram emerged from the prisons that had once served as Deadlay's private sanctum. In his arms, he carried a young girl, far younger than anyone else in the Academy, who had been subjected to a myriad of tortures and painful inflictions that only drove her deeper and deeper into despair. Dram could not leave her to die. Compassion entered his heart when he saw her, and even when he turned away, ready to leave at Tellarus's orders, he could not erase her battered, weary face from his mind. She was tortured, sickly, and bruised, but Dram remembered a time when Betra, his Padawan, had been her age. Something convicted him. He felt as though leaving her would be like leaving Betra to die in that place. He would take full responsibility for his actions. Tellarus would not be pleased, and he would face judgment, even if it meant his death. Tellarus would be merciful. He could understand. This girl, Dynatha, would be saved, and Dram would make sure of it. Condine's lightsaber battered against Dank's defenses. First a strike to the left, then to the right. Back and forth, this way and that. Her weapon whirled through the air as she danced around her old teacher. Dank seemed to be tiring, and his defense was slowly giving way to Condine's, to violet blades constantly clashing against his single lightsaber. Do you know I spare you? Dank cooed. Spare me. Condine growled. Maybe you haven't noticed, but I'm beating you. You always were overconfident. You might as well tell me. Condine's whipped her blade toward Dank's face, but she missed entirely. I'll kill you while you're distracted. The same reason I taught all my students, but especially you, to sense my presence wherever you go. He had taught them to detect him in the Force in case there was an emergency. Or at least, that was what he told them. Either way, as Condine promised, she used the conversation to her advantage. Lashing out at the Zabrak, she elbowed him in the jaw. He swore loudly as he tried to recover, and she maneuvered around him and struck at his right arm. He wasn't prepared for the attack, but he managed to dodge it, despite losing a few skull horns in the process. Dank closed in with his own weapon, battering at his opponent's defenses. She blocked each blow easily, forcing him to strike repeatedly. His last attack was aimed at her chest, and while she managed to block, Dank used his momentum to cut the hilt itself in half. The violet blades deactivated immediately, the severed hilt useless, and she was defenseless against Dank's attacks. She punched at his throat, but he managed to grab her fist and deactivated his lightsaber before backhanding her with his other hand. Stars and bursting globes of light filled her eyes, and only seconds later did she realize she had hit the ground head first. Without a weapon, she couldn't stop Dank from slinking toward her, crouching low enough to meet her eyes. He got as close as he dared, unsure how easily he could block her fist from where he was. I killed your brother, Dank whispered, his voice harsh and cold, because your brother would have tried to stop me from getting to you. Condine's eyes narrowed angrily. You monster, what are you talking about? Please, Condine. Dank stroked her face. She tried to strike back, but she realized that she had been placed in the stasis field. She could only speak and listen. Do you know what the Sith promised me in exchange for the king's head? I don't care. Let me go now. Condine tried to struggle, but she was completely immobilized. You freak. Fight me fairly. I taught you how to sense me, so you could always find me. Dank smiled eerily. So I could always find you, no matter how far away we are. Get away from me. The Sith promised to teach me the power necessary to make you my own. I want you, Condine. You're insane. Condine thought she was about to start crying, but she held back the burning tears. What the hell happened to you? What did they do to you? Shh. We'll be together soon, Condine. His head crept uncomfortably close to hers, and she could feel his breath in her ear. And when we are finally one, nothing will separate us. Not your brother, not the Jedi, not the Sith, not even death. A swift kick to the side or a punch to the face would have sent Dank away from her, but she couldn't move. Her arms struggled against the stasis field, and her head twitched the closer he got. Something told her she wasn't going to survive this, and if she did, she would wish she didn't. Suddenly the Zabrik's eyes drifted from her. It seems someone is coming. Soon, Kandine, soon. I have to leave. I can't risk dying here, no. We'll be together soon. Don't worry, my love. He jumped to his feet and fled the room by a back door. He was gone before Gale stumbled into the room. Kandine was lying in the center of the room. The stasis field had long since worn off, but she could not find the strength to stand. She was shaken violently, and her breathing was labored and coarse. Gale rushed to her side, a bit stronger than he was before, but she didn't seem to notice him. Her eyes didn't meet his, and she hardly responded to his presence, aside from flinching when he checked her pulse. Kandine, what happened? His voice betrayed his concern. Dank, Kandine whispered. I can't know. Kandine, Gale extended his presence in the Force, using what was left of his power to ensure that she would remain conscious. The Jedi with Telerus had gone. He would have to contact the Republic to send aid. Until then, he would bring Ranville and Kandine together so he could watch over them. Chapter 24. Raen walked through the empty halls, his eyes constantly shifting back and forth. Something was here, and he could feel it. The dark side lingered in this entire place, and it gnawed at Raen's mind. He saw shadows where there was light. He saw phantoms in the corner of his eye, and when he turned, nothing was there. He heard whispers despite being alone. Something filled the estate with a sense of foreboding evil, and that evil slowly grew while Raen wandered the halls, searching for his target. Raen, is that you? Come into my study, please. Raen's eyes widened. The voice was unrecognizably the voice of his father, Raeston. He could hardly believe it. He had entertained the notion that his father had been quietly executed by the Sith, hoping to take over his house and use it for their own dark ventures. Raeston had always been too trusting, too eager to aid the Sith even though they harmed his business and, perhaps unwittingly, corrupted his sons. Deadlay had been an old friend of his, and he felt indebted to the Nikto for some reason or another. Raen didn't know the details, but something the Sith Master had done for Raeston before he and his brother, Jeon, were born caused his father to trust him with his life. And now his father was here. If he was here, then Raen's mother could be alive. His brother could be alive. Things didn't have to be so different. A thought entered his mind, teasing him with returning everything to the way it was before his forced exile. Before he became a convict and a refugee, unable to return to his home, to be loved again, to feel the embrace and hear the kind words of his family. He would have given up all of his powers to experience that again, desperate and dark as he once was. The thought was banished from his mind as quickly as it had entered. Nothing would ever be the same, and he knew that. With a somber expression and a heavy heart, Raen turned the corner and approached his father's office. Raeston's name was still carved in the door, greeting Ron like an old friend. Smiling grimly, Raen checked the old-fashioned knob on the door and found it open. He twisted it and pushed the door open, admitting himself into his father's presence. The chaos that Raeston subjected himself to was no different than the last time Ron saw it. Hollow books and flimsy sheets scattered the floor, accompanied by various drawing instruments and measuring tools. A few bronzium statues had been added, likely gifts from the Sith for his continued support to their cause, that lined the walls around the room. The sliding door opposite of Raen's side of the room was littered with raindrops, pitter-pattering against his now opaque frame. And in front of the sliding door, in his desk, sat Raen Benax. His father looked far older than he remembered. His neatly combed hair had faded into a solid gray, kindly complementing the creases that had crept across his face and the wrinkles hovering over his brow. Dark lines raced under his eyes, and Raen had never seen him so tired, even when he was hard at work with the company. His hands were steepled on his desk, resting near the golden vase that always seemed to be near his person. He still wore a rather elaborate black mesh suit, but it was less prim than it usually was. Raen. A smile formed on Raeston's face when he saw his son. His face almost lit up, shining radiantly with the candles across the room, and he suddenly looked several years younger. My son, where have you been? What happened to you? I haven't heard from you in years. Raen's eyes narrowed as he focused on his father. A churning feeling in his stomach told him something wasn't right. The dark side did not seem less threatening now that he was in his father's presence. In fact, it was the opposite. The evil aura that surrounded the entire house, no, all of Alderaan, was stemming from this man. His body was manifesting his power and his will through the power of the dark side. Raen had never noticed it before, but his father was a shadow in the Force. Perhaps, as a dark-sider himself, Raen hadn't noticed. But the light gave him new insight. Show him what he did not, or could not, see before. Preux. Raen's hand was on his lightsaber in an instant. The blue blade hissed, pointed at the man Raen called his father. Raeston looked alarmed at Raen's sudden outburst, but his surprise quickly shifted into a tenacious glare that froze Raen in his place. What's this about, Raen? His father asked. You're Preux. Raen's voice was hardly audible, and it quivered with a feeling that might have been fear. Raen. Raistin stood at his full height, though he was not much taller than Raen. Are you quite all right? You look rather pale. No, how had I not sensed it before? Raen wondered aloud, ignoring his father's question. But how? I can't say I understand what you're talking about, Raen. Preux, you're the Sith Lord of Alderaan. Sith Lord? Raistin scoffed at the thought. What an entertaining accusation. Sit down, Raen. You'll feel better in a few minutes. I think you're just homesick. Raistin motioned toward a chair at the edge of the room. Raen moved to sit down, but he quickly realized his position and shook his head. No, he growled. You can't hide it from me, father. You're a Sith. Why? How? Did you think you could hide it forever? Raen, please, Raistin said, motioning toward the chair. You don't look well. If you keep going on like this, you're going to get hurt. By what? You. Raen shot back. You'll hurt yourself, son. Raen cried aloud, not quite sure what was going on. Confused and delirious, Raen threw his lightsaber at his father, only realizing after the weapon left his hand what he had done. Raistin's eyes widened with shock, and he didn't even move as the blue blade cut through his clothes and shred his flesh. With a painful moan, Raistin's body fell to the ground, his torso cleaved apart by Raen's lightsaber. The weapon returned to Raen's hand, and his face blanched at the sight of his father's corpse. He hadn't even defended himself. He had just died. Raen could hardly see as tears began to sting, and he questioned whether or not he was right. Had he just killed an innocent man? What if his father wasn't the Sith he was looking for? Had he just struck down his own father in some sort of madness? What if? Well done, Raen, Raistin's voice said. But didn't I tell you? Be careful who you speak the name of Preux to. Do not double-cross him. His powers are beyond your own. Raen jumped when he heard his father's voice behind him. Spinning around, lightsaber in hand, to see the source of the voice, he realized that it was, in fact, Raen Benax. His mind raced in confusion, and he felt a cold sweat rush down his neck. It was impossible. He couldn't have survived that. He saw his father get cleaved in two by his own lightsaber. He had heard the death cry. How? That's, Raen uttered. You saw me die because I wished for you to see it, Raistin said, assuming a cold and commanding tone. You did not see my power because I wished to keep it from you. That's impossible, Raen said. No one can completely mask their presence in the Force, not even a Sith Lord. Raistin smiled. It was not the warm, loving smile Raen knew, but a devious, heartless smile that complemented a ferocious spirit. You're right, and I can't. The dark side has always followed me, but it can never be traced back to me. Torkel tried to find me, and he failed. Don't you remember? He felt darkness here, but he thought his true opponent, if he had one, was you. Raen bit his lip. Everything, you've been behind everything. Not everything, Raistin admitted. Preux will hardly reach us beyond Alderaan. But that is the way it should be. My power is here. My thralls are here. My kingdom is here. This is the kingdom of House SWTOR. Raen shot back. The house you killed. Indeed, Raistin smiled again. It seems my purge proved inadequate. These rebels still unite against me. And who do they unite under, I wonder? Raen said nothing, but his father shook his head and cackled with delight. Your thoughts betray you, my son. I know Gion failed to kill Princess Illyri. I just didn't know where she hid. But now I do. Thanks to you. Raen's eyes widened. What? How did you? You're lying. Your thoughts, feelings, senses, all of them. They are like an open holobook to me. Nothing you hide is truly concealed from me. If Malak was Revan's fist, I was his mind. Raen scoffed. I've heard enough. First you claim you can read my mind, and now you say you're behind Revan's victories. Deceit is a trait of the dark side, is it not? Face me? His blue lightsaber activated in a flash and plunged toward Raistin's chest. The older Benax dodged the attack with relative ease, shifting to the side and letting the blade fly through the air. Raen didn't stop, slashing at his father's torso and arms with consistent ferocity. Every attack was carefully dodged by Raistin, pivoting on his feet and twisting his body to avoid the strikes his son tried to land. Smiling, he taunted Raen. It appeared that he was enjoying agilely avoiding Raen's attacks, and the younger Benax became frustrated. He couldn't even land a blow. Raistin didn't even have a lightsaber, and Raen couldn't make contact. It was impossible. Jumping over Raistin, he tried to cut at his father's head, but the Sith ducked underneath the strike, avoiding it entirely. Now behind his father, Raen swung at his back, but Raistin merely jumped forward. Raen pressed on, slashing at his father's midsection and legs, but the older Benax jumped on his desk to dodge the attacks. Raen felt a sudden increase in dark side energy beyond him, but he ignored it. His father was more important right now. Raistin seemed to have sensed it as well. Peering off into the distance, he realized where the malevolent energy was coming from. Knocking his son to the ground with a kick to the chest, Raistin barely managed to catch the forking tongues of Sith lightning in his hand before it reached him, absorbing it and forcing it to dissipate into harmless energy. On the ground, Raen rolled on his side and glanced into the hallway behind him. Deadlay stood in the doorway, sending lightning from the fingertips of his left hand. Deadlay had never looked so hideous. His red-orange skin was bruised and battered, with bits of his scaly flesh torn away by lightsaber-inflicted wounds. His eyes were nearly lifeless. They looked like the eyes of a tortured hound, ready to strike back at his master. He wore nothing but simple trousers, exposing infected lacerations and deep wounds along the rest of his scaled body. Raen's stomach sank when he saw Almain's severed head suspended in Delay's other hand, and he suddenly realized that Deadlay had been the one in the cellar who had killed his Jedi allies. Once he was aware of what was happening around him, Raen rolled away from the lightning overhead, which completely missed him thanks to Raistin's interference. Standing again, Raen flourished his lightsaber, and found himself standing between the two Sith, neither of them paying full attention to him. It was not until Deadlay stopped his attack that he noticed Raen's presence again. "Raen," he growled, his voice unusually dark and frightening, "I have been waiting for you. Jion has left, so I had to bide my time, waiting for a second Benax to arrive so I could fulfill my revenge." "My son has no part in your petty vengeance," Raistin snapped. "Leave him out of it, Deadlay. This is between you and I." "Quite the contrary, Preux," Deadlay hissed. "When I kill him, you shall be weakened, and when you are weakened, you will die." "You couldn't kill me in Alderaan," Raistin said, "and you won't kill me now." Deadlay discarded the Saurian Jedi's head and grabbed the vibrosword from across his back. Swinging it a few times, he charged at Raistin, growling and snarling like a rabid beast the entire time. Raistin easily avoided the attacks, as he had Raen's attacks, sending Deadlay into a frenzy. Each strike caused him to swing harder, faster, and less accurately, and Raistin dodged the attacks even easier then. Not content with sitting back as the two Sith engaged each other, Raen charged forward, blasting Deadlay with the telekinetic strike while throwing his lightsaber at his father. Raistin easily dodged the attack, but Deadlay, who had ignored Raen, was hit with the full force of the telekinetic wave, sending him flying into a statue against the wall. Raistin lifted Deadlay with invisible waves of energy, forcing the Nikto against the wall without a weapon. Once he was sure that Deadlay could not move, Raistin unleashed his own Sith lightning from his fingers, shocking the incapacitated Sith master with the furious power of the dark side. Deadlay roared in anger as the lightning snaked around him, unleashing his power on his weakened and battered body. Before Raistin could amplify the power of his attack, Raen swung at his father with his lightsaber, forcing him to drop the weakened Deadlay and end his attack early. Raen swung at his Raistin's face, narrowly missing, before Raistin knocked him off his feet, lashing at his legs with dark side energy. Raen fell over just in time to avoid a strike from Deadlay's blade, which was intercepted by a bronzium statue's arm thrown by Raistin. Deadlay hissed and turned his attention away from Raistin, content with cutting down his son, who was dazed on the ground. Raistin noticed Deadlay's intention, and he threw him into the wall with a telekinetic push. Ripping a chunk out of the stone wall with his dark side power, Raistin threw the heap of stone on Deadlay, who was smashed under his immense weight. Not content with leaving him there, Raistin tore a hole in the floor, sending Deadlay and the chunks of stone to the floor below. Raen, who was still unable to stand, watched helplessly as his father took the urn that rested on his desk and left the room through the transparent steel sliding door that led into the balcony beyond. Palladis walked through the tents, searching for his hapless target. She was so weak, so noble, and so fun to play with. However, he had a job to do. Calais had instructed him to kill the princess, and that was what he planned to do. He could sense her. She was very close. Walking by a derelict tank that stood among some dismantled tents, Palladis spied the princess, fleeing toward the large metal building that seemed to serve as the camp's command post. Smiling, he sprinted after her, hoping to catch her before she could contact soldiers for help or otherwise escape his grasp. As he closed in, Palladis was greeted by a giant man, with a receding orange-red hairline and War Republic combat armor. He had a large vibrosword in hand, and it seemed as though he intended to use it to fight. How quaint. Palladis would put an end to him, and then he would find the princess. He had time. Major Altesius moved in, ready to intercept Palladis and keep him from getting to the princess. He swung only once. Palladis grabbed Altesius's muscular arm, using his impressive force power to bolster his own strength. Punching the Republic soldier in the face with his free hand, Palladis was shocked to discover that Altesius didn't even flinch. Laughing heartily, Altesius used his own free hand to grasp Palladis's neck. His large grip was strong enough to begin to choke the Sith master, but he wasn't worried. Repulsing Altesius with a blast of dark power, Palladis gleefully realized the Republic soldier had dropped his vibrosword during his flight. Drawing it to him with a force pull, Palladis admired the weapon for a moment, but he realized that it was a simple, military-grade sword, and the novelty of the blade wore thin. He cast it aside, and then drew the two lightsabers from his vest. He would end the Major's life here and move on. The hulking Republic soldier was on his feet in an instant, charging forward to strike at Palladis. The Sith Master dodged Altesius's haymaker, laughing as he positioned himself behind the Republic soldier and swung both his lightsabers. To his surprise, Altesius managed to duck underneath the strikes, keeping him safe for a few more seconds. Growling, Palladis cursed the soldier's luck and moved in closer. He wanted to kill him now. His two lightsaber blades came down, but he narrowly missed his intended target. Suddenly, Major Altesius had his sword in his hand again. Impossible. Somehow, he had recovered the weapon Palladis had discarded. He wasn't Force-sensitive, so he couldn't have called the weapon into his grasp. In the end, it didn't matter. Even if Altesius had a weapon, Palladis's proficiency with his lightsabers would win the day. Force-sensitives were gods among men, complete with superhuman powers and nigh invulnerability. Precognition and battle awareness made Palladis a fearsome foe, far more powerful than the normally dangerous Republic soldier. His blades met Altesius's sword. With a startling hiss, the two red lightsabers retreated into the hilt. The deactivated weapons couldn't protect a stunned Palladis who received a punch to the jaw for his trouble. Major Altesius's blade had been made of cortosis, and his special properties had rendered the Sith Master's lightsabers useless. It was a simple trick, even though a pure cortosis sheath like this sword had was rather rare. His Force senses tingled, and Palladis realized that the princess had been near them the entire time. Palladis figured she had been the one that had thrown Altesius his weapon. Of course, she was too weak to fight, but she could support her allies and hinder him from a distance. Unleashing a barrage of Sith lightning on Altesius, Palladis looked around, frantically scanning the area for the princess's hiding place. A force push sent Altesius away, but he had left behind flash and sonic grenades near the Sith Master. A burst of light and a sudden onslaught of high-pitched wailing disoriented Palladis. His sight blurred as though he had been exposed to the light of a star, and his ears rang violently. He wobbled back and forth, unable to control his senses or his connection to the Force, but he did manage to stay on his feet. "Princess Illyri," he heard the Republic soldier call out. "Get inside the bunker. You will be safe there." Palladis shook his head and his vision returned to him in an instant. The Force was a powerful ally indeed, able to restore his senses faster than most. His head still ached, but he would survive. The princess was gone, presumably running into the command post behind them for protection. Only Major Altesius stood between the Sith Master and his prey, and Palladis was quite done with distractions. He could feel the Force, but in his confused state he could hardly control it. Altesius rushed at him with his fists, but Palladis managed to grab both of the giant arms coming down on him before the fists could make contact. Seeing that his options were limited, Altesius smashed his own head into Palladis's face, sending the already disoriented Sith Master to the ground in pain. The Sith Master stood up, but not before Altesius had gotten a few good kicks in. Palladis warily blasted the Republic soldier with Force lightning, knocking him back and sapping his strength with relative ease. For all his brute strength and supposed battle prowess, Major Altesius was defenseless against the powers of the Force. The fool thought he could stop him, but he was wrong. Once Altesius had been weakened enough that he could not fight, Palladis stopped attacking him and headed to the bunker itself. Playtime was over, it seemed. A pity. The Force rushed in him like a stormy current, powerful but uncontrolled. He could feel things, the weakened Altesius, the dying pains of his comrades, even his own life force, but he could not dictate which one to concentrate on. His lightsabers activated again once he was inside the command bunker. Smiling, his red blaze illuminated most of the dark room. The room was sparse, and only a few crates, tables, and broken computer terminals kept it from being truly empty. He found no one inside. The princess was nowhere to be found. Reaching out into the Force, Palladis did his best to try and focus on the princess's position. Sure enough, she was not inside the bunker. She was outside. But wasn't that impossible? Altesius told her to flee inside. Had she left through a back exit? Had she already escaped? Retracing his steps, Palladis raced to the entrance of the command post. His eyes widened when he realized that Major Altesius wasn't where he had left him. Instead of lying helplessly on the ground, he was standing near the derelict tank that Palladis had passed on his way here. However, Palladis realized that the tank was not completely destroyed. The switch, attached to the tank itself, and Altesius's hand froze Palladis in his tracks. It was a trigger. It was a trigger to activate the tank's main turret. He had been outsmarted by a bumbling giant and a sniveling princess. Death was the only option. He could not live with his shame. Two high-powered plasma shots from the turret killed him instantly. His body exploded in an inglorious mess, bits of his body splattering the doorpost and ground, but most of it had been vaporized immediately. Altesius smiled. It seemed that their mission was done. Even so, he had heard rumors of the Sith. There was no way to know if he was truly dead. Turning to the princess, Altesius nodded and bid her to press the switch in her hand. Every thermal detonator in the building went off as soon as she pressed the button. The entire bunker erupted in a terrific explosion, tearing apart the metal walls and the surrounding earth. The explosion left behind nothing but burnt earth and a smoking wreckage. A fiery grave is a good grave, Altesius mused. Good work, princess. I didn't do much, Major Altesius, she admitted. I just pressed a button. I'd like to think it took a lot of courage to do that. Even so, if anything, I should be thanking you, Major Altesius replied gruffly. You saved my ass back there. Recovering my blade, I didn't even know you could lift a sword. I was taught how to use a blade, Major. The princess smiled. I'm not so defenseless. Could have fooled me, princess. I think we should contact the colonel. He'll want to know what happened here. Of course. Let's find a working comm relay. Alderaan. Sith. Benax. He controlled it all, yet his grip was not absolute. His eyes saw everything, yet sometimes his vision failed him. He planned ahead, but he could not see everything. He knew this, yet he counted on his one true ally, the Force, to guide him. Raen Benax had to protect his family above all. His wife, Junira, had been hidden at the Sith base. The Force had told him that, if all went according to plan, she would be safe in Calais' protection. The Jedi would fail to defeat the Sith, but the Sith at the Academy would be devastated by the attack. Neither side would emerge victorious, both licking their wounds and retreating into the Alderaanian hills by the battle's end. He would return her to their home by tomorrow morning. He had done all this for her. His love for his wife had given him strength, even in the darkest times. She had given him strength, held him up, and the resolve to fight when things appeared hopeless. Why else would he put his life, and the life of his family, on the line for this seemingly insane plan? Junira deserved it. She deserved a new Alderaan. She deserved a world where she could live the rest of her days in peace, not worrying about tragedy, sickness, or death. Junira completed him. He saw nothing less than perfection in her, and she was the crux of his plan. A fallen Jedi did not have to become an upstart Sith, if he could be called a Sith, unless he sought the dark knowledge they possessed. Raen needed their power, their skills, their knowledge, and so he walked along the dark path, with Junira as his guiding light, and he became the Sith Master and Lord of Alderaan, Preux. He had done all this for his sons, Jill and Raen. Their destiny was a dark one, and Raen needed to change it. The Force told him, before they were born, that they would become Jedi Knights and their lives would be short and tragic. In an effort to save their lives and Junira's hopes, he positioned himself as far away from the Jedi he could. As Sith, they would not find happiness, but they would be alive, and they would live their lives how they wanted to. Yet here he was. Raen was bold, fiery, and a powerful warrior in his own right. Raen had a shimmering blue lightsaber, the unmistakable weapon of a Jedi Knight, in his grasp, and he seemed intent on capturing his own father. A brave and foolish notion. Everything he was now doing, he did against Raen's wishes. But Raen resisted his son's efforts, even though he didn't even have a weapon to defend himself. In his hands rested the expensive urn he had bought when he had first arrived on Alderaan. His most valued material possession. Preux, Raen growled. Surrender yourself to me. I can't do that, Raen. The fact that his own son, his flesh and blood, called him by that name was disturbing enough to put a hint of disdain in his voice. You know I can't. You can. Drop the urn and come with me, peacefully. Raen probably thought his father was being difficult. But Raen could not surrender to him. It would change everything. The slightest nudge in events could throw off the future he had foreseen. The Republic, the Jedi, even the Sith were all subject to his foresight, but only so long as things went according to plan. He had to keep Raen busy, and he had to convince his son to forsake his plans to become a Jedi, willingly. That was the hardest part. Preux could force his servants to do his will even when they did not, but he could not, force his son's hand. He did not have the will, in a show of bitter irony, to force his family to do anything. That was how it was, and that was how it would remain. Raen would decide his future for himself. Drop the urn, Raen muttered, seemingly confused. It was a priceless antique I purchased from an old friend when I came here. I don't really want to, but if you say so. The urn shattered on the rooftop. Raen's golden lightsaber hilt fell out of the shards of the urn. Unlike other lightsabers Raen had seen, Raen's weapon was slightly curved, but the elder Benax paid its peculiarity no mind. Picking it up and activating it as he had hundreds of times before, Raen allowed the blood-red blade to dance around his arm in a display of elegance and grace. I dropped the urn, but how would I surrender to you with a weapon in my hand? Raen asked. Drop the weapon now. Raen pointed his lightsaber at his father, as if he actually intended to strike him down. We don't have to fight, Raen. You lost anyway. What? The Republic forces attacking the capital. Raen made it seem as though he had only just heard of them. As a matter of fact, he had known of their existence and their plans before they had attacked. They were killed by a 15-kiloton ordnance located within the castle. The entire capital was razed. The Sith garrison had a similar bomb within, and your soldiers experienced a similar fate there. Raen's eyes widened. How did you? Raen, you and your friends still have a lot to learn. If Preux knew of a rebellion, but did not quell it, what kind of leader would he be? He let the Republic remain on Alderaan and think they were playing the hero because he knew they were useful. They attacked the targets he thought they would attack, and they fell for the traps he set. But you killed your own men, Raen shouted, not to mention the civilians and... Raeston laughed. His son was only just starting to comprehend his plan. What concern do you think I have for those Sith soldiers? Or those Sith-aligned politicians in the capital? Politicians are politicians, after all. How could you? Don't their lives mean anything to you? They trusted you to keep them alive. They are useless to me, just as the Sith and Dark Jedi in the Academy are useless to me. Every single one is a servant, a pawn. And pawns must be willing to die for their superiors. Their duty in life is to die when their master requires them to do so. That's disgusting. The Dark Jedi and their Sith allies will die. The Jedi will die. They will kill each other, as they always have. The Republic forces are already destroyed, and the Sith army is in ruins. But the princess still lives. Realization dawned upon Raen. The princess. But that means the last Sith who know of Preux' existence will be dead soon enough. When the princess and her ragged band of survivors emerge and claim the throne, Raen Benax will be there to aid her. As you know, I'm an old family friend with a cordial smile and a man of political and economic knowledge. Princess Illyrie is weak, Raen interrupted. She'll listen to whatever you have to say. You can rule Alderaan through her. Exactly. So you killed Jeon too, Raen hissed. Isn't he just a pawn in your game? Not quite, Raen. Raiston's face became somber. Jeon is my key player. I cannot discard him so quickly. Just as you think of yourself as the Republic's knight, so too is Jeon mine. I sent him away, so he would not be on Alderaan during all of this. I hoped he could return and live with us. Live with us? Raen spat. You think I actually think you, a Sith Lord and evildoer, are innocent? Do you think I'm naive? You're not the father I knew. Raeston stared into his son's eyes. So much hate. So much depravity. Had he created this? Was this the path he had set Raen on? He was sure that, away from the compromising eyes of the Jedi Order, Raen could grow up in peace. But it seemed as though no matter what he did, Raeston found himself with a broken son. No, 2 broken sons. I'm sorry, father. Raen repositioned his lightsaber. Not yet. Dark tendrils hit Raen in the chest and across his arms, eliciting a cry of pain, and sending him flying across the rooftop. The roof was still wet, even though the rain had stopped some time ago. Raen struggled to his feet, but he was knocked to the ground again by Raiston's telekinetic power. Raen lashed out at his father, using his own control of the Force to protect himself with an invisible shield of light, blocking Preux' Force power for a moment so he could return to his feet. Raen charged forward, meeting his father's Sith weapon for the first time. Raiston countered with ease, sending his son backwards with a flick of his wrist. The curve on the Sith's handle made it difficult for Raen, who fought opponents with traditional lightsabers, to estimate the angle that his opponent would attack from. Raiston held his lightsaber in a single hand, performing quick double slashes at Raen to protect himself. Raen moved in closer, adding power to his strikes, pummeling his father's defense. Raiston smiled, narrowly avoiding these strikes by hovering away just in time. Raen made up for his complete misses by meeting Raiston's defense with several quick, light blows that were parried with ease. Raen moved in and struck at his father's jaw, scoring a clean hit with his fist. Raiston grumbled something to himself as he recovered his footing, blocking Raen's next few blows with one hand on his chin. Raiston forced Raen to block wide, keeping his lightsaber away from his body. Repaying a favor to his son, Raiston kicked Raen in the abdomen, causing him to recoil in pain. Raen recovered just in time to block an overhead lunge from his father. Raiston was now on the offensive, but it was hardly as ferocious as Raen had predicted. He used careful, precise strikes that, if they hit, would cause burns, and a few cuts. They were hardly strong enough to sever Raen's limbs, or even grievously wound him. Dancing around Raen in an elegant display of fencing prowess, Raiston used a combination of hovering strikes coupled with fancy footwork to keep his son distracted. You're toying with me, Raen hissed. Stop. Fine. Raiston's blade met Raen's. The blue and red blades were locked together, neither of them moving, sparks fluttering around them to the dirt creek below. Twisting his weapon outwards, Raiston waited until Raen's grip failed him, losing his lightsaber entirely. Now exposed to Raiston's offensive, Raen received a blast of Sith lightning to the chest for his trouble. He had been hit by Force lightning many times from Deadlay, but none of the Nikto strikes had been quite as painful as Raiston's sudden attack. Raen fell to his knees in agony, screaming as the lighting caused him muscles to spasm violently. He felt the lighting travel across his skin and shock his entire fatigued body. Seconds before the pain became unbearable, Raiston ceased his attack and let Raen hit the floor, practically unconscious in the wake of his ferocity. That was the power of the Sith. Raistin knew that Raen could not fight against him. His son fancied himself a Jedi, but he was nothing more than a defeated Sith pupil, ready for another scolding. The dark energy snaked around Raen's body while Raistin returned his lightsaber to his belt. He was done. What he needed to do now he could do without a lightsaber. Raen struggled on the ground, but he couldn't stand, so Raistin used this opportunity to talk with his son before he could attack again. "Now do you understand, Jedi?" he asked, mocking his son. "I am so far beyond you. You are a starfighter trying to destroy a star. Nothing you can do will even harm me. Your lightsaber skills are sloppy, and your connection to the Force pales in comparison." "No, not everything." "What?" Raen lifted his hands toward his father. Fire erupted from his fingers, blazing streams that raced through the air toward Raistin. Flames raced around Raistin, but he was unimpressed. Protected from the pitiful embers by a barrier that covered his entire body, Raistin was safe from Raen's attack. By the time Raen had exhausted himself, he was on his feet again, and Raistin was unharmed. Raen's face betrayed the fact that he had honestly expected his attack to kill his father. "Bravo," Raistin chuckled. "You have mastered the dark magic art of pyrokinesis. I'm pleased, but not impressed. I told you, nothing you do can hurt me." "Why are you still alive?" Raen's fury gave him strength to create another inferno. Raistin closed his eyes and countered, just like he had before. A small shield surrounded his body, encompassing him a globe of shimmering light. Raen's fire hit it directly, but it didn't penetrate it. Without any stamina, Raen could only launch his attack for a few seconds before the flames were doused yet again, leaving Raistin completely unharmed. "Damn," Raen shivered. He looked pale, but Raistin could tell that he was furious. "You are weak, son. Only in your anger can you hope to defeat me." "No, I don't believe you." Raistin reached into Raen's mind, extending his presence until he could effortlessly sense everything going on in his son's unprotected mind. What would Gale do? He wondered aloud. The thought was racing through Raen's mind, and Raistin bitterly realized his son was not about to give in to his anger. He had realized it only a second later. The Nautolan was alive. Gale Remus, the Nautolan from Raistin's vision, was not supposed to be alive. He was supposed to be dead, killed by Darth Bandon alongside the old Jedi Master, Celsus, Raen's thoughts told him, in the warrior production facility on Polis. He had seen the vision hundreds of times. In every instance, Gale had died while Raen escaped. It was impossible. Truly impossible. If Gale could escape, then did that mean that everything was different? Was the Force actively working against him now? The future is in motion. Raistin gripped his forehead, cursing quietly to himself. But that means... Preux. Raen spoke up, still trying to stand. Reaching into the Force, Raistin ignored his son, and left his body. His mind leapt from the top of his manor to the Sith Academy. Kilometers away, he could still detect the presence of dying Jedi and Sith in the Force. Feeling his way through the dying and the dead, Raistin identified Calae's corpse, lifeless and cold, and his greatest fear was realized. Junira was dead. It had taken him mere seconds to drift from Calae to his wife's still body. She looked so beautiful, so serene, even in death. Her eyes had been closed, a final respect paid to her by her Jedi murderers. A lightsaber wound through her chest, the single wound that had felled her. She was no Jedi. She had no defense against them. She never stood a chance, and he had not been there to protect her. His lungs struggled inside his body. Haggard breaths kept him alive, but only barely. All his strength failed him in that instance, and he fell to the damp floor in anguish. Crying aloud, he tore his suit and cursed, the Jedi, the Force, his own weakness, until his voice was hoarse. Rage gave a true Sith strength. In this confusing darkness Raistin was in, his loss could have sparked a rampage. But it was not rage that Raen Benax felt. He felt grief. The realization that his wife was gone broke him, and any fighting spirit he had was gone now. Raistin said nothing when Raen moved to sit near him. A broken man, unable to find the strength to stand, who had once been the Sith King of Alderaan, but no longer. His hope had been destroyed. Something happened when Junira died, in the academy so far from here, that shattered his spirit and the dark side seemed to fail him. Gnashing his teeth together in sorrow, Raistin said nothing to Raen. He didn't even notice him. Junira had died. Raen finally spoke. "Father." Raen. His voice was inhuman. It was not even recognizable. "She's dead. It's over." "No, it's not over. Not yet. It won't be over until you surrender yourself to the Republic." Raistin shook his head and cried, his face against the floor as tears ran down his face. His bitter sobs were jarring to Raen, who had never so much as seen Raistin cry for anything, and he could hardly hold back his own tears. Raen stood up, wiping his eyes of any tears that might have escaped. He had to grab his lightsaber, just in case. His father wasn't going anywhere, and he had to defend himself. He also remembered that he needed to contact the Republic forces. They had stumbled into a trap, and this was the first chance he had to warn someone. After recovering his lightsaber, Raen activated his comlink. Static crackled in his ear while the device searched for the Republic frequency. Someone was out there. Somebody had to answer him. He tried willing the comlink to find anyone, Republic soldiers, Jedi, civilians, to talk to. This is Major Altesius. Who is this? Raen's face lit up. This is Raen Benax, Jedi. I'm so glad to hear from you, Major. Raen, the gruff soldier's voice was tired and worried. I think everyone else is dead. What? Colonel Meadows, Lord Farseal, Master Dram, I can't contact any of them, Ron. No one is responding. Is the princess safe? Yes. Keep trying to contact other Republic soldiers, or Jedi, Raen said. Try to get them to meet you at the camp. I have some business to attend to here. Once I'm done, I'll join you at the base. Very well. Altesius out. Before he could switch off his comlink, Raen found himself thrown to the ground by Raiston's invisible power. Deadlay's sword narrowly missed Raen's back as he fell, the Nikto's horizontal strike missing its mark. Cackling with glee, Deadlay seemed more powerful than ever, especially in comparison to Raiston in his broken state. The Sith Master radiated the power of the dark side, and it made Raen sick to the stomach. He had been saved, yet again, due to the timely intervention of his father. Raiston stood to face Deadlay, pushing him away from his son before he could strike at Raen again. He had lost his weapon, and he couldn't find it in him to recover it. The Force had abandoned him, and he cursed it. In all of his power, it had not provided him with a true vision of events. He was weak, feeble in comparison to the ferocious Nikto who practically towered over him now. Even so, he had to give Raen a fighting chance. Raen would not have the strength to kill Deadlay if he didn't unleash his anger. Without Junior, there was no point to any of this. Raen did not have to abandon the Jedi. The Sith did not have to destroy the Republic here on Alderaan. Jeon did not have to return. It would be better if he did not. Raiston had to ensure Raen remained in the light, at least, for the time being. He was safer there. Junior was dead, and Raiston had to join her. But first, Raiston leapt toward Deadlay without a weapon and grabbed the Sith Master's vibrating blade in his hands. The weapon grinded his flesh and bone, tearing away at muscles and sinews and showering the roof in blood. He gripped it as hard as he could, and he drove the weapon into his chest, stabbing himself with Deadlay's weapon until he and the Nikto were face to face. You've lost, Preux, Deadlay announced triumphantly. And so have you. Raiston's hands were being torn to pieces against the blade. You will not hurt my son. Bold words from a dead man, Deadlay hissed. Goodbye, Preux. Your powers could not save you, and you could not save your family. I shall start with the youngest. For all your power, you still have not learned the most important lesson. Raiston smiled as he whispered, authority belongs to the strongest. And I am the strongest. And that is why you lose. You are still ignorant. Raiston laughed as the bony remains of his hand ignited. Fire rose up from his shoulders, his legs, and his chest. It wasn't long before his entire body had become engulfed in a pillar of fire, and Deadlay with him. Raiston laughed the entire time, muttering to himself as Deadlay screamed in furious agony in the midst of the unbearable pain. Raiston was dead, but his essence had lived in the Force longer than his body had. Beware of Jeon. He will become his is far greater. When Raen awoke from his dazed state, Raen Benax was no more. Raen heard himself cry loudly, and he found himself unable to hold back the tears. His father and mother were gone. He shouldn't have been this sad. His father was a horrible man who killed hundreds in his quest for power. He was a Sith who was enslaved to the dark side. His mother was no better, willingly loving such a man. Yet, Raen hadn't known that man. He knew a kindly man, the same man that everyone else on Alderaan knew. A man who was concerned with his family, distressed because his sons were uncontrollable, and a bit too fond of lying. This may have been a charade. His parents' entire life could have been a lie. If it was, Raen didn't care. His parents were kind to him. They had loved him, evil as he was. Evil as they were. Raiston and Deadlay had died together in a fiery grave. Raen was safe. Alderaan was saved. Chapter 25. Are you all right, Gale? Yes, Master Olson. Thank you for coming. Northeus nodded. Of course. How is Ranville? He's doing fine, Master. He's shaken up, but he'll survive. I've read the reports. Are you sure? Gale knew why Northeus was asking. Ranville had lost both of his hands against Calais, the Sith lady they had fought in the Sith Academy. The injury could cost Ranville years in lightsaber training, and it was unlikely that any prosthetic would be good enough for him to fight like before. Even so, Ranville hadn't said anything to Gale since the attack, nearly a week ago. But he couldn't say anything. He was still confused himself. Gale walked alongside Master Northeus Olson, flanked by several other Jedi Knights, as they departed from the Jedi Arca-class shuttle, Legacy. The other Jedi Knights were silent, and Gale was privileged to know Northeus. Otherwise, it was unlikely that he would be speaking right now. This is my first time on Alderaan, Northeus noted. Oh, And what do you think, Master? I've heard it's a beautiful world. It's a shame that the Sith had to control it for so long. Scars caused by the Sith will not heal quickly, Gale. I understand, Master. And Dantooine. Gale nearly jumped. What about it, Master? That is one of their many wounds upon the Jedi Order. How are you feeling about that? It is behind me now, I think, Master Olson. Gale's eyes drifted into the distance, as if he was trying to catch a last glimpse of the Jedi enclave he was raised in. A Jedi is to think of others before himself. The concerns of the Alderanians are foremost on my mind. Of course. But remember that, as selfless as a Jedi should be, he must never forget the Jedi Code. You must monitor your own emotions and achieve a peace for yourself before you can give peace to others. Yes, Master. Kandin joined the party of Jedi on their way through the halls of the military compound. The bunker was hardly spacious, and the lighting was inexcusably poor, but none of them paid these things any mind. Gale acknowledged Kandin's presence and better spirits, with a quick smile, and she did likewise. How did the battle go, Lady Kandin? Northeus asked. 4/5 of our troops were killed in the trap set by Sith leadership. Droid casualties were near total. She eyed the datapad that had found its way into her hand. Colonel Golgi Mitos and Lord Petron Farseal were among the casualties. I see. And, Kandin cut him off, we lost half our Jedi force. Jedi? Northeus asked. Yes, sir. How many Jedi were present? Northeus had stopped walking. About 40, Gale spoke up. Give or take a dozen. What were they doing on Alderaan? Northeus wondered aloud. Didn't you send them, Master? Gale asked. They told us the High Council. The High Council issued no such order. Northeus crossed his arms. Their orders were explicit. No action was to be taken against the Sith force on Alderaan. You, Ranville, and Ron were the only Jedi allowed to be on Alderaan. Then that means Master Dram, Kandin began. Dram? Northeus asked. Master Dram. He's dead? Dead, Master? Gale's eyes widened. Yes. He was wounded en route to Coruscant on a Jedi cruiser, and died under our care. If he was among the Jedi here, he was not under our authorization. Tellerus, Dram, and even Jasperin could have been rogue Jedi. They could have killed Gale and his companions, but for whatever reason, they didn't. They had some ulterior motive for being on Alderaan, but Gale didn't know what they wanted. They had seemed to be looking for something, but he didn't know what it was. They were essentially traitors. Gale only wished he had known of their deceit earlier. How very troubling, Kandin mused. And we led him and his warriors right into our ranks. Who's the highest-ranking Republic leader left? Northeus asked, changing the subject. I'd like to speak with him after the festivities. Major Altesius, Kandin said with a sigh. He survived the battle while protecting the princess in the Valley of Jern. Northeus nodded. Turning to Gale, he asked, Is Raen here? Yes, Master. May I speak with him? He's not here now, Master, Gale specified. He's at his father's estate. Oh. Northeus seemed surprised. Well, may I see him? I believe so. I'll arrange a shuttle for you. Raen stood at the entrance of the Benax Manor. Sweat poured down his ash-covered skin as he somberly regarded the scene before him. A single spark had been enough to alight the whole building, and in less than an hour, nothing would remain. The fire's glow reflected off his face, his reds and yellows burning brightly in his eyes as he watched to make sure the flames did not spread. His father and mother were inside. Cremation, it seemed, was a fitting death for the couple. The burning fire had done its job, and now it simply had to destroy the home that Raen had lived in for most of his life. A symbolic reminder that he could not return to Alderaan. At least, not now. Someday, perhaps, he would come to understand all his father did, or at least reason it away. He would be able to return and enjoy the prosperity that Alderaan would have in the years to come. Free from Sith influence, the Republic would reign alongside House Latona in freedom and wealth. He had denied the chance to attend her coronation. He would be unwelcome there anyway. Although Princess Illyri insisted that he come, he couldn't bring himself to attend. The Jedi were uncomfortable around him, and most Republic soldiers didn't trust him. Even civilians knew his face and recognized his family name. He asked Illyri not to inform the masses of his father's treachery, and she had agreed. Even so, the name of Benax was recognized as a name belonging to Sith sympathizers, and there was no more love for them on Alderaan. Even those who had sided with the Sith suddenly hated them, as if Preux's power had ensured their love of the Benax family. Raen. He recognized that voice. Northeus. The Jedi Master disembarked from the shuttle and stood by Raen's side. For the longest time, Raen stood in confused silence, and Northeus said nothing. It seemed that they were content to stay here and watch the fire burn away the last vestiges of Raen's early life. Do you know what you must do? Northeus asked. Finally, Ron was at his journey's end. He had no doubt that the Jedi would try him justly. He had done his share of evil, and it was time to receive punishment for all he had done. From Torquil to Rayston, he had done his share of fighting. The Jedi would decide his fate now. It was time to stop fighting and experience peace. Yes, I am going to Coruscant. Very good. Head to the shuttle. We're going to the coronation. Raen frowned. I don't think. Raen, you were invited, Northia said firmly. The princess invited you. I'm telling you, go to the coronation. Sir. Raen left the blazing inferno, heading for the shuttle. Northeus lingered there for a moment, watching the fire lick at the failing house. He seemed distant, his eyes misting over in the presence of the immense heat before him. The Jedi Master removed a trinket from his pocket. He tossed the small blue crystal into the flames. It would burn and become ashes, like everything else. You were the one man that frightened me, and your death scares me even more. Was all this for her? I don't even know what I should call you, except a corpse. Northeus chuckled. Your son knew you as Raen Benax. Did you name your son to scare me too? He shook his head. The man who fooled himself into thinking he was Raen Benax was no more. Dwelling on the past would not change that. Northeus turned to the shuttle, ready to join Raen. Beneath the hallowed hills of Alderaan in the valley of Jaren, festive banners and expensive tassels waved in the air. Light streamed from Alderaan's sun, bathing the entire plain in radiance. A symphony orchestra announced the commencement of the event, and hundreds of Republic soldiers, once stationed under these hills in their tents, stood at attention. They were the survivors. Their ranks made a line on both sides of the procession, creating a walkway for the incoming nobility and other political figures. Behind both lines of soldiers, thousands of sentient beings from Alderaan and nearby systems had gathered, trying to catch a glimpse at some of the famous figures walking by. Gale, Northeus, and dozens of other Jedi Knights were already standing on the elevated platform that stood at the end of a long stairwell. All attention was focused on this platform, because everyone who walked through the procession found their way here. Senators, politicians, police, and nobles joined the Jedi on the Dursteel platform. Everyone was dressed far too lavishly for Gale's taste, and he was glad that, while others got away with ornate cuirasses, shining cassocks, and elaborate dresses, he could wear his Jedi robes and the matching cloak. His lightsaber was in plain view for the first time since they arrived on Alderaan, and that in itself gave him hope for the planet's future. The music swelled in a glorious crescendo, and all eyes drifted from the platform to the farthest end of the processional walkway. There, dressed in a flowing blue dress complemented by shining pearls, a glittering mantle, and other regal vestments, stood Illyri Latona, soon to be Queen of Alderaan. Condine stood by her side, wearing a new suit of formal red and black royal guardsman armor, and dressed like a peasant in comparison. Condine walked first, leading Illyri from her place at the back of the causeway all the way through the procession. Guards saluted first to Condine, and as soon as Illyri Latona passed, they bowed in reverence. Some civilians followed suit behind them, although others, brazen as they were, did not. Despite their insolence, Condine said nothing, having been specifically instructed to remain silent. Gale watched the beautiful scene unfold before him in silence, and it was not long before the entire assembly was bowing before Illyri, and she hadn't even reached the lofty position where Gale and the others stood. He reflected that, in spite of her attitude, she never looked more courageous and powerful than she did now. When she did reach the platform, she received encouraging glances and nods from many already present, including Gale. One of the clerics, specifically trained for this duty, stepped forward. After asking everyone to stand, he wasn't pleased that they had bowed before the event had concluded. He stood before Illyri and asked her alone to kneel. Once she was genuflect, he issued the beginning proclamation and salutations. He waited until everyone was quiet before turning to the princess. Illyri Latona, Princess of Alderaan, do you swear to defend Alderaan and her people in times of peace and in times of crisis? I swear to defend Alderaan and her people as long as I live. Do you swear fealty to the Galactic Republic evermore? Alderaan shall serve the Galactic Republic until Alderaan is no more. Would you be willing to lay your life down to defend Alderaan, her people, and the Republic? This I swear. Taking the royal crown from Condine, the cleric said a quick prayer to himself and, in an elaborate motion, placed the glistening diadem atop her golden hair. In spite of the cleric's stubborn instance otherwise, the crowd erupted, cheering and congratulating their new ruler. The soldiers bowed yet again, and many civilians followed suit. As the music suddenly filled the air again, Gale felt inclined to kneel. He did so, and Condine did too. The others on the platform mimicked the two warriors, and soon, the entire assembly around Illyri was kneeling, honoring their new queen. The cleric sighed, and he bid her rise, Queen Illyri Latona of Alderaan.